The story opens with a serene, almost ethereal view of a pale sky, streaked with soft, pastel clouds. It's a stark contrast to what is to come. A sweeping vista of a desolate, war-torn landscape unfolds. Ruined buildings and parched earth dominate the scene, hinting at a harsh past. Then shifts abruptly to a dark, claustrophobic alleyway. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and desperation. A man, wounded and exhausted, sits slumped against a wall. A second man, older and more composed, approaches him. "Professor," he whispers, his voice laced with concern. "I'm sorry it turned out this way," he adds, his expression heavy with regret. The wounded man interrupts him sharply. "Don't say that," he replies, his voice firm despite his injuries. "I'm the one who should apologize. This happened to you because you came to save me," he confesses, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. The older man shakes his head, his face etched with worry. "Damn it, this rescue mission would have been successful if the informant hadn't betrayed us," he mutters, his voice filled with frustration. He explains the details of their ambush. The military power here was far greater than anticipated. They were not militia, but highly trained soldiers. Their numbers were also far greater than expected. Moreover, the enemy knew their movements, attack timing, and routes perfectly. It was a meticulously planned trap from the very beginning. The scene ends with a dramatic close-up on the wounded man's face, his eyes filled with a mixture of pain and determination. The weight of his past and the harsh reality of his present are palpable. Ijinu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a teenager, lay sprawled on the cold, hard floor, his body battered and bruised. The heavy boots of his unseen assailant loomed above him. A brutal blow having sent him crashing to the ground. His vision swam, the world tilting precariously as a groan escaped his lips. Above him, a voice, sharp with concern, cut through the haze, "Sergeant Kim." The source of the voice appeared in the doorway, a man with a bloodied torso, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. He roared, "You fucker." Another figure, cloaked and shadowy, emerged, a weapon held loosely in their hand. A guttural whisper escaped their lips, a question lost to the reader. With blinding speed, Ijin reacted. A blur of motion as he countered his attacker's advance, sending the cloaked figure sprawling, blood spraying across the grimy floor. Sergeant Kim, despite his injuries, watched with grim satisfaction as his comrade was subdued. A pained grunt escaped his lips. The scene settled into a tense silence, broken only by the ragged breathing of the injured men. Ijin, though victorious, was far from unscathed. A lieutenant, his face streaked with grime and sweat, slumped against a wall, muttering, "Ugh, that fucker, he's just toying with us." Another soldier approached cautiously, concern etched on his features. He asked, "Lieutenant, are you okay?" The lieutenant, wincing, replied, "Yeah. What about the other troops?" "I don't know. I think they were dragged off somewhere." A metallic clank echoed through the desolate space as the lieutenant shifted his weight. A sound that seemed to further unsettle him. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign of his missing comrades. A sudden, looming presence filled the frame. A large, imposing figure emerged from the shadows, his face partially obscured by a dark cloth wrapped around his head. Fear radiated from the lieutenant. The lieutenant's eyes widened in terror as he braced himself for the inevitable. He muttered, "What now?" The imposing figure moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion. A swift, brutal attack leaving the lieutenant helpless. A figure emerged from the darkness, asking, "Are you Lieutenant Kong Ham-chan?" The figure of a young man, clad in tactical gear, is silhouetted against a stark, dark background. His features are obscured by a headscarf, but his posture speaks volumes of his military training. The word Korean appears in a stark white box below him, hinting at his nationality and the context of his mission. A close-up reveals a bruised and battered man, his face etched with worry and confusion. He stares intensely, his eyes wide with apprehension. The question, "Who are you?" floats above him, underscoring the mystery surrounding the newcomer. The young man from the previous panel stands silhouetted in a doorway, his presence filling the frame. Four other men, similarly battered, watch him from the floor. The caption reads, "It sounds clumsy, but it's definitely Korean." This confirms the young man's language and his connection to the scene. The young man's face is partially visible now, his expression serious and determined. He speaks, his words carrying a weight of purpose, "I am here to rescue you. Bring the other prisoners and follow me." The prisoners, heeding his words, begin to move down a dimly lit corridor, their steps echoing in the silence. Their escape is swift and silent, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of their previous captivity. The next panel shows the aftermath, a scene of carnage, with several guards lying lifeless on the ground. One of the rescued men stares in disbelief at the fallen guards, muttering, "What the? They've all been taken out." Another adds, "If there were this many, we should have heard something back in the cell." The rescued man questions the young rescuer, demanding to know his division and the size of his operation. The young man remains tight-lipped, replying, "I cannot tell you who I am with, and the only person in this operation is me." The rescued man is stunned into silence, his jaw dropping in astonishment. He whispers, "He took these guys out by himself?" The young man, having completed his mission, silently closes a door behind him, leaving the rescued men to ponder the incredible feat they just witnessed. The word "stealthily" too appears above him, emphasizing the efficiency and skill of his actions. A young man, his face bloodied and bearing the marks of a recent struggle, sprinted through a dimly lit corridor, his eyes wide with a desperate urgency. He clutched a rifle, his knuckles white. Behind him, two other men, equally wounded, stumbled along, their breaths ragged. He cursed under his breath, his gaze darting around wildly. Another man, this one wearing a cap and armed with a pistol, appeared in the doorway, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He muttered something about terrible timing. Two more enemies lay in wait inside the room. A silent takedown was impossible. The young man from the corridor, Ijinu, reacted instantly. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, dodging a hail of bullets. He moved with a speed and precision honed over years of brutal combat, landing a swift, brutal blow that sent the gunman sprawling. Before turning his attention to the second attacker, a flurry of strikes followed, each one precise and deadly. Ijin's movements were a whirlwind of calculated violence, leaving his opponents disoriented and defeated. The first attacker, groaning in pain, clutched his side. The second attacker, however, still held his weapon, eyes wide with fear and desperation. He was ready to fire. Ijin, anticipating the shot, moved with impossible speed. A red blur of motion, he was gone in an instant. Jinyu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a teenager, moved with lethal precision. His movements were a blur, a testament to years spent honing his skills in the unforgiving world of conflict. Leaving two of his opponents incapacitated on the ground. A chilling efficiency marked his actions, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene around him. He stood over them, a silent predator amidst the carnage. His presence commanded attention, a stark reminder of the danger he represented. His comrades watched in stunned silence. That's insane. He took out two of them in an instant without using a gun, one of them exclaimed, their voices laced with disbelief and awe. Another mercenary questioned, what division is this guy with? The urgency in their tone reflected their growing unease. Jin, ever the pragmatist, issued a curt order, we will increase our pace from now on. He then added, I will take care of the enemies, so do not use your gun unless there is an emergency. One of the mercenaries muttered under his breath, damn it. He's treating us like baggage. The sounds of gunfire erupted. Jin moved with impossible speed, his actions a whirlwind of calculated violence. Dispatching his foes with brutal efficiency. The scene was a testament to his exceptional combat prowess. Jinyu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a teenager, found himself in a desperate situation. He had been cornered, and a brutal blow sent him sprawling across the ground. His pursuers, two armed figures, closed in, their movements swift and deadly. One carried an assault rifle, the other a submachine gun. A chilling warning echoed in Jin's mind, multiple enemies lay ahead. One of the pursuers, a man with a determined expression, observed Jin's predicament. He muttered to himself that Jin would need help with this situation. He then added that this was it for moving quietly. Despite the danger, Jin made a daring decision. He bolted, his movements a blur of calculated chaos. His pursuer watched in disbelief, questioning the reckless choice. What the hell is he thinking, running like that? Meanwhile, a group of enemy soldiers conversed in hushed tones, their faces grim. One of them cautioned his comrades to remain calm in the face of the unexpected. Jin, utilizing his years of mercenary experience, skillfully navigated the narrow corridor, using the walls for cover. He prepared his weapon, his movements precise and deadly. Unleashing a devastating volley of gunfire that caught his enemies completely off guard. The surprised soldiers reacted with shock and fear. Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in the midst of a firefight. Three armed men surrounded him, their weapons trained on him, but he remained calm, his eyes narrowed in focus. A swift movement, a blur of motion, and the first attacker crumpled to the ground, his weapon clattering away. Jin disarmed the second attacker with practiced ease, the gun falling from his grasp. Leaving only one opponent remaining. The final mercenary, wounded but defiant, raised his weapon, his eyes filled with a desperate fury. A close-up on the mercenary's face revealed the extent of his injuries, blood covered his face, adding to his fierce expression. With a final, decisive move, Jin neutralized the last attacker. He stood over the fallen mercenaries, his silhouette cast against the dim light of the corridor. A voice, filled with awe and a hint of fear, echoed in the silence, he's a real monster. Jin, his back to the viewer, began to leave the scene, his weapon held casually at his side. A shot of his retreating figure emphasized his swift, almost unnatural gait. Another voice, this one more analytical, observed, but he's too reckless. That's not the movement of someone in the military. Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student in Korea, peered cautiously from behind a brick wall. His face was mostly concealed by a houndstooth-patterned headscarf, only his eyes visible, betraying a hint of his past. A man with a bloody tank top and a rifle, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, stood beside Jin. He clenched his fist, barking out an order, they would wait for 1 minute. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable, why? Jin remained silent, his thoughts a whirlwind of calculation. The man, clearly agitated, fidgeted with his rifle. He subtly adjusted his grip on his own weapon, his eyes never leaving the man. The tension crackled between them, thick and heavy. Suddenly, another man appeared, seemingly out of breath, and he grabbed the first man's arm, pulling him away. They hurried down a narrow alley. It wasn't mindless running, everything had been calculated by Jin. Jin's gaze remained fixed, his black pupils betraying a chilling intensity. The bloodied man noticed Jin's unusual, almost unnerving calmness, and his observation was punctuated by the man's own clumsy but grammatically correct Korean. The question hung heavy in the air, are you Korean? A young man, his face bloodied and bruised, stared intently at someone off-panel. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, conveyed a mixture of suspicion and calculation. He questioned, am I correct? The scene shifted to a tense standoff between the young man and another, older soldier. The older soldier, his expression grim, simply stated, time is up. A sudden explosion rocked the area, sending a shockwave through the landscape. A military jeep appeared in the distance, carrying 3 more soldiers. The older soldier, his face a mask of confusion and relief, exclaimed, the platoon members who were taken elsewhere? What happened to you guys? One of the soldiers replied, that person saved us. He told us to wait here and then showed up with you, Lieutenant. The mysterious figure, still cloaked and obscured, gave further instructions. This is where we part ways. If you continue southwest, there will be people waiting for you. The older soldier, Lieutenant, offered a grateful, thank you. The cloaked figure responded, there is no need for thanks. I simply carried out a request. Jinyu, a young man whose face was obscured by a patterned headscarf, stood before a battle-worn soldier. The soldier, whose face bore the marks of countless conflicts, held a rifle loosely in his hand. A silent exchange passed between them, a mutual understanding born from shared experiences in the harsh realities of war. He expressed his gratitude for Jin's actions, emphasizing that Jin had saved his life and the lives of his fellow soldiers, regardless of the reason behind Jin's involvement. Jin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the soldier. The weight of his past actions hung heavy in the air between them. A slight shift in Jin's expression hinted at a complex internal struggle. His eyes, though partially hidden, revealed a depth of emotion that belied his outward stoicism. He remained silent, his thoughts a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Suddenly, a distant sound pierced the quiet. Both men turned, their senses instantly alert. An explosion rocked the landscape, sending a shockwave through the air. Jin's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. He instinctively reacted to the threat. The soldier, equally startled, reacted in kind, his expression shifting to one of concern and confusion. Both men braced themselves for whatever was coming next, the sound of the explosion still echoing in their ears. A desperate shout echoed across the battlefield, "Everyone, get down!" A blinding flash erupted from the ground. A shockwave of immense power radiating outwards, leaving behind a crater of scorched earth. One soldier clutched his head, groaning in pain. His face was contorted in agony. He cried out, "Is it mortar rounds? I can barely hear anything from the shock." Another soldier, amidst the chaos, anxiously asked, "How are the troops and the professor?" He received a somewhat relieved response, "Thankfully, they seem all right." The first soldier, still reeling from the blast, looked up. He muttered to himself, "Gunshots?" A young man, his face marred by a bloody scrape, glared defiantly from behind a makeshift cover. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. From an elevated position, a blond young man, clad in tactical gear, took aim with a sniper rifle. The bright flash of the gunshot momentarily illuminated the scene, followed by the immediate aftermath of a fallen enemy. Even amidst the chaos, he had recovered and resumed fighting. The narration box highlighted the observer's astonishment at his resilience. He continued his assault, the rapid-fire bursts of his weapon echoing through the air. The young man's face, now even more bloodied, was a mask of intense focus. The narration box emphasized the shock of the situation. His opponent, the blonde sniper, was equally shocked, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. The sheer disbelief of the blonde sniper was palpable. The narration box emphasized the incredulity of the situation. He was just a kid. A young man with neatly styled blonde hair, dressed in a crisp white lab coat over a dark turtleneck, sat with an air of nonchalant curiosity. His gaze was directed towards something unseen, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he leaned back in his chair, one hand casually supporting his chin. He mused to himself, "Who's that fucker?" Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark hair and a few freckles on his face stood in profile, his expression one of quiet observation. He seemed to be taking in his surroundings with a thoughtful intensity. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, dressed in a yellow dress, stood beside a young man with short, gray hair, dressed in a school uniform. She smiled warmly as she announced, "He will be joining us starting today." The young man with gray hair, Yuijin, stood tall and composed. A quiet confidence emanated from him as he introduced himself, "I am Yuijin." The imposing structure of the high school loomed large against the pale sky, a stark contrast to the vibrant green of the surrounding trees. Inside, a student's hand diligently moved across a notebook, pen scratching against paper. One student, her gaze fixed on the classroom door, wondered aloud if her appa was already in class. Another student excitedly shared that she had just seen a very handsome senior transfer student near the office, causing a stir among her friends. The news of the new senior transfer student spread through the classroom, sparking curiosity and whispers. One girl, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and apprehension, wondered if it could be her appa. Her gaze dropped, a subtle blush creeping onto her cheeks as she contemplated the possibility. She picked up her pen again, writing the word appa in her notebook. A flashback of a plane crash and the presumed death of her brother, whom she thought had died with her parents, filled her mind. The narration box revealed that her appa, presumed dead, would return 10 years later. The scene opens on a brightly lit subway station, the Korean script for Gungsa station visible above the entrance. A digital display board hangs on the wall, showing various advertisements. The camera focuses on a young woman's face, her expression neutral, almost pensive. She has shoulder-length brown hair and is wearing a light beige turtleneck sweater. A man with short, gray hair clutches his face in disbelief. As an older man with white hair looks at him with a mixture of shock and relief. "You were alive," the older man whispers. The two men embrace, their reunion clearly emotional. In the background, the young woman from earlier watches them, a question forming on her face. "Is appa?" she wonders. The young woman's eyes widen in surprise and recognition. The man with gray hair smiles warmly, a look of relief and happiness on his face. "So you're Dayun," he says, his voice gentle. Dayun's eyes widen in shock as he calls her name. The scene shifts to a classroom. A teacher scolds Dayun, "You fucking idiot. How many times do I have to call you?" Dayun apologizes, explaining she was daydreaming. The teacher reminds her to bring her gym clothes later for PE class. A young woman with short brown hair hesitated, a worried expression on her face. She had brought something, but now she was having second thoughts. "I did bring it, but if I lend it to you, what am I supposed to wear?" she wondered aloud, her concern palpable. A blonde woman with a sly smile listened patiently. A single, amused sound escaped her lips, "Ha." Several other girls, dressed in similar school uniforms, watched the interaction with varying degrees of amusement and disdain. One of them, emboldened by the other's presence, stepped forward. "You think you're allowed to talk back to us?" she demanded, her tone sharp and aggressive. The brown-haired girl flinched as a sharp blow landed, the impact emphasized by a visual burst of red. The blonde woman chuckled, a dismissive sound. "We let you loose for a while and you already lost your touch," she remarked, scrolling through her phone. The other girls echoed her sentiment, their taunts escalating. "You want to get beaten up and cry in front of everyone again?" A new character is introduced, a young man with short, gray hair, dressed in a school uniform. He has a calm, almost serene expression. A woman, presumably a teacher, explains to another teacher, "He was living abroad for a long time due to personal reasons, so you should all help him adjust to his new life." A classroom buzzed with the usual lunchtime chatter. Students, mostly dressed in school uniforms, sat at their desks, their conversations a low hum punctuated by the occasional laugh. One girl, her cheeks flushed, whispered to her friend, "Oh no, he's hot." A man with neatly styled blonde hair and piercing eyes observed the scene from a doorway. He leaned against the frame, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His white lab coat contrasted sharply with his dark turtleneck. Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark hair stood quietly near the back of the room, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His expression was one of quiet contemplation. A teacher, addressing the young man, instructed him, "You see that empty seat back there? Go ahead and sit down." He quietly replied, "Yes, ma'am," and started walking towards the empty seat. As he approached a student with fiery red hair who was already seated. The red-haired student, Lee Jae-hyung, scoffed, "Why the F*** is everyone going crazy over this little shit? He just looks F*** ing pathetic to me." The blonde man from the doorway, seemingly amused, called out, "Hey, Lee Jae-hyung. The new student sat down, seemingly unfazed by Jaehyung's outburst. The blonde man added, with a sinister grin, "You should taste some humiliation on your first day." Ijinu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood silently as someone stepped on his slippers. He remained motionless. The subtle shift in his posture betraying a barely contained tension. His eyes, though hidden, narrowed slightly. A silent observation of the seemingly innocuous act. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face as he registered the deliberate nature of the action. Another student, his face partially obscured, muttered to himself, "Damn it, I timed it perfectly too." Ijin, his gaze sharp, thought, "Who does this fucker think he is?" The other student, sensing Ijin's stare, asked, "Is he glaring at me?" Ijin's expression hardened. He responded curtly, "Why the fuck are you glaring at me?" A voice, seemingly from an unseen person, instructed, "Ijin, listen carefully." A man with short blonde hair appeared, his face serious. He warned, "While you're living in Korea, avoid fighting at all costs." Ijin replied, "I already know that much." The blonde man seemed surprised, "Oh, really?" "I was just concerned." Two men conversed, their faces partially obscured. One, older with graying hair, listened intently as the other, younger with a jovial expression, spoke. The younger man's words were inaudible, but his demeanor suggested a casual, perhaps even dismissive, tone. Then, the focus shifted to a young man with short, light brown hair. His expression was serious, almost grim. The word lieutenant appeared in a narration box, identifying his rank. He stated that he was a professional who had lived on the battlefield for 10 years. His tone was firm, conveying a sense of experience and authority. The older man interrupted, telling him that was enough. However, the younger man insisted that he wasn't saying this to avoid a fight, he was worried about his opponent. The scene changed to a high school classroom. A young man with short, gray hair, dressed in a school uniform, stood defiantly, confronting another student. He demanded to know why the other student was glaring at him, threatening violence. A close-up on the gray-haired student's face showed a cold, calculating gaze. His expression was one of controlled anger, hinting at a simmering intensity beneath the surface. A teacher approached him, asking why he was standing still. The gray-haired student's expression softened slightly, suggesting a momentary lapse in his usual vigilance. A profile view of the gray-haired student showed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. This suggested a hidden amusement or a calculated plan. The scene shifted back to the other student, who was sitting alone, observing the gray-haired student from a distance. His expression was one of suspicion and apprehension. He muttered to himself that the gray-haired student was scared, a smirk playing on his lips. His words suggested a sense of superiority and amusement at the other's apparent fear. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, rested his chin on his hand, his eyes closed in quiet contemplation. A faint smile played on his lips, hinting at a hidden depth beneath his calm exterior. A stark contrast to the bustling classroom around him. A female teacher addressed a student, Park Youngchan, instructing him to look after the sleeping boy beside him. Youngchan readily agreed. The sleeping boy, Ijin, stirred slightly and introduced himself to Youngchan as he awoke. Youngchan confirmed Ijin's name, prompting a subtle shift in Ijin's expression. A bead of sweat trickled down Ijin's temple as he registered a sudden, unsettling feeling. Youngchan, noticing Ijin's discomfort, remarked on his surprise. Another student, a boy with reddish-brown hair, approached Youngchan, casually informing him that the boy who had just tried to trip Ijin was named Lee Jaehyun. He also mentioned another student, Ju Hyukjin, who sat behind Jaehyun, warning Youngchan to be wary of both of them. The boy with reddish-brown hair seemed unconcerned, more interested in a payment plan on his phone. Ijin's gaze hardened, a subtle shift in his demeanor reflecting his growing awareness of the school's dynamics. Youngchan whispered to Ijin that their first class was math, a seemingly mundane detail in the context of the brewing tension. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, sat quietly in the classroom. His classmates whispered amongst themselves, noting his quiet demeanor. One student commented that he seemed like a nice guy, while the teacher reassured them that he would answer any questions they had. The teacher, an elderly man with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, then instructed the class to turn to page 47 of their textbooks. He began writing a mathematical equation on the blackboard. X superscript 3 plus a superscript 3, a seemingly simple problem for the students. Ijin, however, remained impassive, a subtle hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed unfazed by the lesson. Meanwhile, another student diligently took notes, his brow furrowed in concentration. Ijin's expression shifted subtly, a glint of something sharp and calculating flickering in his eyes. Around him, several students were visibly struggling to stay awake during the lecture. A stark contrast to Ijin's unwavering focus. He subtly shifted in his seat, a barely perceptible movement. Outside, a physical education class was in session. Students practiced their ball handling skills under the watchful eye of their instructor. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, is shown from behind, his gaze directed away from the viewer. His expression is serious, almost pensive, hinting at a troubled past. The scene shifts abruptly. Rain lashes down as a younger Ijin, his face contorted in pain and exertion, clutches a weapon. He's engaged in a fierce struggle with a larger, shadowy figure. The older man groans in agony, his face streaked with blood and rain. The intensity of the struggle is palpable. Night falls. Ijin, now older, navigates murky water, his face partially obscured by a hood. Several other figures, similarly cloaked, are submerged around him. They move with practiced stealth. A brief glimpse through a barred window shows two figures violently struggling, one wields a large, crude club. The scene cuts to a shooting range. Explosions erupt as bullets strike their targets. The precision is evident. Ijin's face, scarred and determined, is framed by the barrel of his weapon. He is focused, his expression unwavering. More shots ring out, the targets are hit with deadly accuracy. The speed and skill are remarkable. Ijin's head tilts back slightly, his eyes closed. He appears exhausted, but a faint smile plays on his lips. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, gazed out the window, his expression unreadable. The narration box above him stated simply, "This country is peaceful." The word hung in the air, a stark contrast to the violence he'd known for so long. Outside, the afternoon sun cast a warm glow on the students as they strolled through the school grounds. The scene was idyllic, a picture of carefree youth. Among them, a girl with brown hair and a surprised expression noticed something. She murmured, "Huh," her eyes widening as she took in the sight before her. Jin stood silently, observing the students from a distance. His posture was relaxed, yet his eyes held a keen alertness, betraying his past. The girl approached him, asking, "Were you waiting for me?" To which he replied that he wanted to walk to class together. She responded that she had no prior plans. He smiled gently at her, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The girl, seemingly relieved and happy, returned his smile, her expression softening. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, orange glow over the quiet residential streets of a Korean neighborhood. Jinyu, a young man with short, neatly styled brown hair and a thoughtful expression, walked home from school, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Lost in thought as he strolled alongside a classmate. He commented on the awkwardness of their reunion, but she quickly dismissed his concerns. Jin admitted to feeling the same awkwardness, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His classmate, a girl with shoulder-length brown hair, looked down, a slight blush rising on her cheeks. She explained that her memories of him from before the accident were scarce, only remembering having a younger sister and grandfather. Jin then inquired about the arrival time of his sister, Heejin. His classmate confirmed Heejin was coming, but she didn't know the exact time. Another classmate, a girl with her hair in curlers, chimed in, admitting she also didn't know. Jin's classmate worriedly wondered what she should do. Two figures, a woman with curlers in her hair and a stern-looking man, were engaged in conversation. The woman, seemingly unconcerned, casually mentioned that someone named Heejin was being targeted. Meanwhile, Yoo-Dayun, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, stood beside a young man with short, light brown hair. A question hung in the air, was the young man her boyfriend? Dayun quickly denied this, clarifying that the young man was actually her brother. The woman with curlers looked surprised, questioning the relationship. She attempted to downplay the situation, referring to him as a friend from class. A new character, a woman with distinctive, exaggerated hair and a smirk, approached Dayun and the young man. She directly addressed Dayun, questioning if she was friends with the young man. The young man, seemingly annoyed, responded negatively to the woman's question. His internal monologue revealed his confusion and annoyance at the woman's persistent stare. The scene shifted back to the woman with curlers and the stern man. The man, clearly agitated, threatened violence unless the situation was resolved. The woman pondered the situation, seemingly concerned about the young man's mental state. The final panel showed a close-up of the young man's intense gaze, hinting at a brewing conflict. A group of young adults sat at a table in a brightly lit eatery, enjoying their meal. One of them, a stocky man with short hair, stood up abruptly, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. He muttered to himself, wondering if they were about to start a fight. Meanwhile, Jinyu, accompanied by a young woman with brown hair, walked past the eatery. The stocky man called out to them, but Jin seemed to ignore him, his expression unreadable. The man cursed under his breath, frustrated by the lack of response. The stocky man confronted Jin, warning him that he was about to die for acting so nonchalantly. Jin stood his ground, his expression still calm. A nearby observer noted that despite Jin's apparent calm, he was remarkably defenseless, not even carrying a weapon. Jin began to close the distance between himself and the stocky man with unnerving speed, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Despite his approach, he remained completely open, exposing all his vulnerable points. The observer was struck by this unusual tactic, noting that Jin wasn't even carrying a weapon. The observer pondered Jin's confidence in the face of such vulnerability, questioning his strategy. Jin suddenly advised the stocky man not to fight. The observer, witnessing Jin's unexpected command, decided to leave the situation alone. A man in a lab coat confronted Jin, his face contorted in anger. "You think you can just ignore me?" he demanded, his voice laced with irritation. A young woman with brown hair, seemingly caught in the middle, bowed deeply, her face etched with apology. "I'm sorry," she pleaded, her voice barely a whisper. The man in the lab coat explained, his expression shifting slightly. "My brother was living abroad for a long time," he said, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. "And he's not used to the culture here yet." A woman with her hair in curlers watched the scene unfold, a smirk playing on her lips. She uttered a single word, "Kek." The young woman looked up, seemingly confused. "So?" Jin's patience wore thin. He retorted, "What does this fucker living abroad have to do with me?" Jin remained calm, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. A young girl with brown hair watched the scene, her eyes wide with concern. Jinyu, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, delivered a swift, precise blow. The impact sending a ripple of pain through his opponent. The man recoiled, his face contorted in shock and agony as he exclaimed in pain. Jin, having dealt the blow, calmly walked away, his brown shoes making barely a sound on the ground. Meanwhile, a young woman with short brown hair approached a young man with gray hair, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. She addressed him with a hesitant, almost whispered, "Appa?" The young man, Jin, responded calmly, instructing her to stand still for a bit. The young woman, visibly anxious, nervously chewed on her lip as she watched Jin. He gently covered her with a jacket, shielding her from view. Suddenly, a gruff voice interrupted the quiet moment. "Hey, you little shit." Jin's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he prepared for another confrontation. Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing an unexpected confrontation. A burly man, his face contorted in anger, lunged at Jin, fists raised in a threatening manner. But Jin reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he countered the attack. A swift kick sent the man sprawling, a pained cough escaping his lips as he hit the ground. And before the man could recover, Jin delivered another blow, sending him crashing to the floor. The impact echoed through the room. Meanwhile, a young woman, her eyes wide with shock and concern, watched the scene unfold from a nearby table. Her companion, a man in a crisp white shirt and tie, looked equally surprised. Jin, his face impassive, turned his gaze towards the onlookers. His expression was unreadable, betraying nothing of his thoughts or intentions. The scene shifted to Jin standing alone, his posture radiating quiet confidence. He was dressed in a simple white shirt and dark trousers, his appearance deceptively ordinary. Back inside, the man Jin had subdued lay unconscious on the floor, his face bloodied and bruised. His condition suggested the force of Jin's strikes. The man from the cafe, his face contorted in a grimace of frustration and anger, muttered a curse under his breath. His expression spoke volumes about his helplessness. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, orange glow across the landscape. A peaceful scene was momentarily broken by the sound of heavy boots hitting the ground. Dust kicked up with each stride. As a group of soldiers, shirtless and sweating, ran across the schoolyard. Their determined expressions hinted at a significant event. Among them, one soldier stood out. He had a serious expression, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A lieutenant, his arms crossed, spoke to a fellow soldier. "Lieutenant," the other soldier said, his tone respectful. The lieutenant's brow furrowed slightly. "Didn't you say it was today?" he asked, his voice low. "The day Ijin goes to school," the other soldier replied, a hint of nervousness in his voice. His comrade offered reassurance. "He's definitely going to be fine. I taught him myself, after all," he said with a confident smile. "Of course," the lieutenant declared, a renewed sense of confidence in his voice. Ijin, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected altercation. He moved with practiced efficiency, his strikes swift and precise, connecting with the jaw of an unsuspecting man. The impact sending the man sprawling. The force of the blow was evident in the way the man's body reacted, a testament to Ijin's honed combat skills. A sharp intake of breath escaping his lips as he crumpled to the ground, papers scattering around him. The fight was far from over. Ijin continued his assault, his movements a blur of controlled aggression. He sent his opponent flying with another precise strike. The man crashing into a nearby chair, the sound of splintering would adding to the cacophony of the fight. The scene was a testament to Ijin's superior fighting prowess. Ijin, his face impassive, turned away from the fallen man. A quiet contemplation settled over him. He reflected on his actions, a hint of regret coloring his thoughts. "I guess I broke the promise that I made with the lieutenant on my first day." The man lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back in his head. A young woman, witnessing the aftermath, gasped in alarm as another man approached, clearly concerned about the situation. Ijin, a young man with short, light brown hair, stood with a stoic expression, his gaze sharp and observant. He was dressed in a crisp, light blue dress shirt and a dark tie, his appearance suggesting a recent transition into a more conventional lifestyle. Suddenly, a confrontation erupted. Ijin found himself facing a burly man in a white shirt, the man's fists clenched, ready for a fight. The scene was blurred by motion lines, indicating a swift and intense exchange. The impact of their clash sent a shockwave through the air. Ijin's superior speed and skill were evident as he effortlessly countered his opponent's attack, sending the man sprawling to the ground with a pained cry. With a swift, decisive movement, Ijin sent his opponent flying across the room. The man crashed into a nearby railing, his body crumpling in defeat. He landed hard, his form limp and lifeless, leaving him unconscious on the floor. A young woman, startled by the sudden display of violence, watched Ijin with wide eyes. He stood calmly, his expression unchanged, as if such events were commonplace. A young woman's face is shown in close-up, her eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension, her brow furrowed in worry. A single word, seemingly Korean, is visible in a speech bubble. The perspective shifts to show a pair of legs, presumably female, in a short skirt, standing on a raised platform overlooking a street scene. In the background, a young woman with dark hair and a man with gray hair are engaged in conversation outside a shop. The focus returns to a young woman with short brown hair, her expression one of startled concern. She is adjusting her school uniform, appearing slightly disheveled. The scene changes abruptly. Two men lie on the ground, seemingly unconscious or injured. A speech bubble above them contains the question, "What happened here?" Another speech bubble, from one of the men, explains, "I was only covered up for a moment." A woman, possibly a nurse or doctor, looks down at the injured men with a concerned expression. A man with short, gray hair stands behind her, his face impassive. The young woman from earlier is shown again, her face now etched with distress. Beads of sweat are visible on her forehead, and her eyes are wide with fear. The scene shifts back to the street, showing the man and woman from earlier walking away from the scene of the incident. The street appears slightly damaged, suggesting a recent disturbance. The gray-haired man approaches the young woman with short brown hair. He asks if she was surprised by what happened. She replies with a confused huh? He then offers to buy her something to eat. She politely declines, saying it's okay. A young woman with short brown hair, wearing a school uniform, looked up pensively, her expression one of quiet contemplation. Meanwhile, a young man with short gray hair, dressed in a crisp white shirt and tie, adjusted his collar, a subtle gesture betraying a hint of unease. He then spoke, his voice a gentle suggestion, "Shall we go home?" The young woman, a blush rising on her cheeks, nodded, carefully gathering her belongings. As they walked side by side, he offered her his jacket, a small act of consideration. Their quiet companionship was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a woman with a stern expression, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. WTF? The young man's internal monologue exploded in disbelief as he saw a familiar face, a face that was both similar and different from what he remembered. He questioned, a mix of confusion and dawning recognition in his tone, "Is that even the same person as before?" The young woman, seemingly unfazed by the sudden shift in atmosphere, calmly announced her departure, "I'll be going ahead." Leaving the young man and the suspicious woman alone, a silent tension hanging heavy in the air. A young woman's face filled the panel, her expression a mixture of shock and apprehension. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her eyes were wide with alarm. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a quiet residential street in Korea, the setting sun casting a warm glow on the buildings. A girl with short brown hair, her face etched with curiosity, approached a young man. "Just now," she began, her voice laced with suspicion, "were you the one who did that to those two sundaes?" The young man, his expression stoic, simply replied, "Yeah." The girl's eyes widened slightly at his blunt confirmation. The girl's internal monologue revealed her surprise, "That's unexpected. He doesn't seem like someone who would do that." The girl, taking in his words, looked thoughtful. The young man's gaze remained steady, a hint of weariness in his eyes. The girl's expression shifted to one of concern, her eyes widening again. They continued walking, the young man's stoicism contrasting with the girl's growing unease. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a school uniform, is shown in profile. Her expression is one of quiet contemplation, her gaze directed slightly upward and away. The scene shifts to a young man with short, light brown hair and a school uniform, standing beside the young woman. He looks slightly surprised, while she seems to be lost in thought. The focus shifts to the young man's face. A question mark floats above his head, indicating his uncertainty about the situation. The young man and woman walk away from each other, their expressions still uncertain. He wonders if he said something wrong. The scene changes to an exterior shot of a building at dusk. Inside a home, an older man with gray hair excitedly tells Aijin, a young man with short, light brown hair, that he will complete a task. He then urges Aijin to sit and eat some fruit. Aijin, wearing a strawberry-adorned apron, offers to do the dishes so his grandfather can sit down and rest. The grandfather looks relieved and grateful as he sits on the couch with a young girl, presumably his granddaughter. Aijin washes the dishes while his grandfather watches him from the living room, a look of quiet contentment on his face. Later, the grandfather expresses his appreciation for the meal, admitting he is not very skilled at cooking himself. Aijin, a young man with short, gray hair, stood in his kitchen, wearing a cheerful tomato-adorned apron. A subtle smile played on his lips as he watched his family from afar, his younger sister, Dayun, and his grandfather, enjoying the meal he had prepared. Dayun, savoring a bite of food, declared that it was delicious, a statement that visibly relieved Aijin. Dayun's internal monologue revealed her observation that Aijin was secretly pleased by the compliment, despite his attempt to hide it. Aijin's grandfather then asked Dayun if she enjoyed the meal, to which she readily affirmed. A slight furrow appeared on the grandfather's brow as he seemed to be lost in thought. Aijin quietly began washing the dishes, his movements precise and efficient. A subtle sound catching his attention. Dayun continued to enjoy her meal, seemingly oblivious to Aijin's sudden alertness. Aijin, back in his apron, reassured his family that everything was fine. His grandfather, relieved, expressed his gratitude. Aijin, a young man with a past shrouded in the harsh realities of mercenary life, bid his grandfather good night. The older man, his face etched with worry and relief, returned the sentiment, looking forward to seeing him again in the morning. He retired to his room, the quiet of his new home a stark contrast to the chaos he'd known for so long. He lay down on his bed, his body finally relaxing into the comfort of a peaceful night's sleep. A welcome respite after years of constant vigilance. His face, usually guarded and intense, softened in sleep, revealing a vulnerability rarely seen. The next morning, Aijin's grandfather expressed his relief at his grandson's return, his voice thick with emotion. He was simply glad to have him back. Overwhelmed with emotion, the grandfather expressed his joy at Aijin's return. He gently touched his grandson's face, a silent testament to the depth of his affection. Aijin reassured his grandfather that his current well-being was all that mattered. The simple act of being alive overshadowed any regret over lost memories. The grandfather, beaming with paternal pride, urged Aijin to eat. A hearty meal awaited, a symbol of the warmth and normalcy Aijin had longed for. He explained that he had prepared a variety of dishes, hoping to cater to Aijin's diverse tastes, a small gesture of love and care. Aijin looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. The simple act of eating a home-cooked meal, surrounded by family, filled him with a sense of peace he hadn't felt in years. A quiet contentment settling over him as he savored the moment. The weight of his past seemed to lift, replaced by a tentative hope for the future. A flashback sequence begins, the narration box simply stating, a family. The scene shifts to a blurry image of what appears to be an airplane interior, the sounds of chaos and panic implied by the onomatopoeia. The blurry image resolves slightly, showing a scene of panic within an airplane cabin. Passengers are reacting with fear and confusion. Overhead lights swing wildly as the plane violently shakes, adding to the sense of impending disaster. Amidst the chaos, a young boy, Aijin, is shown being handed a small, white object by a woman, possibly his mother, her face partially obscured. He clutches the object tightly as the plane continues its violent descent. The scene shifts to a close-up of Aijin's face, his eyes wide with fear and a mask covering his mouth and nose. A single tear escapes his eye as the impact of the crash is implied by the visual effects. The scene shifts to a blurry, fast-paced sequence showing the aftermath of the crash. The wreckage of the plane is shown amidst fire and debris, emphasizing the scale of the disaster. A fiery explosion erupted, the intense heat radiating outwards. Aijin, eyes wide with terror, looked up at the inferno above him. A searing pain shot through his chest as he gasped for air. He thrashed around on the bed, his body racked with agony. His breath hitched in his throat as he struggled to catch his breath. Aijin's eyes darted around wildly, his mind racing to make sense of the chaos. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he realized it was all a nightmare. It was just a dream. His alarm clock read 6:30 a.m. Aijin sat up in bed, still shaken from the vivid dream. Aijin, a young man with short, gray hair, awoke with a start. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The remnants of a nightmare clung to him, leaving him shaken and disoriented. He sat up in bed, his hand flying to his forehead as if to ward off the lingering images. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a cheerful expression entered the room. She was carrying a bowl, and her apron featured a cute strawberry design. "Oh, you're awake? I was just about to wake you up myself," she said, her voice light and friendly. Aijin, still slightly dazed, looked around the room. "Where's grandfather?" he asked, his voice raspy from sleep. The young woman replied, "He left for work at dawn." Aijin's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Work?" he questioned, surprised. She explained, "Yeah, he took some days off since you were coming, but he starts working again today." Aijin nodded, a hint of understanding dawning on him. "I have to go early today, so I'll go on ahead. I left last night's leftovers on the table, so eat that." He gave a small wave before leaving the kitchen. "All right, thank you," he mumbled, already heading for the door. Aijin paused, glancing back at the table laden with a hearty breakfast. A sense of peace settled over him, a stark contrast to the chaos he'd known for so long. The imposing structure of the school loomed large, a modern testament to education in the heart of the city. Inside, the hallways were a maze of numbered classrooms, each a potential battleground in the ongoing war of high school life. Two teachers discussed a new student, his arrival causing a ripple of intrigue and apprehension among the staff. One teacher confirmed that the newcomer was indeed Dayun's brother. One of the teachers, her face etched with worry, processed this information, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. Elsewhere, a scene of chaos unfolded. Chairs lay overturned, debris scattered across the floor, the aftermath of a sudden, violent incident. A concerned teacher rushed to check on a man, clearly shaken by the events that had transpired. Questioning the extent of the damage, the sheer destructive force evident in the single blow that caused such havoc. The teacher's shock and confusion were palpable as she surveyed the scene, utterly bewildered by the sudden destruction. Heejin, another teacher, arrived, her expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. She demanded an explanation, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she pressed for answers about the incident. A young woman, her face etched with apprehension, gulped nervously. Her eyes darted towards a man standing behind her, his presence radiating an intimidating aura. She was terrified simply by looking at him. However, she quickly composed herself, muttering to herself that there was nothing to worry about. The reason for her anxiety became clear. Heejin's brother was a member of the Alpha Group, a powerful clique among the third-year students. Two male students, one seemingly more relaxed than the other, were engaged in conversation on the school staircase. Suddenly, a girl was sent sprawling to the ground after being forcefully shoved. Ow, she cried out in pain. The girl, visibly upset, clutched her arm. A voice, sharp and dismissive, cut through the air. Stop overreacting, you little bitch. The speaker, a taller girl, stood over her, her expression cold and unsympathetic. Another girl watched from the stairs, her face a mixture of fear and concern. The taller girl addressed the smaller one, curtly instructing her to come with me. The smaller girl, hesitant, asked where to? The taller girl's response was dismissive and laced with sarcasm. Where, she scoffed, her expression revealing her amusement at the smaller girl's naivete. Look at little Dayun acting tough because she has a brother now. Dayun's face fell, her earlier bravado replaced by a look of shame and fear. A blonde woman, her expression sharp and unfriendly, addressed someone unseen. Shut up and follow, she commanded, her tone brooking no argument. If you don't want to get fucked up here. The scene shifted to an outdoor area near a school, showing a recycling bin overflowing with cardboard boxes. A foot, clad in a pink sandal, came down with a swift, forceful kick. The impact sending a young woman sprawling to the ground. She cried out in pain, "Ack!" The blonde woman from the previous panel appeared, confronting the fallen girl. Hey, you Dayun. What did I tell you about acting out? Dayun, still on the ground, responded defensively, what are you talking about? The blonde woman scoffed. Look at this bitch acting dumb. I'm talking about yesterday. The blonde woman continued, a calculating glint in her eyes. Your brother can fight a bit, huh? And that's why little Dayun forgets her place and opposes us. She paused, a cruel smile playing on her lips. But oh dear. Now your shitty brother's school life is gonna be tiresome too. Dayun looked up, clearly confused. What, do you mean? A young woman with blonde hair, wearing a light purple collared shirt, smiled serenely. She mused that her older brother had likely already met with the protagonist's brother. A young woman with dark hair, her eyes wide with alarm, looked upwards, a single exclamation point appearing in a thought bubble above her head. Another young woman, this one with brown hair and a school uniform, confronted the blonde-haired woman, demanding to know what she planned to do to her appa. The blonde woman responded with a sharp retort, questioning who the brown-haired girl thought she was screaming at. The blonde-haired woman shoved the brown-haired girl, who stumbled back. Her face showing the impact of the shove. And then hung her head, clearly upset. The brown-haired girl, tears streaming down her face, blamed herself for what was happening to her appa. She feared for her brother's safety. The blonde-haired woman watched the brown-haired girl's distress with a cold, calculating gaze. Two young women, one with blonde hair and the other with brown, stood in an alleyway, their expressions a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A gasp escaped the brown-haired girl's lips as she exclaimed, "What the?" The brown-haired girl attempted to flee, her small form a blur against the pale background. But a voice boomed from above, cutting short her escape. You think you can run away? Inside a brightly lit office, a young woman with brown hair and a bow tie watched from behind a glass partition as three other students nervously approached a door marked 3-2. The scene shifted to a classroom, where a group of students were whispering amongst themselves, their faces etched with worry. A male student, wearing glasses, looked particularly concerned. Two figures stood out amongst the students, a young man with reddish-brown, curly hair in an orange Adidas tracksuit, and a taller, more imposing young man with blonde hair styled to one side, wearing a crisp white shirt and tie. Three men walked down a hallway, their footsteps echoing softly. The man in the lead appeared serious and focused, while the other two trailed behind him, seemingly more relaxed. One of the trailing men was noticeably larger than the others, his build suggesting significant strength. And a bandage on his nose hinted at a recent injury. The two men stopped in the hallway, their expressions hardening as they exchanged a look. Tension filled the air. The chapter opens with a close-up of Ijinu, a young man with vibrant orange hair styled in a sharp, modern cut. His expression is serious, almost pensive, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The camera pulls back slightly, revealing Ijin's attire, a crisp white shirt layered over a dark undershirt, a subtle hint of a tattoo peeking from beneath his sleeve. A faint smirk plays on his lips. As he observes a scene unfolding in a classroom. A young woman, Dayun, bursts through the door, her voice ringing out in a cry of appa. Her face is a mixture of urgency and concern. Dayun's face is flushed, her school uniform slightly soiled. She appears distressed, her breath coming in short gasps. As she frantically searches for someone. Elsewhere in the hallway, a young man with short, gray hair, looks on with a concerned expression. He asks, Dayun? The gray-haired young man's expression shifts to one of contemplation as he takes in the scene before him. A close-up on Dayun's mouth reveals the extent of her distress, her lip is bleeding slightly. The focus shifts to Dayun's soiled uniform, highlighting the dirt and grime. The gray-haired young man's eyes narrow, his expression hardening into a mixture of concern and suspicion. Ijin observes the scene, a thought bubble revealing his internal monologue. Damn, was the sister worried for her appa? My sister just nags me for favors all the time. Ijin, a young man with vibrant orange hair, leaned back with a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed amused, almost nonchalant, as he uttered a dismissive, "Oh, please." A blonde girl, her expression a mix of concern and worry, observed the scene. She voiced her apprehension, internally musing, even I would be worried if my appa got beaten up. The camera focuses on a man's neck and shoulder, his attire suggesting a professional setting. The darkness surrounding him hints at a secretive or tense atmosphere. Then shifts to a young woman's face, her expression one of distress. A visible bruise mars her cheek, a testament to recent violence. The young woman, startled, stands in a dimly lit hallway, her shadow stretching long before her. A man, partially visible, watches her from the shadows. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, found himself in classroom 3-2. The classroom buzzed with the usual lunchtime chatter. Students interacted amongst themselves, some studying, others socializing. Suddenly, a small, white object hurtled across the room, landing with a soft thud near a startled student. Fear etched itself onto the student's face as he looked down at the object, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Two students, observing from a distance, reacted with amusement to the scene. One of them, with reddish-brown curly hair, exclaimed, "Yeah. Headshot." He continued, impressed, "Did you see that? Double body shot and a finishing headshot?" The classmate, slightly confused, complied. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, casually kicked off his slippers, a subtle hint of his past life still lingering. He effortlessly dodged an incoming attack, his movements sharp and precise, a testament to his years of training, sending his opponent sprawling with a swift kick. The impact echoed through the room as the other student recoiled in pain, his face contorted in shock. Two figures watched the scene unfold. One, a young man with fiery red hair, smirked, impressed by Ijin's skill. He commented on the effectiveness of the move. The other, a taller man with blonde hair, seemed amused, questioning the significance of such a minor victory. The red-haired youth scoffed at the blonde's assessment, arguing that a pistol shot is not the same as being hit by an AK-47, highlighting the absurdity of comparing the two. The red-haired youth, seemingly unfazed by the previous altercation, casually held up a small object, hinting at his next move, announcing his intention to use an M4, launching a swift attack. The force of the blow sent his target flying backward, the impact echoing through the room. A young woman with fiery red hair, dressed in athletic wear, looked up in confusion. Beside her stood a taller man with blonde hair, his expression hard. Elsewhere, a piece of chalk fell to the floor with a soft thud. Two male students in school uniforms were shown, one looking concerned. The red-haired woman sighed, her annoyance evident. The blonde man spoke, his voice laced with irritation. He found the actions of a certain someone bothersome and suggested a plan to deal with him. He asked his companion if she was willing to participate in their plan after school. A sly smile crept across her face. In a classroom, one of the students from earlier looked up in surprise as another student approached their desk. The approaching student seemed to be contemplating something, his expression serious. He asked if the other student was all right, his voice soft. The other student nervously reassured him. The red-haired woman and blonde man watched from a distance, their expressions amused. The blonde man's gaze lingered on the student, a hint of something else in his eyes. Ijinu sat in class, his gaze fixed on the teacher. His mind, however, was far from the lesson. A classmate approached Ijin, inquiring about his post-school plans and inviting him to hang out. Ijin politely declined, explaining that he needed to go home with his younger sister. The classmate, intrigued, asked if Ijin and his sister had transferred to the school together. Ijin confirmed that his sister was already attending the school. The classmate's curiosity was piqued, he seemed to know Ijin's sister. Upon hearing the name Yu Dayun, Ijin's classmate reacted with surprise, confirming he knew her. Ijin, slightly taken aback, responded with a simple awe. The classmate then revealed that Dayun's school life had become difficult recently. Ijin, surprised, questioned the statement. The classmate elaborated, explaining that Dayun had been popular since middle school due to her looks and academic achievements. A girl's popularity attracted the attention of many male students, but one girl, jealous of the attention, began to bully Dayun. Ijin, witnessing the scene, questioned why everyone simply watched the bullying unfold. The scene shifted to Dayun and another student in their classroom, identified as third year, class 3. Dayun's situation worsened after she and the bully ended up in the same class in high school. The bullying escalated to the point that people were surprised she was still attending school. Ijin pondered the reason behind the girl's brutal bullying, questioning if it was simply because the boy she liked was attracted to someone else. He was told that once the truth was known, it would seem insignificant. However, Ijin countered that people like the bully don't bully without a reason. The scene then shifted to Ijin's home, where his grandfather asked if he would be going to school soon. Ijin reassured his grandfather, expressing hope that he would adapt well to school life. His grandfather, still worried about his grandson's adjustment to life in Korea after living overseas for so long, inquired about Dayun's school life. Ijin sat at the dinner table with his grandfather and younger sister, Dayun. He reassured his grandfather that he always does well in school. His grandfather chuckled, relieved. The conversation then shifted to Dayun's academic achievements. She was always praised for her good manners and studiousness. Dayun, a picture of composure, delicately enjoyed her meal. Ijin, however, remained pensive, a subtle frown playing on his lips. Later, at school, Ijin helped a classmate, accidentally knocking over some items. He apologized. His classmate brushed it off, mentioning that Ijin shouldn't worry, it was a common occurrence. Ijin remained thoughtful, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the classroom. A student was kicked by another, sending him sprawling. The other students watched in shock and concern. The scene shifted to a hallway, where two figures walked past a seated man. A stocky young man with short, curly brown hair and a bandage over his nose walked down a school hallway, his hands in his pockets. He wore a white jacket over a dark green shirt and simple sandals. Two students in crisp white shirts and ties walked ahead of him, their shadows stretching long on the floor. Inside a classroom, two students, one with fiery red hair and an Adidas tracksuit, and the other with neatly styled blonde hair and a businesslike shirt and tie, observed the newcomer. "Huh, what are you guys doing in our class?" the blonde-haired student asked, his tone sharp. The red-haired student smirked, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "What am I doing? I have something to do here, that's what." The blonde-haired student's eyes narrowed. "Kim Ki-soo? What's that guy doing here?" he muttered, a hint of unease in his voice. He added under his breath, "Shit, Kim Ki-soo is the only guy I have trouble dealing with." Another student, observing from a nearby desk, whispered, "It's him." The camera focuses on the back of a student's head, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, back in the hallway, the stocky young man was confronted by two other students. "Shit, you guys got wrecked by some pathetic-looking fucker like that," one of them sneered, incredulous. The other student replied, "I told you. We got caught off guard." The red-haired student, Kim Ki-soo, adjusted his collar with a smug expression. The camera focuses on the intense gaze of another student, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Kim Ki-soo's eyes narrowed, and he called out, "Come here." A man with a smirk, his hand gesturing, is shown from the chest up. He appears to be making a point, his expression confident and slightly arrogant. A younger boy, Ijin, is startled by the sudden appearance of a tall man in a crisp white shirt and tie. The man asks, Ijin. A young woman with curly red hair observes the scene, muttering to herself, I don't know why Kim Kisu is acting like that, but that bitch is fucked. The tall man, Kim Kisu, stares intently at Ijin, a thoughtful expression on his face. He utters, you're. His gaze is unwavering as he finally recognizes Ijin, questioning, Kim Kisu? The man with the smirk from the first panel is shown again, this time in profile, his expression still smug. Kim Kisu's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed in a serious gaze. The red-haired woman and another man in a lab coat watch Kim Kisu impatiently. The red-haired woman demands, what are you waiting for? Bring that fucker. Kim Kisu is approached from behind, his attention diverted. A young woman bursts into a room, calling out, Appa. A young woman, Dayun, stood in a doorway, her face flushed and her school uniform stained with dirt. She looked distressed, muttering something unintelligible. Ijinyu, a teenager with short gray hair, stood with a taller man in what appeared to be a school hallway. The man, his face partially obscured, asked, Dayun? Dayun's mouth opened wide, a silent scream. Her soiled uniform further highlighting her distress. Ijin's eyes narrowed, a look of concern and suspicion clouding his features. Another young man with bright orange hair appeared, casually observing the scene. He smirked and commented, look, it's Heejin's errand girl. The orange-haired young man continued, expressing a mix of amusement and indifference, the sister worried for her appa? I'm fucking jealous. LMAO. A blonde girl, observing from the side, remarked, even I would be worried if my appa got beaten up. The blonde girl, addressing Ijin, asked incredulously, are you running a boot camp here? Dayun's face, shown in close-up, revealed the extent of her injuries, she was clearly bruised and battered. Ijinyu, a young man with vibrant orange hair, stood confidently amidst a group of his classmates. His attire, a dark shirt layered under a white jacket, dark pants, and simple slippers, contrasted subtly with the more formal uniforms of the other students. He exuded an air of quiet self-assurance, his hands casually in his pockets. While a young man with short, gray hair observed him from a distance. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a hint of suspicion clouding his features. A young woman with brown hair, her face etched with distress, appeared next. Tears welled in her eyes, reflecting the turmoil within. She mumbled an apology, the words, I'm sorry appa, barely audible, her voice trembling with emotion. A blonde woman, witnessing the scene, sighed and muttered to herself, what a fucking drama queen. Her tone was laced with clear annoyance. Ijin, seemingly unfazed by the outburst, remained impassive. His expression gave nothing away. The young woman's distress intensified, tears streamed down her face, her anguish palpable. Suddenly, a swift, brutal blow landed, sending the gray-haired young man sprawling to the ground. The force of the impact was evident in the way his body recoiled. The attacker's foot landed heavily on the fallen boy's chest, the sound of a muffled groan echoing the impact. Confusion and shock filled the air. Ijin, having delivered the blow, stood over his fallen opponent, his expression unchanged. The scene ended with a sense of unresolved tension. Two men stood before Ijin, their faces etched with concern. One of them reassured him, stating that he wasn't at fault, the blame rested solely on the other men involved. Ijin, however, remained impassive, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. A shadow of doubt clouded his expression. Suddenly, one of the men lunged forward, a furious expression contorting his features. He roared a curse as he attacked. Ijin reacted instantly, his movements a blur of controlled power as he effortlessly countered the attack, sending his assailant sprawling to the ground with a swift, precise kick. The other man, witnessing his companion's defeat, charged forward with a desperate yell. His attack was met with the same decisive efficiency. A brutal strike landed, sending the second attacker reeling, and leaving him incapacitated on the floor. The defeated man coughed up blood, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. A man in a white lab coat turned his back to the viewer, his shoulders slumped slightly, as if weighed down by some unseen burden. A muffled sound, like a stifled cough, echoed in the background. A sudden, sharp exclamation punctuated the silence. A man in a light blue shirt was being roughly grabbed from behind, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and surprise. Ijinyu, his face a blur of motion, launched a swift attack. He moved with a speed that defied the eye. A powerful blow connecting with his opponent's jaw, followed by a brutal kick to the abdomen that sent the man sprawling. With a swift, precise movement, Ijin delivered another powerful kick, sending his opponent flying across the room. The impact echoing through the hallway as the man crashed to the ground, defeated. A young man with fiery orange hair and a small tattoo on his neck appeared, his expression a mixture of anger and confusion. Who is this fucker? He muttered, his voice laced with suspicion. He looked down at the fallen man, his gaze lingering on the scene of the fight. Just happened here, he questioned, his tone sharp and demanding. The young man's eyes narrowed, his suspicion growing as he examined the unconscious figure on the floor. Ijinyu, a young man with fiery red hair, stood beside a taller, blonde-haired classmate. Their expressions were starkly different. Ijin's was one of wary observation, while his companion seemed almost bored. A blonde woman with sharp eyes watched them from a distance, a look of concern etched on her face. Behind her, another woman gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in alarm. The camera focused on a young girl's face, her cheek bearing a fresh, angry bruise. The blonde-haired boy from the first panel walked down a school hallway, his gaze distant and preoccupied. A close-up revealed a young man with gray hair, his expression unreadable, a question hanging in the air, time? A group of high school students, their faces etched with worry, huddled together in the school hallway. One boy, wearing glasses, looked particularly anxious, his eyes wide with apprehension. The camera focused on a man's smirking face, a complex tattoo adorning his neck. His expression was one of smug confidence. He sneered, a question hanging in the air, know a few tricks, huh? Suddenly, the scene shifted to a man on the ground, his body slumped in defeat. His Adidas sandals were visible. A young man with short, gray hair watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. A single thought bubble above his head contained only ellipses. The man on the ground was addressed with a furious outburst, you little shit. A swift kick connected, sending a shockwave across the panel. The attacker, the same man from the earlier close-up, taunted his opponent, think you can just ignore me? The gray-haired young man's eyes narrowed, a look of intense focus replacing his previous impassivity. Jinyu, a young man with neatly styled gray hair, sat with a thoughtful expression. His brow furrowed slightly as he ran a hand through his hair, lost in contemplation. His opponent, a man with fiery orange hair, watched in disbelief as Jin blocked his attack. Damn, he blocked it, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. The orange-haired man quickly shifted his focus, aiming for Jin's other side. But Jin anticipated the move. With a swift, powerful kick, he sent his attacker sprawling. The impact sent the man crashing to the ground, the force of the blow evident in the way his body crumpled. The orange-haired man, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and anger, struggled to his feet. He lunged forward, aiming a desperate blow at Jin. But Jin was faster, countering with a brutal strike that sent his opponent flying back, leaving him bleeding and defeated. The orange-haired man landed hard, groaning in pain. Fuck, he cursed, clutching his face. His eye, bloodshot and wounded, reflected the intensity of his defeat. The fight was over. Jinyu, a young man with short, neatly styled gray hair, stood tall and composed. His expression was serious, almost stoic, as he wore a crisp white shirt and a dark tie, his posture radiating an air of quiet confidence. The back of a head, with short, messy brown hair, was visible, suggesting someone had been forcefully subdued. The same stoic expression was present on Jin's face, his eyes narrowed slightly, conveying a sense of controlled intensity. Kim Kisu, a young man with vibrant orange hair, was shown from the waist up, his face marred by a bloody nose and a cut lip. His eyes were narrowed in anger and pain. Jin's leg was shown mid-kick, connecting with Kisu's face with considerable force. The impact sending Kisu sprawling to the ground. Several other figures lay unconscious around him, suggesting a swift and decisive victory for Jin. The scene shifted to a classroom, where a group of students watched in stunned silence, their expressions ranging from shock to disbelief. Two students, one with curly orange hair and the other with blonde hair, discussed the events. Even Kim Kisu got beaten, one of them stated, expressing disbelief. Two female students reacted with shock and disbelief to the news. One of the girls, with blonde hair, gasped in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood in the middle of the classroom, a question mark hanging in the air above his head. He wondered what was happening, his gaze sharp and assessing. The scene shifted to the hallway outside the classroom. A figure lay sprawled on the floor, blood staining the linoleum. Jin, his expression unchanged, stood over the fallen individual, his posture suggesting a recent confrontation. He turned and walked away, his powerful build evident even from behind. Two female students watched him go, fear etched on their faces. One of them gasped, clearly shaken by the events that had just transpired. The two girls huddled together, their expressions a mixture of shock and terror. One of them, her hair in curlers, looked utterly distraught. Jin's face was now visible, his expression unreadable, yet hinting at a simmering intensity beneath the surface. His eyes held a cold, calculating glint. His fist clenched, a silent promise of further action. The tension in the air was palpable. One of the girls, her eyes wide with fear, wondered if she would be his next target. A younger girl, addressing Jin, nervously called him Appa. The younger girl, grabbing Jin's arm, pleaded with him to stop. He looked down at her, his expression still unreadable. Jin then questioned the girl, pointing out that the ones she was protecting were the same bullies who had tormented her for so long. The girl was speechless, her eyes wide with dawning realization. A young man with short, gray hair is shown from the shoulders up, his expression unreadable. Someone asks him, weren't they bullying you just now too? The camera focuses on a young woman with brown hair, her face bruised and dirty, eyes wide with fear and distress. She looks down, her expression a mixture of shame and worry. She wonders aloud, will Appa find out about that? Her eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on her, then. She anxiously questions, is he fighting because of me again? The young man from the first panel approaches her, his expression still unreadable. She clutches his arm. A slight smile plays on her lips as she says, I'm fine, so? The young man's face is partially obscured, but a hint of concern is visible in his profile. He states, okay, let's go. I'll walk you to your class. She nods, relieved, and walks towards her classroom, passing other students. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair hurried down a hallway, a man with short, light brown hair following closely behind her, leaving a classroom of stunned students in her wake. Their whispers of disbelief filled the air as they reacted to the recent events. One student exclaimed in awe, wow, holy crap. What just happened? Did Kim Kisu's gang get beaten by the new transfer student? Another student, with fiery red hair, added, holy shit, that transfer student is fucking strong. I would have gotten fucked up if I fought him. A young boy with short brown hair and freckles watched the scene unfold, a look of stunned surprise on his face. Elsewhere, a blonde woman with long hair glared intensely, her expression one of clear annoyance. Behind her, a woman with dark hair and hair rollers looked equally perturbed. The blonde woman's anger boiled over. You morons, she shouted, the force of her words echoing through the hallway as she surveyed the scene of unconscious students sprawled across the floor. Later, the young woman with brown hair and the man with light brown hair walked together. He commented, you must be really good at fighting. I was surprised. He looked at her, questioning, what for? A young woman with brown hair, wearing a school uniform, stood pensively. Her expression was troubled, her hands clasped together. She murmured to herself, reflecting on the events of the past 2 days. A young man with short, gray hair and a business casual shirt appeared, his expression curious. He questioned her statement, his tone inquisitive. The young woman's eyes widened slightly, she responded firmly, asserting her willingness to fight. The young man listened, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The young man's thoughts drifted back to his past life, a stark contrast to his current peaceful surroundings. He reflected on the self-centered nature of the people he had encountered there. A flashback showed him, his back turned, holding a rifle amidst a fiery, chaotic scene. The image evoked the harsh realities of his past. He continued his internal monologue, noting the apathy of those around him towards the suffering of others. His thoughts shifted, recalling exceptions to this general rule. He remembered instances where even the most self-absorbed individuals showed compassion. This happened only when their families were directly involved. A young woman with short brown hair, wearing a school uniform, stared pensively ahead. Dirt smudged her cheek, a stark reminder of recent hardship. The scene shifted abruptly to a fiery landscape, a building engulfed in flames, debris scattered across the ground. The air crackled with the energy of destruction. Amidst the chaos, a fierce firefight raged. A man, his face grim, fired his rifle, the muzzle flash illuminating the scene. His target, a younger man, was desperately trying to evade the gunfire. Dodging bullets as more armed figures emerged from the smoke and shadows, closing in on their prey. The perspective shifted to a young man with short, light brown hair, his face partially obscured by a scarf. A look of grim determination hardened his features. He reflected internally, that's why I wondered. The thought hinted at a mystery, a puzzle piece falling into place. The camera angle changed, revealing a man kneeling amidst the destruction, his face obscured by shadow. He seemed defeated, broken by the events unfolding around him. A sense of despair emanating from his posture. A man with dark skin and curly hair, his face etched with anger, carried a young girl with dark hair, who was crying, clutching a stuffed rabbit. The scene was filled with a palpable sense of desperation. The young woman from the first panel spoke, her voice laced with doubt, but didn't you say you could barely remember Grandpa and me? A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a school uniform, spoke to a man with short gray hair and a crisp white shirt and tie. She admitted that while she couldn't remember much, she knew they were family. The man, his expression soft yet resolute, affirmed her statement, stating with certainty that they were indeed family. A close-up on the man's neck and tie, highlighting the detail of his attire. Then back to the young woman, her expression thoughtful and slightly uncertain. They stood in a school hallway, surrounded by other students. The atmosphere was calm, yet a subtle tension hung in the air between them. The young woman's surprise was evident as she looked at the man, her eyes wide. The man offered to walk her to class, but she pointed out that they were already there, right in front of her classroom. Smiling gently, the young woman waved goodbye and headed off to class. The man watched her go, then turned and quickly walked away. He walked with a confident stride, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The hallway of the school was quiet, the only sounds the faint hum of the fluorescent lights and the distant murmur of voices. Room numbers 3-2 and 3-3 were clearly marked on the wall. A young woman, her face illuminated by the screen of her phone, whispered excitedly to a young man engrossed in a video game. He looked up, momentarily distracted from his game. Ijinu, the former child mercenary, now a high school student, walked down the hallway. His expression was neutral, but a quiet intensity radiated from him. He was surrounded by other students, their expressions ranging from curious to apprehensive. Their hushed whispers followed him as he moved through the crowd. One student, impressed by his presence, commented on his apparent skill in a fight he'd witnessed overseas. Another student, equally impressed, added their own enthusiastic praise. Ijin, however, remained unmoved by their comments, his expression unchanged. He sat down at his desk, a sigh escaping his lips. A classmate, observing him, thought he looked cool. Ijin's expression remained stoic, his thoughts hidden behind a calm exterior. The classmate continued, adding that Ijin looked cool. A subtle smile played on Ijin's lips, a rare display of emotion. Elsewhere, a fist clenched, a sign of simmering tension. Three young men, dressed in crisp white shirts, sat slumped over their desks, their faces etched with a mixture of frustration and dejection. A fourth, slightly larger man, sat beside them, his head bowed low, his shoulders shaking slightly. From behind them, a figure with fiery red hair watched the scene unfold. A simmering anger building within him. His jaw clenched, knuckles wide as he balled his fists, a storm brewing behind his intense gaze. He was clearly seething, his thoughts focused on the events that had just transpired. A blonde woman, observing the scene from a distance, voiced her concern. She noted the intensity of his aura and fighting style, questioning how long he intended to maintain such a volatile state. The three young men, still shaken from their encounter, were being consoled by a colleague. He reassured them that they had simply been caught off guard and encouraged them not to let it happen again. Meanwhile, the blonde woman continued to press the red-haired man, questioning whether his aggressive behavior stemmed from a single altercation. She couldn't understand his continued anger. The red-haired man, clearly irritated by her persistent questioning, snapped at her to be quiet. He challenged her to confront their opponent herself if she was so eager to engage. The blonde woman, taken aback by his outburst, stared at him with a mixture of shock and defiance. Her expression shifting from annoyance to a dawning realization. She was reminded that he had been beaten by a single person, and now his anger was directed at her. The red-haired man's expression hardened, a look of disbelief and annoyance crossing his features as he questioned her understanding of the situation. The blonde woman's face crumpled, tears welling up in her eyes as the weight of her misunderstanding sunk in. A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in a white lab coat, hurried down a hallway, seemingly in a rush. Behind her, a man with reddish-brown hair and a dark shirt followed closely, his expression intense. The man slammed the door shut behind him with a loud slam. The blonde woman continued walking down a school hallway, her pace brisk. Another woman, with dark hair and a more casual outfit, trailed behind her, looking anxious. She stopped abruptly, a look of dawning recognition and anger crossing her face. You're the one, she thought, her eyes narrowed. Her thoughts continued, a bitter resentment coloring her expression. Who got completely wrecked by one person, she seethed internally. Meanwhile, two students, a boy and a girl, walked away from the scene, their backs to the viewer. The girl seemed apprehensive. The blonde woman's face was shown in close-up, a sinister smile playing on her lips. The sound of a door slamming echoed through the school hallway as three female students reacted with surprise. One of them looked particularly shocked. The blonde woman stood near the lockers, her expression cold and calculating. A young girl with brown hair, looking bruised and upset, sat at a nearby desk, observing her. The blonde woman's face was shown again, her name, Yu appearing in a text box above her head. Her expression was one of quiet determination. A young girl with short brown hair and several scrapes on her face stared intensely at something off-panel. Her expression was one of quiet determination, perhaps even defiance. A blonde woman with a condescending smirk addressed the girl, implying that she could always rely on her brother for support if things went wrong. She questioned her own assessment with a final, rhetorical query. The girl, her back turned, remained silent, her thoughts unreadable. The blonde woman's voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the silence. She accused the girl of ignoring her. A young man with short brown hair and a serious expression appeared, observing the scene. The blonde woman's internal monologue revealed her frustration. She wondered if she was now relegated to silently observing the situation. The blonde woman's face hardened, her expression turning to one of resolute anger. The blonde woman vehemently rejected the idea of passively watching. A tranquil sunset painted the sky with soft hues of orange and pink. As a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair walked through the school grounds, surrounded by a group of her peers. Her expression was one of quiet contemplation, a slight furrow in her brow hinting at underlying worry. Meanwhile, inside the school building, Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood silently, his gaze distant and troubled. He reflected on the situation, concluding that he was not at fault, others were to blame. The scene shifted to reveal several unconscious students lying on the floor, victims of a recent altercation. Ijine's expression softened slightly as a small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. He thought of his family, a sense of quiet determination settling over him. The young woman from earlier, her name is Yuna, wondered aloud if she could finally attend school without being bullied. A different group of girls, impatient and rude, urged her to hurry up, using vulgar language. One of them complained about being hungry. A blonde-haired girl, her face contorted in anger, grabbed a shorter, brown-haired girl's head. She snarled, calling the other girl a little bitch, and demanded to know who gave her the audacity to talk back. The brown-haired girl, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance, silently wondered if she was finally free from such treatment. A moment later, she found herself walking alongside a boy with short, gray hair. He seemed to be observing her with a calm, almost amused expression. The boy addressed her as Dayun, prompting a confused response from her. He questioned her distraction, wondering why she hadn't heard him. Dayun apologized profusely, explaining that she was simply bad with directions. The boy smiled gently, seemingly understanding her explanation. He suggested they stop by a store together since they were going the same way. Dayun, curious, asked why he needed to stop at the store. She explained that her grandfather got very hungry after work and preferred to have dinner ready upon his arrival. A young woman with blonde hair, Dayun, stood with her arms crossed, a smug expression on her face. Beside her, another girl with dark hair and a bun watched her with a disapproving frown. The dark-haired girl commented on Dayun's seemingly carefree attitude. The camera focused on Dayun's face, highlighting her confident smile. A voiceover, seemingly belonging to the dark-haired girl, expressed skepticism about how long Dayun could maintain this demeanor. As the scene shifted to a bustling market. A close-up showed a hand selecting a package of scallions from a display. The dark-haired girl, now seen from the front, pondered what to buy, her expression serious and thoughtful. Inside the market, the dark-haired girl navigated the aisles, her orange backpack visible. Other students were also shopping, creating a lively atmosphere. A group of students noticed a young man with gray hair, expressing surprise and curiosity about his school. The gray-haired young man, Ijin, remained calm amidst the attention, his expression unreadable. A young girl whispered her question to her friend. Another student commented on Ijin's popularity, noting that everyone talks about how cool he is. The dark-haired girl, approaching Ijin, directly asked him if he had a girlfriend in his previous place of residence. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood in a brightly lit convenience store, his expression unreadable. A faint scar was visible on his neck, a subtle reminder of his past. A girl with shoulder-length brown hair approached him, her words hanging in the air between them. He seemed surprised by her confession. She expressed her feelings, stating that she liked him more than a friend. Her words were met with a thoughtful silence from Ijin. Ijin's gaze drifted, a pensive expression settling on his face as he considered her words. He offered a small, polite smile, seemingly unfazed by her sudden confession. The girl seemed slightly taken aback by his calm demeanor. The girl, feeling a pang of guilt, reflected on his past, realizing he likely had a difficult time living alone. She regretted her forwardness. Despite her regret, she pressed on, shifting the conversation to a more personal question about his dating life. Ijin was taken aback by her question, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. The girl confessed that she doesn't have a boyfriend, her words laced with a hint of nervousness. Ijin, intrigued, questioned her. Ijin's curiosity piqued, he subtly questioned her reasoning behind her confession. The scene ends with the girl looking at him expectantly. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cityscape. A multi-story apartment building stood silhouetted against the twilight sky, its windows glowing warmly from within. Inside one of the apartments, a sleek, new Samsung Galaxy phone lay on a table. A speech bubble above it read, "This is for you, Ijin." Ijinu, a young man with short, brown hair, stared at the phone with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He murmured to himself, "This is." As his grandfather, a kind-faced older man with short, gray hair, explained that all the students have one nowadays and that he got Ijin a pretty good one. Ijin's sister, Dayun, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, chimed in, adding that it's the newest model. Ijin, still somewhat surprised, silently examined the phone. Their grandfather smiled warmly, explaining that he'd already added both his and Dayun's numbers. Dayun, expressing surprise, questioned her grandfather's actions, prompting him to explain that he always does such things for them because they keep forgetting the instructions. Dayun, smiling gently, suggested that Ijin should have simply asked them to do it for him, emphasizing how easily they could have handled it. Ijin's grandfather, a kind-faced man with silver hair, chuckled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He explained that he'd wanted to personally give Ijin something. Meanwhile, Ijin's sister, Dayun, watched with wide, curious eyes, her expression a mixture of anticipation and slight apprehension. Ijin himself remained stoic, his gaze unwavering, betraying little emotion. His grandfather continued, mentioning that while unboxing things was important these days, there was something else he needed to do. Ijin, holding a new phone, asked if it was alright to put in the numbers. His grandfather readily agreed. The grandfather explained that he bought Ijin a new phone because he needed one, and he would buy Dayun a new one too. Dayun insisted hers still worked perfectly fine. Ijin looked at his sister and grandfather, a slight frown on his face, before. A small smile touched his lips. He thanked his grandfather for the gift, promising to use it well. His grandfather smiled warmly in response. The final panel shows a new Samsung Galaxy phone in its box, sitting on a desk next to a keyboard. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, lay in bed, his arms outstretched behind his head, a cell phone resting on his chest. The room was dimly lit, casting a bluish hue over the scene. He stared intently at the phone, his expression unreadable. A close-up revealed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a modern building at night. The windows glowed with warm light, suggesting activity within. Inside, a man with short brown hair sat at a computer, his back to the viewer. A cell phone beeped on his desk. A text message appeared on the screen. Use this number from now on. You Ijin. The man, seemingly surprised, muttered, oh? It's Ijin. But I don't recognize the number. He checked the message again. His colleague, looking over his shoulder, commented, I did. Maybe he changed his phone. Aren't kids these days picky about that stuff? The first man retorted, what are you saying? I bought him the most expensive one. His colleague suggested, perhaps he didn't like that brand? The scene shifts to a brightly lit bathroom, suggesting the passage of time. Ijinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, dries his hair with a towel after showering. His expression is relaxed and almost serene, a stark contrast to the life he once led. He prepares to leave. His sister, Eugene, appears, her face a picture of mild surprise as she watches him hurry out the door. He informs her that he's running late. Eugene questions his early departure, prompting Ijin to confirm he is indeed late for something. The scene shifts to Ijine's grandfather, who is shown in the kitchen, looking pleased. A bowl of rice and a plate of food sit on the kitchen counter, steaming gently. The food looks delicious and home-cooked. Eugene is shown again, hurrying down the street. She continues her brisk walk, her pace suggesting urgency. She checks her phone, noting that she will likely be just on time. A slight smile plays on her lips as she continues on her way. The scene shifts back to the grandfather, who explains that he made soup again because he enjoyed yesterday's so much. Eugene is surprised by his early wake-up time to prepare the soup. A young woman, her brown hair neatly cut, smiled softly. She spoke, her tone gentle despite the slight rebuke, you should have just slept in. I'm fine with the leftovers. But I'm glad Grandpa seems so happy. She stood, a white sneaker barely visible as she began to walk away. Only to be violently struck from behind by an unseen assailant. The force of the blow sent her sprawling. A cry escaped her lips, Kia, as she landed hard on the ground. One of them, a figure in a red hoodie, sneered down at her, spitting out the words, watch where you're going, bitch. Fear etched itself onto the young woman's face as she looked up at the group. She whimpered, I thought my ankle was gonna break. The red-hooded figure scoffed. You run into someone and you're not even apologizing? The young woman stammered an apology, I'm sorry. The red-hooded figure cut her off with a dismissive, shut up, bitch. Ijinyu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, found himself in another unexpected confrontation. A girl, visibly distressed, sat on the floor, while Ijin stood over her, his expression unreadable. A taller girl and another individual watched from a distance, their faces grim. You think an apology is going to be enough? The taller girl demanded, her voice sharp with anger. The scene shifted abruptly. Three figures, their faces mostly obscured by masks, stood in a brightly lit hallway. One, a girl with a red cap and mask, spoke cheerfully. Hey guys, I'm feeling kinda out of it this morning. Wanna go to karaoke, she suggested, her tone light despite the tense atmosphere. Another girl, her face partially visible, looked down, seemingly embarrassed. The third figure remained silent, their posture suggesting reluctance. The girl with the red cap turned, her gaze sharp. Whoa, I'm down. Let's go scream our lungs out, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Ijin, observing from a distance, felt a sudden chill. His eyes widened as he recognized something familiar. This voice. He recognized the voice. Hee-Jin? The panel showed a sign for a karaoke practice center, coin. Inside the karaoke center, the girl with the red cap complained about her singing. I couldn't hit the high notes at all. Her companion retorted, you fucking suck at singing and dancing. The man wondered about the girl's vocal abilities. That much while singing? Don't their throats hurt? A man's face, partially obscured, registered shock and concern. His eyes widened, reflecting a sudden, unexpected event. A young woman lay sprawled on the floor, her body limp and still. Scattered around her were broken pieces of what appeared to be a shattered phone and a pen. The man rushed to her side, his voice laced with worry as he knelt beside her. Miss? Are you all right? He asked, his concern evident. The scene shifted to show a shadowy figure on a wall, seemingly the perpetrator of the incident. The woman, now shown more clearly, was Dayun, clutching her side, her face pale and marred by a small cut. She was clearly in pain. Dayun weakly replied, yes. The man, noticing her condition more closely, exclaimed, you don't look okay at all. The man, clearly flustered, fumbled with his phone. Just wait here. I'll call 911. Dayun insisted, I'm fine. Despite her protestations, a trickle of blood ran down her lip, betraying her words. She gathered her belongings and left, leaving the concerned man behind. The man called out after her, Miss. In a separate scene, a woman with short brown hair, seemingly a teacher or staff member, anxiously asked, where's Dayun? A murmur ran through the classroom as a student announced that Dayun was absent. One student, in particular, reacted with visible distress, running a hand through his hair. Another student expressed surprise, noting that Dayun would never miss school without contacting them beforehand. Later, Hee-Jin approached another student, expressing concern about Dayun's absence. The other student, however, dismissed it, claiming to have simply taught a lesson to someone who didn't know their place. Hee-Jin countered that it was still bothering them, prompting a confused response from the other student. The second student, applying makeup, questioned what Dayun's absence had to do with them. Hee-Jin nervously agreed, suggesting that it was unrelated. The second student smirked, seemingly unconvinced. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of the school building at sunset. Ijinyu is seen walking towards the school, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding inside. Ijinyu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student in Korea, navigated the crowded school hallways. His expression was stoic, betraying little emotion as he moved through the throng of students. He paused briefly, his gaze lingering on a girl with long dark hair. Before continuing his journey outside the school gates. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple. Once outside, Ijin pulled out his phone, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He checked his phone for messages. Later, in the quiet solitude of his bedroom, Ijin's phone lay on his bed, the screen illuminating the room with the glow of an incoming call from someone named Yu Dayun. He answered the call, the screen displaying the word OPPA, indicating an affectionate term of address. Ijinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood silently in the hallway, his expression unreadable. He had just returned home after 10 years as a child mercenary, a past that still clung to him like a shadow. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he arrived, the relief of finally being home washing over him. A stark contrast to the harsh realities he'd faced abroad. He adjusted his school uniform, a subtle reminder of his new life. He paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. The quiet of his home felt unfamiliar, almost unsettling. A soft knock echoed through the hallway. Eugene turned, his hand instinctively reaching for the doorknob. His senses instantly alert, a reflex honed over years of constant vigilance. The door opened to reveal his younger sister, Da-yoon. "Oh, Appa, you're back," she exclaimed, surprised but relieved. Eugene replied, "So you were home already? Were you waiting for me?" Da-yoon explained, "Yeah, I still don't know the area very well, and you weren't picking up your phone either." Eugene's gaze softened slightly as he listened to his sister's voice, a familiar comfort in the midst of his adjustment to civilian life. He then asked Da-yoon to open the door for a moment. Eugene, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, felt a sudden wave of nausea. He explained to someone off-panel that he wasn't feeling well and was lying down. Concerned, the other person asked if he was feeling that bad. Eugene, his face drawn and pale, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The other person offered reassurance, telling Eugene to let them know if he needed anything. Eugene mumbled an acknowledgement. As the other person left, Eugene thought to himself that he should buy some medicine, just in case. He stood up, a slight dizziness evident in his posture. His worn sneakers, stained with dirt and blood, were visible on the floor. Later, Eugene is seen walking, his face still pale and his expression troubled. His gaze is downcast, suggesting contemplation or worry. The same bloodstained sneakers are shown again, emphasizing his recent exertion and perhaps hinting at a hidden injury or struggle. The scene opens on a dimly lit room, the only light source emanating from a doorway, revealing a first aid kit lying on the floor next to a bed, suggesting a recent injury. A young woman with brown hair lies in bed, a bandage on her face. A young man with gray hair sits beside her, tending to her wounds. A little, she murmurs, indicating the extent of her pain. He replies, "You should have been more careful." She laughs lightly, "I know, right? Better to just get hit." The young man looks concerned, his gaze lingering on her injuries. He asks, "Are you sure you don't have to go to the hospital?" The young woman's expression hardens. Her eyes show a determined glint. "Yeah, I'm okay," she replies firmly. "If I go to the hospital, they're gonna find out I didn't fall down the stairs." The scene opens on a sign reading "Principal's Office." Inside, a blonde girl with her hair in a ponytail confronts another student, her expression a mixture of annoyance and suspicion. "So what does this have to do with me?" she demands. The second girl, with brown hair and a bandage on her face, replies defensively, "Why are you asking me about her getting beat up?" The blonde girl's eyes narrow. "It was you," she accuses, but the brown-haired girl denies it. "No, it wasn't." The brown-haired girl insists, "You wore a hat and a mask, but it was definitely you." Her accuser retorts, "Your voice, the way you talk, and you bully me all the time." The brown-haired girl sighs, "So you're saying, you didn't really see me and you're just making assumptions? Just because we don't get along?" In a separate scene, a principal-looking man asks a woman, "Da-yoon, did you see your attacker's face?" A sharply dressed man, his face contorted in anger, demanded, "What are you trying to pull here?" His outburst was directed at a woman, her voice sharp and accusatory as she retorted, "You called the police with no evidence, and you're treating my daughter like some criminal?" The woman continued her tirade, her anger escalating. A calmer man in a suit attempted to interject, "Calm down, Mississippi." But she was not to be appeased, snapping back, "Do you expect me to be calm at a time like this?" The scene shifted to a young woman with a distressed expression, a single word echoing her inner turmoil, "Why?" The young woman's question hung in the air, unanswered. Two police officers, their faces etched with doubt, were shown in a separate panel. Their unspoken thoughts mirrored hers, it was definitely Eugene. Why won't they believe me? The angry woman, still fuming, pointed at the young woman and demanded, "You apologize to my daughter right now. You think you're getting away with this?" The young woman, her face pale, insisted, it was really Eugene. The mother, unimpressed, scoffed, "Oh dear, such terrible manners." She then declared, "This won't do. I need to speak to your parents. Call your parents." The young woman, alone, stood silently, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance. The final panel showed her face, the fear more pronounced, her eyes wide with apprehension. A young girl, Da-yoon, her face streaked with tears, sat alone. A bandage covered a wound on her cheek, a stark contrast to the innocence in her wide, tear-filled eyes. Elsewhere, two women conversed. One, with a sharp, knowing smile, seemed to be in charge. The other woman's face was obscured, her expression unreadable. Eugene, his hands bandaged, sat on a bed. He confessed, "I don't have any evidence this time either, and more than anything else, Grandpa will be shocked." The scene shifted to Da-yoon again. The question, Da-yoon, hung in the air, followed by her pained gasp, "Ah." Eugene gently touched Da-yoon's face, his concern evident. He asked, "Are you okay?" Da-yoon replied weakly, "Yeah, I'm fine." Eugene examined Da-yoon's injuries. He explained, "Thankfully, it doesn't seem like your bones are fractured or broken." Da-yoon simply responded, "Okay." Da-yoon checked her bandages. She commented, "MMM. It's perfect." Eugene asked, "Yeah? It's not too tight?" Da-yoon revealed, he has a heart problem. Da-yoon explained, "Yeah. He takes medication every day. I'll talk to grandfather. You should get some rest." Eugene, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood in his family's home, his back to the viewer. A subtle tension hung in the air, hinting at the unspoken burdens he carried. He turned, revealing a serious expression. His sister, Yuna, lay injured in bed, a small amount of blood staining her shirt. The scene spoke volumes of a recent struggle. Despite her injuries, a faint smile played on Yuna's lips. A small gesture of gratitude amidst the chaos. She whispered a quiet thanks. Eugene's expression softened slightly, a hint of relief in his eyes. He seemed to be considering something. Yuna, her face partially obscured, thought to herself that it was the right decision not to tell her brother, Appa, about the incident. There was nothing students like them could do. Eugene, however, seemed to sense something was amiss. He looked down at his sister's feet, a subtle shift in his demeanor. His gaze lingered on a pair of worn sneakers, a detail that seemed to trigger a sudden change in his expression. As realization dawned on him, the camera focuses on a neon sign outside a club called Club Wolf, hinting at the nightlife and potential trouble spots in Ijean's new environment. Inside a dimly lit bar, two individuals are engaged in conversation. The woman remarks that the entire school is aware of the events from the previous day. A man with vibrant red hair and tattoos, listening to the conversation, adds that even a group of them was defeated by a single person. The red-haired man, along with several others, sits at a table in the bar, drinking and discussing the recent events. Another man, addressing the red-haired man, questions whether they will simply ignore what happened. The red-haired man responds that they underestimated their opponent and were unprepared, but that a more cautious approach would change the outcome. One of the men at the table suggests that if they work together, they could easily overpower their opponent. However, the red-haired man remains unconvinced, stating that while there is something off about their opponent, he cannot simply ignore the situation. The red-haired man slams his drink on the table, conceding that his companions are right. He declares that they are not simply martial artists who fight one-on-one, implying a more strategic and ruthless approach to their next encounter. Two men, their faces partially obscured by shadow, exchanged knowing glances. A subtle smirk played on the lips of the taller one, while his companion offered a more sinister, silent grin. The taller man spoke, his words a low murmur of intent. They would secure their target the following day. A cell phone lay on a table, its screen illuminating the name Bitch Sister as an incoming call was displayed. A young man with vibrant red hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, answered the call. What? He asked, his tone sharp and impatient. His sister's voice cut through the air, demanding to know his whereabouts. He retorted curtly, telling her to get to the point. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. He revealed that he had dealt with their troublesome sister, Dayun. A self-satisfied grin spread across his face as he ended the call. The call ended. The red-haired man received a curt, approving comment from his unseen companion. His companion praised his work, stating that they had been planning something more serious. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a dimly lit bar, his friend, a young man with curly hair, looking on with a puzzled expression as Ijin spoke on his phone. Meanwhile, a young man with short, lilac hair, walked purposefully into the Bloom unit, a high-end establishment. His expression was serious, his gaze unwavering as he moved through the stylish interior. The young man with red hair scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke into his phone. That bitch came all the way here? The lilac-haired young man entered a different area of the Bloom unit, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed his surroundings. He muttered to himself, what's going on? The camera angle shifted to show the red-haired young man's back, his attention drawn to something at the bar. His eyes widened slightly, a mixture of surprise and amusement in his expression. He muttered, well, fuck. He continued, a predatory gleam in his eyes, I actually wanted to have a revenge match with you anyway. A sudden, violent motion erupted as the lilac-haired young man launched a swift attack. The red-haired young man was sent flying backward, the force of the blow evident in the motion lines and dust particles. A burly man, his face contorted in a snarl, lunged forward, roaring a battle cry as he unleashed a fierce punch. But his attack was met with a swift counter. A blur of motion, a sharp crack, and the man was sent sprawling, his body crumpling to the ground. The attacker's jacket rippled as he was thrown back with immense force. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bar, two young men faced off, tension palpable in the air. One, with vibrant red hair, glared at his opponent, a shorter man with a furious expression. The red-haired youth stood defiantly, his anger simmering. A desperate shout cut through the chaos, shit, everyone attack at once. Two figures collapsed to the floor, the aftermath of a brutal confrontation. A heavy foot descended, poised to strike. A powerful kick connected, sending a shockwave through the air. Leaving the victim sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing an unexpected challenge. A burly man with pink hair lunged at him, his attack swift and brutal. Grappling him by the throat. Ijin's face contorted in pain as he struggled for breath. The attacker's grip tightening with each passing moment. The situation seemed dire, the outcome uncertain. But then, with a sudden burst of speed and precision, Ijin countered, sending his assailant flying backwards. A look of cold determination settled on Ijin's face as he prepared for whatever came next. Charging at Ijin once more. This time, however, Ijin was ready. Meeting the attack with a swift and decisive counterattack. The force of the blow sent the man reeling. Another opponent, wielding a bottle, joined the fray. Ijin's eyes narrowed, his focus unwavering. Preparing to face this new threat head-on. The fight was far from over. A dark-haired man lunged forward, his fist a blur of motion. But Ijinu, his pink hair a stark contrast against his blue jacket, effortlessly dodged the blow. Countering with a swift strike that sent his attacker reeling. Ijin grabbed the man's wrist with surprising strength. And with a sharp twist, he dislocated the man's arm, sending him sprawling to the ground. Another man charged at Ijin, but he was already anticipating the attack. Ijin met the oncoming assault with a powerful kick. And crashing into a nearby wall. The man coughed, clutching his ribs in pain as Ijin approached. A third attacker appeared, but before he could react, Ijin unleashed a devastating blow, sending him sprawling. Ijinu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected altercation. He moved with practiced efficiency, his movements a blur of calculated strikes. A swift kick connecting with his opponent's jaw with bone-jarring force. The impact sent the man sprawling, his face a mask of pain and surprise. Standing over his fallen foe, Ijin exuded an aura of quiet intensity. His expression was unreadable, betraying nothing of the brutal efficiency he had just displayed. Nearby, another young man watched with a mixture of fear and apprehension. This second young man, with vibrant red hair and a noticeable neck tattoo, seemed particularly unnerved by the display of skill. The scene shifted to a nearby table where a young woman, presumably Ijin's sister, stared at her phone in disbelief. Her brother's sudden, violent outburst had left her speechless. What the fuck, she muttered, her voice barely a whisper. Her question hung in the air, unanswered, as her attention turned to Ijin. Appa. What's going on, she asked, her voice laced with a mixture of concern and confusion. The red-haired young man, still shaken, voiced his own confusion. Just who the hell is this guy? He wondered aloud, his gaze fixed on Ijin. Ijin, seemingly unfazed by the attention, calmly revealed his identity, Kim Kisu. The red-haired young man's eyes widened in recognition, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning understanding. He seemed to realize the implications of Ijin's name. Ijin, his face hardening, delivered a final warning, don't mess with my sister. A notice appeared, requesting Korean translators to join their team. Readers were invited to contact them through email or Discord for any questions or to receive instant notifications about the series. Even with their combined efforts, the group found themselves struggling against their opponent. Frustration etched itself onto the face of the red-haired young man as he realized their attack was failing. Their adversary, anticipating their move, had set a trap to hinder their escape. He then launched a surprise attack, turning the tables on his opponents. Seizing the opportunity, he skillfully used his surroundings to his advantage, leaving his opponents stunned and questioning their chances of victory. The red-haired young man, clearly agitated, voiced his concern to his pink-haired companion, wondering how they could possibly defeat such a formidable opponent. He also wondered about his sister's actions. The red-haired young man, a smirk playing on his lips, called out to someone, seemingly anticipating their arrival. As the pink-haired young man demanded an explanation for the unfolding events, a swift and powerful attack suddenly erupted from the newcomer. A sudden, unexpected blow that left the red-haired young man reeling. Ijin, a seasoned child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself facing an unexpected challenge. A confrontation loomed, the air thick with tension as he stood before a burly opponent. The larger boy lunged, aiming a blow that would have felled a lesser man. But Ijin was no ordinary teenager. He effortlessly dodged the attack, his movements precise and deadly. With a swift counterstrike, he sent his attacker reeling back, the force of the blow evident in the stunned expression on the bully's face. The bully, clearly surprised by Ijin's unexpected skill, gritted his teeth, his anger fueling a renewed assault. He roared, "You little..." A devastating blow that sent the bully sprawling to the ground, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. Ijin, however, was not unscathed. He winced as he felt a sharp pain, a stinging blow to his ribs. He retaliated swiftly. But the bully, despite his injuries, remained defiant. He was not ready to give up. The fight concluded with Ijin standing victorious, though bruised and battered. His opponent, defeated but still seething with rage, muttered, "This bitch." Ijin, a teenager with a past shrouded in the harsh realities of mercenary life, stood unfazed amidst a chaotic scene. His opponent, breathing heavily, could only stare in disbelief. He questioned the necessity of Ijin's actions, wondering if it was truly necessary to resort to such violence against someone weaker. With a swift, brutal movement, Ijin shattered the weapon aimed at him, the fragments scattering across the floor as he unleashed a furious retort. His attacker, enraged, lunged forward, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Ijin met his assault with a cold, unwavering gaze, his expression betraying none of the turmoil of the fight. In a blur of motion, Ijin countered, his strike precise and devastating, sending a shockwave through his opponent's arm. The impact shattered a nearby bottle, the shards raining down as Ijin delivered a swift blow, leaving his opponent reeling on the ground. Ijin's calm demeanor remained unchanged, a stark contrast to the violence he had just unleashed. Ijin, a seasoned mercenary returning to a normal life, found himself in an unexpected confrontation. A young man with fiery red hair lunged at him, his attack fierce and uncontrolled. But Ijin effortlessly countered, his movements precise and deadly. He swiftly disarmed and subdued his opponent with practiced ease, leaving the attacker gasping for breath, his face contorted in pain. Blood trickled from a fresh wound on his lip, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he struggled to speak. "Shit," he cursed, his voice strained with pain and defeat. Ijin, his expression cold and calculating, loomed over the defeated youth. He had clearly underestimated his opponent's strength. And the young man's desperate plea of "shit" only served to underscore his helplessness. The scene was a stark reminder of Ijin's past life as a mercenary. Ijin delivers a final warning, his gaze intense and unwavering. He makes it clear that he will not tolerate any mistreatment of his sister. A young man with short, reddish-brown hair lay on the floor, his face bloodied and contorted in pain. Above him, a taller man with silver hair loomed, his expression cold and menacing. "Because I'll also come after you if your sister bothers my sister. And when I find you." The silver-haired man continued, his voice dripping with barely contained rage. The reddish-brown-haired man gasped for air, his body racked with pain. I can't breathe." His desperate plea for help was lost in the suffocating darkness as he struggled for each breath. But a steely determination hardened the reddish-brown-haired man's features. "It won't end like this." A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he gritted his teeth, blood welling up from a fresh wound on his lip. His eyes burned with defiance. A sudden, sharp cough escaping the injured man's lips. Kook. Cough. A series of ragged coughs racking his body. The scene ended with the injured man gasping for air. Ijin stood amidst the aftermath of a swift, brutal confrontation, his expression unreadable. Several figures lay unconscious on the floor around him, casualties of his efficient, almost effortless takedown. He walked calmly into the Boon Club, a popular nightlife spot, his movements deliberate and purposeful. The club's interior buzzed with activity, patrons milled about, oblivious to the recent violence he had just dispensed. Meanwhile, outside the club, two young women, seemingly students, walked along the street, their conversation focused on a recent phone call. One of them, blonde-haired, voiced her concern. "Why did he suddenly turn off the call? It makes me all worried for no reason." Suddenly, the blonde girl gasped, "Ah." A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Ijin, his face partially obscured by the shadows, heading towards the club. The two girls reacted with surprise as they recognized him. Two female students watched from behind as a young man walked past them, his presence causing one of them to anxiously wonder what she should do. One of the girls, Dayun, vehemently insisted there was no evidence that she had hit Dayun, warning the approaching figure not to come any closer. Ijin, a young man with short gray hair, observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. Dayun's face was contorted in a mixture of anger and fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, Dayun tripped, falling to the ground with a cry of surprise. Another student looked on in shock. Dayun sat on the ground, visibly shaken and clutching her arm. Ijin watched her from afar, his expression still impassive. Ijin received a call from his grandfather, responding with a simple yes, grandfather. He assured his grandfather that he would be right there. A young woman with blonde hair flinched, her body tense as a hand reached out to support her. She was being escorted down a brightly lit hallway, away from a man who walked away from them. Her expression hardened, a fierce determination settling in her eyes. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, several young men lay unconscious on the floor, scattered around a table. The blonde woman looked down at the scene, a question forming on her lips, what happened? Another young woman, with short purple hair, approached, her voice laced with concern, did that guy beat you up again? The blonde woman's eyes widened, a look of dawning horror spreading across her face. Mess. She continued, her voice strained, I can't deal with that guy's sister anymore. The purple-haired girl looked confused, what are you saying all of a sudden? The blonde woman glared, a defiant smirk playing on her lips. You're scared of that guy now, huh? Ijin, his head bowed low, stood before a girl with blonde hair, a crimson backpack slung over her shoulder. He remained silent, his posture conveying a mixture of guilt and defiance, as the girl pressed him, just answer me. He mumbled a protest, no. Why should I, his voice barely a whisper, as the girl's name echoed in his mind, Kim Hee-jin. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and anger, blood staining his shirt. The raw emotion in his eyes spoke volumes. The blonde girl's eyes widened in alarm, her fear palpable as she witnessed Ijin's outburst. Ijin's face, a mask of fury, loomed closer, his voice a low growl, if you. He delivered a chilling threat, lay your hands on his sister, I'm going to beat you instead. His words hung heavy in the air, punctuated by a sharp, got it? The blonde girl, tears welling in her eyes, could only stare in speechless terror, a younger girl standing behind her, equally frightened. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ijin's older brother, Ui-sung, walked down a dimly lit street, his expression thoughtful. He paused, a figure approaching from behind. The scene ends with a close-up of a streetlight, its warm glow illuminating the night. Ijin sat on a park bench beside his grandfather, the older man looking weary. He apologized for interrupting his evening. His grandfather simply replied that it was no problem. Ijin revealed that his sister, Dayun, had been hurt and that he had bought her medicine. He explained that Dayun claimed to have fallen down the stairs, but he doubted her story, adding that she was badly hurt but refused to go to the hospital. The grandfather's expression turned pensive. He reflected on the challenges of raising Dayun alone, admitting that he had been too busy to be by her side as much as he should have been. Ijin reassured his grandfather that Dayun was incredibly grateful for everything he had done for her. Looking back, the grandfather realized how much more Dayun had done for him, especially after he lost everything in an accident. Dayun had been his support through that difficult time. He expressed his heartache over Dayun's injury and her unwillingness to explain how it happened. Ijin, a young man with short, gray hair, sat on a park bench beside an older man. The older man spoke, observing that as children grow, they tend to talk less to their parents. He continued, prompting Ijin to share his thoughts on the matter. Ijin, despite not having been back home long, knew one thing immediately. That he loved his sister, Dayun, very much. His grandfather then revealed that Dayun loved him just as much. The grandfather's face softened with a gentle smile. Ijin smiled, a calm and reassuring expression on his face. He reassured his grandfather, stating that he would look after Dayun at school, so there was no need to worry. The grandfather, his face showing relief and affection, simply said Ijin's name. A warm smile spread across his face as he looked at his grandson. Two elderly men sat on a park bench, their backs to the viewer, overlooking a glittering cityscape at night. One expressed his happiness at the other's arrival. The camera focuses on the exterior of a building, its sign reading Hwajong General Hospital in Korean. Inside, a young man with vibrant orange hair, a bandage over his nose, and a neck brace lies in a hospital bed. His expression is one of simmering intensity. A woman and a man, presumably his parents, stand beside him. The woman looks concerned, while the man wears a stern expression. He begins to speak, expressing his concern over the trouble their son constantly finds himself in. Eventually, the mother sharply retorts, questioning whether this is all the father has to say after seeing their son in such a state. She vehemently argues that this is not her son's fault, but rather the fault of whoever injured him. She points out the injured arm of another person, presumably his sister, Hee-jin, further emphasizing her anger and frustration. The father sighs, telling his son to simply stay and recover. The son quietly agrees, okay. The mother, however, vows that the person who harmed her son will face consequences. The injured son looks away, a quiet intensity in his gaze. Hee-jin, Ijin-yu's older sister, sat on the couch, her arm in a sling. Her expression was one of disbelief and anger as she confronted her younger brother. Hee-jin, are you insane? Why did you tell our parents? Ijin, nursing a bandaged nose, felt the weight of his sister's accusation. He thought to himself, it looks like I snitched on my parents after getting beaten up. It's humiliating. Then what am I supposed to say? How am I supposed to keep my arm and your hospital admission a secret? His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his features. Hee-jin's gaze dropped to her injured arm. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Your arm, did he do that to you? A flashback showed a man kicking Hee-jin, sending her sprawling. Hee-jin smirked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Hee-jin addressed Ijin, a steely resolve in her voice. You just take it easy in here. We'll show that guy. Just who he decided to mess with. Ijin remained silent, his expression unreadable, a hint of a plan forming behind his eyes. Meanwhile, Ijin's parents walked down a hospital corridor, their faces etched with worry. Their father stopped, turning to look back at Ijin's retreating figure. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with concern, did you? Moreover, why make such a big deal out of it? A woman, her face etched with impatience, scoffed. Just leave it to the school, she declared, adding with a dismissive wave, today is Saturday, and I can't wait until Monday. She continued, her tone sharp, just leaving that guy's punishment with the school? Worst it will only be an expulsion? A man beside her, his expression grim, responded, I can pretty much tell. He's the one that's been cleaning up after you all these years. The man's gaze hardened. A single word escaped his lips, the chief is. A young woman with blonde hair, her arm in a sling, smirked. That scary guy I see sometimes, right? That transfer student is going to get his ass kicked. A lighter flickered to life, its flame a small beacon in the darkness, illuminating a man in a suit, standing by a sleek black car in a dimly lit industrial area. He muttered to himself, fuck, this is humiliating. Getting involved in some childish fights. Two figures approached him. He warned them, hey, stop it. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's waist and legs, clad in dark trousers and a leather jacket. His hands are casually tucked into his pockets, suggesting a relaxed yet watchful demeanor. The camera then pans up to reveal a man's face, etched with weariness and a hint of cynicism. A cigarette dangles from his lips, adding to his world-weary appearance. He is clearly contemplating something serious, his expression a mixture of contemplation and grim determination. He begins to speak, his words laced with a hint of impatience, so you're saying? He asks, his tone sharp and questioning, you want me to take care of the guy who hit your children? The man on the phone responds, his voice strained with exhaustion and barely contained anger, please take care of this yourself. The man continues, explaining the severity of the situation, one of them broke her wrist and the other was hospitalized. He pauses, letting the gravity of the situation sink in before pressing further. He demands, his voice laced with barely controlled fury, will you just let this guy walk around unharmed? The man stares out the car window, a puff of smoke rising from his cigarette as he lets out a frustrated sigh. His face is obscured, but his posture speaks volumes of his simmering anger and helplessness. The scene shifts to Ijinu, sitting at his computer, his expression thoughtful and somewhat troubled. He appears to be contemplating something serious, his arms crossed and his gaze fixed on the screen. A close-up on Ijin's face reveals a look of quiet contemplation, his expression unreadable. His thoughts are his own, a private world of reflection and concern. A young man with a tattoo on his neck looked down, his expression unreadable. Below him, a young woman with blonde hair sat huddled on the floor, eyes wide with fear and distress, her hands clasped tightly together. He wondered, with a hint of apprehension, if this was truly the end. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood in his home, his expression hardening as he questioned the two unexpected visitors. One of the visitors, a stern-looking man in a suit, explained that their only goal was to speak with Ijin. Despite the late hour, Ijin's father and sister looked on with concern as the situation unfolded. The tension escalated as the men pressed their case, their presence unsettling Ijin's family. But Ijin, remaining calm, assured them he would be right back. Ijin's sister called out to him, using the affectionate term Appa. Ijin reassured his family, calmly stating that the men were simply acquaintances. An elderly man's face, etched with worry, filled the panel. His eyes, wide with apprehension, reflected a deep unease. A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple. The scene shifted to a nighttime cityscape, dominated by the skeletal frame of a building under construction, a lone crane silhouetted against the twilight sky. The atmosphere was heavy with an unspoken tension. Three men in dark suits stood in a dimly lit hallway, their expressions grim and determined. One, in the center, had short, gray hair, the others flanked him, their faces hardened with a sense of purpose. They exuded an aura of quiet menace. Ijinu, the young mercenary, was shown in close-up. His expression was one of guarded curiosity, his eyes narrowed in thought. He wondered, who are they? The scene shifted again, showing a dimly lit alleyway. A car sat parked nearby. His thoughts continued, why did they come looking for me? The question hung heavy in the air. In the distance, three figures approached a man in a suit, reporting, boss, we brought him. The man in the suit, the apparent boss, was shown in close-up. He was lighting a cigarette, his expression calm but calculating. He seemed to be assessing the situation. He spoke, his words a low murmur, this guy must have caught on. He followed us quietly without making a fuss. The boss's three subordinates were shown again, their faces grim. The boss continued, yeah? Then let's get this over and done with. The final panel showed a close-up of a sword, its blade gleaming ominously. The implication was clear, Ijin was prepared for a confrontation. Ijin found himself cornered, two burly men flanking him, one brandishing a baseball bat menacingly. A palpable tension filled the air. Meanwhile, a third man, seemingly their leader, calmly made a phone call, a detached expression on his face. He reported that the situation was under control. The leader instructed his men to make the encounter swift, though acknowledging it would be painful for Ijin. He emphasized the need to restrain him properly. The leader's tone shifted as he questioned Ijin, his voice laced with anger. He demanded to know why Ijin had interfered with his kids. Ijin remained impassive, his expression giving nothing away. His silence was a stark contrast to the volatile situation. The leader's phone displayed a recent call log, revealing the reason for the confrontation. The incident involved someone named Kisu. The leader muttered to himself, annoyed by the unnecessary complications arising from Ijin's youth. He felt they were making a bigger deal out of it than necessary. His frustration was evident in his clenched jaw and narrowed eyes. He was clearly simmering with barely contained rage. Meanwhile, one of the thugs observed Ijin's unnerving composure, questioning his lack of fear. The thug noted Ijin's complete lack of visible fear or emotion, highlighting his unusual resilience in the face of danger. Ijinu, a teenager with a hidden past as a child mercenary, found himself facing off against a burly man in a dark alley. The man, radiating menace, lunged forward, but Ijin met his attack with a swift counter, a faint blue energy sparking between their clashing fists. A blur of motion as Ijin expertly deflected the man's blows, his movements precise and deadly, sending the man sprawling with a powerful strike that sent him crashing to the ground. The man, enraged, roared, "You little shit," as he struggled to his feet. He grabbed a baseball bat, his eyes blazing with fury, swinging it with all his might at Ijin, who barely managed to dodge the blow. The man bellowed, "Who do you think you are?" Another man watched from a distance, his expression a mixture of concern and disbelief as he saw Ijin facing a swinging bat. He muttered to himself, "He's going in against a swinging bat?" Leaving the attacker stunned and defeated. Ijinu, a teenager with a hidden past as a child mercenary, found himself in a sudden altercation. He moved with practiced ease, his body a coiled spring of controlled aggression. His movements a blur as he expertly countered his opponent's attack, landing a swift and decisive blow that sent his attacker reeling. The impact echoed through the dimly lit alleyway as the man crashed to the ground, his body crumpling under the force of the blow. A sharp crack punctuating the sudden silence. Observing his fallen opponent, a smirk played on Ijin's lips. He recognized the precision of his own movements, these were not the actions of an amateur. The thought, "are from someone who has been properly trained," echoed in his mind. Another attacker approached, but Ijin was ready. He moved with lethal efficiency, his movements a blur of motion as he subdued his opponent. "I got him," he thought, a grim satisfaction settling over him. The defeated man snarled, "You're going down, you fucking asshole." Ijin, however, remained unfazed. His expression was calm, almost bored, as he prepared for the next attack. With a swift, brutal movement, Ijin delivered another crushing blow, ending the confrontation. Ijin, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with surprising speed and precision. His movements were economical, each strike calculated to maximize impact. He landed a powerful blow against his opponent, sending the man reeling. A swift kick connecting with the man's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. The onlookers watched, stunned by the display of skill. One of them muttered to himself, noting Ijin's impressive combat experience. The man Ijin had just defeated, his face partially obscured, stared at the ground, his expression unreadable. He then looked up, his gaze settling on Ijin. "You aren't a normal high schooler." The defeated man sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. "Psyched to think I'd fight with a high schooler at this age." Ijin, seemingly unfazed by the man's surprise, simply stood there, his expression calm and collected. He added, "Too." The man turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the quiet space. But before he could get far, Ijin launched a sudden attack. A lightning-fast punch aimed directly at the man's jaw. The impact was brutal. The man, caught completely off guard, was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Ijin's superior combat skills were on full display, leaving his opponent no chance to react. The fight was over. Ijin's steely gaze narrowed, his expression betraying a hint of grim determination. As he swiftly brought his arm up, his movements precise and deadly. A blur of motion preceding a powerful strike that sent his opponent reeling. Ijin, despite the ferocity of his attack, maintained a calm demeanor as he watched his opponent stumble. His eyes tracking the man's every move, anticipating his next action. A calculated counterattack already forming in his mind as he prepared to exploit the opening. With a swift, precise movement, Ijin countered his opponent's attack, leaving the man momentarily stunned and vulnerable. A smirk playing on the attacker's lips as he questioned Ijin's capabilities. Ijin, however, remained unfazed, his expression hardening as he pondered the attacker's words. A chilling realization washed over him. Ijin, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood before a burly man, his expression grim. He had just landed a blow, but the man, clearly surprised by the teenager's unexpected skill, demanded to know his identity. Ijin's eyes narrowed, a hint of his past life flickering in their depths. Ijin's simple reply, "a high schooler," only fueled the man's disbelief. He couldn't comprehend the level of skill Ijin possessed. The man's thoughts turned to Ijin's fighting style. He noted the precision and calculated nature of Ijin's attacks, remarking on the immense skill and experience required to anticipate and block every incoming blow. This was no ordinary street thug. Yet, Ijin performed these maneuvers with an almost casual ease, baffling his opponent. The man's surprise turned to anger as he saw Ijin assume a fighting stance. A predatory grin spread across the man's face as he prepared for a counterattack. His confidence was restored, but he underestimated Ijin's capabilities. The man lunged forward, but Ijin was ready. He effortlessly parried the attack. And the ensuing exchange was a blur of motion. The man questioned if Ijin was truly just a high schooler. With a swift, decisive blow, Ijin landed a powerful punch, sending his opponent reeling. The fight was over. A fist, scarred and powerful, shot forward, a blur of motion against a backdrop of crimson. The impact was immediate. Ijin, a teenager with short, gray hair, met the force head-on, his own fist colliding with his opponent's. A shockwave of energy rippled outwards as the two forces clashed. A voice, filled with grim recognition, cut through the air. "This fucker, is he?" Ijin countered with a swift, brutal uppercut, sending his opponent reeling backward. The man, surprised by the unexpected counter, muttered to himself, "Trying to block and counter my attacks rather than avoid them?" His eyes narrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. He roared, "Against me?" Ijin braced himself, anticipating the next attack. A powerful blow landed, sending him flying back. Ijin, however, landed smoothly, a smirk playing on his lips. Ijin, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, effortlessly dodged an incoming blow, his movements precise and deadly, countering with a swift, brutal strike that sent his opponent reeling. A blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating flurry of blows, each impact echoing with the force of a sledgehammer, sending his adversary sprawling to the ground, defeated. He delivered a final, decisive blow, leaving his opponent dazed and disoriented. The mercenary, his face impassive, stood over his fallen foe, his movements economical and efficient. A trickle of blood escaped the man's lips as he lay defeated, his eyes wide with disbelief. The defeated man's disbelief turned to shock as he stared up at Ijin, his mind struggling to process the reality of his defeat. No way. Ijin, however, remained unmoved by his opponent's shock. His thoughts turned inward, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. I lost to a high schooler? Ijin stood over a man sprawled on the ground, a faint, circular mark etched into the dusty earth around him. He stared down at the unconscious figure, a troubled expression clouding his features. That look, it was unsettlingly familiar. A chilling smirk played on the man's lips as he let out a low groan. Ijin, still unsure of what he had just witnessed, muttered to himself, "I don't know what this guy's deal is, but those kids messed with the wrong person." The scene shifted to a sleek, modern office. Two figures, a woman and a man, sat at their desks, their conversation laced with concern. "Why is there no news from the chief?" the woman asked anxiously. "You should try calling him," the man replied, his tone tight with worry. He added, "Who will call when he's done?" Elsewhere, a woman with a bandaged arm sat looking tense, her gaze fixed on a ringing telephone. Congressman Kim's wife, a woman whose sharp features and stern expression spoke volumes, berated her husband on speakerphone. Her voice, though not audible, clearly conveyed her displeasure. Congressman Kim, his face etched with worry, apologized for his wife's unreasonable request. His wife, however, was not appeased. She retorted, incredulous, that their children had been hurt. Congressman Kim insisted that he should be the one apologizing, prompting his wife to demand an explanation. The congressman's wife's expression hardened as he revealed that their children had picked a fight with the wrong person. The next panel showed the congressman's shocked and pained face, revealing that he had been beaten. A look of grim realization washed over his face as he revealed that he had been defeated by someone highly respected, even in the underworld. His wife's jaw dropped as she learned that he had been beaten by a high school student. The congressman's wife, still shocked, stood in stunned silence as her husband revealed that the student was not only skilled but also exceptionally dangerous. The final panel shows the beaten and defeated congressman lying on the floor, defeated and vulnerable. Two women, their faces etched with fury, engaged in a heated confrontation. Their eyes blazed with barely contained rage, and their lips were drawn tight in a grimace. The tension between them thick enough to cut with a knife. One, with blonde hair, was particularly incensed, her mouth open in a sharp retort. Meanwhile, a young man with short, gray hair stood pensively in a hallway. His expression was unreadable, but a sense of quiet intensity emanated from him. One of the women voiced her suspicion. She didn't believe he was a typical high school student. His attire, a simple gray tracksuit, did little to betray his true nature. Suddenly, the young man moved with startling speed. A blur of motion, a flash of light. Leaving several men sprawled unconscious on the floor. The scene was a testament to his exceptional combat prowess. A man with a beard, his face partially obscured, held a smartphone to his ear, a smirk playing on his lips as he made a call. He asked if the other party had arrived at their destination. His companion, seated beside him, looked on with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, questioning the identity of the person on the other end of the line. Suddenly, the man's expression shifted from smug to one of pained surprise. A sharp, unexpected blow had clearly struck him. He slumped back in his seat, his eyes wide with disbelief. The impact had clearly left him stunned and disoriented. Jinyu, the protagonist, stood in a hallway, his expression serious and composed. In a separate scene, a woman with blonde hair and a sling on her arm stood beside an older woman, both looking distressed. The older woman, her face contorted in anger, confronted Jin, accusing him of harming her children. Her words were met with shock and disbelief from a man in a suit, identified as a congressman, who was also present in the room. A stern-faced man in a suit, his brow furrowed in displeasure, questioned, "Get in here?" Jinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood silently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused to himself, "I suppose there were people guarding this place." The man's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "He defeated not only the chief but also the guards in front?" More importantly, a defeated guard lay on the ground, groaning. Jin, observing the scene, wondered aloud, "How did he find out that I was here?" A woman, observing Jin, commented, "Look at how he's acting." Another woman, seemingly in charge, scoffed, "Just because you can fight a little." She continued, "You think you can do whatever you want? You're done now." A blonde woman, seemingly Jin's sister, declared, "Assault against my children, assault against the guards, unlawful entry into the office, I'm reporting you for everything." Jin, listening to his sister, thought to himself, "He's surprisingly good at fighting, but we can just call the police." The woman in charge, however, had a different plan. She muttered, "What's she gonna do about that?" "The police? No, I should call Prosecutor Choi." The scene opens with a close-up of a man's face, his expression unreadable. He is being addressed by an unseen speaker, who informs him that he is a congressman who has been elected twice and is running for re-election. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, speaking on a phone, reacts with disbelief to this news. Beside her stands a young woman with blonde hair and a cast on her arm, questioning the congressman's actions, implying a reckless disregard for the consequences. The blonde woman, seemingly unfazed, reflects on the dangers of the world, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. A close-up on her mouth emphasizes this expression. Before she delivers a chilling threat, the congressman's life is over. The scene shifts to the congressman, his face now etched with concern. The brown-haired woman is urgently contacting Prosecutor Choi, requesting his immediate presence at the congressman's office. Her voice is filled with a sense of urgency and alarm as she hangs up the phone, her face reflecting the gravity of the situation. The focus shifts back to the congressman, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Suddenly, he is attacked, pleading for forgiveness as the attacker mocks his pleas. The blonde woman watches the attack unfold, her expression shifting to one of cold, detached observation. A man in a suit, his face contorted in a grimace, complained that his hand hurt from slapping someone. He instructed someone to drag and kick a woman until she learned her place. A desperate plea for forgiveness followed, promising not to repeat the offense. The man reacted with disbelief and anger to the paltry sum of 180,000 won, questioning if the other person was joking. He dismissed the explanation of a part-time job, curtly advising the other to find better employment. He then demanded 500,000 won by the end of the week, unconcerned about the methods used to obtain it. A woman on a phone call abruptly ended the conversation, stating she would call back later. Elsewhere, a young man with gray hair expressed surprise at a situation. He looked thoughtful, his expression unreadable. The scene shifted to a large, modern house at night. The young man, now wearing a cap and mask, inserted a USB drive into a computer. A tense atmosphere hung heavy in the air, the silence punctuated only by the rhythmic sweep of a dark shadow across the page. A young woman with blonde hair, her arm in a cast, stammered, "Dad," to a stern-looking man. She explained, her voice trembling, that she had only acted as she did because. The man cut her off sharply, silencing her with a curt, "Kim Hee-jin, you shut your mouth." Another man, this one with short, gray hair, spoke up. He revealed that he also had evidence against Kisu, explaining that Kisu and his accomplice frequently filmed themselves bullying others, and that this footage included incidents of assault both in school and in the nearby alleyways, culminating in a recent attack on his sister at a karaoke bar. A woman with short, dark hair, dressed in a green jacket, angrily accused them of making threats. The gray-haired man calmly countered that it was never his intention to threaten anyone. The woman's face contorted in a furious expression. A tense scene unfolded, the air thick with unspoken accusations. A hand, slender and elegant, gestured emphatically, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the silence. A man in a sharp suit, his face etched with distress, covered his eyes, the weight of the situation clearly visible. A young man with silver hair, his expression unreadable, calmly stated his perspective on the matter. The young man, his gaze unwavering, declared, "I have to protect my sister." The man in the suit, his face a mask of contemplation, responded, "I understand." I will provide your sister's medical bills and some extra money. The young man, however, firmly rejected the offer. I don't need it, he stated, prompting the older man to press further. Then, what do you want? The young man's sister, a young woman with blonde hair, interjected, I'd rather bite my tongue. The young man, however, remained resolute. I don't need that either, he said, explaining that an apology wouldn't undo what had been done and wouldn't be genuine anyway. His final demand was clear and unwavering. Jean's older sister, Jean, stared at her father, her face a mask of disbelief and outrage. What? What is this nonsense, she exclaimed, her voice sharp with indignation. Their father, a stern-faced man in a sharp suit, responded calmly. He stated that he would transfer them to a different school. But his wife countered, no, I'll send them overseas. The sisters erupted in simultaneous protests, shouting Dad and Dear in unison, their voices filled with a mixture of anger and desperation. Their father silenced them with a sharp, authoritative command, be quiet. Both of you. Turning to the man standing beside him, he asked, are you satisfied now? I would like them gone by. The man's expression was unreadable, but Jean's sister's face showed a mixture of anger and frustration. She muttered something under her breath. Jean, observing the scene from afar, quietly said, wait. He approached his father and the other man, his expression serious. The father, seemingly surprised by his son's intervention, asked him what he wanted. The father continued, I would like you to hand over all the data of that. Jean's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something dangerous passing through them. The other man observed him intently, a question forming in his mind, those eyes belonged to someone the same age as Kiso? Jean, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself alone in a dimly lit room. A wave of self-doubt washed over him as he reflected on his recent actions. He thought to himself that he must seem like an idiot. He quickly corrected himself, muttering that he had misspoken. The scene shifted to a nighttime street, the only light emanating from a lone street lamp casting long shadows. Jean, startled, peeked out from behind a bathroom door, his eyes wide with surprise. His father, his face etched with worry, burst into the hallway, his voice sharp with concern as he asked if Jean was all right. His sister, Jean, stood behind him, equally concerned. Jean reassured them, calmly stating that he was fine. He explained that the people he had been with were dangerous, but he had only been talking to them. Jean, a former child mercenary recently returned to Korea, stood before his younger sister, Eugene. He offered a curt response to her concern, she should focus on herself before worrying about him. Eugene, sporting bandages on her face, considered his words. A close-up on Jean's face revealed a subtle shift in his expression, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. Jean reassured Eugene that she wouldn't be falling down the stairs anymore. He then revealed that he had dealt with the situation that caused her injuries. Eugene, surprised, questioned him. Eugene's face showed a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Later, at school, Eugene informed Jean that she no longer needed his help getting to class. She also stated that she was almost fully recovered from her injuries. Jean, a young man with a quiet intensity, stood in the hallway, a subtle smile playing on his lips. His neatly pressed school uniform and backpack hinted at a carefully constructed facade. He encountered a girl, her expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Their meeting was brief, a silent exchange of glances before. She turned and walked away, her gaze lingering on the classroom. The scene shifted to a bustling classroom, filled with the chatter of students. The girl, her name Jean, explained her reasons for attending school that day, revealing a concern for her brother and grandfather. But her words trailed off, hinting at an unspoken worry. A hushed conversation erupted amongst the students. News of Jean's absence spread quickly, causing a ripple of surprise and speculation. The shocking revelation, Jean and her brother were transferring overseas. The news stunned her classmates, their reactions ranging from disbelief to a sense of loss. The news of Jean's departure hung heavy in the air. A classmate's whispered question, Jean went overseas, echoed the collective shock. Jean, her face etched with a mixture of surprise and concern, reacted to the news of her own departure. Her internal monologue reflected a sense of unease. Jean appeared, his words offering reassurance to his sister. He had taken care of the situation, removing a source of her worry. Jean's relief was evident in her whispered response, Appa, a simple word carrying the weight of her gratitude and trust in her brother. Down a brightly lit school hallway, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a backpack trailed a young man with short, gray hair, also carrying a backpack. The thought, already new, floated above them. The young man paused, turning his head slightly as he heard a voice call out. Appa. The young woman's face was visible, showing slight bruising and band-aids on her cheeks. Her voice was a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. Internally, she wondered, what am I supposed to say? The young man remained silent, a slight smile playing on his lips as he continued walking. The young woman's eyes welled up with tears, her face a picture of distress. She wiped her eyes, composing herself before quietly whispering, okay. The scene opens in a dimly lit room, a television screen displaying a news report in a foreign language. The room appears to be a break room or lounge area, with a mirror ball hanging from the ceiling. A woman with shoulder-length blonde hair, wearing a white tracksuit, stands with her arms crossed, a look of concern etched on her face. She seems to be speaking to someone off-panel. She expresses her shock at a recent event, confirming that it was indeed quite shocking. The scene shifts to a group of young women seated around a small table, their conversation focused on the absence of one of their peers, a girl named Jean. Concern is evident in their expressions. They discuss Jean's absence from school and mention that another student, Kisa Sunbae, is also missing. A sense of unease permeates their discussion. Another girl, Iyung, questions a classmate about Jean's rumored trip abroad, her voice laced with worry. The classmate, seemingly unconcerned, confirms that Jean is indeed going abroad, based on what the teachers have said. The blonde woman from earlier reappears, visibly frustrated and agitated. She questions the situation, expressing disbelief and concern. Three young women sat together, their expressions a mixture of concern and suspicion. One of them, with reddish-brown hair, seemed particularly worried, while the others looked on with furrowed brows. The conversation turned to Jean, whose sudden unavailability had everyone perplexed. One of the girls wondered why this was happening so suddenly. Explaining that she'd lost contact with her after a certain event. A text message exchange revealed Jean's mother was taking aggressive action against someone. One of the girls, her eyes wide with apprehension, suspected a connection between Hee-jin's predicament and a shadowy figure standing behind her. A sense of unease filled the room. The others tried to dismiss her concerns, but the weight of Hee-jin's family background hung heavy in the air. They acknowledged the potential seriousness of the situation. One of the girls, annoyed by Hee-jin's actions, voiced her frustration at her willingness to exploit her brother's connections for personal gain. The scene shifted to reveal the speaker, a blonde woman with a cast on her arm, emphasizing her recent injury. The other girls reacted with surprise to the blonde woman's sudden appearance. The blonde woman, still visibly upset, explained that she had just barely escaped a difficult situation. The other girls, shocked, asked what had happened. The blonde woman, still shaken, simply stated that it had happened suddenly. A stern-looking man in a suit addressed someone off-panel, stating that their involvement would only be necessary for one semester. He assured them he would handle the situation in the meantime. A woman with blonde hair, seated and injured, responded with disbelief, questioning his plan. He affirmed his decision, explaining that he couldn't ignore the videos in question. Meanwhile, two young women reacted with disbelief to the news of a one-semester commitment, sarcastically referring to it as a vacation. A blonde woman, seemingly in charge, confirmed the one-semester plan with a smirk. One of the younger women, curious, inquired about the reason for this short-term arrangement. The blonde woman's expression hardened as she considered her response, finally stating that she couldn't reveal the reason due to its embarrassing nature. She then shifted the conversation, asking about the status of a certain Appa and whether Kisu's gang had dealt with him. She also mentioned her inability to contact anyone. The blonde woman shrugged, suggesting that Kisu's gang likely handled the situation. She expressed frustration and humiliation at the turn of events, suspecting that Dayun was taking advantage of the situation. Her anger intensified, visibly frustrated by the situation. The blonde woman proposed another confrontation with Dayun, to which the other woman responded with a questioning tone. A young woman's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape in a silent scream. Her expression conveyed a mixture of disbelief and terror. Meanwhile, a blonde woman with a sly grin mused about the chaos that would ensue in her absence. She imagined the situation with a chilling amusement, finding the prospect almost nauseatingly delightful. She voiced her plan to exploit the situation, leaving her target vulnerable while she was away. Three other young women listened, one of them expressing confusion. The blonde woman's face fell, a look of dawning horror replacing her earlier amusement. She whispered a name, her voice laced with fear. She revealed a disturbing detail about the target's family, adding another layer to her growing apprehension. The blonde woman's expression hardened, her earlier fear replaced by a cold determination. She plotted to use her influence to remove a potential obstacle. She justified her actions with a cruel remark, revealing a callous disregard for the well-being of others. The blonde woman's self-satisfaction was short-lived, a sudden noise startled her. Her eyes widened in alarm, her expression shifting from smugness to apprehension. A figure, cloaked and masked, appeared in the doorway, their presence adding to the growing tension. A blonde woman, visibly agitated, stood up abruptly from a booth in a restaurant, her voice rising in anger. Two other young women sat passively at the table, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, a cloaked figure stood in the shadows, their face obscured by a mask. The woman's outburst seemed to have caught their attention, as they murmured a single name, Yu Aijin? The masked figure's eyes narrowed, a hint of recognition flickering within their gaze. Their question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable, who's that? Inside, the blonde woman continued her tirade, expressing disbelief and confusion. Her companions, two young women, reacted with a mixture of surprise and concern. One of them, pointing towards the masked figure outside, exclaimed, Aijin? That's that girl's Appa, isn't it? Why is he here? A new figure, also masked, appeared, observing the scene from a distance. Their voice, calm and collected, cut through the tension. It sounds like you guys are having an interesting conversation. And it seems everyone from the video is here. One of the women in the booth reacted with shock and confusion, questioning the masked man's words, video? What the hell are you saying? The masked man responded, his tone suggesting a certain weariness, you guys should know better than I do. Now that I think about it, this is where you filmed Dayun, isn't it? The blonde woman's expression shifted from confusion to suspicion. A thought crossed her mind, was he waiting for us to gather here or something? One of her companions, her face etched with worry, visibly sweated, her anxiety palpable. Leaving the two women silent, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and uncertainty. A woman's sharp voice cuts through the air, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. What are you doing? Aren't you playing any music? She continues, her tone laced with annoyance, don't you guys love being noisy? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a hooded figure stands silently in a doorway, observing a woman seated at a table. The hooded figure's presence is a stark contrast to the woman's focused work. The hooded figure's eyes, partially visible beneath the shadow of the hood, gleam with an intense focus. A sense of quiet menace hangs in the air. In a hospital room, a man in a suit anxiously inquires about someone's whereabouts. I haven't seen Hee-jin in a while. Where is she? Another man, in a hospital gown, responds wearily, she said she was going to say goodbye to her friends and left. The man in the suit reacts with a sharp, surprised, what? He continues, his frustration evident, she should have stayed quiet until the plane ride. The congressman points to a television screen showing a news report featuring a woman, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. A news report flashed across the screen, showing a female anchor with wide, shocked eyes. The headline read, School violence crosses the line, countermeasures. The anchor voiced her disbelief, stating that the perpetrators had even filmed themselves committing the acts. A male reporter confirmed that dozens of videos existed, adding that many more likely went unrecorded. The scene shifted to a hospital room. A young man with a bandage on his nose listened intently as the news continued. The report stated that citizens and government bodies were calling for harsher penalties for the attackers. The most shocking revelation was that the attackers were the children of Congressman Kim In-bi. The congressman and his wife reacted with expressions of shock and anger to the news. Meanwhile, Lee Jin-yu, the protagonist, walked alone at night, his expression unreadable. He kept his hands in his pockets, seemingly lost in thought. A man approached him, addressing him casually as Mr. Normal High Schooler. Lee Jin turned to face the man, who stood confidently beside a luxury car. The man's face was partially obscured by shadow, but his stern expression was clear. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, questioned his associate. He expressed surprise that the associate had chosen to make a deal with the congressman, rather than handling the situation more discreetly. The associate explained that he needed to handle the matter quietly to protect his identity. His words were followed by a sharp retort from the other man, accusing him of acting recklessly. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room where the associate sat at a computer. He was monitoring his situation, noting that the victim hadn't even screamed yet, and instructed someone to continue their actions. He justified his actions by stating that he was trying to resolve the situation quietly. Another individual, seemingly concerned about being overheard, suggested turning on some music to mask any sounds from the room. The associate, his eyes narrowed in thought, remained silent for a moment. Before finally offering a cynical explanation for his actions, he claimed it was due to his twisted personality. His associate scoffed at this excuse, pointing out the potential repercussions if the congressman found out about their actions. The associate, seemingly unfazed, simply turned and walked away. The associate revealed another shocking piece of information. Evidence existed implicating the congressman in various crimes, including fraud, money laundering, and solicitation. The congressman's worried expression suggested that he was anticipating the fallout from this revelation and was preparing to address it preemptively. A weary-looking man in a suit sat slumped on a hospital bed, his face etched with exhaustion. A woman, presumably a nurse or family member, offered a hand, her expression one of concern. His gaze hardened as he addressed someone off-panel, his voice laced with suspicion. Did you also steal my personal files? Another man, his face partially obscured by shadow, pondered aloud, a hint of disbelief in his tone. He managed to find the dirt I was keeping on Congressman Kim just in case? The two men stood facing each other, a palpable tension hanging in the air. One, sharply dressed in a suit, spoke, his voice low and dangerous, a normal high schooler. A close-up on the suited man's face revealed a chilling smirk playing on his lips. The high schooler, casually dressed in a cap and hoodie, retorted with a dismissive air, like hell you are. He walked away, leaving the suited man behind, his back turned, a sense of quiet confidence radiating from him. The scene opens on a bustling Korean high school classroom. Students mill about, some chatting amongst themselves, others engrossed in their own activities. The atmosphere is a mix of casual energy and focused study. In a corner of the room, three girls are huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. While Ijinu, a young man with short, dark hair, sits alone at his desk, observing his surroundings with a detached air. He appears calm, but a subtle tension emanates from him. His gaze lingers on his feet, clad in unusual Adidas sandals, a stark contrast to the typical school attire. A faint frown creases his brow. He seems lost in thought, a low hum escaping his lips. His phone buzzes, displaying a text message from his sister, Yoo Dayun. She tells him to go home alone and have some fun, reminding him to adjust to classes as well. Ijin rereads his sister's message, a thoughtful expression on his face. A friendly classmate approaches, greeting him and commenting on his early arrival. A classmate approached Ijin, who sat at his desk, absorbed in his phone. He greeted Ijin with a casual hey. The classmate hesitantly asked if Ijin was busy that day. Ijin, seemingly unfazed, simply echoed the question, today? Then, the classmate inquired if Ijin was going home with his sister. His tone suggested a friendly concern. Ijin replied that he had time today. His classmate, surprised by his availability, suggested they hang out after school. Ijin readily agreed, responding with a simple sure. As they continued their conversation, a look of apprehension crossed the classmate's face. Meanwhile, two other students, a boy and a girl, approached, their conversation overheard by Ijin. The boy mentioned hearing rumors about Ijin sending his younger brother, Kisu, overseas. Ijin's expression shifted to one of surprise and slight confusion at the mention of Kisu. The girl added that, according to the news, both Ijin and Kisa seemed to be in trouble, implying that their actions were crazy. Ijinu, a young man with short, brown hair, neatly dressed in a white shirt and dark tie, stood firm amidst a group of his peers. His expression was serious, almost defiant, as he stated, "You guys are mistaken." A girl with vibrant, reddish-orange hair, partially visible, questioned him incredulously, "Do you mean, mistaken?" The girl, now fully visible, revealed a mischievous grin. She was wearing an orange and blue tracksuit. She explained, "I heard you went to Kisa's base and took all of them down." She continued, "I heard they all got wrecked by you alone. Everyone's saying that they left school because they were embarrassed." Another boy, with blonde hair, chuckled, slapping his forehead. He commented, "Some fucker who didn't know his place got taken down along with his gang twice? He's gotta be ashamed. How badly do you have to get beaten to want to leave the country?" A bystander, observing the scene, whispered, "Ijin must be really good at fighting." The blonde-haired boy, still smirking, declared, "Then what happened in class that day wasn't a fluke. Let's celebrate Kisa's disappearance." He continued, adding with a sly grin, "In any case, we should band together after." The girl with the reddish-orange hair enthusiastically suggested, "Yeah, it hasn't been long since you transferred, so you should join our group. You don't know the area very well, right? It's on me." Ijin, however, politely declined, "Sorry, I already have plans today." A young woman with short, curly brown hair and an orange tracksuit questioned a man with blonde hair styled upwards, who wore a white lab coat. "Plans?" she asked, to which he replied, "Like what?" He explained, "I promised to hang out with young Chan." The scene shifted to a classroom. The blonde man, along with the young woman and another boy with short, dark hair and a school uniform, sat at a desk. The blonde man seemed preoccupied, while the young woman looked on expectantly. The young woman's mouth was shown in close-up, her lips parted in anticipation. Then she excitedly suggested, "Then we can all play together." The young woman rested her arms on the desk, her expression thoughtful. The blonde man responded with a frown, "Doesn't that work?" The young woman responded meekly, "Oh, let's do that." She then said, "Okay, see you guys later." Back in the classroom, the dark-haired boy nervously tapped his fingers on the desk. The panel then showed Ijin, a serious-looking boy with dark hair, who seemed to be contemplating something. A classroom of South Korean high school students sat quietly at their desks, listening attentively as their teacher, a stern-looking woman with dark hair, addressed them. She sharply commanded silence, her voice echoing through the room. Outside, two students stood out amongst their peers. One, a striking young woman with long, dark hair, walked confidently, her posture radiating an air of authority. Beside her, a young man followed, his expression more reserved. The young woman, her legs clad in black tights and white slides, entered the school building, her confident stride unwavering. Inside the classroom, a young boy with short brown hair and wide eyes looked up in surprise, his mouth slightly agape. He clearly hadn't expected to see them. He turned to a classmate, a young man with short, gray hair, and asked if he knew the newcomers. The classmate, seemingly well-informed, identified the young woman as Shin Yuna. He continued, explaining that she was the granddaughter of the owner of SW, the largest corporation in the country. The young man beside her was identified as Go Suk-ju, a longtime friend and companion of Shin Yuna. The teacher, anticipating the student's curiosity, preempted further questions, stating that many already knew the pair and that she would forego lengthy introductions. She concluded by mentioning that Shin Yuna and Go Suk-ju had recently returned from studying abroad in America for 2 years and were now joining their class. A young man with fiery red hair and a hoodie slumped in his seat, muttering to himself. His expression was one of utter exasperation. Beside him, a blond man in a lab coat sighed, his face etched with weariness. First it's Ijin, and now Suk-ju, he lamented, sigh. I better live quietly until graduation. Meanwhile, another student, this one with dark hair and a school uniform, sat at his desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused internally, I was wondering why we had 2 more desks today. I thought Kisu was the final boss. A young woman with long brown hair, her eyes wide with dawning realization, whispered to herself, so it was because of them. The camera focuses on another young woman, this one with long black hair and a stylish school uniform. Her beauty is striking. Her presence commands attention as she walks through the classroom. Other students whisper amongst themselves, awestruck. Yuna looks even prettier than. I've never seen her in person, one student remarks, his voice filled with wonder. The scene shifts to Ijin, who observes the new arrivals with a calculating gaze. His expression is serious and observant. His gaze then falls upon another student, a young man with short, gray hair, who seems equally perceptive. Ijin's eyes narrow slightly, his thoughts intense and focused. He is clearly assessing the situation. The gray-haired student mirrors his intensity, his own eyes sharp and alert. The two exchange a silent, unspoken understanding. A young woman with long, dark brown hair and striking blue eyes is shown in profile, her gaze directed slightly away from the viewer. Her expression is one of quiet contemplation, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She stands slightly above a young man, whose back is to the viewer, suggesting a height difference. The man's dark hair is visible, and he appears to be listening attentively to the woman. The scene shifts to a classroom. Students whisper amongst themselves, their attention focused on a new arrival, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression. One student asks, who's she? Is he a celebrity? The young woman from the previous panels, her face now fully visible, responds to another student's question. She says she doesn't know who the new student is, explaining that he wasn't listed in the student roster she received a week ago. She adds that she'll check again. The young woman looks thoughtfully at the new student, who stands nearby. Her expression is a mixture of curiosity and slight apprehension. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, a young man with short, gray hair is seen hunched over, seemingly searching for something on a device. The young man with gray hair looks up, his expression thoughtful and slightly worried. The young woman with the long brown hair smiles gently, her blue eyes sparkling. The young man with gray hair continues his search, his brow furrowed in concentration. The young woman with long brown hair looks confused, a thought bubble above her head depicting a jumbled mess of lines and a few small birds. Ijin, a recently returned child mercenary, sat across from a classmate. His friend asked if there was anywhere Ijin wanted to go, to which Ijin replied that he could lead the way. Ijin's friend's face lit up as he excitedly suggested a PC bang. Ijin's expression turned thoughtful as he considered the suggestion of going to a PC bang. He knew of a recently upgraded PC bang that was also very clean. A projector displayed a message indicating that their normal light training would continue today. A stern-looking military instructor appeared, his expression serious and solemn. He declared that there was one thing every Korean high schooler must know. The instructor's words were cut short as Ijin, startled, blurted out that it was a PC bang. The instructor confirmed that Ijin was correct. Ijin's friend then asked what people do at a PC bang. Ijin sat in a dimly lit PC bang, his fingers flying across the keyboard. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. He was deep in thought, considering the question posed earlier. A seasoned PC bang attendant, his face partially obscured by glasses, offered his perspective. Most high schoolers use the internet for gaming. He emphasized the overwhelming statistic. Over 90%, a figure that seemed to settle heavily on Ijin's shoulders. The attendant, seemingly sensing Ijin's apprehension, decided to offer some guidance, explaining that understanding popular games was key to navigating the PC bang environment. The image of the League of Legends logo flashed on screen. He continued his explanation, this time highlighting another popular title, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Ijin listened intently, his expression unreadable. The attendant's enthusiastic description of the game's chaotic action was punctuated by a dramatic flourish, leaving Ijin with a thoughtful expression. The scene shifted to a group of soldiers playing a game, their frustration evident as they blamed their lieutenant for their loss. The lieutenant, however, countered that it wasn't his fault. The scene opens with a dramatic transition, a blurred, streaked effect suggesting rapid movement or a change in location. The only discernible text reads, "The jungles." A young man with short, gray hair sits pensively, his hand to his chin. His expression is serious, almost grim. The narration box above him confirms, the lieutenant's information was correct. A cheerful young man suggests, let's eat ramen at the PC cafe and go to Koka if we have time. Another, partially obscured figure responds with a surprised, Koka? The second young man adds, I have also been briefed on that by the lieutenant. The panel clarifies the meaning of Koka, coin karaoke. A narration box explains, another commonplace high schoolers visit is the coin karaoke. A young man, presumably the first from panel 3, confirms, coin karaoke, sir. The scene shifts to the interior of a coin karaoke establishment. A man explains, that's correct. Here, you can sing songs if you insert coins. He continues, after the briefing, I will send you songs that are currently popular. Be sure to memorize them all. The gray-haired young man from earlier nods, understood. A transition similar to the first panel, suggesting a shift in time or location. A portion of the gray-haired young man's face is visible, and he mutters, HM. Sari dash. The panel cuts to a close-up of his face, his expression thoughtful and serious as he continues his internal monologue, the word is visible. A student, his face partially obscured, observes Ijin from behind. He wonders aloud why Ijin appears so grim. The student speculates that Ijin's grim expression might stem from a dislike of ramen, Coca-Cola, or both. The scene shifts to a group of students leaving school, their cheerful chatter contrasting with the previous panel's somber tone. A young woman with long brown hair sits alone, a pensive expression on her face. She appears to be a teacher or school staff member. A narration box reveals that the new student's name is Yu Ijin, and he transferred a few days ago. He is 19 years old in Korea. Inside a modern home, a man and woman are engaged in conversation. The woman, Dayun, is surprised to learn about the man's identity. Dayun expresses her surprise, revealing that she thought her sister only lived with their grandfather. The man explains that Dayun's sister lost her parents in a plane crash and now lives with her grandfather and brother. Dayun, her eyes wide, realizes that the new student is her brother. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, voiced his unease. The fact that a dead person had returned to life, and that this event occurred right before their eyes, was deeply unsettling. He continued, stating that an investigation into Yu Ijin was about to commence. Ijin, a young man with short, gray hair, walked purposefully through the city streets. His attire, a beige blazer over a crisp white shirt and dark tie, suggested a student, yet his posture and expression hinted at something more. A shiver ran down his spine as a cold wind swept through the twilight streets. He pulled his collar up higher, his gaze unwavering. Inside an exemplary bus, a group of students discussed their surprise at the identity of their driver, Youngchan, a renowned challenger in the gaming world. Ijin, meanwhile, checked his phone, his expression unreadable. At a PC bang, two students marveled at Youngchan's skill in cleaning up the mess left by Ijin's gaming sessions. One of them pressed Ijin about his true gaming rank, suspecting he was using a secondary account to hide his skill. The other student, shocked, questioned if Ijin's main account was ranked as a challenger. Ijin, a young man with silver hair and intense eyes, sat at his computer, a headset perched on his head. He looked thoughtful, a question mark floating above his head as he considered the words, "Yudong? Our Lord Challenger is thirsty." Elsewhere, a conversation unfolded. One person commented on Ijin's recent gaming performance, deeming it shitty. Another chimed in, mentioning the cleanup efforts required after Ijin's poor gameplay. A third person defended Ijin, pointing out his lack of prior experience. A text message interrupted Ijin's thoughts. The message simply read, "Did you just come back?" The scene shifted to a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, a gentle smile playing on her lips. She stood outside a cafe, waiting. A young man with blonde hair approached her. The blonde-haired young man asked, "What are you doing here?" She replied that they had run out of garbage bags and that she had also bought some snacks. He offered to help carry the bags, but she insisted it was light. He then asked if she had been with friends. She noted how quickly he made friends, expressing surprise that people still associated with him after what happened. She then asked where they had gone. Ijin, a young man with short gray hair and a school uniform, stood beside a girl with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a hoodie. He looked surprised as he explained something about a PC cafe. The girl, concerned, asked if he was all right. Ijin, his expression softening slightly, offered a brief, almost dismissive response. The girl waited for further explanation, her brow slightly furrowed. Ijin reassured her, mentioning his unfamiliarity with the school environment after a long absence. Relieved, she smiled. As they walked, the girl, now identified as his sister, asked if he was hungry. He mentioned having eaten with friends at the PC cafe. A flashback showed Ijin and his friends enjoying various snacks at the PC cafe. His sister revealed she hadn't eaten yet, preferring to wait and eat with their grandfather. Ijin nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face as he mentioned his grandfather's imminent arrival. Dayun, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, shyly asked if she could join the others for dinner. She was gently but firmly told that she had already eaten. The scene shifts to a family dinner. Ijin, a young man with short gray hair, sits at the table with his sister, Dayun, and their father. The father compliments Dayun's cooking, though she modestly explains it's just reheated soup and fried eggs and ham. The father continues to praise Dayun's cooking, highlighting the soup in particular. Ijin watches them with a subtle smile. The family sits together at the dinner table, enjoying their meal. Ijin confirms that the food is delicious. His father beams with pride, pointing out Ijin's approval to Dayun. Dayun smiles contentedly. Ijin's expression shifts subtly, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. The scene shifts to Ijin, a young man with short, gray hair, perched atop a rubble-strewn landscape. A fire rages behind him, casting an orange glow on his determined face. He clutches a rifle, his expression grim. He enters his home, letting out a relieved sigh. The tension visibly leaves his body. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips as he takes a moment to relax. His phone rings, interrupting his peace. He picks it up, his expression turning serious. Ijin answers the call, addressing the person on the other end as Lieutenant. The other person, a man in military uniform, requests to be called Hyung instead and asks if Ijin is doing all right. Ijin confirms he is fine. The lieutenant, now Hyung, inquires about Ijin's school life and asks if there are any problems. The lieutenant's expression shifts to a knowing smirk as he listens to Ijin's response. A brief pause hangs in the air before the lieutenant's voice cuts through, expressing surprise. A stern-faced man, clad in military fatigues, held a phone to his ear, his brow furrowed in concern. His voice, though not heard, carried an undercurrent of suspicion as he questioned, "Did you kill someone, or something?" The scene shifted to a younger man, his expression more relaxed, speaking into his own phone. He received a worried inquiry, "Lieutenant. Did Ijin kill someone? That's a big problem." He responded calmly, "No, that's not it. There was some friction, but it got solved quickly." The military man's voice, though still unseen, offered reassurance. "Just say the word, Ijin. Your Hyungs will help you." The younger man replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, "It's already been resolved, so no need to worry." The military man's voice, now slightly relieved, pressed for confirmation. "That's a relief. Make sure you tell me if anything happens. Understood?" The younger man gave a quiet, affirmative response, "Yes, sir." The scene shifted to a high school campus. Students could be seen casually walking around the grounds. Another student added, "I'm saying this because he's not here, but he's good at fighting but sucks at games." A third student, a girl with vibrant orange hair, listened intently, a thoughtful expression on her face. A classroom conversation unfolds, centered around a hypothetical fight between Ijin and Sukju. The question hangs in the air, who would win? One student confidently asserts that despite Ijin's strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against Sukju, explaining that Sukju's extensive training since childhood would make the difference akin to a professional versus an amateur. Another student brings up a rumor about Sukju single-handedly taking down 20 people. The first student corrects him, stating that the actual number was 30. The second student reacts with disbelief to the corrected number. The first student confirms the claim, adding that Sukju intervened when some delinquents got too close to Yuna. He elaborates, explaining that while only 10 people initially confronted Sukju, 20 more joined the fight, but Sukju defeated them all. The second student is awestruck, and then asks if Sukju also apprehended Yuna's kidnappers. A man with blonde hair and a thoughtful expression mused, it's probably true. In any case, Ijin has no chance against Sukju. Ijinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, walked down a school hallway, his expression serious and guarded. He was being followed. His gaze was unwavering. A subtle tension radiating from him. He was confronted by another student, Sukju, whose dark hair and intense stare suggested a challenging encounter. Sukju's expression hardened as he questioned Ijin, are you? Ijin responded calmly, I don't understand your question. Sukju's suspicion grew, are you playing dumb? He pressed further, why are you faking your identity to be here? And I heard you were involved in Kim Kisu and Kim Heejin's transfers. Ijinyu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, reflected on his past. There had been friction between him and others, but he insisted that recent transfers had nothing to do with him. Another student, approaching Ijin, questioned him, prompting Ijin to explain his situation. The student, skeptical, pointed out that Ijin's claimed previous school had no record of him. Ijin's eyes narrowed, a hint of his past life showing through. His expression hardened, suggesting a quiet determination. Meanwhile, in a different part of the school, two female students interacted. One, younger, looked up to the other, seemingly a senior. The older student placed a comforting hand on the younger one's shoulder. The older student's face was shown in close-up, her expression calm and composed. The scene opens in a brightly lit classroom, sunlight streaming through large windows. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair sits on a sofa, a pleasant smile on her face. She speaks to someone off-panel, her words expressing surprise, she didn't expect this person to return. A look of shock crosses her face as she processes this new information. The conversation shifts, the young woman reveals she thought the older brother had died with their parents 10 years prior. Her expression is one of disbelief and confusion as she grapples with this unexpected revelation. The other young woman explains that they were later informed he was still alive. A scene change shows a man on a phone, looking concerned. He is speaking to someone, calling out for his grandpa. A young woman with dark hair, Dayun, approached a reception desk, her expression a mixture of apprehension and excitement. A man, presumably an employee, stood beside her, his face etched with worry, a phone clutched in his hand. His eyes welled up as he whispered Dayun's name, his voice thick with emotion. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air as he added, "Your appa." The man's trembling hand held a phone, the words Ijin is alive echoing the relief and disbelief washing over him. Dayun, her eyes wide with surprise, processed the news. The implications of her brother's return settled upon her, a wave of complex emotions washing over her. Another young woman, with long dark hair, listened intently, her expression unreadable. She spoke, her voice calm but laced with a hint of concern, he should have contacted you. She explained that Ijin had lost his memories after the accident, but they had recently started returning, leading him to contact them through a mutual acquaintance. Dayun's face softened slightly as she revealed that Ijin only vaguely remembered her and their grandfather. The other girl listened, her expression thoughtful. A beat of silence passed between them before she spoke. Your grandpa must be very happy, she said, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Continuing, she mentioned that Ijin had immediately taken time off from work to enroll in cooking classes. Two young women, one with long brown hair and the other with shorter brown hair, are engaged in conversation. The shorter-haired girl explains that her grandfather, having lived abroad for a long time, missed Korean food and decided to take cooking classes. The shorter-haired girl beams, expressing her delight at her grandfather's initiative. The focus shifts to the long-haired girl, her expression pensive as she listens. She then questions the shorter-haired girl's claim that the man is her older brother. The shorter-haired girl, taken aback, simply asks, what? The long-haired girl clarifies that she was simply confirming the relationship, mentioning that a DNA test was conducted. She adds that their grandfather also confirms the resemblance between the man and his younger self. The long-haired girl, still curious, asks why the other girl is so interested in her older brother. The long-haired girl's expression is one of mild curiosity. The long-haired girl abruptly asks if the shorter-haired girl's brother has a girlfriend. The scene opens with a view from inside a brightly lit building, overlooking a cityscape through a large window. The city is bustling, hinting at the vibrant life outside. Inside, two young men stand facing each other. One, with short, gray hair, wears a neat suit and carries a backpack. The other, taller, has dark hair and a more formal suit. Tension hangs in the air between them. The taller man questions the other's motives, demanding to know his objective in forging documents and enrolling in the school. The gray-haired young man calmly responds, implying that his documents are indeed fake. The taller man reveals the results of his investigation. Records show the gray-haired young man never attended his previous school. He presses for an explanation. The gray-haired young man, unfazed, simply asks for evidence. The taller man is taken aback by this unexpected response. The gray-haired young man reiterates that the documents he submitted to the school are fake. The taller man explains that he discovered through word of mouth that the gray-haired young man never attended the school he claimed to have attended. He lacks physical evidence but is certain of his findings. The scene ends with a close-up on the gray-haired young man's face, his expression unreadable. Ijin found himself under scrutiny. His interrogator, a man whose expression remained unchanged, noted the lack of emotion on Ijin's face. It was as if Ijin was the one making a mistake. Ijin, his gaze fixed, finally asked the question that had been weighing on his mind, why was he being investigated? His interrogator's response was swift and to the point, Ijin was too suspicious not to investigate. Later, back at school, the tension between Ijin and his interrogator remained palpable. Ijin revealed his reason for returning to Korea to come home. His interrogator, clearly surprised, simply uttered, "What?" Ijin calmly explained that his interrogator had asked about his objective, and returning home was precisely that. The conversation concluded, and Ijin continued on his way, leaving his interrogator to ponder his words. His interrogator, however, was not convinced. He offered to show proof of his claims, confident that he could easily expose any falsified documents within a few days. In a brightly lit classroom, a young man with blonde hair and sharp features sat at his desk, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. His posture suggested deep thought, a pensive expression etched on his face. Around him, other students went about their business, some engrossed in their studies, others seemingly lost in their own worlds. Meanwhile, another student, this one with short, light brown hair, sat quietly beside him, his attention seemingly elsewhere. A younger student with freckles sat beside him, observing the scene with a quiet curiosity. The light brown-haired student's thoughts turned to a recent investigation. He mused, they only transferred here yesterday, but they found out that much after investigating for a day? His expression hardened, a frown deepening the lines around his eyes. He seemed troubled by the speed of the discovery. Back in the classroom, a young woman with vibrant red hair called out to the blonde-haired young man and the light brown-haired student, "Youngchan, let's go rank up." "Ijin, you're coming too, right?" The light brown-haired student responded, "It's my grandfather's." The blonde-haired young man interrupted, Then, we'll go just the three of us." "Is that okay?" The light brown-haired student simply replied, "Yeah." Elsewhere, a voiceover stated, "I don't have physical evidence, but the documents Ijin gave to the school are all fake." A young woman with long brown hair, her profile visible, sat pensively. A single ellipsis floated from a speech bubble above her, suggesting unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded between two individuals. One, a young man with dark hair, reported a discovery made after investigating Dayun's situation. He revealed that she had been severely bullied by Kisu and Ijin for the past 2 years. The extent of the bullying was so severe that it was surprising Dayun still attended school. The man continued, noting that the news had not covered Dayun's ordeal during the recent scandal, but the situation was that dire. The woman, shocked, questioned the severity of the situation. She exclaimed that Kisu and his gang had been completely taken down by Ijin, twice. The woman pondered the implications of this revelation, finding it almost unbelievable that an Appa, presumed dead, would return after 10 years to confront his sister's bullies. She mused that it sounded like a fairy tale. Her thoughts turned to a more personal concern. Her own brother and sister were waiting for an opportunity to take Ijin down. The woman's brother, a man with dark hair, appeared, his expression serious and contemplative. The woman continued her conversation, addressing another person, Ijin. She pointed out the unusual aspects of his arrival at the school, questioning why he hadn't been quieter if his intention was to protect his sister. The other person agreed that a quieter approach would have been more typical. The conversation then shifted to Dayun's side, specifically the large sum of money from their parents' plane crash insurance, which had grown considerably since their deaths. It was revealed that the money was returned upon Ijin's return. A woman, her face etched with worry, reviewed the financial records. The sheer amount of money involved was staggering, it was too significant to ignore. A chilling thought crossed her mind. The possibility that this substantial sum was the target of a dangerous plot, putting Dayun in grave danger, since they shared a residence. Ijin, accompanied by 2 female classmates, navigated the aisles of a supermarket. He pushed a shopping cart, his gaze focused on the shelves. He appeared lost in thought as he selected items, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Until one of the girls, hesitant to pry, finally spoke, choosing her words carefully. She inquired about his experiences following the plane crash that orphaned him 10 years prior. The girl, sensing his discomfort, quickly reassured him that he didn't have to answer if he wasn't comfortable. Ijin, however, calmly assured her that it was all right. He then revealed that the trauma he suffered left him unable to function normally for a long time. His recollection of the aftermath of the crash showed him struggling to survive in a foreign land where he couldn't understand anyone. The chapter opens with a close-up of Ijin's profile, his gaze distant and pensive. A faint trail of smoke and the glint of spent shell casings hint at a recent, intense encounter. A stark contrast to the mundane scene unfolding before him. A young woman, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, observes him from a distance. He approaches her, and she asks about his past. He simply replies that he just lived a busy life. The conversation continues, with the girl playfully suggesting that his busy life left no room for a girlfriend. He confirms this with a nonchalant yeah. The setting shifts to a convenience store, where the girl mentions that she heard another student, Yuna Sunbae, is in their class. Ijin expresses surprise at this news, revealing that he was saddened to hear of Yuna's move to America. He reflects on his past relationship with Yuna, remembering her kindness. And the girl, noticing his pensive mood, inquires further. Ijin's expression hardens slightly as he listens. The girl's innocent question hangs in the air, leaving Ijin's reaction ambiguous. A young man, Ijin, and his sister, Yuna, sat at a table, a question hanging in the air. What? Yuna asked, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. The next panel showed a lavishly decorated cake, a centerpiece of what appeared to be a celebratory gathering. Ijin's grandfather, a kind-faced elderly man, looked at the cake with a mixture of surprise and concern. He questioned Ijin's extravagance, noting that he barely had enough money for himself. Why did you buy me something like this? He asked, his voice laced with worry. Ijin reassured his grandfather, explaining that he had enough money to buy him a present and that it wasn't expensive, encouraging him to use it however he wanted. Ijin's grandfather smiled, a wave of warmth washing over his features. He already had a gift, he said. A much bigger present than the cake. The fact that Ijin had returned home safe was the greatest gift of all. Ijin and Yuna shared a quiet moment, a sense of peace settling over them. Suddenly, Yuna's phone rang, shattering the tranquility. Yuna answered the call, her expression shifting to one of mild surprise. Oh. That's my phone. She got up to answer it privately, leaving Ijin and her grandfather at the table. As she walked away, a voice called out from another room, Yuna Sunbae? Ijin, a young man with silver hair, sat at the dinner table, a plate before him. His grandfather, an older man with white hair, sat opposite him, seemingly in the midst of serving a dessert. His grandfather inquired about Ijin's late-night errand, prompting Ijin to explain that he needed to make a quick trip to the convenience store. Meanwhile, Yuna, a girl with shoulder-length brown hair, approached, explaining that she needed to speak with Ijin. Ijin confirmed that Yuna was the one who had cared for him in the past. Night falls over the city. The scene is set on a rooftop, overlooking the cityscape below. Then transitions to the interior of a well-lit room. Ijin, a young man with short, gray hair, sits at his desk, focused on his computer screen. His brow furrows in concentration as he reads something concerning. He wonders why the SW group is investigating him. He concludes that they are being overly cautious about a transfer student, prompting him to question their objective in his arrival. Ijin is called by his grandfather. He informs the elder that he is stepping out for a bit. His grandfather, seemingly unconcerned, mentions needing to go on walks from time to time. Ijin assures his grandfather to stay put while he goes to get someone. The grandfather protests, but Ijin leaves, leaving the reader to wonder who he is going to meet. Ijin, a young man with short, gray hair, informed his grandfather that he needed to run a quick errand to the store before nightfall. His grandfather, a kind-faced elderly man with silver hair, readily agreed, inquiring if Ijin needed any allowance money. Ijin confirmed he had enough left. The grandfather, his face etched with gentle concern, offered a final word of caution to his grandson. As Ijin, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, simply replied with an affirmative okay. The scene shifted to a bustling city street at night. A brightly lit building, HS-25, was visible in the background. Two high school girls, Dayun and an unnamed classmate, were engaged in conversation at a cafe. Dayun commented on the intensity of her after-school studies. Dayun's friend found the intensity of her studies surprising, prompting Dayun to elaborate on the pressure she felt. The conversation then turned to the possibility of studying abroad, a topic Dayun's friend had never considered. Dayun explained her reluctance to study abroad, citing the high cost and the extended time away from her grandfather. Her friend, slightly taken aback by this revelation, expressed her surprise. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a pink jacket, sat pensively. Her expression was one of quiet concern. She reflected on the recent worsening of someone's health. Despite this, a sense of relief washed over her. She noted that things were slightly better now that a certain Appa had returned. The scene shifted to a woman with long, dark hair, her gaze thoughtful and serious. She was clearly considering something important. A question formed in her mind: what should she do? The perspective changed to a man in a suit, his expression grim. He reported having obtained testimony from school officials confirming that no student named Ijin was ever enrolled. He then turned to a woman with long dark hair and stated, "Let's go." The woman asked, "Where?" to which the man replied that they needed to tell Dayun. He emphasized that his investigation was to protect her, not Dayun. The woman, clearly agitated, retorted that she wouldn't stay silent if there was any immediate danger. The man, however, insisted on telling Dayun what they had confirmed so far. Sunbae, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, listened patiently as her companion explained something. Her expression remained pleasant, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. The companion voiced their frustration at Sunbae's reaction to the mention of Ijin. Sunbae smiled, relieved to be able to talk to her friend again after a long period of separation. Her friend, however, seemed surprised by this statement. The friend, whose name is Dayun, revealed that she had endured a period of severe bullying. A somber expression settled on her face as she spoke. The two young women sat together in a brightly lit cafe, their conversation continuing in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Ijin, a young man with short, gray hair, walked alone through the city streets at night. His expression was serious and contemplative. He continued his solitary walk, the city lights casting long shadows around him. Ijin walked with a determined gait, his steps purposeful and unwavering. The scene shifts to show him from behind, emphasizing his solitary journey. Suddenly, another man appeared, seemingly emerging from the shadows. His presence was unexpected and slightly menacing. The man, whose features are partially obscured, confronts Ijin. Tension hangs heavy in the air. The two men stand face to face, the night street forming a stark backdrop to their silent confrontation. Two men stood in a dimly lit room, the warm glow of the background highlighting the tension between them. One, with short, dark hair, wore a simple collared shirt, the other, with silver hair, was dressed in a dark suit. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable: here? The silver-haired man's thoughts drifted to a recent event. He wondered if the other man's sudden appearance was due to worry over their actions. He was concerned that they might reveal something to Dayun. That's why he had tried to avoid provoking the other man. However, he couldn't simply ignore the situation. Dayun could be in danger, just as Yuna had been. The silver-haired man resolved to wait until everything was confirmed before confronting the other man. He saw no need for two people to pursue the same objective. His gaze hardened, a steely determination settling in his eyes. Suddenly, the sound of a speeding vehicle cut through the silence. The dark-haired man's eyes widened in alarm. A car screeched to a halt nearby. The silver-haired man reacted instantly, launching himself at the dark-haired man with surprising speed and force, sending him sprawling to the ground with a powerful kick. The impact sent the dark-haired man sliding across the ground, ending up near a vehicle. The silver-haired man stood over him, his expression grim. A black car sped down the city streets, its taillights glowing intensely as it left a trail of motion blur in its wake. Two figures lay groaning on the ground, the impact of a recent collision evident in their pained expressions. One of them, a blond young man, clutched his side as he struggled to rise. The other, a dark-haired youth, remained prone, his face buried in the asphalt. The dark-haired youth, Ijin, slowly lifted his head, revealing a bloody wound above his eye. His gaze was sharp, despite the pain. A young woman with brown hair sobbed silently, clutching a tissue to her mouth, her face partially obscured by her dark clothing. Ijin, his face grim, pushed himself up, ignoring the throbbing pain in his head as he began to run. He sprinted through the city streets, his movements a blur of motion, leaving a trail of motion lines behind him. He pursued his target relentlessly, his determination unwavering despite his injuries. The other young man's face was filled with a mixture of pain and anger, his eyes narrowed in a fierce glare. Ijin, a young man with silver hair, stood face to face with another man, his features marred by cuts and bruises. The tension crackled between them, a silent battle of wills preceding the exchange of words. A grim set to his jaw, Ijin's eyes narrowed, betraying a simmering intensity. The injured man, his voice strained, questioned Ijin's involvement in a matter he was desperate to know more about. Is it not related to him? He demanded, his words laced with suspicion. Ijin's gaze hardened. He remained silent for a moment, his thoughts a whirlwind of calculation. Then, the injured man revealed a shocking piece of information: his daughter, Yuna, had been kidnapped. He frantically contacted the police, relaying details of the abduction. The man described the kidnapper's vehicle, a black minivan with covered plates, as he continued his urgent call. But Ijin interrupted, his suspicion growing. He directly accused the man of involvement in the kidnapping. Ijin, dismissing the man's pleas, stated that he had no time to waste with him. The injured man, however, insisted that the special warfare agents were already on the case and would apprehend the kidnappers. He then demanded Ijin stay until his identity could be verified. Ijin, showing a surprising degree of compassion, suggested that the man and his team focus on finding Yuna, while he would pursue his own investigation. A young man, his face marred by cuts and bruises, stood defiantly. His dark eyes, hardened by years of experience, held a hint of weariness. You can follow me if you want, he offered, his tone neither welcoming nor hostile. Observing him from a distance, another young man, this one with silver hair, expressed his skepticism. He mused, this guy, he really doesn't seem like it. The silver-haired youth's skepticism deepened as he watched the injured man walk away. He then asked, did you bring a car? Inside a dimly lit bar, a man sat alone, nursing a drink. A half-empty glass of whiskey sat before him, along with an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. He sighed, it's gonna be a hassle from now on. A subordinate approached cautiously, interrupting his contemplation. Boss. The man grunted in response, what? The man's eyes snapped open, his expression hardening. What are you saying? A woman with short, dark hair sat poised in an office chair, a folder resting in her lap. Her expression was serious, almost pensive, as she gazed out the window. A sharp knock echoed through the room, interrupting her contemplation. As a man in a suit entered without waiting for a response. He appeared agitated. Her eyes widened in shock at the revelation. Yuna, she whispered, the name barely audible. The man confirmed the kidnapping, explaining that escort agents had contacted them. She questioned whether her grandfather should continue pursuing the company in light of this development. Unsure of the best course of action. The weight of this grim prediction settled heavily upon her. The scene opens on a dimly lit bar, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. Various bottles of wine and liquor lined the counter, glasses half filled and scattered amongst them. A small, ornate box containing what appeared to be matches sat near a couple of whiskey glasses. A man with a weary expression sat at the bar, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Scars crisscrossed his face, hinting at a violent past. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes narrowed in thought. Across from him sat a young man, his face bruised and bloodied, his gray hair slightly disheveled. He stared straight ahead, his expression unreadable. The contrast between the two men was stark. The young man's companion, observing the scene, wondered aloud if the man across from them was Chadusik. He was, after all, a fairly respectable figure in the underworld. The older man, Chadusik, asked the young man why he was there. The young man, his voice low and serious, replied that he needed information. The young man revealed that the granddaughter of SW Group's CEO had been kidnapped. Dusik's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise and perhaps concern crossing his features. The young man, meanwhile, remained stoic, his gaze unwavering. Dusik calmly denied any involvement, stating that he did not engage in such activities. He pointed out the absurdity of anyone daring to mess with the powerful SW Group, prompting the young man to consider who else might be capable of such a bold act. A tense exchange unfolded between two men. One, his face etched with suspicion and a hint of weariness, demanded an explanation. He challenged the other, questioning why he should be privy to such information. The other man, his face bruised and bearing the marks of a recent struggle, revealed a devastating truth: his younger sister had also been kidnapped. The first man's expression hardened, his gaze intense as he considered the implications of this new development. The man with the injuries spoke again, his voice laced with frustration and despair. He felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him, threatening to break him. He'd heard reports of individuals, their Korean skills less than perfect, seeking out his men and a warehouse. These individuals also requested a significant number of vehicles and personnel. A substantial sum of money and other considerations were offered, but he refused the deal. He explained that such ventures were inherently risky and unreliable. However, he learned that another group had accepted the offer, establishing their base of operations in Incheon. The conversation continued, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. The injured man listened intently, his expression unreadable. He expressed his gratitude, a simple thank you, before being addressed as, "Hey, high schooler." The other man, seemingly unfazed, issued a final instruction. He demanded the younger man's phone number, intending to add it to his contacts. Ijinyu, a young man with a grim determination etched onto his face, stood silently. Scars marred his skin, a testament to a past filled with hardship. His gaze held a hint of weariness, yet also a steely resolve. A gruff voice cut through the silence. He demanded Ijin's phone number, explaining that he needed to contact him if his men located a warehouse or something. Ijin, seemingly unfazed, pulled out his phone and began to type. A question hung in the air: did the motorcycle parked outside belong to him? The man's face, partially visible, showed a mixture of impatience and suspicion. Outside, three figures stood guard near a motorcycle parked in front of Radio City. Ijin, astride his own bike, prepared to leave. He informed the man that he was taking the phone number and that the man could do whatever he wanted. Ijin started his motorcycle, the bright headlights cutting through the night as he prepared to speed away. Ijin, however, remained resolute, stating that Yuna would likely be safe until the perpetrators obtained their objective. An unseen speaker voiced their concern for Dayun's safety, uncertain about the intentions of those involved. A man with a grim expression and visible wounds on his face appeared, his silence speaking volumes. He explained his swift response to the recent incident, having traveled a considerable distance to gather information. And his actions prompted a question: who exactly was this man? He reported that he had already relayed the newly acquired information to their agents and would follow in a car. He donned a helmet, preparing for departure. He sped off on his motorcycle, leaving a trail of motion blur in his wake. The speed of his motorcycle a blur as he disappeared into the night. The scene shifted to a close-up of the man's determined face, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The chapter opens with a close-up of a motorcycle helmet, its visor slightly ajar, hinting at the imminent arrival of a key character. A young woman with brown hair lies on the ground, eyes squeezed shut, a pained expression twisting her features. She is bound and clearly distressed, her predicament underscored by the presence of another woman, also bound, sitting nearby. The bound woman with long dark hair speaks, her voice laced with guilt and concern. She confesses, "You got caught up in this because of me." Her thoughts race, "Don't tell me, we got kidnapped?" The young woman with brown hair laments, "Yeah, I didn't think this would happen right after I came back to Korea. This isn't why I came to meet you." Her eyes widen in fear, reflecting the gravity of their situation. The scene shifts to show both women, still bound, as three men approach, their expressions menacing. The woman with long dark hair defiantly asks, "Why did you kidnap me?" A masked man, his face partially obscured, addressed someone unseen. He curtly dismissed any inquiry, stating that they didn't need to know. Simply instructing them to remain quiet, everything would soon be over. Meanwhile, a young woman with striking blue eyes, her expression a mixture of apprehension and suspicion, pondered her situation. She wondered if they were using her to obtain something from her family. Elsewhere, two men in dark clothing discussed the young woman's fate. One suggested getting rid of her, deeming her useless. But another, a woman with dark hair, vehemently objected. The masked man from the first panel reappeared, his tone challenging. He questioned what they intended to do about the situation. The dark-haired woman, her resolve hardening, declared her intention to kill herself rather than betray the young woman. The masked man scoffed at the idea, finding it laughable. He questioned whether someone like her would truly sacrifice themselves for another. He reiterated his command, urging her to bite her tongue and end her life. The close-up on the masked man's eye revealed a steely gaze, hinting at his unwavering resolve. A young woman with striking blue eyes and long dark hair glared intensely. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of her mouth, adding to the ferocity of her expression. Several masked figures stood behind her, their faces obscured. One of them, a man with a stern expression, simply uttered, "Fine." The masked men conferred amongst themselves. One suggested, "What should we do?" Another responded, "Leave her for now and get rid of her later. Make sure you cover their mouths so they can't make a sound." Night fell over a shipping container yard. A lone figure, clad in dark clothing, prepared to leave on a motorcycle. Inside, two men were engaged in a tense conversation. One anxiously asked, "Is it there?" The man on the motorcycle started the engine. While the other man inside responded, "That's what I've been told." There was some truth to his information. The man on the motorcycle sped away from the container yard. Meanwhile, back inside, one of the men received an update. According to the agents, the car in the surveillance camera was heading this way. "Hold it. You should wait for reinforcements here. The SW agents will come to this location soon." A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, informed his companion that Dayun had no time to waste. The man, his face now fully visible, bore the marks of a recent struggle, his expression hardened with grim determination. Meanwhile, in a different location, a group of individuals stood in hushed anticipation, their attention focused on something unseen. The scene shifted to a dimly lit interior, where the man from before stood alone, his gaze fixed on the floor, lost in thought. Suddenly, a violent struggle erupted. The man was grappling with his gray-haired companion, the intensity of the fight evident in their strained expressions. The gray-haired man was clearly losing ground, his face contorted in pain as his opponent tightened his grip. His eyes widened in terror as he struggled against the relentless pressure. With a final, decisive move, the man subdued his opponent, leaving him unconscious on the ground. The scene showed the aftermath of the fight. The gray-haired man lay unconscious on the floor, while the other man stood over him, his expression unreadable. He looked down at his defeated opponent, a hint of weariness in his eyes, before turning his attention to the still unconscious man on the ground. Yu Aijin, his face bruised and bloodied, stood his ground. He had been planning to eliminate his targets quietly. But a classmate, his features similarly marred by a recent fight, confronted him, questioning his true identity. "Who are you really?" the classmate demanded, his voice laced with suspicion. Aijin responded simply, "I'm your classmate." The classmate, his back turned, began to walk away. Leaving Aijin to stare after him, a thoughtful expression settling on his battered face. Silence hung heavy in the air. The classmate paused, his gaze distant and troubled. The weight of Aijin's secret hung between them. A man in a suit stood before a panoramic window overlooking a glittering cityscape. He listened intently as his subordinate relayed urgent news. The kidnappers' demands had arrived. The subordinate continued, explaining that the kidnappers wanted the recently settled business venture cancelled. And if an answer wasn't given within the hour, they would kill Yuna. He was informed that they were expected to arrive at the location in approximately 50 minutes. The man steepled his fingers, a silent calculation taking place behind his eyes. Elsewhere, two men stood outside a warehouse, their conversation laced with frustration and resentment. While the other curtly reminded him that they were simply following orders, and the boss had paid handsomely. Aijinyu, a seasoned mercenary barely into his teens, found himself on the ground, the impact jarring his system. His body was sprawled across a pile of papers, scattered like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. A sharp pain lancing through his side. He coughed, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he struggled to catch his breath. KGH. Fuck. What's going? He muttered, his voice strained with exertion. Two figures loomed over him, their faces grim. One, a man with short, dark hair, held Aijin down, his grip firm and unwavering. The other, a taller man with silver hair, watched with cold intensity. Aijin's eyes, though clouded with pain, held a spark of defiance. Dirt smudged his cheek, a testament to the brutal encounter. A prelude to the swift, brutal counterattack that followed. With a burst of unexpected speed, he launched himself at his attacker, his movements precise and deadly. The silver-haired man, seemingly unfazed, calmly questioned his companion, "How many have you taken down?" His companion, breathless but resolute, replied, 5, including the one over there. The silver-haired man continued, "Then we've taken down a total of 14. Looks like they hired a lot of men for this." Aijin, having dispatched his immediate attackers, addressed the silver-haired man directly, "Sukju. I would like you to tell me who's responsible for this right now." Sukju, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, responded with a shrug, "I really don't know. There have been lots of attempts like this. There was one recently in America, too." Aijinyu, his face etched with weariness and bearing fresh wounds, reflected on the unexpected turn of events since his return to Korea. He blamed himself, a heavy weight settling on his shoulders. His gaze drifted to the city skyline, a sudden realization dawning on him, the true threat lay with Yuna. The plan, a brazen attempt to kidnap the granddaughter of the SW Group CEO, was unfolding before him. He found the incompetence of the would-be kidnappers appalling. A concerned voice broke through Ijin's thoughts. His companion, noticing the injury sustained during a recent car accident, expressed worry. Ijin, however, brushed off the concern, his focus remaining fixed on the larger threat. He pointed out the severity of his own injuries. His companion, his face also marked by the recent struggle, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The question hung heavy in the air: what had happened to the lookouts? Ijin offered a cynical, almost dismissive explanation, suggesting they might have simply gone to the restroom. But the reality was far grimmer. He discovered the lookouts incapacitated, all at once, inside a nearby building. A sudden, violent confrontation erupted. Ijin's companion was swiftly and brutally attacked. A man in military fatigues was violently attacked from behind. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "What the fuck?" The attacker, a young man with silver hair, delivered a swift, brutal blow, sending the soldier sprawling to the ground. The force of the impact was clearly visible as a red stain spread across the man's chest. A cloud of dust and debris erupting from the point of contact. The silver-haired youth had clearly won the exchange. The silver-haired youth, Ijin, and his companion quickly assessed the situation. Ijin suggested, "Let's split up." They probably heard the commotion. Ijin, his face slightly bruised, turned to his companion, who simply said, "Ijin." Ijin's companion, his face also bearing some injuries, stated, "After this is over, allow me to properly apologize to you." Elsewhere, a man in a black mask and dark clothing was observing the scene from a distance. He turned to face two masked subordinates. He instructed them, "Did you hear something outside? Go out and check." The subordinates responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Ijinu, a teenager with a haunted past as a child mercenary, found himself in a dark alleyway, his face bruised and bloodied. He moved with a practiced stealth, his body tense, a stark contrast to the casual clothes he wore. A sudden shout pierced the night silence. He was ordered to stop. Ijin turned, his expression hardening. The cuts on his face spoke of a recent struggle. Four figures emerged from the shadows, their faces partially obscured. One of them scoffed, dismissing Ijin as merely a child. One of the men, seemingly the leader, recognized Ijin from a photograph, questioning his presence there. Another man, observing Ijin's face, wondered aloud if he was the Sukju individual from the picture. Ijin remained silent, his thoughts racing. They were told to deal with Ijin swiftly and quietly. The leader's instructions were clear: eliminate Ijin quickly. Ijin, his face grim, prepared for the inevitable confrontation. He moved with surprising speed and agility, disappearing into the shadows. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, cautiously navigated the shadowy recesses of an abandoned warehouse. His keen eyes scanning for any sign of danger. He spotted two women bound and gagged, their fear palpable. Satisfied that the coast was clear, Ijin continued his search, his movements fluid and silent. He paused, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. He wondered if his pursuers had already found their target. Rounding a corner, Ijin found the two women again, his surprise evident. He had not expected to find them so close. He approached cautiously, his mind racing. Were the agents already here? One of the women, her face partially obscured, informed him that they were not yet present, but were on their way. Confused, Ijin questioned how she knew his location. The woman's expression hardened. He pressed her for information, demanding to know how much time they had before the escort team arrived. Before she could answer, two men in dark suits appeared, identifying themselves as Sukju from SW. They had heard of Ijin. A masked man, his face partially obscured by shadow and a scar visible across his cheek, stood amidst a crimson backdrop. He spoke, his voice laced with a hint of surprise. "I don't know how you found us already, but..." He continued, a grim realization dawning on him: it was a big mistake to come here alone without the whole team. Suddenly, a masked assailant launched a swift attack. The masked man parried the blow with ease, his movements precise and powerful. A brutal uppercut followed, connecting with a resounding impact. The masked man continued his assault, a flurry of blows punctuated by sparks and the sounds of impact. Observing the fight, a voice noted, "This guy. Ijin was right. He's different from the goons outside." The masked man unleashed another devastating blow, sending his attacker flying back with a powerful strike. The final blow landed with bone-jarring force, leaving the attacker incapacitated. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a sudden confrontation. He moved with practiced efficiency, his body a blur of motion, landing a swift, powerful blow that sent his opponent reeling. A brutal display of skill honed over years of brutal conflict. His fist connected with bone-jarring force, leaving his attacker gasping for breath, crumpled on the floor. Ijin continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. He used a swift kick, sending his opponent sprawling. Two terrified girls watched from the sidelines as he subdued the attacker. A masked man observed Ijin's actions from the shadows. He commented, impressed by the teenager's skills, noting that he had been trained as a bodyguard since childhood. One of the girls, her face pale with fear, watched Ijin with wide eyes. Her companion, however, seemed more concerned about the nature of the fight. She pointed out that this was no friendly sparring match. Ijin, bruised and battered, looked up, confused. The scene shifted, focusing on Ijin's intense concentration as he prepared for another confrontation. His movements were a blur of motion. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, stared upward with wide, frightened eyes. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of her mouth, staining her otherwise pristine school uniform. Ijinu, his body battered and bruised, slumped against a wall. Deep gashes marred his arms and torso, bleeding freely. His attacker, a shadowy figure, spoke, his voice laced with amusement. He scoffed at Ijin's surprise, pointing out that he hadn't expected a fair fight. The attacker, his face grim, explained that this was why opponents like Ijin were so easy to defeat. Urging his accomplice to finish Ijin quickly, he stressed the need to escape before reinforcements arrived. With a swift, brutal movement, the attacker lunged at Ijin, knife flashing. Jin reacted instantly, parrying the blow with a desperate counterattack. A fierce, chaotic struggle ensued. Blows rained down, a flurry of motion and violence, leaving him wounded and defeated on the floor. Jin, clutching his head in pain, cursed his own injuries. The initial wound was deep, hindering his movements. Jin, despite his pain and injuries, glared defiantly at his opponent, his eyes burning with determination. A young woman's eyes widened in shock, her mouth forming a silent what. She sat bound and helpless in a dimly lit room, her pink jacket offering little comfort against the cold, hard floor. Meanwhile, a man's eye, partially obscured by a dark mask, watched from the shadows, a glint of something cold and calculating in his gaze. Another young woman, her face contorted in anger, shouted no, at the sight before her. A close-up on a woman's eye, white with terror, tears streaming down her face, showed the raw fear gripping her. A man, his shirt stained crimson, stumbled back, his body racked with pain. He crashed to the ground, a muffled groan escaping his lips as he crumpled. A desperate cry of Sukju pierced the air. The masked man watched the scene unfold, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. A masked figure stood over three bound individuals, a knife glinting in his hand. He received an order, leave Yuna and kill the other two. The masked man responded curtly, yes, sir. The masked man's face, partially obscured by his mask, showed a grim determination as he moved to carry out his orders. Yuna and another woman watched in horror, their eyes wide with fear as the masked man approached. He surveyed the scene, his eyes falling upon the bodies of the two victims. Blood stained the floor around them. A close-up on one of the victims revealed the extent of their injuries. Death was swift and brutal. Two men stood outside a club called Radio City, the neon sign casting a vibrant glow on their faces. One was casually dressed in a leather jacket, the other in a sharp suit. Inside, the two men sat at a table, discussing a recent incident. Boss, one of them began, it seems the Goseong faction is involved in this incident. But it looks like they didn't know what they were getting themselves into. His eyes narrowed in thought. He continued, his voice low and gravelly, that high schooler. Why did you help him? The other man responded, didn't he cause trouble for you? The boss took a long drag from his cigarette, letting out a plume of smoke. Well, what was I supposed to do? That high schooler beat us because I was incompetent. The boss leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. A man's face, partially obscured, is shown from below, his lips curled into a smirk as he holds a thin, metallic object between his teeth. Two men sit in a dimly lit bar. One, casually dressed, smirks as he speaks to the other, who is dressed in a suit. He informs his companion that Ijin-Yu's sister has been kidnapped. Ijin-Yu, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, stands in a dark doorway, his hand resting on the doorframe. He appears injured. A man in a dark suit and a black mask observes Ijin from a distance, his expression unreadable. Ijin's face is shown close up, his expression one of grim determination, his face bearing several cuts and bruises. Two women watch Ijin from a distance, one looking concerned, the other with a hint of something else in her eyes. Ijin, his face still bruised but his expression resolute, stands against a fiery background. The masked man from earlier, now joined by the two women, stares at Ijin, clearly surprised and questioning his identity. The scene opens with a young woman lying injured on the floor, blood staining her clothes. A woman with dark hair and striking blue eyes stares down at her own face etched with a mixture of shock and concern. You Ijin, she gasps, the name barely a whisper. Another young woman, this one with shorter brown hair, peers into the scene with wide, frightened eyes. Appa, she cries out, her voice filled with a mixture of fear and hope. A man, his face partially obscured by a dark mask, stands nearby. Scars mar his visible skin. He hears the young woman's cry and repeats the word, Appa, his tone questioning. The masked man's expression shifts. He slams his hand against his forehead, letting out a frustrated, almost manic laugh, ka. The masked man looks down at the injured women. He speaks, his voice low and menacing, so, you came to rescue your sister? The masked man's eyes, visible beneath the mask, widen slightly. His internal monologue reveals his disbelief, I can't believe this. A young man with short, gray hair appears, his expression serious and concerned. He approaches the injured girl, Dayun, and asks, Dayun, are you hurt anywhere? Dayun, tears streaming down her face, cries out to her brother, Appa. Run. Dayun continues, her voice filled with urgency, it's too dangerous. The young man, Ijin, looks on with a determined expression. He is clearly assessing the situation, his mind already strategizing. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, stared pensively into the distance. A thought bubble above her head revealed her inner turmoil, because of me. Two innocent people became entangled in the situation. The woman, her face now clearly visible, bore a small cut on her lip. She angrily addressed a masked man standing before her, demanding, hey, you. Just take me. The masked man considered her proposal. He responded, I'll follow you quietly, so let everyone else go. And I'll cooperate with you the best I can. Why should I listen to you, she retorted, her skepticism evident. The woman's anger intensified. A single word escaped her lips. Meanwhile, a man with a bloodied arm and face was being tended to by someone off-panel. His expression was one of grim determination. A third individual, a man with gray hair and a stoic expression, observed the scene. The narration box noted, even in this situation, his expression hasn't changed. Perhaps we're behind schedule, a voice from off-panel stated. Another masked man, standing behind the injured man, gave a curt order, kill him first. Ijin-Yu, a teenager with a haunted past as a child mercenary, found himself face to face with a menacing figure in a dimly lit room. The man, clad in dark clothing, held a knife, his expression grim and threatening. Ijin's eyes narrowed, his gaze unwavering. He braced himself, sensing the imminent danger. A blur of motion followed as Ijin reacted with surprising speed, deflecting the attacker's blow with a swift counter. The attacker lunged again, but Ijin was ready. With a precise movement, he disarmed his opponent and retaliated with a swift, brutal strike, sending the man reeling back in pain. The attacker, his face partially obscured by a mask, glared at Ijin with a mixture of surprise and anger. His expression shifted to one of grim determination as he prepared for another attack. Meanwhile, a young woman with long dark hair and a bloody lip watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with concern. Ijin, his face bloodied but his eyes still sharp, felt a sharp pain in his side. He winced, his breath catching in his throat. He looked down at the hand gently resting on his injured side, a look of surprise and confusion crossing his features. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wide eyes filled with apprehension, stood frozen in place. Her pink jacket and white shirt suggested a school uniform. A sense of unease hung in the air. A close-up revealed a man's mouth, his lips slightly parted, a hint of grim determination etched on his face. Scars marred his jawline, hinting at past battles. Suddenly, a sharp exclamation point appeared in a thought bubble above the woman's head, indicating a sudden realization. Her face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes. Grief and despair washed over her. A violent burst of energy erupted from the man, a crimson and teal explosion of power. The man moved with blinding speed, his fist connecting with his opponent's face in a brutal blow. The impact sent a shockwave of energy rippling outwards. His opponent crumpled to the ground, defeated and bleeding profusely. The man stood over him, his expression grim. The defeated man lay on the ground, his body still, a pool of blood forming around him. His attacker stood over him, his silhouette dark and menacing. A desperate cry of pain echoed through the room as the defeated man gasped for air. A woman with long brown hair and striking blue eyes watched the scene unfold, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. She seemed to be observing the aftermath of the fight. Ijinu, a teenager with a haunted look in his eyes and fresh wounds marring his face, was the subject of a silent observation. His attacker hadn't simply swung a knife, he had precisely targeted the muscles and ligaments to incapacitate him. A detail that didn't escape the notice of his assailant, a masked figure whose voice was low and suspicious. "Are you actually a part of the escort team?" he questioned, his tone laced with doubt. Ijin remained silent, his expression unreadable, the only response being a slight grimace as he shifted his weight. The masked man's suspicion deepened. No. Something's off. His gaze lingered on Ijin's wounds, a chilling realization dawning on him. The way you use a knife at such a young age. The precision, the calculated brutality, spoke volumes. And your expression, are you really in the escort team? The masked man, clearly agitated, tightened his grip on his knife. Well, it doesn't matter whether you reply or not. His voice dropped to a menacing whisper. You're going to die here. With a sudden, violent burst of motion, the masked man lunged at Ijin. But Ijin, despite his injuries, reacted instantly, parrying the attack with surprising speed and skill. The clash of their bodies echoed in the confined space. Ijinu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected confrontation. He moved with practiced ease, his body a coiled spring of controlled aggression. His hand a blur as he deflected an incoming attack with a swift, precise movement. The glint of a knife catching the dim light as he prepared his counterattack. His opponent, a masked figure, lunged forward, knife flashing. Ijin met the attack head-on. A deadly dance of steel and shadow unfolding between them. The air crackled with tension as their blades clashed. A swift, brutal exchange leaving a crimson stain on the floor. Ijin's opponent lay defeated, his lifeblood painting a grim testament to the teenager's skill. A new figure appeared, witnessing the aftermath. What's going on? What are you? He asked, his voice laced with confusion and a hint of fear. The masked man, despite his defeat, sneered. This little runt is better with a knife than I am? Ijin, his face grim, stood over his fallen opponent, his own injuries a testament to the ferocity of the fight. The scene ended with a lingering sense of unease. Ijinu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a teenager, clutched a bloody knife to his chest, his expression grim. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he fought to control his breathing. He braced himself, anticipating the next attack. A blur of motion as he engaged his opponent in a fierce knife fight. The air crackled with tension as steel clashed against steel. Ijin moved with lethal precision, his movements a deadly dance. A brutal exchange leaving his adversary wounded and gasping for air. A guttural sound escaped the man's lips as he crumpled to the ground. The mercenary stood over his fallen foe, his breathing ragged, but victorious. He surveyed the scene, three other figures huddled together in fear, their faces pale with terror. One of them, a young woman with long dark hair, stared back at him, a trickle of blood staining her lip. Suddenly, a new threat emerged. The defeated man, despite his injuries, snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. He reached for a concealed weapon. A glint of metal catching Ijin's eye. His jaw tightened. A gun. A man with a scarred face, his eyes blazing with fury, leveled a pistol at an unseen target. His lips curled into a snarl as he roared a single, chilling word, die. Suddenly, a blur of motion sliced through the air. A gleaming blade arcing towards the gunman. The sword impacting with brutal force. Sending the man sprawling backward. Ijinu, the young mercenary, moved with lethal efficiency. He had barely registered the man's threat before reacting with deadly precision. He launched a swift counterattack. A flurry of blows connecting with devastating impact. Leaving his opponent incapacitated on the ground. A young woman watched, her expression a mixture of shock and concern, as Ijin stood over his defeated foe, his breathing ragged but his eyes sharp and alert. Ijinu, a young man with short, light gray hair, walked away from a scene of carnage. The floor was slick with blood, several bodies lay still on the ground, their lifeless forms stark against the teal-colored floor. He showed no emotion, his expression unreadable as he continued his steady pace. A voice, calm and reassuring, echoed in his mind, you can open your eyes now. Slowly, a young girl with shoulder-length brown hair, her eyes still closed, began to stir. Her face was pale, and a slight tremor ran through her body. Her eyelids fluttered, then opened, revealing eyes filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. The girl, still visibly shaken, looked up to see Ijin standing over her, his face partially obscured by shadows. Above them, a faint, ethereal glow emanated from an unseen source. She whispered, barely audible, Appa? Ijin smiled faintly, a hint of weariness in his eyes. I came to. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and a mixture of relief and trepidation washed over her face. The scene shifted to a close-up of Ijin's eye, blood crusted around his brow, his gaze intense and focused. His expression was one of grim determination. His hand reached out, a gesture of both protection and unspoken promise. A young woman, kneeling beside a young man covered in dirt and grime, gently touched his cheek. Her expression was one of concern as she asked, Are you okay? He looked up, his brow furrowed in confusion. Dirt smudged his face, obscuring some of his features, but his eyes held a dazed expression. Ha, he mumbled, clearly disoriented. He touched his own face, a small smile playing on his lips as he reassured her. Yeah, I'm okay. Despite his words, tears streamed down the young woman's face, her eyes wide with unshed emotion. Her distress was palpable. The young man, noticing her tears, tilted his head, concern etched on his features. Dayun? Why are you crying? Are you hurt somewhere? Another young woman with long, dark hair and striking blue eyes appeared behind Dayun, observing the scene with a calm, almost detached expression. The young man, still slightly dazed, turned his gaze to the newcomer, his expression unreadable. The second young woman's eyes, though calm, held a hint of something unreadable, perhaps concern, perhaps something else entirely. Her expression remained impassive as she observed the unfolding scene before her. The imposing structure of the SW Seoul Hospital loomed large against the cityscape. Its many windows reflected the bright morning sun. Inside, a young man with short, gray hair sat alone in a waiting area, his gaze fixed on the floor. Two women in nurses' uniforms walked past him, followed by another man. He was Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, nursing a small bandage on his cheek. A stark reminder of a recent altercation. The women whispered amongst themselves, their concern evident in their hushed tones. A shiver ran down Ijin's spine as a cold sweat beaded on his brow. He pulled out his phone. A message from a contact appeared on the screen. Hey Ijin, why aren't you at school today? Another message followed. You know what happened yesterday? Youngchan said fuck to me at the PC cafe yesterday. Ijin read the messages from his friends, a mixture of amusement and exasperation crossing his face. He saw a group chat with various responses. Ijin let out a small sigh, a faint smile playing on his lips. Even in the midst of his own struggles, the absurdity of his friend's situation brought a touch of levity to his day. A close-up on a young man's face, a faint smile playing on his lips. His dark, slightly messy hair partially obscures his eyes, and a small, almost imperceptible scar is visible near his mouth. He sits patiently in a waiting room, his gaze distant and preoccupied. He holds a small device in his hands, seemingly lost in thought. The room is quiet, the only sound the faint hum of fluorescent lights. The young man's profile is shown, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A bandage covers a portion of his face near his eye, a stark reminder of a recent injury. He seems pensive, lost in contemplation. The scene shifts to a sign reading Mental Health Institute, suggesting the location of his current predicament. A nighttime scene unfolds, showing a group of police officers surrounding a building. The atmosphere is tense, suggesting an ongoing operation or investigation. A SWAT team apprehends a suspect, subduing him efficiently. The scene is dynamic, highlighting the professionalism and skill of the officers. A young woman, Dayun, sits distressed, comforted by a doctor. The scene suggests she's been involved in the incident and is receiving medical attention. The young man from the waiting room, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, makes a decision. His expression is serious, determined. He instructs someone to take Dayun to the hospital, stating he will inform the relevant parties. His concern for her well-being is evident. A young woman with long brown hair and striking blue eyes relates some information. She mentioned that someone had recently endured a difficult period involving individuals named Kisu and Heejin. Despite legal consequences for those involved, she emphasized that this did not equate to the victim's complete recovery. Considering the ordeal, she suggested that the individual in question should seek extensive therapy and psychological treatment. A young man with short, gray hair, a bandage on his cheek, listened intently, his expression unreadable. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair appeared, opening a door. She asked if he had been waiting long. The young man with gray hair replied that he had also just finished. He then inquired about the doctor's assessment. The young woman with brown hair smiled and explained that the doctor simply instructed her to come once. Ijinu, a teenager with silver hair and a bandage on his face, assures his sister that his injuries are minor. I just have some bruises and a small cut on my head, but that's it. His sister, visibly relieved, breathes a sigh of relief, muttering, that's a relief. Ijin's expression remains stoic, his gaze unwavering. A sudden shift in Ijin's demeanor is noticeable as his eyes narrow, a subtle change in his expression. His sister, sensing the change, hesitantly calls out to him, Appa. They continue walking down a school hallway. Ijin, seemingly lost in thought, simply replies with a questioning. His sister, still hesitant, stammers, His sister starts to speak, but the panel cuts off before she can finish, leaving the reader in suspense. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair smiled faintly, her expression serene despite a hint of underlying tension. She softly stated, it's nothing. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where a doctor in a white coat anxiously addressed the same young woman. He asked, concerned, are you okay? Are you dizzy? Two armed guards stood nearby, their faces grim. One of them, surprised, exclaimed, that boy took out most of the kidnappers? The young woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought, incredulous, I can't believe that. Is he in the same class as Lady Sayuna? How can he fight so well? A flashback showed a brutal fight, emphasizing the ferocity of the young man's combat skills. The narration box added, what kind of life did he live before coming to Korea? Back in the present, a woman with long dark hair and a serious expression walked down a hallway, followed by a man in a suit. The young woman from earlier watched them approach. Her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The woman with dark hair stopped in front of the young woman. She asked, is your checkup over? How did the counseling go? The young woman looked down, guilt evident in her posture. She said, what are you saying? This all happened to you because of me. You didn't have to do all that. I'm sorry. The woman responded, and no. A young woman with long brown hair and striking blue eyes stared pensively ahead, a slight frown etching itself onto her delicate features. Her expression hinted at a deep concern, a weight of unspoken worries resting on her shoulders. A young man with short, gray hair and a bandage on his forehead walked alongside a girl with shoulder-length brown hair. The girl, smiling brightly, chided him gently. Stop it, she said, you apologized yesterday, too. The young man, Ijin, remained silent, his gaze distant and troubled, a hint of weariness in his eyes. A man in a dark suit, his face etched with worry, sat alone, his thoughts heavy. A single ellipsis floated in a speech bubble above him, indicating his unspoken concerns. Ijin's face was shown again, his expression mirroring the man's unspoken anxiety. The young woman from the first panel reappeared, her expression now one of gentle inquiry. She addressed Ai-jin, her voice soft but firm. Didn't you get a checkup too, Ai-jin? Ai-jin and the girl exchanged a look. He responded curtly, yeah. The girl explained, Appa said he didn't want a checkup at first. He only did it because I said if he wasn't going to do it, I wouldn't either. Two young women stood in a hospital hallway, their conversation hinting at the presence of someone named Sukju Sunbae. One of them, with short dark hair, expressed surprise and a touch of excitement, confirming his presence in the hospital. The other girl, addressing someone off-panel as Appa, excitedly suggested a visit to Sukju Sunbae. In a hospital room, Ko Sukju, a young man with bandages on his chest, expressed gratitude for a chance to thank someone from the previous day. The girl with short dark hair apologized, but Sukju reassured her that it was all right. The girl smiled, relieved, as the young man with gray hair stood silently beside her. Ai-jin, his face partially obscured by a bandage, muttered that he was feeling much better. A lingering uncertainty clouded his expression, however, as he was visited by his sister, Eugene, and a stern-looking bodyguard. Eugene's eyes welled with tears, reflecting her worry for her brother. The bodyguard's intense gaze swept over the room, his expression unreadable. Eugene bid her brother farewell, wishing him well as she left the room. A moment later, Eugene cheerfully waved goodbye to a doctor, who was tending to Ai-jin's injuries in a nearby hospital room. Later, the bodyguard reported to his superior that Ai-jin, the student who had requested the investigation, was involved in the recent incident. The superior, a man of imposing stature, listened intently. He expressed disbelief at the events, despite having witnessed them firsthand. A woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief, voiced her astonishment at the young boy's actions. The fact that such a small child had managed to incapacitate so many people was, to her, quite incredible. She admitted to sharing the same sentiment. She too was taken aback by the turn of events. However, she questioned whether the feat was as impressive as her superior claimed. The man explained that the situation was far more complex than simply a child beating up a large number of people. His words hinted at a deeper, more strategic element to the boy's actions. The man continued, detailing how the boy silently and efficiently neutralized 10 individuals stationed outside. While acknowledging that taking down one or two might be understandable, the sheer number made the feat extraordinary. He emphasized that the boy had not killed anyone, he had only incapacitated them. The panel shows the boy, Ai-jin, lying in a hospital bed, a bandage on his forehead. Ai-jin, his expression unreadable, remained silent. The man further elaborated, pointing out that even considering the injuries sustained by just two individuals in the warehouse, the level of skill displayed was exceptional. Few individuals possess such knife-fighting prowess, especially without extensive training or combat experience. He highlighted that two individuals in the warehouse and four of the soldiers outside were highly trained foreign soldiers. This fact further underscored the remarkable nature of the boy's accomplishment. The narration box reveals a key piece of information about Ai-jin. He is highly skilled in combat, likely a trained professional with extensive experience. A young woman, her eyes wide with surprise and concern, observes Ai-jin from a distance. The narration box continues, emphasizing the exceptionally high level of Ai-jin's combat skills. Ai-jin walks alongside a young woman, seemingly in conversation. The setting appears to be a public space, possibly a seaside promenade. The young woman, her expression troubled, seems to be voicing her concerns to Ai-jin. As Ai-jin, with a slight smirk and a bandage on his face, responds with a simple HM, indicating his awareness of her apprehension. Ai-jin and the young woman continue their conversation. He expresses a feeling of being constantly helped, a sentiment he's voiced repeatedly lately. Ai-jin corrects himself, stating that he should be the one thanking her. The young woman is surprised by his statement, questioning if he truly wants to thank her. And Ai-jin confirms, expressing a degree of understanding for her perspective. A young woman, her face partially obscured, looked at Ai-jin with a mixture of concern and surprise. What? She questioned, her voice laced with disbelief. The panel shows a close-up of a hand reaching out, as if in a gesture of help or concern. It was the first time Ai-jin had experienced such care. Ai-jin, his face bruised and bloodied, sat hunched over, his body trembling slightly. Without any forethought, the young woman asked, "Are you okay?" Kneeling beside Ai-jin, the young woman gently touched his face, her expression one of deep concern. He felt a wave of unexpected warmth wash over him. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized someone had worried about his safety before their own. That's a relief, he thought, a genuine smile gracing his lips for the first time in a long time. Ai-jin reflected on this moment, a stark contrast to his past experiences. I experienced it for the first time after coming to this country, he mused, a hint of wonder in his eyes. The young woman watched him, her gaze soft and thoughtful. She seemed to be pondering something deeply. Standing in the soft glow of the setting sun, Ai-jin and the young woman exchanged a meaningful look. He finally understood, at least partially, what a family is. Ai-jin, a former child mercenary, had located the kidnapper's hideout with surprising speed. He swiftly neutralized them before any authorities could arrive. Observing from afar, a woman, seemingly unimpressed, commented on Sukju's efficiency, questioning how often such incidents occurred. The woman, her expression hardening, reflected on the situation, wishing she had been the one to handle it instead of Yuna. She deemed the current arrangement a waste. A man, dressed in a suit, entered the room, mentioning a strange rumor. The woman, intrigued, inquired about the rumor. The man explained that while Sukju had been involved in many incidents, most of the work had been done by a classmate of his. She expressed disbelief at this absurd claim. The man revealed that the CEO was now taking an interest in the matter. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. The rumor, it seemed, was true. Ai-jin, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, was intensely focused on his workout routine. His muscles strained as he performed pull-ups, the exertion evident in the slight grimace on his face and the grunts escaping his lips. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his body, a jarring interruption to his exercise. His vision blurred, the world around him fading into a dark, distorted haze. An intense pain overwhelmed him, a violent flash of light and shadow obscuring his vision completely. He found himself in a brutal confrontation, grappling with an unseen assailant. The attacker's strength was immense, their blows landing with bone-jarring force. With a surge of adrenaline and honed instincts, Ai-jin swiftly subdued his attacker, leaving the assailant groaning on the floor, defeated. A dark stain spread across the ground, a grim testament to the violence. He leaned against the pull-up bar, his breathing ragged, sweat dripping from his brow. The aftereffects of the fight were still evident in his labored breaths. A young girl's worried face appeared in the next panel, her eyes wide with concern. She seemed to have witnessed the entire event. Jin, still catching his breath, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His body ached from the exertion and the fight. A gentle knock on the door interrupted his recovery. A voice, soft and concerned, called out to him. His younger sister, offering him fruit, interrupted his moment of quiet reflection. The contrast between the brutal fight and the peaceful offer of fruit was stark. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair sat at a kitchen table, quietly eating with a spoon. She finished her meal and sat quietly, her hands resting on the table. A young man with short, gray hair entered the scene. His expression was serious and observant. He approached her and asked about her well-being. She responded curtly that she was fine, reminding him that he had already asked earlier. A slight smile played on her lips as she spoke. She then addressed him as Appa, a term of endearment used by younger siblings to older brothers. He responded with a questioning prompting her to continue. He reassured her that she didn't need to worry about anything. He then observed her, noting her apparent concern about how she appeared before him, and expressed his surprise at her fighting skills, implying that he was aware of her past. Jin's younger sister, Yuna, smiled serenely at him. I don't think it's weird at all, she said, her voice soft yet firm. You did all that to save me. Jin listened intently, his expression unreadable. He thought, she doesn't need to know the details. Yuna continued, I also won't ask what kind of life you lived by yourself. Yuna's expression shifted slightly, a hint of sadness clouding her features. She confessed, to be honest, I also couldn't tell my grandpa about the bad stuff that happened to me at school. I couldn't tell you either. She offered a small, understanding smile. There's some things you just can't say, she added softly, her gaze meeting his. Jin remained silent, his gaze distant and thoughtful. The scene shifted to Jin and Yuna sitting at their kitchen table, sharing a meal. A cheerful, almost whimsical sound effect accompanied the image, suggesting a light-hearted atmosphere. Yuna answered a phone call, her expression brightening as she spoke. She waved to Jin reassuringly. She finished the call and gave Jin a reassuring smile before leaving the room. I'm fine, so you don't have to keep worrying about me, she said. Jin, alone again, ate his meal quietly, a thoughtful expression on his face. The final panel shows a woman with long brown hair, her face partially obscured, looking concerned. The scene opens with a close-up of a young woman with long, dark hair, seated at a table. She is wearing a beige double-breasted coat with a plaid pattern on the lapels. Next, the focus shifts to a young man with short, light brown hair. He has a serious expression on his face, and he is wearing a gray zip-up jacket. The young man, Jin, stands before the young woman, who is now identified as Dayun. A man in a suit gestures for Jin to sit. And he complies, questioning why he was called. Dayun begins to apologize for the trouble Jin's actions caused Dayun's brother, Sukju. Jin acknowledges her apology, but Dayun continues, explaining that she will also apologize to Sukju when he recovers. Dayun then expresses her gratitude for Jin saving her. But Jin corrects her, stating that he only saved Dayun's brother, not her. Dayun insists that she still owes him a debt of gratitude for his help. The two share a moment of quiet contemplation, leaving the reader to wonder about the nature of their relationship and the events that led to this encounter. Jin, a young man with a haunted look in his eyes, sat silently. He had just been told that the investigation into his forged documents was over. A woman with long, dark hair addressed him, her tone laced with a mixture of suspicion and weariness. She pointed out the obvious inconsistencies in his paperwork, leaving Jin with little room to argue. The woman explained her actions, revealing a history of hardship and a recent near kidnapping in America. This explained her initial skepticism towards Jin's situation. Despite the unresolved questions surrounding the forged documents, she declared the investigation closed, her gaze softening slightly as she noted Jin's protective instincts during a previous incident. She recognized his actions were not those of someone intending harm. Jin, relieved but still wary, stated his intention to leave. He was ready to move on from this encounter. However, before he could depart, the woman's demeanor shifted. A new request changed the atmosphere. A young man with light brown hair appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. He looked concerned and slightly anxious. Jin, however, remained unconvinced, stating that he hadn't intended to save her in the first place. His actions were purely circumstantial. The scene shifts to show the woman's thoughtful expression, leaving the reader to ponder the true nature of Jin's motivations and the upcoming meeting with her grandfather. Jin, a teenager with short, gray hair, walked down a dimly lit city street, his expression serious and guarded. The urban landscape was a backdrop to his solitary journey, the only light source a single lamppost casting a pale glow on his face. A man in a suit, clutching his bleeding abdomen, leaned against a brick wall, his shadow stretching long behind him in the alleyway. Pain contorted his features. His face was a mask of agony as he gasped for air, blood staining his shirt. He was clearly in distress. Jin stood before him, his expression unreadable. The injured man, barely able to speak, managed to utter a fragmented accusation. He recognized Jin, his voice laced with bitter resentment as he blamed him for his current predicament. Another man, his face grim and bloodied, explained the situation. Their boss was already in a precarious position due to a previous incident involving a congressman. But his actions in aiding Jin, by interfering with the powerful Goseon clan, had pushed him over the edge. The focus shifted to Jin's neck, highlighting the subtle tension in his posture. The scene then transitioned to a nighttime street, showing a line of vehicles parked outside a brightly lit establishment. Inside a dimly lit room, 3 men lay dead on the floor, their bodies stained with blood. The scene was stark and violent. A throng of men, clad in dark suits and wielding baseball bats, filled the dimly lit club. Their faces were grim, their eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of menace. Choi Goseon, a man whose imposing figure and cruel smirk spoke volumes, emerged from the shadows. He sneered, "Why don't you save yourself the embarrassment and give up?" Choi Goseon's words were met with a defiant retort. A man, his shirt stained crimson, wiped blood from his lip. "Hey, Choi Goseon. Are you talking about me?" Goseon scoffed, "Even though you knew my men were on vacation, you were still too scared to come alone, you coward. Then why did you mess with Congressman Kim and make the other congressman angry? And you also did the Goseon guys dirty recently." The crimson-shirted man smirked, "Did them dirty, my ass. I just help educate those idiots who were taking any job they could without understanding anything. Gozion's face contorted in rage. You motherfucker. His outburst ignited a furious response from his goons. Tear him up. The ensuing brawl was a whirlwind of fists and flying bodies. The crimson-shirted man moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging blows with practiced ease, and retaliating with brutal efficiency. A swift kick sent one of Gozion's men sprawling. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected confrontation. He moved with practiced efficiency, his movements a blur as he countered a sudden attack. A swift, precise strike sending his opponent reeling. The impact was brutal, a sharp crack echoing through the dimly lit space. The man collapsing to the floor, his body convulsing from the force of the blow. Blood splattered across the polished surface. Ijin's expression remained impassive, his eyes cold and calculating as he surveyed the scene. He had dealt with far worse. Two figures emerged from the shadows, their faces grim. One, a large man with a gold chain, glared at Ijin with undisguised hostility. The other, a more subtly menacing figure in a suit, stood silently behind him. The larger man lunged, a flurry of fists aimed at Ijin's head. But Ijin anticipated the attack, easily sidestepping the blows and countering with a devastating kick that sent the attacker sprawling. The sound of cracking bone was audible. The second man, however, proved to be a more formidable opponent. He wielded a long, sharp weapon, moving with surprising speed and precision. He attacked with a vicious swing. Ijin barely managed to deflect the blow, the weapon grazing his cheek. The near miss sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. But he quickly regained his composure, his eyes narrowed in focus. With a swift, calculated movement, he disarmed his opponent, sending the weapon flying across the room. He then delivered a final, decisive blow, leaving the man incapacitated on the floor. The fight was over. A bruised and battered man stood amidst a throng of menacing figures in sharp suits. The air crackled with tension, the silence punctuated only by the rhythmic thud of heavy breathing. He wiped blood from his lip, his gaze hardening. He wondered how many men they had sent for just one target. He braced himself, resigned to his fate. It seemed this was the end, but a flicker of defiance ignited within him as he thought of the high schooler who had caused this. Meanwhile, a young man on a motorcycle sped through the city streets, weaving expertly through the late-night traffic. A blur of motion against the neon lights. He approached the scene, a tense confrontation brewing. A man shouted at him to get lost, but the young man responded with a swift, brutal kick to the face. The impact sent the man sprawling, his stunned allies watching in disbelief. As the young man's arrival was met with shock and confusion. The young man, Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, surveyed the scene with a cold, calculating gaze. His expression was one of controlled intensity. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood in a dimly lit alleyway. He leaned against a motorcycle, his expression unreadable, a sense of quiet intensity radiating from him. Two figures lay unconscious on the ground nearby, their forms obscured by shadow. The scene suggested a recent altercation. Two more men emerged from the darkness, their faces contorted in anger. One of them, a burly man with short brown hair, shouted, "Who is this fucker?" Ijin moved with surprising speed, his hand flashing out to grab the nearest man by the throat. He swiftly subdued him with a brutal chokehold, the man's face turning purple with lack of oxygen. Ijin then delivered a swift, powerful punch to the second man's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The remaining man, eyes wide with shock and fear, watched as Ijin effortlessly dispatched his companions. He braced himself for an attack. Ijin unleashed a powerful kick, a blur of motion that sent the man flying backwards. The impact left a bloody crater on the man's face, leaving him unconscious on the ground. A young man with short, dark hair stood silhouetted against a vibrant purple backdrop, his head bowed slightly, a sense of mystery surrounding him. His back to the viewer, the only visible detail being his dark, formal attire. The scene pulsed with an ominous energy. The young man, Ijinu, stood alone in a dimly lit room, his expression unreadable. A faint whisper escaped his lips. As he was suddenly confronted by a group of men. "Ha? Who are you? How did you get in here?" one of them demanded. Ijin responded curtly, "Get out, bitch," his tone laced with a chilling indifference. The leader of the group, angered by Ijin's defiance, snarled, "Where do you think you are?" As he and his men advanced menacingly, brandishing their weapons. Observing the scene, one of the men muttered, "Is this brat out of his mind?" Ijin, unfazed, simply reiterated his command, "I told you to get out." Ijinu, a teenager with a hidden past as a child mercenary, moved with lethal precision, his body a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched his attackers. A trail of defeated foes littered the dimly lit alleyway, leaving only stunned silence and wide-eyed fear in their wake. The remaining thugs, three burly men, stared in disbelief, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and terror. Ijin, his silver hair slightly disheveled, stood calmly amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. He exuded an aura of quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the fear gripping his opponents. The leader of the remaining thugs, emboldened by his numbers, roared a command, "Get him!" The three men lunged at Ijin simultaneously, their crude weapons raised high. But Ijin met their attack with a swift, brutal counter. A flurry of blows followed, each strike precise and devastating. He moved with the grace of a predator, his movements fluid and economical, each strike perfectly timed to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. A blue energy crackled around his fists as he delivered a powerful blow, sending one of the thugs sprawling to the ground, unconscious. With terrifying speed, Ijin dispatched the remaining two thugs. A swift kick sent one flying, and a perfectly placed punch knocked the last one out cold. He stood over them, his expression still impassive, a silent testament to his superior skill. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected confrontation. A swift, precise movement. A sharp blade flashed, slicing through the air with deadly accuracy, connecting with his opponent's leg with a resounding impact. A pained cry escaped the man's lips as he stumbled. Ijin followed up with a brutal strike, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground. He moved with the practiced efficiency of a seasoned warrior, his movements a blur of calculated violence. A swift kick sent his opponent reeling, leaving him vulnerable to another attack. A gasp of surprise followed as Ijin launched himself forward, a blur of motion. The speed of his attack was almost inhuman, a testament to his years of brutal training. His opponent, clearly unprepared for such ferocity, found himself on the receiving end of a devastating blow. Blood splattered across his face as he crumpled to the floor. Aijin stood over his defeated foe, his expression calm and emotionless, a stark contrast to the violence he had just unleashed. The fight was over. Aijin, a seasoned child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a violent confrontation. He moved with practiced efficiency, his movements a blur as he dispatched his opponents with brutal precision, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies in his wake. He stood panting, blood staining his shirt, the aftermath of his swift victory stark against the sterile backdrop of the room. Cha Dusik, one of Aijin's associates, observed the scene with a mixture of awe and concern. "I can't believe you can do this much by yourself," he remarked, his voice laced with disbelief. Another associate, whose face remained unseen, added, "We would have failed this job if Cha Dusik wasn't alone. Good thing he prefers living quietly rather than building up his forces." Suddenly, more men appeared, their faces contorted in anger, ready to confront Aijin. The air crackled with tension. Aijin, however, remained unfazed. With a swift, powerful movement, he unleashed a devastating punch, the force of the blow sending his attacker reeling backward. His skill and strength evident in the brutal efficiency of his attack. Another attacker fell victim to Aijin's relentless assault. A swift, precise blow ending the confrontation decisively. Aijin, a child soldier turned high school student, lay on the floor, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Blood stained his lip, a testament to the brutal fight he'd just endured. A grueling battle that had pushed him to his absolute limit. His opponent, Cha Dusik, watched him with a smug expression. "Okay, Cha Dusik. We understand that you're great, but it looks like you're at your limit, so why don't you give up? We'll treat you well if you stop here," Dusik offered, a condescending smirk playing on his lips. Aijin, despite his injuries, glared back defiantly. "Bullshit. Why would I do that? Let's go until the end," he spat, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Dusik's face contorted in annoyance as he looked at his equally exhausted henchman. A wave of unease washing over him as he sensed something was amiss. His men, too, seemed to share his apprehension. A sudden noise caught their attention. A tall, pale man in a suit stood silently behind Dusik, his expression unreadable, causing Dusik's henchman to question, "Who is this fucker?" Before anyone could react, the newcomer moved with terrifying speed. A flurry of blows rained down on Dusik's men, leaving them groaning in pain as they collapsed to the ground. Dusik, stunned by the sudden attack, could only stare in disbelief. The scene opens on a dimly lit, almost clandestine establishment. The walls are a deep purple, the light casting long shadows. A lone figure is silhouetted against the purple backdrop. The only visible detail is the outline of a young man, his posture suggesting a quiet alertness. The camera focuses on the young man's face. He has short, dark hair with hints of pink, and his eyes are narrowed in concentration. This is Aijin, a former child mercenary, now navigating the complexities of high school life. His expression is unreadable, a mask of controlled calm concealing the turmoil within. He wears a simple, gray zip-up jacket. The scene shifts to a crowded bar, the atmosphere thick with tension. A voice cuts through the noise. A man, his back to the viewer, is clearly agitated. He mutters a question, laced with anger and disbelief. "Who the F*** is that brat?" Aijin confronts a man whose face is marred by cuts and bruises. The injured man, clearly surprised by Aijin's presence, stammers, Why are you here?" Aijin's response is calm and unexpected, "I came to return the motorcycle." The injured man's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" Another man, observing the scene, whispers his confusion. What the hell is he saying in a situation like this? "That kid." A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, smirked, muttering to himself, "I guess he'd have to deal with the kid, too." Two men in dark clothing, one wielding a baton, stood in a dimly lit club, one responding, "Yes, sir." Another man, his face bloodied and bruised, warned, "It's probably best if you leave that kid alone." His associate countered, "I'm afraid we can't do that. He's acquainted with you and came here. We can't just let him go." The suited man's expression hardened. "What do you? If anything, he would be the one letting you guys go." A blur of motion indicated a swift, brutal attack. The man was sent flying, blood spraying from a grievous wound, as the other man prepared to strike. But he was met with a swift counterattack, the impact sending him sprawling. A swift, brutal kick connected with the side of a young man's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. As another man, wielding a baseball bat with a menacing grin, prepared to strike. The impact was swift and decisive. A blur of motion as the bat connected with its target, sending a spray of blood into the air. But the attacker's triumph was short-lived. Two figures watched in shock as the seemingly defeated man suddenly moved with impossible speed, disarming his attacker and sending the bat clattering to the floor. One of the observers, a large man with a gold chain, sputtered in disbelief, what the? His companion, a more composed man in a suit, questioned, "Why did you have to attack him?" The attacker, a sinister smile playing on his blood-smeared lips, replied, "I'm saying this now, but..." The scene dissolved into a chaotic blur of motion, leaving several men unconscious on the floor, their weapons scattered around them. Aijin, a young man with short, silvery hair and intense brown eyes, stared intently ahead. A grim determination etched itself onto his features as he silently assessed the situation. He stood alone, observing a crowded nightclub from a distance. The music pulsed, a low thrumming that vibrated through the floor, but Aijin remained unmoved, his gaze sharp and focused. A voice, laced with menace, cut through the noise. It belonged to a burly man with a gold tooth, his face contorted in a sneer. He spoke of Aijin, referring to him dismissively as that brat. The scene shifted, showing two men, one in a suit and the other in a more casual outfit, approaching a group of thugs. Tension crackled in the air as the confrontation began. One of the thugs lunged forward, but he was met with a swift, brutal counterattack. A sickening thud echoed as the thug was sent sprawling, his face bloodied and bruised. The fight continued, a blur of motion and impact. Aijin moved with terrifying speed and precision, effortlessly dispatching his opponents one by one. The remaining thugs, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the attack, watched in disbelief as their comrades fell. The leader of the thugs, his face a mask of fury, roared in protest. He questioned the disproportionate force being used against a single child. His surprise was palpable as he registered the extent of the damage inflicted by Ijin. A wounded thug, his face grim, reminded the leader of someone they had overlooked. The leader's expression shifted to one of dawning horror. The scene opens on a nighttime street in Korea, the neon glow of a nightclub reflecting off rain-slick roads. Several vehicles are parked haphazardly outside the club, suggesting a bustling, perhaps illicit, atmosphere. Inside the club, a man in a red shirt is violently thrown backward, his body impacting the ground with a sickening thud. His head striking the floor with a sickening crunch. Blood splatters across the dark surface. The man lies still, his eyes wide open in death, a grim expression frozen on his face. His body is marred by blood and wounds. Another man, also in a red shirt, sits nearby, breathing heavily, his face bruised and bloodied. He is clearly injured but still alive. As he clutches his side, wincing in pain. The injured man looks up, his expression a mixture of pain and disbelief. He thinks to himself, struggling to comprehend what has just happened. A moment later, Ijin appears, standing over a pile of bodies. He is covered in blood, but his expression is calm and almost bored. He stands amidst the carnage, his gaze sweeping across the scene. The sheer number of bodies is staggering. He turns and walks away, leaving the scene of carnage behind. A man, his face marred by cuts and bruises, stood hunched over, blood staining his crimson shirt. His gaze was downcast, a grim determination etched onto his features. A silent question hanging heavy in the air. Dat? Don't tell me he thought, his eyes widening with dawning horror. Another man, his hair a shade of silver, approached. He asked, "Hey, what happened to your sister?" The injured man replied, "Thanks to you, I managed to save her in time." The silver-haired man turned, his back to the viewer, a sense of quiet relief washing over him. His hands, however, still bore the grim evidence of a recent struggle, blood stained his fingers. The camera focuses on a multi-story building, the name Junbyung Hospital clearly visible on its facade. Inside, a large, imposing man in a hospital gown groans in pain, his head bandaged. His eyes are wide with fear, and he shouts in pain. He continues to gasp for breath, his labored breathing audible even across the panel. His gaze is filled with a palpable sense of terror. In another room, a second man lies in a hospital bed, his arm in a sling. He appears weary and defeated, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The first man, still in pain, calls out to the second man, "Boss?" The second man, irritated, snaps back, "I heard you, idiot. Stop saying that. How did you get here?" The first man, however, is more concerned with the larger picture, asking, "What about the Goseong clan and the Seonsu clan?" The second man replies calmly, "They've all been taken care of." Two men lay in adjacent hospital beds, their faces bruised and bandaged. One, clearly agitated, accused the other of lying, while the other retorted that he would not be there if he had lost a fight. The injured man scoffed at the suggestion, incredulously asking if he would be in the hospital if he had lost. A third man, also injured, entered the room. He revealed that he had heard about the incident and that the high schooler had caused quite a commotion. The bandaged man's eyes widened in surprise. He confirmed that it was indeed a high school student who had caused the commotion, explaining that he had been attacked on his way to the store and, angered, had gone looking for the attacker. He continued, explaining that in his anger, he had acted rashly and confronted the high schooler without thinking. A flashback shows the high schooler delivering a powerful blow to the bandaged man, knocking him unconscious. The other man surmised that the high schooler must have knocked him unconscious and brought him to the hospital after causing a ruckus. The injured man recounted his fear upon seeing the large number of gang members from the Goseong and Seonsu clans. Until the high schooler showed up. Ijin, a young man with a haunted look in his eyes, stood amidst the aftermath of a brutal confrontation. Blood stained his otherwise pristine white jacket, a stark contrast to his pale skin. He had swiftly neutralized every opponent from both sides, leaving none standing. Without a backward glance, he departed, simply stating that his debt was settled. One of the injured men, his face partially obscured by bandages, muttered, "That's cool." Another injured man, also bandaged, smirked weakly. "Yeah. That was all I could think, too." The first man's eyes widened slightly as he pondered, "I wonder what that monster really is." His gaze lingered on the thought, a mixture of fear and awe in his eyes. Ijin reappeared, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, held a chilling intensity. A sudden burst of motion. A soccer ball, seemingly harmless, was suddenly propelled with immense force, blurring into a streak of motion. The handball coach blew his whistle, signaling the start of the game. A young man, Ijin, watched in surprise as the ball flew towards him, instinctively catching it. His teammates were shocked. Ijin, slightly embarrassed, simply apologized for his unexpected action. He explained that he had reacted without thinking. His friends, Youngchan and another boy, suggested they play together later that day, as Youngchan had tutoring the following days. Ijin politely declined, stating he needed to walk his sister home first. His friends were surprised, as this was not the first time Ijin had done this. Youngchan reassured Ijin that they would save him a spot for later. Later, Ijin's sister pondered what to have for dinner, eventually deciding on kimchi soup, despite Ijin's dislike for spicy food. Dayun, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a neatly tied bow tie, pondered something quietly as she adjusted her backpack. She mused to herself, considering whether she should simply make miso. When her attention was suddenly captured. Her eyes widened in surprise as she spotted Ijin Sunbae. And she found herself speechless, completely captivated by his appearance. Her friends, equally impressed, shared their thoughts. One exclaimed about his striking handsomeness, while another wondered where someone so captivating could have possibly come from, comparing him favorably to their own less impressive older brothers. One girl commented that her own little brother didn't even come close, leading to another girl asking Dayun if her older brother had a girlfriend. A question met with a moment of playful confusion before the girls giggled together, their excitement palpable. Dayun, still smiling, began to answer, revealing that he, in fact, did not have a girlfriend. This news was met with a surprised, slightly disappointed "right" from Dayun. A reaction that quickly faded as a contented smile returned to her face. Dayun reflected on her brother's unexpected popularity, noting that people were even talking about him in her classes. She recalled that Yuna had asked twice if her brother had a girlfriend. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a school uniform, pondered aloud. She wondered if Ijin, the subject of her thoughts, had any romantic interests. She mused that he probably received many confessions, given his apparent popularity. The scene shifted to Ijin, along with 3 other male students, walking down a school hallway. One of the students had blonde hair and a somewhat serious expression, another had short, dark hair and a more relaxed demeanor, the third had reddish-brown, curly hair and a friendly smile. The camera focused on their legs and feet, emphasizing their different styles of shoes and attire. As the young woman from earlier appeared, her eyes wide with surprise. The blonde-haired student and the curly-haired student exchanged greetings with each other, their interaction light and casual. The blonde-haired student and the curly-haired student told Ijin to go ahead, promising to catch up after he took his sister home. The young woman asked Ijin if he had made plans with his friends. He confirmed that he intended to stop by their house after school. The young woman looked thoughtful for a moment. Ijin explained that he had forgotten something at home. Ijin, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, insisted he was fine, despite the obvious concern etched on his classmate's face. The sun was still high in the sky, casting a warm glow on the school grounds. His classmate, whose name is unknown, observed him with a worried expression, her gaze lingering on his face. She gently urged him to stop his self-sacrificing behavior, revealing that she had even refused help from a senior, Yuna Sunbae, when offered. She confided that she feared that accepting such help would prevent her from living a normal life. Ijin listened, a thoughtful expression on his face, before offering a simple response. He agreed to follow her wishes, but requested that they continue to walk home together occasionally. He gently chided her for worrying too much. Ijin explained that his insistence stemmed from his own worry and a genuine desire to spend time with her. His classmate looked at him with a thoughtful expression, her gaze soft. Ijin, in turn, looked away, a subtle blush creeping onto his cheeks. As they walked, a woman in a stylish dress and a man in a suit watched them from a distance, their expressions unreadable. A woman with dark hair, elegantly dressed, greeted someone off-panel with a simple, yet polite, hello. The camera then focused on a young man with light blonde hair, his expression unreadable, as if observing something with keen interest. A young girl with brown hair, wearing a school uniform, appeared beside him, her brow furrowed in confusion. She questioned, huh? Who's that? The elegantly dressed woman from the previous panel gasped, her hand covering her mouth in surprise. She murmured, that child, the one who got dragged into the situation. The young man and girl exchanged a look of mutual uncertainty. As the girl finally asked, who are you? The woman approached the young man, a grateful smile gracing her lips. She explained, I wanted to thank you for saving our little Yuna. Maybe by taking you out to dinner. Can you make some time? The young man, however, politely declined. He stated, and I've already been thanked by Yuna, so there's no need for you to do anything. The woman's expression shifted to one of surprise, a single word escaping her lips, what? She quickly recovered, adding, wait. I also have something else to ask you. A woman, her expression suggestive of a proposition, approached Ijin. He, however, remained unmoved, his gaze fixed ahead as he rejected her advances. Ijin continued walking, his expression unreadable, seemingly lost in thought. While the woman watched him go, a look of disappointment clouding her features. From a distance, the woman observed Ijin and a younger girl walking away together. The girl appeared nervous. Back with the woman, a man in a suit appeared, and she considered whether to retrieve Ijin. He advised her against it. The woman, now visibly annoyed, observed Ijin from afar. The scene shifts to a PC bang, where several individuals are seen playing games. A group of young men, anticipating a gaming session, prepared themselves. Elsewhere, a man in a suit walked down a hallway, seemingly heading towards an elevator. Ijin, a former child mercenary recently returned to Korea, found himself in an unexpected altercation. He likely bumped into a man in a suit, a seemingly insignificant contact. The man, however, reacted with surprising aggression. His face contorted in anger, eyes narrowed, a clear sign of simmering fury. The man barked at Ijin, watch where you're going, you little shit. Ijin, startled by the outburst, stammered an apology, oh, sorry. I apologize, sir. The man's anger escalated. You shitty little brat, you're pissing me off. You think Asari is gonna cut it after attacking me? Ijin's expression shifted subtly. He internally questioned the man's definition of attacking. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant orange hair, chewing gum nonchalantly, observed the scene from a distance. The focus shifted to Ijin, who was visibly shaken but trying to maintain his composure. He was clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Ijin, addressing the man, muttered, JJ Hyung. She casually flicked a lollipop at the man, a gesture that spoke volumes about her confidence and disregard for the situation. The man, clearly angered by her intervention, retorted, do we look like fucking pushovers to you? Ijin, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, stood face to face with an older man, his expression a mask of intense scrutiny. The weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air between them. The older man's face, etched with worry and apprehension, betrayed his inner turmoil. A tense confrontation unfolded in a dimly lit hallway. A man in a brown suit, his face contorted in a grimace, towered over a shorter individual with curly reddish-brown hair, who stood with their back to the viewer, seemingly apprehensive. The man's eyes, narrowed in suspicion, bore into the other's back, radiating an aura of barely contained anger. The curly-haired individual, seemingly unfazed, turned to face the man, their expression defiant. The hell are you looking at, asshole? They spat, their voice laced with venom. He visibly recoiled from the unexpected outburst, his eyes widening in surprise. Their hurried pace suggested a sense of urgency. The curly-haired individual and the nervous man continued their conversation, their words unspoken but their expressions conveying a shared concern. A sense of urgency permeated their words, underscoring the importance of their mission. The nervous man, his face etched with worry, responded with a simple okay, his voice barely a whisper. Ijin, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked away from a tense encounter. He had just been helped by someone unexpected, leaving him with a sense of disbelief and quiet gratitude. He rejoined his friends, who immediately questioned his absence. Their impatience was evident in their words. Ijin, slightly annoyed, simply stared at them, his expression betraying a hint of weariness. Prompting one of his companions to inquire about the mysterious individual who had just assisted him. The friend's curiosity was piqued, he wanted to know more about the person who had helped Ijin. Jin, relieved that the situation had been resolved, briefly explained that he had received help from someone wearing a Gosuk technical high uniform, before reassuring his friend that he was alright. He then turned his attention back to the game, seemingly unfazed by the recent events. But his friend's lingering concern was palpable. Elsewhere, a group of menacing figures were seen approaching, their intentions unclear, adding a layer of suspense to the unfolding narrative. A man with blonde hair and headphones barked orders from a control room. He was urging someone to follow him into a dangerous situation, seemingly unconcerned about the risks involved. But his subordinate voiced a valid concern about the mission's feasibility, questioning the wisdom of proceeding given the circumstances. The blonde man's superior, a stern-faced man in a brown jacket, stood among a group of men, his expression conveying a sense of authority and quiet menace. The superior then issued a curt command, his tone brooking no argument. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed, simply observed the situation with a calculating gaze. Meanwhile, a young man with reddish-brown hair and headphones watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. A third young man, his face etched with worry, seemed to be grappling with the unfolding events. Outside, the scene shifted to a narrow alleyway between buildings, the setting sun casting long shadows. One of the young men, clearly distressed, wondered aloud what they should do next. Another young man, seemingly more composed, reflected on how his actions had escalated the situation, while also questioning the true nature of a seemingly formidable opponent. A group of men in suits stood, their faces grim. One of them, clearly the leader, sneered, "But you only had one more person?" Jin, a young man with vibrant red hair, smirked. He taunted them, "You were too scared to say shit when you were alone, but you sure look alive now that you've brought your little friends." He continued, "So you're saying you were just making a tactical retreat? LMAO. The leader's face contorted in rage. "And the reason you ran like a bitch was to see what backup I had?" Jin responded with a swift blow, sending the leader sprawling. "I see. LOL. You little shits." The impact sent the leader flying back, crashing into his men. A pained cough escaped his lips. Jin stood over them, his expression cold and calculating as he surveyed the scene. His younger brother, observing from a distance, felt a pang of guilt. "Because of me," he thought, "if I was just a little more careful." Jin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in their depths. A young man with blonde hair, wearing an orange jacket, offered a reassuring statement. He insisted that the blame did not lie with the person he was addressing, but rather with a group of unseen assailants. His words were directed at a younger boy with short brown hair, who looked distressed. The boy's name was Jae-young. A young woman with vibrant red hair and a surprised expression observed the scene. She noted that the blonde young man's words echoed a previous statement made by Jin. The red-haired girl, still slightly shocked, commented on Jin's appearance from a previous encounter. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a group of men, led by a man with a scar across his face. He angrily refuted the claim that Jin had practiced his skills. The scarred man unleashed a furious outburst at the two younger individuals, and then charged towards them, clearly intending to attack. Jin, having anticipated the attack, swiftly moved to intercept the approaching men. A fierce fight ensued. He effortlessly dispatched one of the attackers with a swift kick. Then, with a powerful punch, he sent another flying, leaving him dazed and bleeding. Jin, a teenager recently returned to Korea after a decade as a child mercenary, found himself overwhelmed by a sudden tremor of fear. His eyes widened, reflecting a deep-seated anxiety. A stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. He clutched at his school uniform, his internal monologue a confession of inexperience. He'd never been in a real fight before. The sudden eruption of violence shattered his apprehension. A young man with blonde hair, identified as Youngchan, launched a swift, brutal attack, his fist connecting with Jin's opponent with bone-jarring force. Youngchan, panting slightly from the exertion, addressed Jin, his voice sharp and urgent. Jin flinched, his face a mask of fear as he braced himself for the next blow. The contrast between his past experiences and his current vulnerability was palpable. A new voice cut through the tension. A young woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her words laced with a condescending smirk. Jin was a higher rank in the overall game, but they were superior in this specific fight. She elaborated, her confidence unwavering. Jin, despite his fear, stood his ground, his voice firm as he questioned their actions. Why should he stay back when they were fighting because of him? The scene shifted to show two men, likely the initial aggressors, cowering before Jin's unexpected power. Youngchan, observing the aftermath, voiced his astonishment at Jin's ability to incapacitate his opponents with a single blow, noting their resilience in getting back up repeatedly. Jin, a teenager with a hidden past as a child mercenary, found himself in a sudden confrontation. He moved with practiced ease, his body a blur of motion as he launched a swift, calculated attack. The force of his blow sending his opponent reeling backward. A grunt of pain escaped the man's lips as he stumbled, muttering a frustrated "damn it" under his breath. But Jin's opponent, a burly man with a stern expression, was not easily deterred. He prepared for a counterattack, his fist raised in a threatening gesture. The man lunged forward, aiming a powerful blow at Jin. But Jin, anticipating the move, braced himself, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A fierce expression contorted Jin's face as he countered, his voice sharp as he shouted, "Youngchan." His attack sent Youngchan sprawling to the ground, defeated. The man, lying on the floor, sputtered in anger, hissing, "You little bitch." Jin's opponent, still seething with rage, tried to get back up. But Jin was faster, swiftly incapacitating him with a precise strike to the head. With his opponents subdued, Jin stood over them, his expression grim but resolute. He had once again proven his skills in a fight, but the victory felt hollow, a stark reminder of the violence that still surrounded him. A brutal clash of fists echoed through the alleyway. Jin, his face contorted in concentration, landed a swift, powerful blow, sending his opponent reeling backward, a spray of blood misting the air. The young man, his face pale and streaked with tears, stood panting, his orange jacket slightly askew. He was Jin's younger brother, Isuk. Isuk's eyes darted around nervously as he tried to catch his breath. A stark contrast to his brother's calm demeanor. Jin's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. Meanwhile, the man Jin had just defeated groaned in pain, blood trickling from his mouth. A woman with fiery red hair, her face flushed with anger, approached the scene. "You needed to get help from Youngchan?" Jin snapped, "Shut up." A younger boy, his face etched with worry, approached Isuk. Hey. Isuk, still shaken, mumbled an apology. Sorry. Because of me. Someone commented that a certain Jaehyun had apologized profusely, explaining that it wasn't anyone's fault. Ijinyu, a young man with short, neatly combed brown hair, a sharp gaze, and dressed in a smart school uniform, walked down a staircase, his phone in hand. He checked his phone, a frown creasing his brow as he wondered where everyone was. They weren't responding to his messages. Then, it hit him, it was Ijin. Ijin's expression was one of quiet contemplation as he turned his head slightly. He was greeted by 3 classmates, one with bright orange hair and a cheerful grin, another with blonde hair and a more serious demeanor, and a third with brown hair and a friendly smile. They informed him that he was late and had missed a good show. The orange-haired boy explained that the Gosuk Technical High team had come to play, and they had won 6-3. The blonde-haired boy, smiling, urged them to go. As they walked away, one of the boys mentioned that the Gosuk team played aggressively, but they were still no match for them. The orange-haired boy looked confused when he heard this. Ijinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected situation. He discovered a man lying unconscious on the ground, his face pale and bruised, a clear sign of a recent altercation. More bodies lay scattered around him, all similarly incapacitated. A chilling realization washed over Ijin as he recognized the uniforms. They were students from Gosuk High. Ijin, puzzled by the scene, questioned the strange occurrence. Why are these guys knocked out here? A fellow student, appearing shaken but unharmed, offered an explanation. He had been looking for his friends when they suddenly attacked him upon seeing his uniform. 3 figures emerged, their faces contorted in expressions of shock and fear, their eyes wide with alarm. Ijinyu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student in Korea, felt the familiar pang of hunger. He voiced his need for sustenance, eager to eat. He joined his friends, 2 other young men, at a table in what appeared to be a small cafe. One had blonde hair styled upwards, the other had short brown hair. The 3 friends sat down, and a server brought them their food, instant ramen and kimbap. One of Ijin's friends, the blonde-haired one, commented on Ijin's choice of ramen. Observing that he always eats the same brand. Ijin, holding a container of kimbap, simply replied that he was already full. The blonde-haired friend chuckled, recounting a recent encounter with a group called the Gosuk. He described the Gosuk as having underestimated them, leading to their defeat. He confidently predicted that they would not be seen around for a while. Ijinyu, a teenager recently returned to Korea after a decade as a child mercenary, sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face as he examined a triangular rice ball. A question mark floated above his head, hinting at his uncertainty about his new life. Suddenly, a young woman with vibrant red hair appeared, her eyes wide with surprise as she snatched the rice ball from Ijin's hands. Her action causing Ijin to react with a look of startled alarm. With a swift movement, Ijin retrieved his rice ball, a wordless swoop accompanying the action. He seemed both surprised and slightly amused. He then questioned how the fight had even started. The red-haired girl explained that a Gosuk student had started a fight with Youngchan in the hallway. Ijin, concerned, asked if she was hurt. She replied that Jae-hyung had intervened. The red-haired girl offered some advice, if such a thing happened again, not to get scared. She then asked Ijin if he had seen her earlier, to which he responded with a questioning expression. The final panel shows a close-up of Ijin and the red-haired girl, with a narration box emphasizing the importance of attitude. A young woman with fiery red hair glared intensely, a determined glint in her eyes. She held a small, cylindrical object between her fingers, her expression conveying a fierce resolve. Bullies will only escalate their harassment if you show fear, she warned. A young man with short, dark hair, dressed in a school uniform, ate instant ramen. He seemed pensive, a slight frown furrowing his brow. He pondered aloud, but what if they start physically attacking me? The red-haired girl responded immediately, do you think they'll hesitate if you're scared? Those kinds of people are all the same. They'll likely hit you even harder. The boy considered this, a thoughtful expression on his face. Well, that might happen, I guess, he conceded. Even if you get hit less by saying nothing, you'll be seen as a pushover, and they'll target you more later. A young man with light blonde hair and a calm demeanor sipped from a can. From what I've seen, he observed, if you talk back once, they usually bother you less. They tend to target those who never say anything from the start. The boy considered this, a thoughtful expression on his face. Well, that isn't always the case. The blonde-haired young man continued, regardless, you should talk back and not get scared, Youngchan. From what I just saw, you can do it if you try. Youngchan, the boy in the school uniform, ate a piece of sushi. A flashback sequence shows a younger Youngchan, looking gaunt and weary, receiving a meager portion of food in a harsh, desolate environment. He is surrounded by other similarly dressed figures. Ijinyu, a young man with a haunted look in his eyes, walked through a war-torn landscape. He was surrounded by fellow mercenaries, their faces grim and weary. A torrent of obscenities escaped his lips, a testament to the harsh realities of his past. A stark reminder of the life he'd left behind. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, his eyes betraying a deep weariness. Now, years later, he found himself in a different kind of conflict. A fellow mercenary offered him food, a small act of camaraderie in a brutal world. Another mercenary, his face partially obscured, watched Ijin with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The weight of his past was heavy on him. A sudden, intense emotion washed over him. A red-tinged rage filled his eyes, his face obscured by shadow. He muttered a string of curses under his breath. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. The memories of his past were resurfacing, threatening to consume him. A guttural sound escaped his throat, a primal scream of frustration and pain. His past was catching up to him. The other mercenaries looked on in shock and fear, witnessing the raw power and barely contained rage that simmered beneath Ijin's usually calm exterior. The scene ended with a tense silence. A bowl of stew lay overturned on the ground, its contents scattered amidst a growing pool of crimson. A bloodied fist clenched, the knuckles white with the strain. The back of a young man's head, marred by a fresh wound, was visible. Ijin stood amidst the carnage, his back to the viewer, 3 figures lay sprawled around him, their blood staining the grass a dark red. Another body lay nearby, a discarded bowl near its head. The close-up showed a man's face, bloodied and contorted in pain, his eyes wide with terror. Below, Ijin's face was visible, his eyes glowing red, his expression grim. The image focused on Ijin's face, blood staining his skin, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The scene shifted to a more formal setting. A man with short, light brown hair sat in a chair, his expression unreadable. Another man, partially obscured, sat beside him. The man's hands were clenched tightly in his lap. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, felt a surge of anger. His jaw clenched, a silent testament to the simmering resentment within. He spat out the words, a raw confession of his hatred for his tormentors. Two classmates, startled by his outburst, stared at him in disbelief. The accusation hung heavy in the air. Ijin's statement was a condemnation of their past actions, a reminder of the pain they had inflicted. One of the boys, taken aback, questioned the timeline of their alleged bullying. His confusion was palpable, he couldn't recall such behavior. Another boy, clenching his fists, defended their actions, claiming their behavior wasn't as severe as other classes. Comparing their actions to those of other, far more aggressive groups. He attempted to minimize their culpability. Ijin's voice cracked with emotion as he revealed the ongoing torment he faced, highlighting the hypocrisy of their self-justification. The two bullies paused, momentarily stunned by the intensity of Ijin's emotional outburst and the weight of his words. Ijin continued, explaining that even seemingly minor acts of bullying were still hurtful, emphasizing the lack of consideration shown by his classmates. His words hung in the air, leaving the two bullies speechless and contemplating the impact of their actions. The scene opens with the backs of three figures, two young men and an older man in a suit. The younger men appear to be in casual attire, while the older man is more formally dressed. The tension is palpable, the older man seems to be receiving an explanation or reprimand. One of the younger men, his face etched with a mixture of shame and uncertainty, speaks. His words betray a nervous energy. The camera angle shifts, revealing the two young men more clearly. One has fiery red hair, the other blonde. Both look uncomfortable, their expressions a blend of apprehension and guilt. The blonde young man continues, his words hesitant and apologetic. He explains that their actions were unintentional, merely thoughtless pranks. The red-haired young man adds his own explanation, his face a mask of distress. He reveals that their actions included boasting to each other about their superiority. The other young man, the one who initially spoke, reflects on his recent interactions with the older man. He realizes that their actions constituted bullying. The young man clarifies his point, emphasizing that their actions, while unkind, did not involve serious crimes like theft or violence. The red-haired young man, his face showing a dawning understanding, acknowledges the validity of this assessment. A young boy, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and resignation, looked up. His eyes, wide and slightly downcast, held a hint of unspoken trauma. He uttered a simple statement, heavy with unspoken emotion, that was all he could think to say. Ijinu, a young man with neatly styled silver hair, held two small, triangular rice cakes between his fingers. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a hint of sadness lurking beneath the surface. He carefully placed one of the rice cakes on a nearby surface. A single, solitary offering falling onto the dark floor. His eyes, now narrowed, reflected a growing unease. Elsewhere, a group of students observed Ijin's actions from a distance. One, with blonde hair, looked on with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Another, with reddish-brown hair, seemed equally perplexed. The blonde student spoke, his voice laced with urgency, warning Ijin not to eat the rice cake. The scene shifts to a sleek, modern office. A woman, dressed in professional attire, sits at her desk, seemingly engrossed in her work. A young man approaches her, his demeanor respectful but firm. He politely requests her patience, his words suggesting an impending event of some significance. Yuna, a young woman with long brown hair, stood in a doorway, a serious expression on her face. Behind her, a large, imposing man in a suit watched silently. A woman with dark hair approached her, asking, "What are you doing here, Yuna?" Yuna, startled, turned to face the woman, exclaiming, "Yuni." The woman, her face softening into a warm smile, replied, "Oh my. You come visit me all of a sudden." Yuna's expression turned serious again. "What's this I hear about you investigating Ijinu?" The woman leaned back in her chair, a sly look in her eyes. "You were also investigating him because he was suspicious." Yuna slammed her hand on the desk. "I may have done that for a little while, but I promise not to do it anymore. So stop it." The woman sighed, her expression turning serious. "Don't you know how people like us have to survive? Did you forget what just happened to you?" Yuna argued back, "Just because he saved you, doesn't mean that he's trustworthy." She continued, "There's someone who's lying about his entire past in the same class as you, and you're telling me not to investigate him?" Lady Yuna, her face partially obscured, sat silently, her thoughts unreadable. A man in a suit, his expression serious, addressed her, conveying his understanding of her feelings. He explained that the documents provided by a certain individual, pertaining to the school attended by the SW group's offspring, were falsified. Lady Yuna's eyes widened in surprise, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. Behind her, a stern-faced man stood silently, his presence adding to the tension. Despite the gravity of the situation, a subtle shift occurred in Yuna's demeanor. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips as she revealed a surprising sentiment. She expressed her relief at the man's presence, anticipating an imminent call. The man, in response, explained that gathering information about Ijin had taken an unexpectedly long time, but they had managed to contact higher-ups to investigate further. Lady Yuna, her gaze intense, questioned the man about the true identity of the boy. Yuna vehemently denied any curiosity, stating that Ijin had saved her life, and that was enough for her. A sudden ringing sound pierced the air, signaling an incoming call. The scene shifted to show Lady Yuna, along with the man in the suit and another man, standing in an office, a ringing telephone on the desk before them. A woman with dark, wavy hair, her expression enigmatic, leaned against a window. A subtle smile played on her lips as she posed a question to someone unseen. Her fingers, adorned with dark nail polish, deftly dialed a number on an old-fashioned telephone. The call connected. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair, her face etched with seriousness, identified herself as Shinjia. She explained that they were calling with the information that had been requested. The woman by the window, eyes half-closed, anticipated the revelation. She mused that they would finally learn the boy's true identity. Shinjia explained that while they had gathered information, it proved more difficult than expected. A new instruction had been issued. The higher-ups had ordered the SW group to cease their investigation into Ijin. The woman by the window reacted with surprise. Her eyes widened slightly. She voiced her disbelief, questioning the order to ignore someone like him. Shinjia, her expression calm, explained that due to the relationship between the government and the SW group, all she could say was that Yu Aijin was someone the SW group didn't need to worry about. A narration box revealed additional context. Yu Aijin had been separated from his family in a plane crash. The narration box establishes Aijin Yu's core motivation, a simple desire to return home and be with his family after a decade spent as a child mercenary. Aijin, now a teenager, is shown in his home, washing dishes while his family enjoys a meal together. The scene is warm and domestic, a stark contrast to his past life. He wears a cheerful strawberry pattern apron, a small detail that highlights the normalcy he craves. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the school grounds, illuminating the modern architecture of the high school building and the lush green trees surrounding it. Inside, two students, a girl and a boy, stood in a hallway, engaged in quiet conversation. The girl, with long brown hair and a beige blazer, looked poised and composed. Her male companion, equally well dressed in a school uniform, stood beside her, his expression serious. Elsewhere in the school, a group of students observed the pair's arrival. One of them remarked on the girl's return after a few days' absence, noting that her reappearance coincided with the end of the school day. A young man, slightly flustered, wondered why she was looking at him. Meanwhile, another student recalled a recent event involving Aijin, the protagonist, and his absence from school that day. The girl, still observing, tilted her head slightly, a subtle expression of curiosity on her face. Two students, a boy and a girl, sat at their desks. The boy, his face a picture of confusion, questioned his classmate's statement about a recent event. The girl, with fiery red hair, explained that the boy in question had left immediately after being called by the teacher, leaving the classroom abruptly. The camera focuses on the empty space where the boy had been sitting. The red-haired girl's concerned expression remained. Elsewhere, another student, a young man in a smart suit, checked his phone. He learned that the company owner had unexpectedly arrived at the school. A young woman with long brown hair, startled, reacted to the news. She questioned whether her grandfather had come to the school without telling her. Her concern deepened as she wondered about his reasons for being there. She considered the possibility that he had come to see Aijin. In a different location, an older man, impeccably dressed, explained his reason for visiting. He stated that he had come to thank someone personally, as they had been refusing to meet him. He offered a simple thank you. Aijin, a young man with neatly combed light brown hair and a serious expression, stood in a brightly lit hallway. His school uniform, complete with a crisp white shirt and dark tie, hinted at a life far removed from his past. The word sister hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. He listened intently as an older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years and his attire suggesting a position of authority, spoke. The older man acknowledged Aijin's involvement in the incident, but emphasized that it didn't change the fact that he had saved his sister, Yuna. Aijin remained stoic, his gaze unwavering. The weight of unspoken words hung between them. The older man's expression softened slightly, a hint of apology in his eyes. Aijin, having heard enough, announced his departure. He turned to leave, his back to the older man. But before he could fully exit, the older man made a proposition, his words a surprising request, to become Yuna's bodyguard. Aijin's internal monologue reflected his disbelief. He questioned the suitability of such a role for a normal high school student. The older man countered, highlighting the extraordinary circumstances. Aijin had already proven his capabilities by taking down the kidnappers and foreign soldiers. He pointed out the inadequacy of the existing escort team. The older man explained the limitations of the official escort team, emphasizing their inability to provide constant protection at school. He further argued that Aijin's presence would be less conspicuous. He revealed that Sukju, another bodyguard, had recently requested a leave of absence, leaving a vacancy that Aijin could fill. Aijin, a young man with short brown hair, stood before a stern-looking older man in a suit. His expression was one of polite refusal as he stated that he didn't think he could do what was being asked of him. The older man's face, only partially visible, showed a hint of something unreadable in his expression. Aijin continued, clarifying that his presence wasn't solely due to his sister, Yuna. He reached for the doorknob, his intention clear. He also wanted to express his gratitude for an event that had transpired 3 years prior. Aijin's face was serious, his gaze intense as he prepared to leave. He opened the door and stepped out, leaving the older man behind. The older man, finally having a chance to speak, expressed his deep gratitude to Aijin. He revealed that Aijin's actions 3 years prior had allowed him to witness his son's final moments. Aijin, his expression unreadable, walked away, leaving the weight of the conversation unspoken. A young man with short, messy blonde hair, dressed in a school uniform, stood before an older, distinguished gentleman with silver hair and a stern expression. He explained that his involvement was simply a request. But the older man continued, explaining that no one else had taken the job because they considered it insane. The older man's expression softened as he revealed that because the young man accepted the request, he was able to reunite with his son, who always spoke of him. The older man reflected on his past attempts to find his son, lamenting his failure to do so, only to meet him unexpectedly under these circumstances. He then revealed a crucial piece of information. The young man's name is Aijin, and Yuna is his daughter. Aijin, seemingly pensive, considered the implications of this revelation. He had a daughter, about his age. His gaze dropped, a hint of concern crossing his features as he admitted that he wouldn't be able to provide proper bodyguard services. But he made it clear that he wouldn't ignore any threats to his daughter's safety. The older man, observing Aijin, seemed satisfied with this assurance. He simply stated that this was more than enough. Aijin, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood before a stern-looking older man. The man, his face etched with years of experience, paused their conversation to make one more inquiry. He wanted to hear Aijin's opinion on the school security detail, the SW guards. Aijin, though outwardly calm, internally assessed the situation. He considered the SW guards a prideful, almost unnecessarily so, bunch. Especially given their perceived success in resolving the Yuna kidnapping. The older man explained that this was the reason he sought Aijin's opinion. He made it clear that this assessment would not be free, this was a formal request. Aijin let out a quiet sigh, his expression betraying a hint of weariness. He walked down the hallway, the number 3-2 visible on a nearby sign, indicating his destination. Entering a classroom, he was greeted by a cheerful female classmate, her bright smile a stark contrast to his own subdued demeanor. The teacher, unseen but heard, instructed the class to begin their studies. The classroom buzzed with the low hum of students diligently taking notes. A teacher, his back to the viewer, wrote equations on the blackboard, his chalk scratching a rhythmic beat against the slate. Ijinu, a young man with neatly styled, light brown hair, sat quietly observing the scene from his desk. His expression was unreadable, a mask of calm concealing the turmoil within. He wore a crisp, gray school uniform, the dark tie neatly knotted at his throat. The fabric was immaculate, a stark contrast to the memories clinging to him. A flashback, a man's voice, filled with grief, echoed in his mind. I was able to watch over my son's final moments thanks to you. The scene shifted to a dense forest. A group of soldiers, clad in camouflage, stood guard over a cluster of civilians seated on folding chairs. One soldier, his face obscured, distributed food to the civilians. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with unspoken anxieties. A young man, his face partially hidden by a headscarf, sat amongst them, quietly eating. He was Ijin, but his appearance was drastically different from his school uniform. A soldier, watching Ijin, muttered, "A kid like this is a mercenary?" Another soldier responded, "I didn't realize how young you were since you were covering your face." A man in a blue vest, bearing the South Korean flag, approached a young man shrouded in camouflage gear. He held out a tray of food, his expression one of polite inquiry. "Are you a teenager?" he asked. The young man, his face mostly obscured by a headscarf, subtly shifted his grip on the rifle slung across his back. A silent, almost imperceptible movement. The man in the blue vest, seemingly oblivious, continued, "Don't eat things like that. Eat this instead." The camouflaged youth stared at the offered school lunch, his expression unreadable. A single thought bubble appeared. He considered the implications of this unexpected kindness. The man's voice was gentle but firm as he added, "You have to eat well at your age." He smiled warmly, a genuine expression of concern for the young mercenary. Later, while on patrol, two other mercenaries discussed their current assignment. One observed, "The clients this time must have a lot of money." The other mercenary asked, "How so?" The first replied, "Apparently, they're making roads and building schools and medical facilities in the town we're escorting them to." "Really? They're making all that? Not just to well?" The second mercenary scoffed, "Man, what's the point? But those townspeople sure hit it big. They should just give me the money if they're gonna waste it there." The scene opens on a rooftop, where several figures in dark clothing are seen working under a hazy pink sky. Then shifts to a daytime scene, where a man in a blue vest and a masked mercenary stand amidst rubble. The mercenary carries a rifle. The focus shifts to a smiling man in a blue vest, bearing the South Korean flag, offering a chocolate bar to someone off-panel. The recipient is revealed to be the same mercenary from the previous scene, partially obscured by their head covering. The mercenary and the man in the blue vest are now walking together, the mercenary still partially concealed. The man holds a snack in his hand. They walk under a dark, rainy sky. The mercenary remains armed. The man in the blue vest asks the mercenary if they are leaving for their next assignment. The mercenary replies that it is too bad, as they have grown attached to the man. The man suggests the mercenary visit when they have time. The man says he will be there for about a month. The image shows a close-up of Ijinu, a young man with blonde hair partially obscured by a houndstooth-patterned headscarf. His eyes, though partially hidden, convey a sense of weariness and guardedness, hinting at a past filled with hardship. A man, presumably Ijin's benefactor, is seen packing a bag filled with supplies. He comments, "I've packed some food and medical supplies." Ijin, still partially concealed by his headscarf, questions the man's actions, asking, "Why do you give me such things?" The man, surprised, utters, "Huh?" The man's surprise turns to realization as he asks Ijin, "You can speak Korean? Why did you pretend you couldn't understand me?" Ijin explains, "You just stood there whether I spoke English or the local dialect." The man, now understanding, responds with an "Oh." The man continues, "You ask me why I'm giving you these things?" He smiles warmly and explains, "I have a daughter about your age." He concludes, "You reminded me of my daughter, so I couldn't just leave you alone." The aftermath of a battle was laid bare, a desolate cityscape, scarred by explosions and littered with rubble. A lone military truck, battered and smoke-stained, sat amidst the destruction, a silent testament to the conflict that had ravaged the area. A man approached another, his voice carrying a grim update. He spoke of the volunteer group that Ijin had recently escorted, revealing that the entire town had fallen to anti-government forces. The image of two heavily armed soldiers, their faces partially obscured by tactical gear, served as a stark reminder of the brutal reality of the situation. It seemed the attack had been meticulously planned. The soldiers had been waiting for the opportune moment to strike, seizing control as soon as the volunteer efforts concluded. The speaker delivered the final, devastating blow. Most of the volunteers had been killed in the ambush. The scene shifted abruptly. Ijin, now back in the familiar setting of his school, appeared pensive, his expression unreadable. His sister, a young woman with long, dark hair, approached him, her voice soft yet firm as she addressed him by name. She posed a simple question, her tone suggesting a need for his attention. "Do you have some time?" Ijin's gaze hardened, his expression betraying a hint of unease as he considered her request. The setting changed again, showing a school rest area. A voice, filled with remorse, offered an apology for doubting Ijin. A man in a suit, his face etched with remorse, hangs his head. A single speech bubble reveals his silent apology. He explains that his apology is long overdue and that he wanted to apologize in person. But the other man, a young man with blonde hair, calmly dismisses the need for an apology, understanding the speaker's position. The older man's eyes flickered with unshed tears, his expression conveying a deep sense of regret. Despite knowing the other man will refuse, he presses on, explaining that his grandfather instructed him to extend an invitation. And he intends to deliver it. The younger man, his expression unreadable, simply nods in acknowledgement. Elsewhere, a young woman with dark hair expresses confusion, questioning the identity of a mysterious student. She wonders why the school administration is being so secretive about this student. A man, presumably a director, informs her that the student is there to see her. A woman with dark hair, styled in a sophisticated updo, stared with wide, incredulous eyes. Her perfectly sculpted eyebrows were raised high, and her mouth was slightly agape in shock. A single word, "What?" exploded from her in a silent scream, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. The sprawling cityscape of Seoul, South Korea, is shown at sunset. A massive, modern building dominates the skyline, its exterior gleaming under the fading light. a stark contrast to the more modest buildings surrounding it. The camera focuses on a sign reading men's changing room, indicating a shift in location. Ijinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, stands in the doorway of the men's changing room. His expression is thoughtful, a hand resting near his chin. He is dressed in a dark gray tracksuit, his posture suggesting a quiet alertness. Another young man, with dark hair and a school uniform, approaches, his voice laced with surprise. The second young man asks, "What's happening all of a sudden?" Ijin's gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable. A close-up on his hand reveals a subtle glint of metal on his finger, suggesting a hidden weapon. A file containing photographs of several men in suits is shown. A voice, presumably an authority figure, instructs Ijin to live with the bodyguards and make friendly conversation for a few days. Ijin, seated across a large table from an older man, calmly replies that he's already spoken to them. An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, assured someone off-panel that there would be no problems living in the location they were discussing. Ijinyu, a young man with silver hair, explained that he simply wanted to experience what a bodyguard's job entailed. His black jacket bore the logo of the CO1 high school. Another individual, observing Ijin, questioned whether he genuinely held an interest in the field of bodyguarding. Ijin, dressed in a crisp school uniform, stood silently. A voice, presumably from the same individual who questioned his interest, reminded him that he should be training. It was revealed that Team 3 was responsible for protecting Yuna, while Team 2's duty was to protect Director Shinjia and her parents. The scene shifted to a spacious training facility, where a group of students were assembled. An instructor informed the assembled students that Ijin would be staying with them for a few days. A group of young men in dark uniforms sat in a row, their expressions serious. One of them, a young man with short, gray hair, was the focus of attention. He was from the same class as Go Suk-ju, a member of Team 3, and his interest in the bodyguard business had earned him special permission from the president to experience their team firsthand. A man in a dark jacket approached the group, his expression curious. He inquired if this was the student who had recently resolved the incident with Go Suk-ju. The team members exchanged glances, a mixture of surprise and skepticism evident on their faces. One of them muttered, "That kid?" The young man with gray hair introduced himself. "My name is Yu Ijin." He added, with a calm demeanor, "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance." Yu Ijin walked down a hallway, a group of men in dark suits followed him at a distance. The scene was set in a modern school building. Two other individuals, observing from a distance, discussed his intentions. One of them questioned whether he truly wanted to experience the bodyguard business. The other responded that that's what they had heard. Three figures stood overlooking the scene from a balcony, a man in a suit, a woman with long dark hair and a bow tie, and another man in a suit. The woman's expression was one of mild surprise. The woman, after a moment of contemplation, concluded that perhaps it suited him. Ijinyu, a young man with silver hair, found himself being escorted down a hallway, his expression one of quiet apprehension. Two figures flanked him, their presence suggesting a lack of freedom for the teenager. A woman's eyes, sharp and observant, watched from a distance, her gaze fixed on Ijin. A hint of curiosity, perhaps concern, flickered within their depths. The woman, impeccably dressed in business attire, emerged from a building with a man in a suit, their confident stride suggesting a shared purpose. Her expression shifted, a subtle frown etching itself onto her features as she seemed to process something unexpected. A thought bubble above her head revealed her internal question, why is she here? Meanwhile, Ijin and his escorts were running down a hallway, their movements suggesting urgency. One of the escorts, glancing back, muttered to himself, questioning whether he should increase their speed. Another escort urged them to run faster, emphasizing the importance of maintaining their pace. The scene opens in a brightly lit gymnasium, a high ceiling crisscrossed with support beams. The air is thick with the anticipation of exertion. A group of young men, dressed in athletic gear, are engaged in strenuous physical training. Sweat beads on their brows, and their breaths come in ragged gasps, they are clearly exhausted. One of the trainers, his face flushed and glistening with perspiration, lets out a strained huff. He looks utterly spent. He watches a young man, Ijinyu, who stands apart, seemingly unaffected by the grueling exercise. A thought crosses the trainer's mind, that kid. The trainer reflects on Ijin's exceptional stamina, noting that while everyone else was ready to collapse, Ijin persevered. He is amazed that Ijin still appears to have energy to spare. The trainer instructs the group to perform 5 sets of rope climbs. He shouts, "Begin." Ijin effortlessly scales the rope, his movements fluid and powerful. Other students struggle to keep pace. Two observers watch, impressed by Ijin's superior skill. One remarks that he is exceptionally good, and that the other team members cannot keep up. Two students watched Ijinyu, the recently returned child mercenary, during his sparring match. One of them remarked on his exceptional skill, calling him a monster. Meanwhile, a woman in a bathrobe and a man in a suit observed the match from a distance. The woman smiled knowingly, while the man's expression remained stoic. Ijin removed his jacket after the match, revealing his muscular physique. His opponents, Team 2, looked on in awe and disbelief. One of Ijin's opponents questioned his exceptional skills, wondering if he had received specialized training somewhere. The woman and the man from earlier reappeared, their expressions suggesting they were already aware of Ijin's background. One of Ijin's opponents, his face contorted in fear, realized they were about to face the consequences of their poor performance. He lamented that they would be reprimanded by the director. Another coach approached, seemingly unfazed by the previous events. He explained that he wanted to personally test Ijin's skills, having heard of his crucial role in saving Miss Yuna. The coach's request to spar with Ijin was met with disbelief and outrage from his fellow coach. A man's face contorted in a mixture of surprise and annoyance, his eyes wide as he uttered a single, incredulous word, "Huh?" A young woman with long brown hair and striking blue eyes stood beside a young man in a school uniform, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. He stood silently beside her, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond the frame. Their worried expressions mirrored each other, reflecting a shared unease about the situation unfolding before them. A young man with short, gray hair, dressed in a dark tracksuit, stood alone, his expression serious and composed. He seemed ready for whatever might come next. He calmly stated, "I don't mind." Two men, one in a dark jacket and the other in a collared shirt, watched the young man from a distance, their faces etched with apprehension. One of them ran a hand through his hair, his expression one of mounting frustration. A voice, presumably one of the observers, instructed, "Wear some protective gear first." The young man in the tracksuit complied, donning a blue headguard and boxing gloves. Another man, similarly attired but with red protective gear, stood ready opposite him, a silent challenge passing between them. A woman with striking blue eyes, flanked by two men in suits, stared intently ahead. Her expression was one of serious contemplation, a slight furrow in her brow hinting at the weight of her thoughts. One of the men, his face etched with concern, voiced his uncertainty. He didn't know, everyone present was quite experienced. He elaborated, noting that most of the SW escort team hailed from special forces. A question lingered in his mind, how far could that kid go? The woman beside him scoffed, dismissing the notion that they would lose to a high schooler. She recalled the boy's impressive rescue of Yuna. However, she conceded that such skills wouldn't be effective against their team. The man clarified that the team members had undergone specialized training before joining SW. He cautioned against overconfidence, particularly for one specific member. The scene shifted to a training facility, where three figures in protective gear stood ready. One, a man in an orange helmet, exuded an aura of quiet confidence. Another, a young man with a blue helmet, stood poised and alert. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. A third man, his face grim, declared himself ready. A man in boxing gear, his face partially obscured by a red helmet, grinned menacingly. He addressed someone unseen, his words laced with a clear threat. Hey, high schooler. You should be worried. The unseen individual, Ijinu, was shown only from the waist up, his expression unreadable. The man continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. I'm different from the guys you took down before. The word begin appeared in a large speech bubble, signaling the start of a fight. A burst of energy erupted from Ijin, indicating the beginning of his counterattack. Ijin launched himself forward, a blur of motion, closing the distance with surprising speed, landing a swift, powerful blow that sent the man reeling. The impact echoing with a sharp crack as the man stumbled back. A young woman, a bystander to the fight, watched with concern, her voice filled with apprehension. Isn't he swinging too hard for a spar? The fight continued, Ijin's movements a whirlwind of calculated strikes, leaving his opponent completely overwhelmed. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in the midst of a sudden brawl. A swift kick connected with his opponent's leg, sending him sprawling to the ground. His eyes, blazing with a fierce intensity, reflected his years of combat experience. He moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned fighter, his fist a blur as it shot forward, landing a powerful blow that sent a shockwave through his opponent's body. The impact was clearly felt, but the fight was far from over. His opponent, undeterred, sneered, you think that's gonna be enough? The opponent lunged forward, aiming a fierce punch. But Ijin was ready. He countered with a devastating blow, his fist connecting with the opponent's unprotected face, sending him reeling backward, dazed and bleeding. The impact was brutal, leaving the opponent momentarily incapacitated. Observing from a distance, two figures watched the unfolding events. A young woman, her expression a mixture of concern and surprise, stood beside a man with a calm, almost predatory gaze. The man, his voice low and measured, commented, he hit him in the front where the helmet doesn't cover. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected sparring match. A grunting sound escaped his lips, as his opponent, a larger, more experienced fighter, delivered a powerful blow to his head. The force of the impact sent Ijin reeling, leaving him momentarily stunned and vulnerable. Blood trickled from a small cut on his forehead. Despite the blow, Ijin quickly recovered, his years of combat training kicking in. He retaliated swiftly. Meanwhile, observing from a distance were two figures, a woman with dark hair and a stern expression, and a man in a suit, his face impassive. They watched Ijin's fight with a calculating gaze. Ijin, showing his superior skills, continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. He moved with a calculated aggression, landing a final, decisive blow that sent his opponent sprawling to the ground. The fight was over. Ijin removed his protective gear, his expression calm and collected despite the intensity of the fight. He seemed unfazed by the violence. A man, seemingly a coach or trainer, watched Ijin with a mixture of surprise and concern. His silence spoke volumes. From the shadows, another man observed, commenting, looks like he's the one who doesn't know how to hold back. A young woman, her eyes wide with shock and a single tear tracing a path down her cheek, covered her mouth in disbelief. The fight, she realized, had gone far beyond a simple sparring match. A man, his expression unreadable, observed the scene with a critical eye. He questioned whether the young man had intended to hold back from the start. Another woman, witnessing the aftermath, let out a soft wow, her expression a mixture of surprise and intrigue. A voice, laced with disbelief, questioned aloud, is that kid really only 19? A man's face, sharp and intense, filled the panel. His eyes narrowed, radiating a palpable sense of unease and suspicion. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood in a martial arts gym, holding a blue head protector. He was surrounded by other students, their faces partially obscured, but their attention was clearly on him. A silent acknowledgement of his prowess. One of the instructors, a man with short, light brown hair, observed Ijin, commenting on his exceptional skills during a recent rescue operation, noting that he surpassed even Sukju in efficiency. Meanwhile, in a separate location, a man and a woman stood together, their expressions serious and calculating. The man, sharply dressed in a suit, exuded an air of authority. The man's face, partially obscured, hinted at a plan forming in his mind. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. Back at the gym, the instructor's apprehension was palpable. He worried aloud about Ijin's potential to expose their shortcomings. Another instructor, visibly stressed, muttered about Ijin's impending disciplinary action. A challenge had been issued. Ijin, seemingly unfazed, turned to face his opponent, his expression unreadable. The tension in the room thickened. A group of students watched in disbelief as one of their classmates was defeated in a fight. They expressed their embarrassment at the situation, questioning if another student would also be defeated. Choi Byung-suk, a muscular young man with a confident smirk, stepped forward. He declared his intention to fight the victor as well, having witnessed their impressive fighting style. A man, seemingly a trainer, responded that he had no problem with Choi's challenge. The focus shifted to a young man with gray hair, who held a headgear, seemingly ready for the next fight. The trainer's expression showed a mix of concern and anticipation as he looked at the young man. The trainer expressed concern for the young man's fatigue, but he confidently replied that he was far from tired. His determined gaze and posture reinforced his statement. The trainer's face paled as he looked at the other students, who were clearly intimidated by the young man's resolve. Meanwhile, two students, a girl and a boy in school uniforms, observed the scene from a distance, their expressions reflecting a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. The gray-haired young man and Choi Byung-suk stood facing each other in a fighting stance, ready to begin their match. The young man simply said, "All right." Lee Jin-yu, a young man with silver hair, stood before a seasoned martial artist. The older man, clad in boxing gloves, grinned, asking if Lee Jin intended to fight without a helmet. Lee Jin confidently stated that he didn't need one, his expression unwavering. The older man chuckled, advising him to wear the helmet himself. He nonchalantly tossed the helmet aside. And a look of surprise crossed the faces of the other students as Lee Jin's actions demonstrated his confidence. The older man, intrigued by Lee Jin's boldness, questioned his lack of fear. Meanwhile, two figures observed from a distance, a young woman with long dark hair and a young man with dark hair, both wearing school uniforms, watched the scene unfold. The older man, impressed by Lee Jin's demeanor, called him a bastard in a complimentary way, appreciating his fearless attitude. Elsewhere, a woman and a man in business attire discussed Lee Jin's upcoming fight, noting that his previous opponent was caught off guard due to Lee Jin's youth. The woman explained that Lee Jin trains relentlessly and is the team's ace, a fact that reassures the man. An observer mused that the outcome might differ if weapons were involved, but as it stood, the head-to-head fight depended entirely on physical prowess. The opponent in question was Choi Byung-suk. Meanwhile, another individual, watching the scene unfold, expressed uncertainty regarding the young fighter's training regimen. The anticipation was palpable. One of the observers acknowledged the difficulty of the upcoming match. The command to begin was given, and the fight commenced. Choi Byung-suk launched a swift attack, his fist a blur of motion. But the young fighter deftly parried the blow, his movements precise and controlled. The force of the impact sent Choi Byung-suk reeling back, creating an opening that the young fighter immediately exploited with a powerful counterattack. The young fighter's counterpunch connected, sending a shockwave of energy through Choi Byung-suk. The young fighter, Lee Jin-yu, observed his opponent with a calculating gaze, assessing the situation. A man with a smirk observes Lee Jin-yu, commenting on his unexpected strength. Lee Jin, seemingly unfazed, counters with a swift blow, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. The man, surprised, looks up and acknowledges Lee Jin's precise timing. A young woman watches from a distance, her expression unreadable. The man, however, shakes his head, muttering that Lee Jin's attack, while impressive, is still insufficient to break through his defenses. The two lock eyes, poised for another round of combat. And the man is caught off guard by a sudden, powerful kick, leaving him stunned and disoriented. Elsewhere, a concerned man watches the fight unfold. The man's attack continues, relentless and powerful. A man, his face contorted in a grimace, watched as his opponent went for his knee. This bastard went for my knee? That's dangerous, he thought, fear tightening his muscles. A swift kick connected, sending a shockwave across the floor. Lee Jin-yu, his eyes narrowed in concentration, countered with a lightning-fast punch, landing a solid blow to the man's jaw. The man staggered back, his vision momentarily blurred. He gritted his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his chest, preparing for another attack. Lee Jin met the oncoming fist with his own, a fiery energy crackling around his knuckles. The force of the collision sending a shockwave through both fighters. The man's eyes widened, his vision swimming with pain, as impact of Lee Jin's strike finally registered. A muscular man, Choi Byung-suk, bowed deeply before Lee Jin-yu, his face hidden from view. The scene was tense, the red background suggesting a recent confrontation. A stark contrast to the casual, almost bored expression on Lee Jin's face as he watched Byung-suk. The man's posture indicated submission, a clear sign of defeat. In a separate scene, two individuals, a woman and a man, watched the events unfold with expressions of surprise. The woman's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, while the man's face remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Lee Jin. Their reactions hinted at the unexpected nature of the outcome. Lee Jin, seemingly unfazed by the attention, subtly adjusted his jacket. A quiet confidence emanated from him. The scene shifted back to Lee Jin and Byung-suk. Byung-suk remained on the ground, defeated. Lee Jin stood over him, his aura faintly glowing with a blue energy, a visual representation of his overwhelming power. A narration box explained that Lee Jin's precise strike to Byung-suk's throat had significantly reduced the gap in their physical abilities. Lee Jin, having easily defeated Byung-suk, casually asked if anyone else wanted a turn. His calm demeanor was a stark contrast to the intensity of the fight that had just concluded. He stood tall, his posture radiating confidence and a hint of boredom. The scene ended with Lee Jin's back to the viewer, leaving the reader to ponder the implications of his overwhelming strength. Three men in identical dark gray uniforms stood together, their faces etched with frustration and exhaustion. A palpable tension hung in the air. One of them addressed a younger man with gray hair, who stood calmly nearby. He commented on the intensity of their recent sparring match, noting that the blows to the knees and throat were excessive. The gray-haired young man responded with a slight frown, questioning if there were any rules to the sparring match. He apologized for his actions, clearly unaware of any established guidelines. The man in the uniform dismissed his apology, stating that discussing the rules now would only make them look bad for losing to a high schooler. The man continued, explaining that dwelling on the rules after losing to a high school student would be embarrassing. He then observed that the young man's actions, along with those of another individual named Sukju, in saving Yuna, were not a coincidence. Elsewhere, a woman with dark hair and piercing blue eyes watched the scene unfold. Someone addressed her as leader. A man reported to her on the gray-haired young man's exceptional performance, from basic training to sparring. The man emphasized the young man's exceptional abilities in all aspects of his training. The woman, the leader, smiled subtly, her expression hinting at a plan forming in her mind. A woman with dark hair, styled in a sophisticated bob, stood confidently in a brightly lit hallway. Her expression was one of calm assurance as she posed a question to someone unseen. Now then, shall we move on to the next course? She stood between two men, one in athletic wear and the other in a business suit. Both men looked at her with a mixture of apprehension and respect, their postures suggesting they were awaiting her instructions. A group of men in matching athletic uniforms, each bearing a logo on their jackets, stood silently behind the woman. Their expressions were serious and attentive, their bodies tense and ready for action. A young woman with long dark hair, dressed in a school uniform, approached the group. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Uni? What are you talking about? The dark-haired woman turned to address a young man with short, gray hair, who stood beside a man in a suit. She explained, now that you've finished basic training, you need to experience the real thing. The young man with gray hair listened intently, his expression unreadable. His gaze was fixed on the woman, betraying no emotion. The young man, still silent, was shown from the shoulders up, highlighting his serious expression and gray hair. The dark-haired woman smiled knowingly. She stated, since you're already following Team 2's schedule, it looks like you're coming with me. The young woman in the school uniform looked concerned, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension. Her eyes reflected her internal conflict. The young man with gray hair stood before the dark-haired woman, flanked by the men in athletic uniforms. The scene suggested an impending departure. A man, his face etched with surprise, revealed his astonishment. He had been completely unaware that Jin Yu and Miss Yuna were classmates. His shock deepened as he continued, recalling his surprise at discovering this information during the investigation. The revelation had come to light during their investigation. He found it hard to believe, even after learning the truth, the fact that someone as young as Jin had achieved such notoriety was almost unbelievable given his age. Jin, his expression calm and composed, stood in the hallway. His presence exuded an air of quiet confidence. The speaker reflected on the fact that Jin's reputation had been established years prior, implying exceptional skills even at a younger age. It was hard to reconcile the boy they knew with the legendary mercenary. A simple sign reading men's locker hung on the door. Jin, now dressed in a sharp business suit, stood in the hallway outside the locker room, his gaze distant and thoughtful. He adjusted his suit jacket, his movements precise and controlled. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, orange glow on the cityscape as twilight settled over a quiet residential neighborhood in South Korea. A multi-story apartment building stood silhouetted against the fading light, its windows glowing warmly from within. Inside one of the apartments, Dayun, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, carried a plate of food into the kitchen. Her father, an older man with short, gray hair, sat at the table, looking concerned. Dayun's father inquired about the whereabouts of his son, Jin, wondering if he was out with friends. Dayun replied that Jin had mentioned having something to do and would likely be late. He expressed his hope that Jin wouldn't stay out too late, though he felt certain nothing would happen, adding that if anyone were to pick a fight with Jin, it would be a very bad idea. Elsewhere, two men, bruised and battered, stood against a stark red background. A palpable sense of tension hung in the air. Their injuries spoke of a recent, violent encounter. The scene shifted to a dimly lit training facility where a stern-looking man addressed a group of similarly injured men, berating them for their failure. A man with fiery red hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, let out a silent wish. He hoped that the group before him was ready for the rigorous training ahead. His gaze was intense, conveying a sense of anticipation and perhaps a hint of apprehension. A group of young men, dressed in matching dark jackets, sat attentively. One of them spoke, expressing relief that they weren't facing immediate discipline from their leader. Another young man, this one with blonde hair, sighed wearily, his expression conveying exhaustion or frustration. The scene shifted to a more formal setting. A woman with long dark hair, elegantly dressed, looked on with a thoughtful expression, accompanied by a man in a suit. A man in a sharp black suit walked purposefully down a brightly lit corridor. His demeanor suggested confidence and authority. A woman with short, dark hair, wearing a white blouse and black skirt, smiled subtly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. A man in a suit stood behind her, his expression more serious. The group of young men from earlier stood together, their faces grim, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. A nighttime cityscape was shown, with tall buildings and bright lights. The logo of a company, SW, was visible on one of the buildings. A sleek, black Bentley Continental GT Speed sat gleaming under the city lights, its polished surface reflecting the surrounding skyscrapers. For men in sharp, dark suits stood guard, their posture rigid and watchful, flanking a woman in a short, black skirt and white blouse. Her confident stride suggested a position of authority. The scene shifted, showing the same group from a different angle. The woman, seemingly unfazed by the attention, approached the car with an air of quiet determination. As one of the men opened the rear passenger door for her. The car's interior was as luxurious as its exterior, hinting at the wealth and power of its owner. A young man with short, light gray hair, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, stood observing the scene from a distance. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he watched the woman enter the vehicle. He seemed to be contemplating something. Inside the car, a man with dark hair and a serious expression sat behind the wheel. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, scanned the street outside. A subtle tension in his posture suggesting a heightened awareness of his surroundings. The young man from before, still observing, seemed to register this exchange with a flicker of something akin to understanding. The woman settled into the back seat, her expression unreadable. The driver, meanwhile, remained focused on the road ahead. As the car pulled away, the young man continued to watch, his gaze following the vehicle as it disappeared into the night. Inside the car, the woman and the young man sat in silence, the tension palpable. The driver, however, remained focused on the road, his expression betraying nothing. Ijinu, a young man with a stoic expression, sat in the back of a car, observing three men in suits in the vehicle ahead. Their faces were obscured, but their presence exuded an air of quiet professionalism. He spoke, his voice calm but laced with a hint of underlying tension. He mentioned that he was traveling with two other people and that 3 cars were following them, leading him to calculate a total of 5 people in their entourage. A woman's voice, smooth and confident, cut through the quiet of the car. She posed a question, suggesting a career change for Ijin, becoming a celebrity. The woman, elegantly dressed, introduced herself indirectly, mentioning an entertainment company she managed within the SW group. This was their destination. Ijin flatly rejected the offer. The woman, however, seemed unfazed by his refusal, expressing mild disappointment. She then shifted the conversation, inquiring about his interest in the bodyguard business. Ijin paused, considering his response. He ultimately decided to stick with his established cover story. A subtle nod of acknowledgement from Ijin confirmed his decision. Yes. The woman commented on his apparent talent in the field, noting how easily he had subdued 2 of her team members during a previous encounter. One of the men in the front seat visibly reacted to this comment. Ijin quickly downplayed his victory, attributing it to his opponents being caught off guard. A woman with short, dark brown hair and piercing eyes observed the situation, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. She mused that the recent events had to be handled carefully, given the involvement of a student. Meanwhile, Ijinu, the young protagonist, sat in a vehicle, a thoughtful expression on his face. He considered the situation advantageous from the outset. It was a fortunate turn of events, he reflected, as a truly serious confrontation would have ended far differently. The woman from earlier, still observing, anticipated Ijine's satisfaction after his victory, but that wasn't quite the case. In another vehicle, a man watched Ijine, his expression one of intrigue. He noted the boy's astute understanding of the situation. The camera pans to a modern building at night, then shifts to a woman at a reception desk inside. Two men in suits discuss Ijine's stillness. He hasn't moved in an hour. One of the men questions Ijine's combat training origins. An unseen superior officer commented on Ijine's exceptional skills, noting that his performance during training and sparring matches was extraordinary, a level of proficiency that could only be achieved through rigorous and extensive training. Ijine, however, simply replied that he had learned everything from his rough upbringing in his old neighborhood. The officer, taken aback by this response, found himself questioning Ijine's statement, as the young man didn't seem like someone who would make light of such a serious matter. Ijine maintained a stoic expression, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, the scene shifted, showing Ijine in a fierce battle, his movements a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. His speed and precision were unmatched, each strike perfectly calculated and executed with deadly efficiency. He moved like a phantom, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. Dodging bullets with ease, he continued his relentless assault, his movements fluid and powerful. The scene was a whirlwind of motion, a testament to his exceptional combat skills. He swiftly climbed a rope, his knife glinting in the dim light, a grim determination etched on his face. The scene shifted again, revealing Ijine facing two ominous figures shrouded in shadow, a look of apprehension crossing his features. He stood amidst a field of fallen enemies, the weight of his actions heavy upon him. A bloody, broken staff lay discarded on the ground, a stark reminder of a recent violent encounter. The image of a young man, his face partially obscured by blood and shadows, his expression grim and determined. He clutched his injured face, his knuckles white. His arm, also bearing the marks of a brutal fight, hung limply at his side. The scene shifts to a bustling city street at night, cars speeding past towering buildings, a stark contrast to the previous scene of violence. Inside a sleek, black car, a woman with dark hair and a sharp gaze sits beside a man with gray hair, dressed in a sharp suit. "It's getting pretty late. Is that okay?" she asks. He replies simply, "It's fine." The woman, her expression thoughtful, observes him silently. She thinks, "I might be imagining it, but it doesn't look like this is your first time bodyguarding." He responds, "This is my first time." The woman's internal monologue continues, "I can understand why she feels that way. He hasn't asked a single question. And even though we purposefully didn't feed him any information, there hasn't been a single change in his expression. As if he knows what can happen during this job, and he stayed in the assigned spot until the end without moving at all." Ijinu, a former child mercenary, sat in the backseat of a speeding car, his gaze fixed on the city lights blurring past. He was returning to Korea after 10 years abroad, a homecoming tinged with both anticipation and apprehension. A stark contrast to the harsh realities he'd known for so long. His eyes, though, held a steely glint, betraying the years of training and survival. The sharp lines of his jaw and the set of his mouth spoke of a quiet determination. Suddenly, a large truck appeared in the rearview mirror, its headlights blinding. The driver, a burly man with a grim expression, gripped the wheel tightly. The truck swerved dangerously close, its intent clear. Ijine's eyes narrowed, his instincts taking over. A collision was imminent. With a burst of speed, Ijine reacted, launching himself forward. The car swerved violently, narrowly avoiding a head-on collision. The truck careened off the road. A speeding car careened wildly out of control, its tires screeching against the asphalt before colliding violently with a nearby structure. The impact sent a shockwave through the night, a cloud of dust and debris erupting from the wreckage, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Several men in sharp suits rushed towards the damaged vehicle, their faces grim with concern as they surveyed the damage. One of them quickly approached the wrecked car, his expression a mixture of urgency and apprehension as he peered inside. A pained groan escaped his lips as he frantically tried to assess the situation. Another man, his face etched with worry, called out, "Director, are you all right?" The director, a man of considerable stature, winced in pain, his body visibly shaken by the impact. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he struggled to catch his breath. A young man with silver hair carefully cradled the director in his arms, shielding him from further harm. The scene was one of intense concern and quiet determination. The director's eyes, though pained, held a flicker of surprise as he looked at his rescuer. The young man's expression remained stoic, his grip firm and unwavering. He offered silent comfort and protection. Later, as the director was being helped into a waiting car, one of the men in suits spoke in hushed tones, "That kid, he protected the director in that short of a time?" A woman with short, dark hair sat beside the young man, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and awe. The young man remained silent, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. A car accident had just occurred. A woman, concerned, asked the director if he was all right. He responded that he was okay. Three men in suits stood near the wrecked car, assessing the damage. One of them observed that it looked like a drunk driving accident. One of the men explained that the driver had lost consciousness and they were rescuing him. They instructed someone to call an ambulance and keep track of the driver, investigating him as a precaution. The woman from the earlier panel, seemingly unharmed, looked on with a thoughtful expression. A young man with short, gray hair, also in a suit, sat beside her, his gaze distant and serious. The woman expressed concern that the director might be hurt. The young man responded with a simple yes. The young man reassured the woman that she was likely fine but should still get checked just in case. He then added, "More importantly, a young woman with short, dark hair and striking blue eyes is shown in close-up. Her expression is serious, almost pensive, hinting at an underlying tension. The woman, her eyes wide with a hint of surprise, stands in what appears to be a dimly lit corridor, facing a man in a sharp suit. He has short, gray hair and a composed demeanor. The scene suggests a tense encounter. Two steaming lunchboxes sat on a kitchen counter, their contents neatly divided into compartments of rice, vegetables, and meat. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair smiled gently, her expression warm and content as she stood in the kitchen. She wore a light-colored apron adorned with a cheerful cartoon strawberry, skillfully pouring a golden liquid into a frying pan. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, entered the kitchen, observing his sister's actions. He asked if she was already preparing lunch, offering to help. His sister explained that she was packing lunch to take to their grandfather, but he had already left for work. Ijin listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. She continued, mentioning that she used to visit their grandfather's workplace often, but had fewer opportunities since Ijin's return. Ijin, hearing this, simply stated that he would also go to his grandfather's workplace. A close-up of Ijin's face showed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The scene opens with a clear, bright sky above a cityscape. Tall buildings rise against the azure expanse, punctuated by fluffy white clouds. The camera angle shifts, revealing a bustling city street below, with various buildings and a small bus stop visible. A security guard, his face partially obscured, approaches Mr. Yu, a man with short, graying hair. He asks, "Oi, Mr. Yu. Did something good happen recently?" Mr. Yu, a pleasant expression on his face, stands before the guard. He seems content. Mr. Yu is slightly taken aback by the guard's question, replying, "You saying all of a sudden?" The two men continue their conversation as they walk. The guard observes, "You look so happy lately, ever since you took those days off." Mr. Yu smiles, scratching his head. He explains, "I just got some rice cakes from room 703. Let's eat during break." The guard responds, "Go ahead and start eating. I'll go recycle some things since I'm doing rounds anyway." The guard continues, "Okay, you'll have to do it again tonight, so there's no need to be super thorough." A man with short, gray hair meticulously tossed crumpled papers into a trash bin. He paused, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow, and muttered to himself. He then cupped the face of a younger man in a suit, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. The older man's expression was one of profound concern and affection. The scene shifted to a warm, brightly lit kitchen table. The older man sat with two younger individuals, sharing a hearty meal. His face was now alight with a gentle smile, a stark contrast to his previous worry. The older man's smile lingered, a quiet contentment settling over his features. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the peaceful atmosphere. The gray-haired man, back by the trash bin, looked up in surprise, a question mark forming above his head. A yellow sports car pulled up, blocking traffic. A heavily tattooed man emerged, his expression annoyed. The tattooed man grumbled about the noise. He decided to dispose of his drinks. The tattooed man walked away, leaving the yellow sports car parked haphazardly. Ijinu, a young man with extensive tattoos covering his legs, strolled casually, his lime green shorts and sandals a stark contrast to the serious expression on the face of the security guard observing him from a distance. Two disposable coffee cups flew through the air, landing with a soft thud near a nearby trash receptacle. The security guard, his face etched with concern, approached cautiously. Ijin, his gaze fixed on something unseen, remained oblivious to the guard's approach. He seemed lost in thought, a subtle frown furrowing his brow. The security guard picked up the discarded coffee cups. As a woman in a yellow sports car tossed a black bag to Ijin. "Here," she said, "take these away too." Ijin caught the bag, a look of mild annoyance crossing his face. "Man, you should have given me these when I got out." The woman replied, "I only just saw them." The security guard, having retrieved the discarded cups, watched Ijin walk away, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, called out to someone. His grandfather, appearing slightly concerned, looked up from his work. Ijin and his sister, Eugene, walked together, hand in hand, towards their destination. They arrived to find their grandfather, a security guard, happily surprised by their visit. Eugene explained that they had brought him lunch. He responded that he could have bought his own lunch, but they insisted. Eugene playfully countered that her packed lunch was tastier, a sentiment her grandfather agreed with. Eugene smiled sweetly at her grandfather. The grandfather expressed his appreciation for their thoughtfulness, stating he tries to visit whenever he can. Eugene offered to help, but her grandfather worried about her getting her clothes dirty. She brushed off his concern, stating she could wash them. Finally, Eugene urged them to hurry so they could eat together. She had made some of his favorites. Ijin agreed. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, stares intently ahead, his expression unreadable. His eyes, dark and sharp, betray a hint of underlying tension. A close-up reveals the strong line of his jaw and neck, hinting at a physique honed by years of rigorous training. The camera pans to reveal the building number, 214-1. Ijin, standing before his apartment building, reflects on his newfound peace. "Man, I finally feel rested after sleeping at home." Nearby, two men in suits converse. One complains, "I can't sleep deeply in hospitals for some reason." The other replies, "The nurses take naps since they have to do rounds at night." One of the men, seemingly the leader, declares, "Well, let's go treat ourselves." His subordinate agrees, "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, Ijin is seen rummaging through a trash can. A rustling sound accompanies his actions. One of the suited men notices him and questions, "Why is he here? Why is he going through the trash?" The other man recognizes him, exclaiming, "Oh, that old man. I thought I saw him somewhere." The boss responds with a non-committal "Ah." Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked alongside a girl. He pondered the identity of this girl. Her casual demeanor and the simple lunchbox in his companion's hand offering a stark contrast to his past life. Meanwhile, unseen, a man observed Ijin from a distance, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Ijin, however, remained oblivious, a faint smile playing on his lips. The observer's skepticism deepened. He questioned whether Ijin could truly maintain such a calm facade. Yet, to the casual observer, Ijin appeared as nothing more than a typical high school student. Two men, likely Ijin's unseen observers, watched him from afar, debating whether to approach. One of them decided against it, suggesting that their presence might disrupt the peaceful atmosphere. They opted to leave Ijin be and went to eat instead. Later, Ijin enjoyed a meal with the girl and a friendly-looking older man, seemingly at ease in his new life. Ijin Yu and his sister bid farewell to their grandfather, a kind-faced elderly man, as they depart from his side, waving goodbye. The grandfather watches them leave, a warm smile playing on his lips as he offers a final word of caution. "All right, be careful on your way back." Later that evening, Ijin, now alone, receives a curt dismissal from his employer. "You can go now, Mr. Yu. Good work today." He replies, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Ijin begins his walk home, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he contemplates the ride ahead. He walks past a playground, the scene illuminated by the warm glow of streetlights, as a yellow sports car pulls up nearby. Ijin notices the car parked improperly and approaches, muttering to himself about the inconsiderate parking. He confronts the occupants of the vehicle, a man and a woman, informing them, "You can't park here," explaining that their parking is obstructing other cars from leaving, and suggesting they use the designated parking lot instead. The man responds with a dismissive, "What's that got to do with you, old man?" A woman with blonde hair, dressed in a red top, argued with a heavily tattooed man. "I can park my car wherever I want," she declared. She continued, her tone sharp, "You're the patrolman here, aren't you? You want to get fired?" An older man, appearing to be a resident, intervened. He calmly explained, "But you should park in the parking lot so you don't cause difficulties for the other residents." The woman scoffed, "I just checked, and there's empty spots in the lot. You want me to park my car in that cramped place?" The woman turned her attention back to the tattooed man. "You gonna take responsibility if my car gets scratched, huh?" The woman smirked. "I don't think you can with your salary." The older man looked on, clearly uncomfortable. Suddenly, the tattooed man grabbed the older man by the throat. "You worthless garbage." Another man, sharply dressed in a suit, appeared, intervening. "What the hell are you doing to an elderly man?" The tattooed man, surprised, asked, "Who the hell are you?" The suited man responded, "Who am I?" "You little shit." The suited man pressed further, "What are you gonna do if I tell you, huh? Answer me, you bastard." A heavily tattooed man in bright green shorts barked at someone off-panel, his voice laced with menace. "Hurry up and move your car, motherfucker." His face obscured by shadow, a man with a stern expression warned him. If he saw any further disrespect towards the man in the car, there would be consequences. A shadowy figure, seemingly powerful, emerged from the darkness. And the tattooed man, startled by the sudden appearance, quickly moved to comply with the earlier warning. Hurriedly getting into his yellow sports car as a blonde woman watched from a distance. The shadowy figure vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. He slowly regained his composure, a subtle smile playing on his lips. A concerned voice asked, "Are you all right, sir?" The man replied, Yes." The man in the suit dismissed the concern, saying, "Now you don't have to speak so formally. Do you recognize me? I come here sometimes to see my boss, and I also..." An older man, his face etched with worry, addressed two imposing figures looming behind him. A light bulb appeared above his head, signifying a sudden idea. He exclaimed, a sudden burst of confidence in his voice. And then, two men stood outside a building called Radio City, seemingly waiting for someone. Inside a dimly lit bar, two men conversed. One, nursing a wounded arm, reported on a mission's success. His superior nodded, acknowledging the good work, but also noting the young man's disrespect. The superior slammed his drink down on the table, emphasizing his point about the young man's behavior. Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark hair, wearing a dark hoodie, stood in a dimly lit hallway. His posture suggesting alertness and anticipation. His attire simple and unassuming. Back at the bar, the other man questioned his superior's anger. The superior showed a picture on his phone. It was a photo of an older man, identified as grandfather. Two men stood in an apartment, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. One, older and more reserved, received a message, someone he knew lived in this building. Ijinu, his face partially obscured by a dark hood, narrowed his eyes, a subtle shift in his posture suggesting alertness. A question forming in his mind, was this a threat? The two men from the apartment, their faces now partially obscured by blue masks, looked on in confusion as Ijin approached. One of them quickly tried to explain that it was a simple misunderstanding, a normal picture. He urged Ijin to calm down and listen to his explanation. A sharply dressed man stood before a woman seated at a large desk in a modern office. The woman, with her dark hair neatly styled, reviewed documents. The woman looked up, a question forming on her lips. "The kid?" she inquired. A man in a suit, his expression one of mild confusion, appeared in the next panel, a question mark floating above his head. He responded, "I heard he was training with Team 3, but he should be done by now." The woman at the desk responded, "Is that so? You took him to the hospital, right? What were the results?" She continued, "He only has mild injuries and no serious problems." A flashback sequence began, showing a young man with white hair, seemingly injured and being held by the woman from the office. The man in the suit simply nodded in response. The woman offered a final warning, "You shouldn't ignore post-car crash fatigue. If we made a kid work, and he got hurt, imagine the uproar." A narration box declared, "I'll check on him again." Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, dressed in a school uniform, stood in a locker room, his expression serious. He adjusted his tie, his movements precise and controlled. Another student, with short, dark hair, approached Ijin, his expression curious. He asked Ijin, "What's up with you today?" The other student commented, "You acted pretty calm compared to the last practice." Ijin explained, "I didn't know about the rules and the atmosphere of this place back then. And there's nothing good about standing out." Ijin lightly touched the locker, a subtle gesture. The other student, surprised, exclaimed, "Huh?" Ijinu, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, stood in a school hallway. He dismissed a comment about his past, stating that he had never been an official bodyguard. He explained that his involvement stemmed from family issues and his connection to Yuna. He'd taken the bodyguard job by chance, but his talent and results kept him employed. Until a tragic mistake. Yuna was kidnapped right in front of him, just before their move to Korea. He'd happened to stop a kidnapping attempt. Reflecting on the incident, Ijin felt he'd become complacent and should never have been so careless. His classmate, another young man with short, gray hair, approached him, curious about his training. The classmate observed Ijin's skills during the recent kidnapping incident in practice, noting his professional training. Ijin, however, remained evasive, simply stating that he learned his skills in the neighborhood. His classmate pointed out that he could have simply said he didn't want to answer. The scene shifts to show Ijin and his classmate walking down the hallway, followed by a young woman with dark hair. The three students approach a door, their conversation seemingly at an end for now. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, walked down the school hallway, his shoulders slumped slightly. A woman, his teacher, stood before him, a slight smile playing on her lips. She seemed to be waiting for him, her expression a mixture of curiosity and amusement. He mumbled something unintelligible, his gaze fixed on the floor. The teacher's expression shifted, a question forming on her face. She inquired about his bodyguard work, her tone suggesting she was aware of his unusual circumstances. Her eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise in their depths as she processed his response. Ijin, taken aback by the question, simply asked, "What?" The teacher explained that he didn't have a job like her sister, and that it would be good experience for him since it wouldn't take long. She also pointed out that he wouldn't even need to change clothes. Ijin remained silent, his expression unreadable. A thoughtful look crossed his face as he considered her words. Meanwhile, two men in suits observed Ijin from a distance. Their faces were serious, their eyes watchful. They appeared to be assessing the situation. One of the men, wearing an earpiece, seemed to be receiving instructions. The other man stood silently, his gaze fixed on Ijin. The scene shifted to the teacher, who was happily eating ramen and gimbap, reminiscing about her time in America. Ijin stared intently at a piece of gimbap, lost in thought. The image suggests a flashback or a moment of internal reflection. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, sat with his classmates, Sukju and Yuna, at a cafe. Sukju confirmed something Yuna had said, a casual conversation unfolding between them. Yuna, ever the gracious hostess, offered to treat them to something to eat. Ijin, however, politely declined, explaining that it wasn't appropriate given his role as Yuna's bodyguard. His words surprised Yuna. Meanwhile, Sukju's thoughts turned to the security detail assigned to Yuna. He felt reassured knowing that Team 3 was discreetly watching over her, allowing them to maintain a normal facade. And he confirmed this to Yuna, who reacted with a relieved smile. Sukju then pondered Yuna's choice of meeting location, a convenience store near Ijin's house. He wondered if this was a deliberate decision. Perhaps to avoid the awkwardness of inviting Ijin to a more formal setting. The conversation shifted, Sukju casually mentioned Ijin's recent car accident, prompting Yuna's concern. Ijin reassured her that he was fine, prompting further discussion about Yuna's personality. Sukju expressed surprise that Yuna hadn't caused any trouble during their time together, prompting Yuna to explain her usual behavior, often insulting people with a smile. Ijinu, a young man with dark hair and sharp eyes, stood observing someone. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he muttered to himself, "I've never seen her like this before." The object of Ijin's attention was a young woman with long brown hair and bright blue eyes. A radiant smile played on her lips, a stark contrast to the serious demeanor Ijin had previously observed. She was dressed in a school uniform, a gray blazer with a brown checkered bow tie, and held a small package in her hands. Meanwhile, another young man with short, gray hair watched the scene unfold from a distance, his gaze intense and focused. The scene shifts abruptly. A man, bloodied and bruised, collapses to the ground in a dark forest. He gasps for air, his breath ragged and shallow, puff. Another figure emerges from the shadows, a soldier clad in camouflage, his face partially obscured by a headscarf. He holds a rifle. The soldier speaks, his voice low and commanding, "Leave me and go." The injured man looks up at the soldier, his expression a mixture of pain and resignation. The soldier stands over him, rifle at the ready. The injured man speaks, his voice barely a whisper, "Even without this, I don't have long to live." A young man, his face partially obscured by a blood-stained headscarf, lay wounded on the ground. He spoke weakly, resigned to his fate, "I'll die soon, even if you save me. So don't feel bad about leaving me behind. But thanks anyway." A man in a stained blue shirt, also wounded, approached cautiously. He observed the young man's condition, his expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. He questioned, "If you came alone, that must mean everyone else refused, right? Or needed more time?" The wounded man continued, his voice heavy with unspoken emotion, "I just wish I could see my daughter's face one more time before I die." The man in blue looked down, a flicker of determination crossing his features. He spoke, his words firm despite his injuries, "I was gonna go home after this. If you feel regret, then stand up." Suddenly, another figure emerged from the shadows, a heavily armed mercenary. He addressed the wounded man, his tone surprisingly calm, "Healthier people than you die in this place at any time. You're not going to die right this second. So stand up. Survive, and go see your daughter." The wounded man, his face etched with a newfound resolve, slowly began to rise. A young woman, her expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, sat across from a young man. He asked if they could talk for a moment, just the two of them. She seemed hesitant, questioning if he meant just the two of them, alone. He confirmed, his gaze unwavering. His expression was serious, almost intense. Meanwhile, another young man watched them from a nearby table, a look of mild annoyance on his face. Unseen by the young couple, several men in suits observed them from a distance, their presence suggesting a level of surveillance or protection. The young woman, now alone with the young man, asked what he wanted to talk about so suddenly. He began by mentioning her father's name, prompting a surprised reaction from her. She questioned his knowledge of her father, prompting him to ask about the kind of person her father was. His question seemed to unsettle him, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. The young woman, too, seemed troubled by the question, her gaze drifting off into thought. A young woman, her expression tinged with sadness, recounted her father's life. He was always busy, she explained, due to the immense size of his company and his frequent overseas trips, making it difficult to see him. She ate ramen, her thoughts heavy with the weight of his absence. Despite his illness, he continued to work overseas, his condition worsening. A frustrating situation, as he didn't have much time left to live and prioritized work over family. When he was too ill to fly home, they planned to visit him, but they received the devastating news of his passing. The woman felt the sting of never seeing him one last time. A man with gray hair listened, a hint of resentment coloring his expression. He admitted to resenting his father for working until his death, never even seeing his daughter's face. The young woman, confused, questioned why he was asking about her father so suddenly. She confessed that if he hadn't saved her, she never would have shared this painful story. The man, his gaze intense, asked if she also found his current work meaningless. The scene shifted to a construction site, workers toiling away. He explained that seeing them working hard motivated him to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke resolutely, "No, I have to do it." He continued, his voice laced with a heavy weight of unspoken emotion, "I feel like I wouldn't be able to look my daughter in the face if I don't." He confessed, a hint of self-reproach coloring his words, "I've made a lot of mistakes when it comes to my daughter." The man's face, now fully visible, was etched with regret. He muttered to himself, a question hanging heavy in the air, "Why didn't I realize sooner?" His self-recrimination continued, each word a painful admission, "I should have spent more time with her. Family is more important than any job." Elsewhere, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair listened intently as someone spoke, "Your father said he worked until the end in order to meet you." The young woman, Shin Yuna, showed a mixture of surprise and confusion on her face. Yuna, her expression questioning, asked, "What are you talking about?" A man with short, silver hair and a calm demeanor addressed her, "Shin Yuna, I will now deliver to you the contents of the request given to me." The man continued, his tone somber, explaining, "He wanted to see your face before he died." Yuna's expression shifted to one of quiet contemplation as she processed this revelation. A tense exchange unfolded. One man insisted that another personally deliver a message to his daughter, even after reaching their destination. The second man countered that it was merely a request. He insisted, his face bloodied and grim, that the message must be delivered to his daughter personally, regardless of his own survival. Even if he were to see his daughter again, the message had to be delivered. The scene shifted to a lone figure, a soldier standing amidst a verdant forest, his rifle held at the ready. His face was obscured by a headscarf. The soldier moved deeper into the woods, his silhouette barely visible against the muted greens and yellows of the undergrowth. A young woman's face filled the panel, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The word "is it you" floated above her head. She questioned whether she had met her father before his passing. A young man, carrying a bag, nervously approached the young woman, who sat at a table in what appeared to be a cafe. Tears welled in her eyes as she grappled with the revelation that her father had indeed left a message for her. Jin Yu's eyes, usually sharp and calculating, held a pensive depth. A shadow of his past seemed to linger in their dark depths. Seated across from a classmate, Jin reflected, "I didn't understand back then, but I think I understand now." His thoughts turned to a past request, the weight of its meaning settling upon him. The request wasn't just for himself, but also because he wanted Jin to leave the hellish battlefield. He included Jin in the things he wanted to set right. A doorbell rings repeatedly at a two-story house on a sunny street. Jin, a young man with short brown hair, stands at the doorway, his expression unreadable. Inside, a man with short, light brown hair and a friendly smile greets him. His attire suggests a casual yet professional style. The scene shifts to the interior of the house, where Jin sits at a table with two other men and a woman. One of the men is older, with gray hair, while the other man has a similar appearance to the one who greeted Jin at the door. The woman appears to be preparing something in the kitchen. The man who initially greeted Jin speaks, explaining that this is their first face-to-face meeting. But he avoided greeting the family earlier to avoid interfering with their reunion. The older man, seemingly Jin's grandfather, responds, expressing his desire to thank Jin. During a phone call, a man initially believed he was speaking with an embassy representative. However, he was shocked to discover that the reason Jin was able to return home was due to this man's actions. He insisted that he was the one who had been helped by Jin, narrowly escaping death in the process. But that without his help, Jin would never have been able to return home. He expressed his sincerest gratitude, despite the lateness of the hour. The scene shifts to Jin's family home. His father is shown, looking thoughtful. Then, his sister appears, her expression one of quiet concern. Back at the previous scene, the man nervously tries to downplay the situation, stating there was no need for such dramatic expressions. But the sister, now also present, inquires about the nature of the relationship between Jin and the man, noting that Jin refers to him as lieutenant. The lieutenant hesitates before explaining that during his overseas assignment, Jin was the one who guided him through a difficult situation, saving his life. The sister laughs, recalling the near-death experience, and the father invites the lieutenant to stay for lunch. A man with short, light brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard sat at a table, a fork halfway to his mouth. He looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he addressed a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair sitting opposite him. Jin's little sister? The young woman, startled by the question, responded with a simple, slightly breathless, yes. He smiled knowingly, a glint in his eyes. Yes, little sis. The man leaned in, a playful smirk on his face. You can just call me Appa. The young woman's eyes widened in surprise. What? He chuckled, a confident air about him. 17 years old. The man's chest was shown, and a narration box appeared, 36 years old. The scene shifted to a table laden with a delicious Korean meal, rice, various side dishes, and a hearty stew. The aroma seemed to fill the air. More of the meal was shown, highlighting the variety and abundance of food. The family, the young woman, a young man with light brown hair, and an older man with gray hair, sat around the table, enjoying their meal. The atmosphere was warm and inviting. A man with short, light brown hair and a somewhat weary expression stirred his food with a spoon. He mused to himself, unsure of how long it had been since he last had a home-cooked meal. Meanwhile, an older man with gray hair and a kind face sat in what appeared to be an office, his expression pensive. He pondered something quietly. He considered the culinary shortcomings of his daughter, noting that his son also preferred eating out. He worried that even a slight change in their demeanor might cause their mother distress for days. The man with light brown hair continued his internal monologue, revealing that his favorite part of his military service was the food. He sighed, admitting that the current situation was quite sad. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair smiled warmly at the older man, who returned the smile with evident happiness. A silent exchange of understanding passed between them. A young man with short, gray hair quietly ate his rice, nodding in agreement with the unspoken sentiment. Later, the man with light brown hair sat with a younger man, expressing his relief at the younger man's well-being. The younger man, however, revealed that his former comrades constantly asked him to greet him on their behalf. A flashback showed the younger man receiving food from his former comrades, a subtle reminder of his past life. Jin sat across from a man, casually sipping from a drink. The man, whose name was unknown, explained his sudden visit, stating that he had some business to attend to nearby and decided to see Jin while he was at it. He continued, offering a compliment about Jin's grandfather and sister, noting that they seemed like good people. Jin simply replied with a quiet yes, a subtle smile playing on his lips. A subtle smile playing on the man's lips as well, suggesting a shared understanding. The man announced his departure, stating that he needed to leave. Jin expressed surprise at the abruptness of the visit. The man explained that he was already late for another appointment. Despite wanting to continue their conversation, the man revealed that he had to go meet his fiancée. Jin's expression shifted to one of mild surprise upon hearing this news. He then asked, seemingly taken aback, "You got engaged?" The man confirmed this, his expression serious and composed. Jinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, stared intently ahead, his expression unreadable. A subtle tension hung in the air, hinting at unspoken thoughts. His friend, a man with light brown hair and a sharp jawline, confronted him. He questioned Jin's pensive expression, teasingly suggesting that he was surprised by Jin's lack of a girlfriend. Jin responded with a quiet denial, explaining that while unusual, a wealthy family had recently chosen him for something. He mused that his transient lifestyle had left him little time for romantic pursuits, suggesting that this unexpected development might be a fortunate turn of events. With a wave of farewell, the friend departed, leaving Jin alone once more. As his friend walked away, a subtle spark of energy seemed to emanate from Jin's feet, suggesting a hidden power or ability. Jin was then approached again, this time by his friend who seemed to have a question. The friend inquired about something Jin had previously been curious about. He pressed Jin for an answer, wanting to know if he had discovered the truth of the matter. Jinyu, a young man with a hardened gaze, sat at a desk, his expression questioning. He wore a black t-shirt bearing the insignia of a South Korean military unit, a subtle hint of his past. He muttered, a single word reflecting his skepticism. Across from him stood a younger man with short, light green hair, his features sharp and his expression thoughtful. He posed a question that hung heavy in the air, "What's a family?" His quiet affirmation, "Yes," followed, a simple word carrying a profound weight. The scene shifted, focusing on Jin's muscular arms and torso, clad in a dark shirt and camouflage pants, a stark contrast to the more casual attire of the younger man. The image then transitioned to a close-up of Jin's face, his expression unreadable, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Silence hung in the air, punctuated only by the unspoken thoughts swirling within him. The camera angle shifted again, this time focusing on the top of a head with short, light brown hair, suggesting the arrival of another person. The scene then continued, revealing a young man with short, dark brown hair and a gentle smile. His words, "I think I understand now," implied a newfound clarity. Jin, seen from the side, offered a knowing glance. His expression was one of quiet understanding, a subtle acknowledgement of the other's comprehension. A final statement, then, "I'll see you later," signaled the end of their conversation, leaving the reader to ponder the implications of their exchange. A woman with dark hair, dressed in professional attire, apologized for the abrupt summons. Her words, "I'm sorry for telling you to come here all of a sudden," hinted at the urgency of the situation. A woman in a business suit, her legs visible, explained that she couldn't stay very long. A man with blonde hair and a pleasant expression corrected her, stating that he was not the one who contacted her. He expressed his gladness at seeing her, and mentioned having heard that she'd been frequently dispatched overseas lately, implying a busy schedule. She replied that she couldn't be busier than him, addressing him as Mr. Hamchan. He chuckled, admitting that he was only pretending to be busy, prompting her to question the activities of other people if that was the case. The woman, Miss Jia, expressed surprise at meeting a soldier. She reflected that if it weren't for the family's pursuit of this matter, they would never have met. Miss Jia then questioned how many times they had met so far. Miss Jia lamented that despite being engaged for over a year, they had barely met. A woman, elegantly dressed and sipping tea, remarked, "Aren't we both too busy?" Across from her sat a man, his face etched with a subtle, knowing smile. The woman, seemingly unfazed, continued, "Oh, I have a favor to ask of you." He responded with a nonchalant, "Just say the word." The woman placed a document on the table, it appeared to be a student's profile. The man's expression shifted, a hint of intrigue darkened his eyes. He simply stated, "This child." Pointing to a picture of a young man, she requested, "Look into him for me, Mr. Hamchan." A woman, her expression a mixture of frustration and resignation, explained the situation to a man in a suit. The transfer student in Yuna's class, she revealed, had a completely forged identity. All attempts to uncover the truth had been thwarted by government intervention. The woman, her face etched with worry, offered a quiet apology. The man, his face grim, responded that he doubted he could help. He then asked her to do him a favor. The woman's eyes widened slightly, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity in their depths. She stared at him, arms crossed, a silent question hanging in the air. Before finally conceding, "I get it." She explained that she understood, making it clear that there was no need for further explanation. The man visibly relaxed, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. He then declared, "Jean, this is how much I care about you." A few days passed. Jinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, held his phone to his ear, his expression serious. He was on a call, his brow furrowed in concentration. He asked a question, his voice laced with concern, had they been stranded? The scene shifted to a dark forest. 3 South Korean soldiers, their faces grim, were navigating the dense undergrowth. One of them cursed, wondering what had happened. A narration box explained that the enemy's movements had suddenly changed. The panel showed a soldier's perspective, his rifle pointed towards a fiery, chaotic scene in the distance. One soldier reported that they had cornered the enemy in the target area. The panel showed 2 soldiers, one was wounded, sitting on the ground, while the other stood guard, rifle at the ready. A close-up revealed a man with a bloody eye patch, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His red eye gleamed with malice. A young man with short, green hair sits in a dimly lit room, a thoughtful expression on his face. He is on a phone call, and a question hangs in the air, is Lieutenant Kong in danger? The man's attire is simple, a dark long-sleeve shirt and light-colored pants. His posture suggests concern and anticipation. He receives confirmation of his fears. Yes, the situation is dire. The caller explains that Lieutenant Kong Hamchan and his men are engaged in intermittent skirmishes with armed forces. The caller, an older man with distinguished features, sits across from another man in what appears to be a sophisticated office. He emphasizes the urgency of the situation. He reveals that he is sharing this information due to the young man's known relationship with Lieutenant Kong. The young man, understanding the gravity of the situation, inquires about the lieutenant's condition. His concern is palpable. He stresses the importance of not acting alone and leaving the matter to the military. Ijinu, a young man with short brown hair, held his phone to his ear, a thoughtful expression on his face. He listened intently to the voice on the other end of the line. A voice that seemed to carry a message of concern. The speaker's words were not audible, but their import was clear. Ijin responded simply, I understand. He ended the call, his thumb pressing the end button on his smartphone screen. The image of the phone call ending is shown. A subtle shift in his demeanor was noticeable, a hint of weariness settled upon his features as he lowered the phone. A man with a bandage on his forehead grinned broadly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He was surrounded by other men, also bearing injuries, in a hospital setting. One of the injured men exclaimed, hey, this guy really was Korean. Another man, seemingly surprised, questioned, really? Are his memories back? The bandaged man chuckled, replying, a little, that's what he said. Ijinu, a young man with short, light gray hair, sat slumped on a bunk bed, his face buried in his hands. His posture spoke of exhaustion and despair, a stark contrast to the sterile, almost clinical environment of the room. A Coca-Cola can was placed precariously atop his head, a humorous juxtaposition to his despondent state. As a man with short, light brown hair and a kind expression approached him, offering a small, dark bottle. There's no need to push yourself so hard, he said gently, just remember to take it slow. Suddenly, another voice called out, Ijin? A new man, with short, brown hair and a serious expression, appeared, his gaze fixed on Ijin. Questioning, that's your real name? Ijin, looking down, responded quietly, yes. Later, in a dimly lit room filled with computer screens, a group of young men reacted to a defeat in an online game. Wow, damn. I can't believe we lost this one of them exclaimed. Another demanded, who was feeding top lane? The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, orange glow across the sky. A serene, peaceful scene. A stark contrast to the tense atmosphere inside a military barracks. A soldier, his face etched with urgency, shouted the news. He announced that Ijin's family had been found. Ijin, it turned out, had a grandfather and a little sister. The news spread quickly among Ijin's fellow soldiers. They sat in a dimly lit room, a mix of surprise and excitement on their faces. But Ijin himself remained stoic, his expression unreadable. A single thought echoed in his mind, oh, shit. His comrades reacted with boisterous congratulations, patting him on the head in a show of camaraderie. Their jovial mood a stark contrast to Ijin's internal turmoil. One soldier joked that Ijin would finally get to eat school lunches. The scene shifted to Ijin, his face partially obscured, a shadow of uncertainty clouding his features. A stark contrast to the lightheartedness of his fellow soldiers. His pensive expression hinted at the weight of his upcoming reunion. Later, Ijin received a simple but heartfelt invitation, Appa, come eat. Ijin's grandfather urged him to join the family for lunch, his words a gentle invitation. Ijin, still adjusting to his new life, hesitated before entering the dining room where his sister and grandfather were already seated. He stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable, a stark contrast to the warmth of the family gathering. His gaze was distant, his mind seemingly far away from the present moment. He finally joined them at the table, the aroma of the food filling the air. His sister looked at him with a questioning expression, her curiosity piqued by his unusual behavior. His grandfather gently questioned his silence, his voice laced with concern. Ijin mumbled a response, his attention still elsewhere. The grandfather proudly declared that he was envied for having grandchildren who came to eat lunch with him. Ijin's sister questioned the reason for such envy, finding it unusual. Ijin and his grandfather shared a meal with a young woman. She expressed gratitude, stating that they would bring her lunch again next time. Ijin, however, felt uncomfortable with the implication of future obligation. A close-up on Ijin's face showed a thoughtful expression. His eyes, narrowed slightly, hinted at his internal conflict. He quietly addressed his grandfather, calling him grandfather. Ijin's grandfather, startled by the sudden address, looked up from his meal. His grandfather then posed a question, what are your thoughts on helping someone who helped you? Ijin responded that it would be difficult to answer with just that question alone. His grandfather elaborated, stating that it depends on the kind of help received and what one can do in return. Ijin listened intently, considering his grandfather's words. The grandfather continued, emphasizing that one thing is certain. The kindness of the person who helped first cannot be measured, as they helped without wanting something in return. At the dinner table, a conversation unfolds between Ijin and his grandfather. The older man reflects on life's complexities, explaining that there are times when one must repay kindnesses received, and if that's not possible, to at least do what one can within their limits. Ijin listens intently, his gaze thoughtful. The scene shifts to show Ijin, his sister Dayun, and their grandfather seated around the table. The grandfather worries he may have said something unnecessary. But Ijin assures him, expressing his gratitude for seeing his grandfather again. The grandfather is surprised by Ijin's heartfelt words. The grandfather's expression softens as he expresses his own happiness. Ijin then extends his gratitude to Dayun for reuniting with her as well. Ijin smiles warmly, content with his reunion with his family. Dayun observes Ijin, a thoughtful expression on her face. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair sat quietly, a toothpick in her mouth, her expression unreadable. She seemed lost in thought. A subtle shift in the scene indicated a change of location. Ijinu, a young man with short, styled teal hair, spoke into his phone, his expression grim. I'm going, he stated simply. He continued the conversation, his tone serious. He requested that certain preparations be made. On the other end of the line, an older man with a stern expression listened intently. The scene shifted to a dark, ominous forest, bathed in the reddish hues of twilight. A soldier, his face streaked with dirt and blood, gasped for breath, his weapon lying beside him. He was clearly exhausted. His comrades, also showing signs of fatigue, decided to take a short rest. We'll rest here for a bit, one of them announced. The lieutenant gave orders, assigning tasks to his men. Sukun was to survey the area, while Jasuk and Suchiel were to check for pursuers. One soldier expressed concern over the team's exhaustion. Lieutenant, everyone's really exhausted, he stated. A young soldier, Ijinu, lay wounded on the forest floor, blood staining his camouflage uniform. His breathing was ragged, and a cold sweat beaded on his brow. He had lost a significant amount of blood. His comrade, assessing the situation, grimly noted that they needed to reach the next extraction point to be rescued. Doubt clouded his face as he questioned their ability to make it that far. Their supplies were dwindling, adding another layer of difficulty to their desperate situation. Ai-jin's face was pale, but a flicker of grim determination shone in his eyes. Despite the pain and exhaustion, he was not ready to give up. From above, a clearing came into view. Several figures were gathered around trucks and supply crates, their silhouettes stark against the dim light of the makeshift camp. Two soldiers observed the scene from a distance. One commented that the situation seemed to be winding down, expressing surprise at how long the resistance had lasted, given their vulnerability. The other soldier, a man with an eye patch, agreed, adding that the presence of civilians had significantly hampered their offensive capabilities. Had they been operating in unfamiliar territory without civilians to protect, the damage inflicted would have been far greater. A sharp pain shot through the eye-patched soldier's head. He clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. The pain was overwhelming, a familiar torment that returned with brutal force. He cursed under his breath. Ai-jin, a young man with spiky blonde hair, is shown from the chest up, his face contorted in a grimace. Blood stains his face and clothes, and he clutches a bloody knife in his hand. His eyes are wide with a mixture of pain and rage. The image focuses on his arm and the knife, still dripping blood, as if to emphasize the violence of the scene. A narration box appears, revealing Ai-jin's inner thoughts. The pain comes back every time I'm about to forget. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. A figure with short, gray hair is seen from behind, their back turned to the viewer. They are wearing a dark, heavy coat. The camera angle lowers, revealing the figure to be sitting on a bench, holding a rifle. The figure's attire suggests they are a soldier. The focus shifts to the figure's face, partially obscured by a patterned mask. Only their eyes are visible, conveying a sense of weariness and determination. A narration box reveals that the area is called Gryan, and it's one of the places where Ai-jin used to work. The scene changes to a briefing room. A man with short brown hair is speaking to a group of people. He explains that Lieutenant Kong went to rescue Korean researchers who were investigating local minerals. He continues, explaining that on their way back, they were attacked by an unidentified armed group. The necessary equipment and supplies requested by Ai-jin are ready. A stern-faced man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, addressed someone off-panel. He stated that they already had the cooperation of the military and local government to transport a certain individual to the Gryan area. And then, turning to another man, he asked Ai-jin if he was truly ready to go. Ai-jin, a young man with short, light brown hair, stood silently, his expression unreadable. He was dressed casually in a dark jacket and a white t-shirt. He simply replied with a quiet yes, his gaze unwavering. The older man's face showed a mixture of concern and apprehension as he listened to Ai-jin's confirmation. A voice announced that they were 1 minute away from reaching the landing zone. A final instruction was given, begin preparations. Ai-jin, now seen from behind, prepared himself, his back to the viewer. He was wearing a camouflage jacket and scarf, and he was carrying a rifle. A close-up on Ai-jin's eye revealed a glint of determination, almost menacing, as his red eye shone brightly. The imposing structure of the high school loomed large against the bright morning sky. It was a modern building, sleek and imposing, a stark contrast to the quiet forest that Ai-jin had called home for the past 10 years. Inside, a typical classroom buzzed with the low hum of conversation and the scratch of pencils on paper. A teacher, his back to the viewer, lectured at the blackboard, seemingly oblivious to the quiet tension that hung in the air. Several students sat at their desks, some diligently taking notes, others lost in their own worlds. One student, with blonde hair and a sharp gaze, rested his chin on his hand, seemingly deep in thought. Another, with brown hair, slept soundly at his desk. Meanwhile, Ai-jin, the former child mercenary, sat quietly at his desk, diligently taking notes, his expression betraying none of the turmoil within. Outside the classroom, two students, a boy and a girl, stood in hushed conversation. The girl, concerned, voiced her worry about Ai-jin's tardiness. The boy, equally worried, added that he had texted Ai-jin, but received no response. The scene shifts to a dark forest at night. The ground is littered with spent bullet casings, a grim testament to a recent confrontation. A figure, cloaked in a blue headscarf, their face mostly obscured, stood amidst a dark, shadowy forest. Their eyes, however, were visible, sharp and intense, betraying a keen awareness of their surroundings. The ground beneath them was scarred, a crater-like depression in the earth, littered with broken branches and debris. The scene spoke of a recent, violent struggle. A soldier, similarly masked, patrolled the area, his rifle held at the ready. He spoke, his voice grim. The lieutenant hasn't even been able to leave the second checkpoint. The ground was further marred by a scattering of spent bullet casings and footprints, a grim testament to the intensity of the recent conflict. The cloaked figure moved through the trees, their gaze fixed on something in the distance. The soldier, observing the trail of evidence, muttered to himself, if he comes this way, he must be going towards the third checkpoint. The cloaked figure's face remained hidden, but a slight shift in their posture suggested a change in their focus. They seemed to be considering their next move. A firefight erupted in a clearing. Several soldiers were engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire. The scene was chaotic, bullets flying, soldiers falling. The intensity of the battle was palpable. Ai-jin, a young man with a grim determination etched onto his face, stood amidst the chaos. His weathered features spoke of years spent in harsh environments, his eyes reflecting a steely resolve. He held a high-powered rifle, its barrel gleaming under the dim light of the forest, a testament to his past as a child mercenary. He was surrounded by a group of heavily armed soldiers, their movements precise and deadly. The scene was a maelstrom of gunfire and explosions, a violent ballet of death and destruction. Ai-jin's enemies were relentless, their attacks a furious storm of lead. A close-up on one of the soldiers' eyes revealed a flicker of fear, a stark contrast to the brutal efficiency of their assault. The soldier's face was streaked with dirt and sweat, his expression a mixture of terror and grim determination. Ai-jin's eyes narrowed as he focused on his target through the scope of his rifle. RPG, he muttered, recognizing the threat. The soldier was armed with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher, a weapon capable of inflicting devastating damage. Through the scope, he saw the enemy soldier clearly, his face partially obscured by a headscarf. The crosshairs settled on the soldier's chest, Ai-jin's finger tightening on the trigger. The soldier, unaware of the impending danger, continued to aim his weapon. Death hung heavy in the air, a silent predator poised to strike. With a sharp crack, Ai-jin fired. The bullet found its mark, a fiery explosion erupting from the soldier's chest. The force of the blast sent Aijin reeling backward, but he quickly recovered, his eyes scanning the battlefield for any remaining threats. He was a seasoned warrior, accustomed to the brutal realities of combat. The explosion continued to spread, engulfing the area in a fiery inferno. The remaining soldiers scattered, their coordinated attack dissolving into panicked chaos. Amidst the chaos, Aijin's comrades, equally skilled and battle-hardened, moved to secure the area, their actions swift and decisive. The battle was far from over, but Aijin had dealt a significant blow to the enemy. Two South Korean soldiers, faces grim, crouched behind a rocky outcrop, their rifles trained on an unseen enemy. The air crackled with tension. The aftermath of a fierce firefight was starkly evident. Several soldiers lay dead or dying amidst a crimson pool of blood, their uniforms torn and stained. A lone figure scrambled away from the carnage, adding to the grim scene of fallen comrades. The scene was one of brutal efficiency and desperate retreat. A wounded soldier, his face streaked with dirt and blood, demanded a report from a fellow soldier standing guard. He was clearly agitated. There have been no additional casualties, the soldier reported, but we don't have much ammunition left. The wounded soldier grimly assessed the situation. We'd have to look into it further, he muttered, but we won't be able to withstand another skirmish like this. He then turned to another soldier, inquiring about their current location and remaining time. The soldier responded that the next checkpoint was 7.5 kilometers to the southwest, and they had 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining. The wounded soldier's face was a mask of grim determination. The weight of command and the urgency of the situation were etched onto his features. 3 hours and 20 minutes while leading casualties and civilians, he thought, and we're in a forest. The pressure was immense. He addressed his men, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. We're on a tight schedule, he stated, those guys, they've been repeating a cycle of retreating whenever they get a few casualties, and then chasing us again later. Two soldiers, weary from battle, stood amidst the chaos. The scene was one of fiery destruction, the air thick with smoke and the scent of gunpowder. One soldier, his face streaked with grime and sweat, observed, they're not attacking all at once. He continued his assessment, his gaze grim. They're doing it routinely, as if they don't care how many casualties they take on their side, and the soldiers they send are haphazard and all over the place. The panel showed a chaotic skirmish, soldiers clashed in a disorganized flurry of gunfire and movement. Despite the apparent randomness, a subtle pattern began to emerge in their actions. The narrator's voice then interjected, but those soldiers' strategies are completely different. At first I thought they were attacking without a plan. The narrator continued, but after numerous skirmishes, we've discovered a pattern. We were forced to retreat to the first checkpoint, and the continued skirmishes pushed us back to the second checkpoint. The image showed a desolate landscape, scarred by battle. The remnants of the conflict were stark reminders of their retreat. It was a familiar pattern. It was the same back then too. They're chasing us like they already know our entire travel route. A group of soldiers huddled together, their faces etched with worry and exhaustion. One of them spoke, summarizing their current strategy. In our current state, our best chance is to protect the third checkpoint and hold out until a rescue team gets here. The soldier from the beginning of the sequence, his face grim with determination, declared, I'm getting those people back no matter what. Inside a dimly lit command center, officers studied a map. One of them stated, looking at their current route, they will go to the area we expected them to. We've dispatched soldiers there already. A tense scene unfolded in a dimly lit office. A man in tactical gear stood rigidly before a desk, his back to the viewer. Seated behind the desk, legs casually crossed, was another man, his face partially obscured by an eye patch. The seated man, a hardened mercenary with a scar across his eye, smirked, his expression conveying a sense of cold calculation. He commented that there weren't many areas they could attack. Meanwhile, in another location, a distraught commander paced, his frustration evident. He questioned how much longer his soldiers would continue to die. His subordinate, a woman, explained that they weren't even attacking all at once, they were simply sending soldiers to die and retreat repeatedly. Back in the office, the eye-patched mercenary removed his glasses, his gaze hardening. His face, now fully visible, revealed a chilling intensity. The commander, still agitated, informed his subordinate that their opponents were highly experienced special forces. The eye-patched mercenary's face loomed over a smaller figure, his expression one of cruel amusement. The contrast between the two highlighted the power imbalance. The mercenary sneered, stating that if the soldiers had attacked all at once, they would have suffered far greater casualties and allowed the enemy to escape. He continued, emphasizing that a full-scale assault would have resulted in the loss of their military strength and the territories under their control. A large, imposing mercenary with an eye patch addressed a younger, smaller figure, his tone dismissive. He stated that the current situation no longer concerned them. The younger figure reacted with shock and alarm, their question hanging in the air unanswered as a sudden, violent attack erupted. The attack was swift and brutal, leaving the younger figure vulnerable. A mercenary swiftly intervened, firing a shot that silenced the attacker. Another mercenary lay dead on the ground, a fresh wound marring his body. The same mercenary from the previous panel approached, gun still in hand. He calmly finished off the fallen mercenary with another shot. The eye-patched mercenary surveyed a large group of captured prisoners, kneeling before him. He informed his men that several escaped prisoners remained at large. He gave a curt order, find and eliminate the remaining escapees. A sinister smile stretched across the man's face, his eyes glinting with a cruel amusement. He casually instructed, oh, and since we don't need these guys anymore, you can take them out too. The sounds of heavy breathing echoed through the dark forest as two figures moved stealthily through the trees. Their progress measured and deliberate. One of them reported, 500 meters to go. I think we can arrive in time at this rate. They continued their advance, but one soldier suggested, we'll slow down and move cautiously from here on. His face grim, the soldier explained, the enemy knows this area well. He continued, and they even know our exact travel route. The soldiers pressed on, their movements now more cautious and deliberate. One of them voiced his concern, there's a good chance they already know about the checkpoint. A smug grin spread across the face of a man sitting at a table, his feet propped up. He declared, I truly love this moment. When we catch a beast that thinks it's clever. A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow and a dark scarf, sat in a dimly lit room, a rifle resting beside him. He seemed lost in thought, a pensive silence hanging heavy in the air. A cruel smile playing on the lips of a man whose face was partially visible, his words echoing the mercenary's unspoken anxieties, especially when it thinks it escaped and realizes it was wrong. The man chuckled, relishing the thought. He issued a curt order, his voice sharp and commanding, let them know the prey will arrive there shortly. A subordinate responded with a simple, yes, sir. Two soldiers, their faces grim and determined, moved stealthily through the dense undergrowth of a forest. The sounds of the night were punctuated by the crunch of leaves under their boots. One of them, his face streaked with dirt and blood, held his rifle at the ready, his eyes scanning the darkness with intense focus. They burst into a clearing, their breath catching in their throats at the horrific scene before them. Dozens of bodies lay scattered across the ground, a gruesome testament to a brutal massacre. A soldier, his face etched with shock and horror, stared at the carnage, his weapon still raised. The scene was a chilling reminder of the brutal realities of war. More bodies lay scattered amongst the rocks and undergrowth, the crimson stain of blood a stark contrast to the dark green of the forest. The scene was one of utter devastation. The soldier's face, now a mask of disbelief and dawning horror, reflected the grim reality of the situation. The soldier's voice, raw with shock and disbelief, broke the silence. What the hell happened here? News of a critical failure reached command. Contact with Alpha Team, the unit positioned for an ambush, had been lost. A gruff, battle-hardened commander, his face partially obscured by a shadow, reacted with disbelief to the report. His subordinate explained that repeated attempts to contact Alpha Team had failed. The commander, a man with a weathered face and an eye patch, showed his frustration with a sharp intake of breath. The commander then inquired about Delta Team, the unit tailing Alpha Team. He was informed that Delta Team was maintaining pursuit, approximately 2 kilometers behind the target. A sharp order followed. Despite the suggestion to contact Delta Team and prevent the target's escape, the commander decided to handle the situation personally. He contacted the base camp, ordering Delta Team to report their status. Delta Team's terse reply indicated they were engaged in active combat. The commander's surprise was evident as Delta Team explained they had been ambushed while pursuing the target. A soldier, his face partially obscured by a patch over his eye, gripped his radio, his expression grim. He reported into his comms, his voice strained with urgency. Relaying a fragmented message about a sudden, violent event, the only sound that punctuated the transmission was a loud bang. The soldier, still on the radio, stood with another soldier in the background, both in tactical gear. His face was etched with concern. As a wave of dread washed over him, he dreaded the answer to the question forming in his mind. His worst fears were confirmed. His face contorted in disbelief and anger as the horrifying truth dawned on him. They had been the hunted all along. A flurry of intense gunfire erupted, the scene a chaotic blur of red and orange. As a figure, clad in camouflage, leaped into action, their rifle trained on the unseen enemy. The figure's face was partially hidden, but their eyes, sharp and intense, were visible through the fabric. A sense of grim determination emanated from them. As they prepared for the next confrontation, a hail of bullets erupted from the barrels of 3 soldiers, their AK-47s spitting fire in the twilight. As they unleashed a deadly barrage upon their target, Jinyu, a young man with a grim determination etched onto his face, moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion amidst the chaos, dodging the incoming fire with practiced ease. He knew he only had a limited time. 30 minutes, to be exact, before the lieutenant's group could escape. He would hold them off until then. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched himself into the fray. A whirlwind of calculated violence. One soldier fell, his rifle clattering to the ground. As Jin vanished into the shadows, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He reappeared moments later, taking a strategic position, his rifle trained on the remaining enemy soldiers. The battle raged on. Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, peered through the scope of his rifle. His face was partially obscured by a patterned balaclava, only his sharp, focused eyes visible. A moment of tense anticipation hung in the air. As Jin's target came into view, a soldier, caught in the crosshairs, completely unaware of the impending danger. With deadly precision, Jin squeezed the trigger. The bullet finding its mark with a sickening thud. The soldier crumpled to the ground, his lifeblood staining the earth. From his vantage point, Jin observed the chaos unfold. More soldiers fell, their screams echoing through the night. Suddenly, a new threat emerged from the shadows. A hail of bullets ripping through the air, aimed directly at Jin. A near miss leaving him shaken but unharmed. Jinyu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a teenager, moved through the dense undergrowth with practiced ease. Explosions rocked the forest behind him, a fiery trail marking his swift retreat. He found a position of relative safety, his thoughts focused on tactical advantage. He mused that in this chaotic terrain, the enemy would struggle to pinpoint his location. He planned to use this to his advantage, attacking again from a different angle, turning the unpredictable landscape into his weapon. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers emerged from the trees, their movements tense and wary. One soldier, a lieutenant, noticed something in the distance. A flicker of light, perhaps a sign of the recent conflict. A soldier pointed out the spot they had just passed through, a place now strangely quiet. The lieutenant, confused by the sudden silence, questioned what was happening. Another soldier explained that the enemy had been neutralized in that area, a skirmish having just taken place where they had been moments before. They were waiting for the rescue team to arrive. The lieutenant acknowledged the report, his gaze fixed on the forest, a mixture of relief and unease etched on his face. His expression hardened, a silent question lingering in his eyes. What unseen threat lurked in the shadows? Jinyu, a seasoned child mercenary, stood amidst the chaos, his tactical vest stained crimson with the blood of his enemies. A grim determination etched itself onto his features. The aftermath of a fierce firefight painted the scene in fiery hues. Explosions rocked the forest, sending soldiers sprawling. One soldier crumpled to the ground, a fatal wound blossoming across his chest. The air crackled with the tension of ongoing combat. Jin's comrades, equally skilled and ruthless, returned fire, their assault rifles spitting death into the heart of the enemy ranks. The battle raged on. A soldier fell, engulfed in a fiery explosion. The intensity of the conflict was palpable. Jin, despite the chaos, remained focused, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He observed the battlefield with a cold, calculating eye. He noted the enemy's dwindling numbers. Looks like they figured out we don't have that many people, he mused, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. He continued his internal assessment, and that I'm attacking from multiple angles to create confusion. His strategy was working, but not perfectly. The battle continued, Ijin expertly maneuvering through the trees, his movements fluid and precise. He was a ghost in the forest, striking from unexpected angles. He observed the battlefield once more. The enemy's forces have decreased since before, he noted, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Even considering the people I took down, there's a lot of people missing. A sense of unease settled over him. Ijinyu, a seasoned child mercenary, now a teenager, moved silently through the undergrowth, his camouflage blending seamlessly with the shadows. Blood stained his fatigues, a grim testament to recent engagements. His every movement precise and economical. He navigated the dense foliage with practiced ease, his senses acutely aware of every rustle and snap. He was hunting, and he was the hunter. His steely gaze, visible even through his camouflage mask, betrayed a calculating mind. The intensity of his focus was palpable, he was assessing the situation, planning his next move. He had anticipated this. Ijin realized that the enemy force was numerically inferior and had deployed flanking soldiers to compensate for their lack of manpower. 3 soldiers were visible in the distance. A small, manageable number. He was confident in his ability to eliminate them before they could detect his position. He was still unseen, the element of surprise firmly in his grasp. Ijin raised his rifle, the scope aligning perfectly with his target. He was a predator, patient and deadly, poised to strike. And he struck with lethal precision. 3 shots rang out, each finding its mark with terrifying accuracy. The soldiers crumpled to the ground, their lives extinguished in an instant. The forest floor was quickly stained crimson with their blood, a stark contrast to the verdant green of the surrounding foliage. The brief encounter was over. But Ijin's advantage was short-lived. He sensed a shift in the balance of power, a subtle change in the atmosphere that spoke of a larger, more dangerous presence closing in. He knew he had to move, and move quickly. The hunter had become the hunted. A close-up on a military-style watch displays the time, 5 hours 28 minutes and 9 seconds. 14 more minutes until. A team of soldiers, camouflaged and armed, takes cover behind a rocky outcrop in a dense forest. The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple. One soldier, speaking into a radio, informs his lieutenant that the rescue team is arriving soon. Meanwhile, 3 other soldiers huddle together, their expressions a mixture of relief and apprehension. The lieutenant, his face grim, reminds his men to maintain focus until the very end. The camera pans to a tranquil forest clearing, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A sense of unease hangs in the air despite the idyllic setting. The lieutenant, his face etched with worry, reveals his concern over the lack of gunshots for some time. Suddenly, a radio crackles to life. The message is short and to the point, this is Mercenary Gene. The lieutenant's expression shifts from worry to surprise as he receives the message. The soldier next to him is equally shocked. Gene confirms he will join them in 3 minutes. A soldier, his face etched with worry, gripped a radio, his knuckles white. He was clearly relaying urgent information. Describing the events unfolding. The man, his face streaked with grime and blood, recounted how a lone figure had taken out the enemy forces. Engaging in skirmishes behind their lines. The implication hung heavy in the air, this was no ordinary soldier. A lone figure, silhouetted against the setting sun, moved through the forest. The scene shifted to a wide shot, emphasizing the vastness of the wilderness. Then zoomed in on a soldier's eye, peering through a high-powered scope. His expression was one of grim determination. The crosshairs settling on a target in the distance. The target was a young man, his hands raised in surrender. His silhouette barely visible through the dense foliage. The sniper's view shifted, focusing on the young man's lower body. A moment of tense anticipation before the sniper's perspective shifted again, revealing the young man's face, his eyes wide with fear. The sniper hesitated, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. He muttered, "No way. Is that really Ijin?" The news spread quickly among his fellow soldiers. "What?" Ijin, one of them exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. A young man, cloaked and hooded, stood amidst a fiery, orange-tinged landscape. His face, partially obscured, held a calm intensity. The words, "It's really him," appeared in a speech bubble above him, indicating the shock and recognition of an unseen observer. The camera focused on his back, revealing tactical gear and a determined posture. The question, "How did he get here?" echoed the observer's disbelief. A blond man, his face etched with concern and surprise, peered into the distance, his gaze fixed on the hooded figure. The hooded figure, Ijinyu, remained composed, his expression unreadable. He subtly adjusted his hood, his movements precise and controlled. Several bodies lay scattered on the ground, victims of a recent conflict. The scene was one of chaos and destruction. A close-up of a combat boot striking the ground, sending up a burst of dust and debris, indicated a swift and powerful movement. Ijin, his hood now partially removed, moved with lethal efficiency, his actions suggesting a deadly encounter. A lieutenant, his face contorted in fury, confronted a young man cloaked in a hooded scarf. "Are you insane? Why did you come here?" he roared, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. The young man, his expression unreadable, gazed off into the distance, a hint of defiance in his eyes. His gaze held a quiet confidence as he calmly replied, "I know this area better than you, Lieutenant." The lieutenant, his face bloodied, let out a harsh laugh. "You think you're the same as before? Ha?" The young man's response was simple, yet resolute, "That's why I came." He continued, his voice low and serious, "If I didn't come after hearing that you and your squad were in danger, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life." The lieutenant's eyes narrowed, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding in his gaze. The young man's face was a mask of calm determination. A grim smile touched the lieutenant's lips as he muttered, "You damn kid." Ijinyu, a young man with blonde hair, his face streaked with blood and tears, clutched at his coat. His expression was one of profound grief and despair. He stared blankly ahead, his mind racing. What was he going to do now? The weight of his situation pressed heavily upon him. A violent explosion rocked the landscape, sending debris flying in every direction, revealing a military helicopter descending amidst the chaos. Soldiers emerged, their movements tense and hurried. The aftermath of the attack was grim. Dozens of soldiers lay dead or dying on the ground, their uniforms stained crimson. A grim report was delivered. The Alpha team had been completely wiped out, and 17 out of 20 members of the Delta team were dead. Two surviving soldiers, one with an eye patch and the other in a dark hood, surveyed the scene. Their faces were grim. They discussed the events, concluding that the Alpha team had been taken down without a fight, while the Delta team had been ambushed during their movement. The soldier with the eye patch remained silent, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Two soldiers surveyed the aftermath of a battle, the bodies of their fallen comrades scattered across the landscape. They could only ascertain that the enemy force had been small in number. A question hung heavy in the air. One soldier, his face partially obscured by an eye patch, voiced the unspoken concern: what went wrong? His comrade calmly explained that the enemy had moved precisely as anticipated, without reinforcements in the area. All they needed to do was wait and eliminate the remaining threat. But this explanation failed to account for the devastating losses suffered by their Alpha and Delta teams. The Alpha team was completely annihilated, and the Delta team, sent in pursuit, had suffered heavy casualties. The soldier with the eye patch, his expression grim, recalled only one other instance where he had witnessed such a brutal and effective fighting style. His mind raced, a chilling realization dawning on him. "Don't tell me," he muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper. His subordinate, sensing his commander's distress, cautiously inquired, "Sir?" The commander, his face etched with horror, revealed a horrifying truth: the enemy employed tactics eerily similar to those of a notorious mercenary known only as 001. A chilling question arose: wasn't 001 supposedly eliminated years ago? The commander, his face contorted in a mask of grim determination, issued a final, chilling order: investigate again. A superior officer instructed his subordinate to analyze the situation as if a certain individual, referred to as that bastard, were still alive. The sprawling cityscape of Seoul, South Korea, is shown at dusk. Towering skyscrapers pierce the twilight sky, their illuminated windows casting a warm glow against the darkening horizon. Among them, the imposing structure of the CO1 High School stands out, a testament to modern architecture and a symbol of the seemingly peaceful life awaiting Ijin. Ijin, a young man with short, gray hair, walks purposefully through the school grounds. He is dressed in a simple, dark gray jacket, his expression serious and alert. Behind him, a group of men in dark, uniform-like clothing follows him at a distance, their movements suggesting a silent, coordinated pursuit. Inside the school, two men in dark clothing exchange a brief, tense conversation. Their words are unspoken, but their body language conveys a sense of urgency and concern. One of them glances towards the hallway, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. Their worried expressions reflect the growing threat. Ijin, seemingly oblivious to the danger, continues his walk, his gaze fixed ahead. He is completely unaware of the impending confrontation. A young woman with long, dark hair sits calmly on a bench in a brightly lit hallway. She observes Ijin's approach from a distance, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Her demeanor suggests a quiet confidence, hinting at a hidden agenda. A high-pitched whistling sound cuts through the air. Ijin, now inside the school building, is seen moving quickly through a corridor. He is clearly in a hurry, his movements precise and efficient. He deftly maneuvers past obstacles, his body a blur of motion. The pursuers are closing in, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. The tension is palpable. Ijin, using his superior agility and reflexes, evades his pursuers with ease. He leaps over a railing, disappearing from sight. The chase continues. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, is shown from a low angle, emphasizing his imposing presence. His gaze is sharp, focused, hinting at a hidden strength and determination. The scene shifts to a spacious gymnasium. Two figures are seen running across the room, their movements swift and precise, while a third figure observes from a distance. The two runners are dressed in similar athletic wear, their faces partially obscured, creating an air of mystery. The camera focuses on the lower halves of the two figures, their legs moving with a powerful, controlled stride. A sudden burst of energy erupts between them, a clash of power evident in the dynamic lines and vibrant colors. The two figures are locked in a fierce exchange, their movements a blur of motion as they trade blows with incredible speed and precision. They move with such speed that they appear as streaks of light, leaving trails of energy in their wake. The scene shifts again, showing a third individual, this one with pink hair, being thrown forcefully across the room by the dark-haired young man from the earlier panels. He lands hard, a trail of fiery energy marking his trajectory, before quickly getting back on his feet. A group of men in dark uniforms stood in a brightly lit room, their expressions grim. One of them, a taller man with a stern face, spoke, remarking on the monstrous nature of something unseen. In the lower panel, a young woman with dark hair and a concerned expression observed the scene, commenting on the impressive skill of the unseen subject. The young woman's gaze lingered on the scene, her thoughts focused on the unseen subject's capabilities. Meanwhile, in a different location, two young men in similar uniforms were seen hurrying down a hallway. One of them appeared to be struggling, his breathing heavy. The two young men, clearly exhausted, were seen catching their breath in a gymnasium. One of them, slightly taller, leaned against a wall, while the other sat on the floor, panting heavily. The taller young man massaged his neck, a look of exertion on his face. While the other, shorter young man, stared intently at something off-panel, his expression grim and determined. The shorter young man's gaze was filled with a quiet intensity as he contemplated something. The silver-haired young man's concern was evident as he pointed out the injury to the shorter young man's arm. Ijin, a young man with silver hair, adjusted his tie, a subtle grimace playing on his lips. A dark stain marred his left arm, a stark contrast to the crisp white of his shirt. The injury was clearly visible, a testament to recent exertion. But Ijin dismissed it with a wave of his hand, claiming it was nothing. Another student, observing him, noted that the injury was quite serious, judging by the bleeding. The second student, his dark hair neatly combed, was impressed by Ijin's resilience. He had trained with a significant arm injury and still achieved top scores. Ijin, however, felt like a small fish in a large pond, a feeling of insignificance washing over him. His companion, still observing him, admitted to knowing little about Ijin, but one thing was certain. His performance during a previous rescue mission, coupled with his current level of basic training, indicated extensive prior experience. He concluded that Ijin must have been training rigorously for a considerable time. Ijin admitted to being called a genius since childhood, but found his current rival to be an insurmountable obstacle, a source of frustration. Despite this, he remained resolute, stating his intention to avoid defeat. In the school hallway, a conversation unfolds between two students. One, with dark hair, expresses his surprise, stating that the other's attentiveness towards him was due to a specific reason. What? The dark-haired student questioned, clearly taken aback by the implication. The other student, with silver hair, calmly explains, it would be strange if I didn't notice you trying to beat me every training session. He then adds, well, I understand how you feel. You're mindful of me since we're. The silver-haired student continues, revealing a surprising connection. From what I've heard, you've been Yuna's bodyguard ever since you were little. But you were also trained as her aide. The dark-haired student responds, I don't know how you know that, but you're right. He then explains his family's connection to Yuna's family, stating, my grandfather is one of the CEO's head secretaries. My father also serves under the CEO. And so I naturally got trained so that I could assist her when she gets a job in SW. The silver-haired student, however, counters, I couldn't be anyone's aide. Ijinu, a young man with sharp eyes and dark hair, stood in the hallway, his expression serious and thoughtful. His gaze was intense, betraying a hint of the hardened experiences of his past. A voice, calm and measured, cut through the silence. It belonged to another student, casually dismissing any notion of competition. He simply stated that everyone possesses different skills and strengths. Ijin, observing the other student from behind, remained impassive, his expression unreadable. As they walked side by side down the school corridor. Despite the other's words, Ijin harbored a quiet determination. The other student, a young man with gray hair, smiled subtly, a glint of challenge in his eyes. He silently conveyed his own competitive spirit. A young woman with long brown hair, her arms crossed, stood observing the scene from a distance. Her expression was one of quiet assessment. The woman approached the two boys, her smile polite but observant. She addressed them, her words suggesting an inquiry. She asked Ijin if anything unusual had happened recently. Prompting a thoughtful response from Ijin, who seemed to be considering his answer carefully. Ijinu, a teenager with a stoic expression, stood in a brightly lit hallway. His gaze was distant, a hint of weariness in his eyes, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. A young woman with long, dark hair and striking blue eyes observed him from across the hall. A subtle escaped her lips, suggesting curiosity and a hint of appraisal. Ijin walked past the young woman, accompanied by two other students in matching uniforms. The young woman watched them go, her expression unreadable. The young woman's phone buzzed, displaying an incoming call from Lieutenant Kong Hamchan. The lieutenant's voice informed Ijin that Kwangsik's surgery had been successful. And that there was no need to worry. Relief washed over Ijin, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. The lieutenant continued, explaining that Kwangsik would have been in serious trouble if they had been delayed any longer. He expressed gratitude to Ijin, emphasizing that everyone was thankful for his timely intervention. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, ended a phone call with a grateful tone. He had just helped someone, and they offered to treat him to a meal in return. He was interrupted by someone nearby, urging him to be quiet as he was on the phone. But Ijin continued the conversation, revealing a more serious undertone. He expressed a heartfelt wish to his caller. Ijin's expression turned serious as he stated that he didn't want his contact to ever enter a battlefield again. On the other end of the line, the caller, seemingly a lieutenant, responded, acknowledging the unusual nature of his request given the recent assistance. But he continued, emphasizing that Ijin now had a family and that his circumstances had changed. Ijin, showing gratitude, mentioned that it was thanks to the lieutenant that he was able to reunite with his family. The lieutenant, reflecting on the situation, admitted that despite the risks, he felt the reunion was worth it. Ijin ended the call, his expression unreadable. He carefully put away his phone, his thoughts lingering on the conversation. A close-up on a man's smiling face, his military uniform partially visible, displaying a distinctive patch. He expresses gratitude, his words a quiet murmur of thanks. The scene shifts to Ijinu, his profile visible as he speaks on his phone, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He is dressed in his school uniform. He bids his unseen companion farewell, promising to see them again soon. Ijin hangs up, his phone still in hand. In the background, two students stand near a window, their conversation seemingly oblivious to his presence. He pockets his phone, his gaze seemingly distant as he walks past the two students. A young woman with long brown hair, her expression pensive, is shown in a close-up. Her eyes are wide and expressive. Ijin's face is shown again, a question mark appearing in a thought bubble above his head. He seems to be contemplating something. Outside the school, Ijin is approached by a girl with long dark hair and a boy with dark hair. The girl asks if he is going home soon. Ijin replies that he's meeting friends at a PC cafe instead. The girl, her eyes sparkling, enthusiastically agrees to join him. A young woman with long brown hair and bright blue eyes smiled warmly, her expression radiating happiness. Ijinu, a young man with short, dark hair, stood with a serious expression, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He seemed lost in thought. The camera focused on a sign that read +PC Club. Another young man, this one with short, light gray hair, appeared, his expression neutral. The young woman from the first panel walked alongside Ijin, her demeanor suggesting a shared understanding. The scene shifted to a computer room, showing signs of recent chaos and destruction. A man in a cleaning apron swept up debris from the floor, his expression one of weary resignation. As he muttered to himself, questioning what had happened. The cleaning man, clearly annoyed, responded curtly, urging them not to mention the event. A fight had broken out between students. Then, other students from a different school arrived and began to randomly attack those already involved, escalating the situation into a full-blown brawl. One of the students, breathless and clearly exhausted from the fight, fled the scene. His labored breathing echoing in the night air. He disappeared around a corner. The other students, having noticed his escape, reacted with frustration and anger. They were urged to find him quickly. The fleeing student, however, found a place to hide, his anxiety palpable as he clutched his head. Ijin found himself surrounded. A group of men, their faces obscured by masks, loomed over him. He felt a surge of panic, his past life as a mercenary flooded back, but this was different. This was high school. He wondered, what do I do? A desperate struggle ensued. Two figures, seemingly allies, fought back against the masked men, wielding makeshift weapons. One of them, Youngchan, urged the other to escape, delivering a powerful kick that sent one attacker sprawling. The urgency in their movements was palpable, they needed to escape quickly, and they needed to keep Ijin safe. Youngchan warned his companion not to reveal their location to Ijin. The two allies fought valiantly, but they were clearly outnumbered. The masked men pressed their attack, their movements swift and brutal. One of the allies, visibly strained, realized that they were hopelessly outmatched. There were simply too many opponents for them to handle. A wave of despair washed over him. Meanwhile, Ijin received a series of urgent text messages. His phone buzzed incessantly, a stark contrast to the quiet desperation of the fight unfolding nearby. He checked his phone, a look of growing concern etched on his face. The messages were clearly alarming. The buzzing continued, culminating in an incoming call. The caller ID displayed, Yu Ijin. Ijin, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, found himself in a sudden confrontation. He braced himself, dodging a swift attack with practiced ease, and retaliating with a powerful counterblow. The force of the impact sent his opponent reeling, his face contorted in pain. Ijin continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. He delivered another blow, a swift kick that connected with his opponent's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. A new opponent, a man with blonde hair and a determined expression, appeared, ready for a fight. Two young men stood back to back, their breaths ragged. One, with fiery red hair, wore an orange Adidas tracksuit, his face bruised and bloodied. The other, with neatly styled blonde hair, was in a crisp white shirt, his expression grim. A cold sweat beaded on their brows as they caught their breath. A tense scene unfolded. A lone figure, Ijin, stood defiantly amidst a group of men in suits, several of whom lay injured on the ground. The men surrounding him held baseball bats, their faces contorted in anger. Ijin smirked, his eyes narrowed. You weren't half bad, he commented, his voice laced with a hint of grudging respect. He continued, a hint of amusement in his tone. I had my doubts when I was told over 10 people got taken out. The red-haired youth from earlier, his face still bruised, muttered anxiously to his blonde companion, that damn Inchan. To think he'd bring more friends along. He added, a glint of defiance in his eyes, if you get it, then face us yourself. Ijin, observing the scene, taunted, you sure love running your mouth while sending your goons to fight for you. Ijin's words sparked a furious reaction from one of the men in suits. His face contorted in rage, a guttural sound escaping his lips. The red-haired youth smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. Worried that they'll see you get wrecked? Ijin, a former child mercenary, navigated the crowded school hallway with practiced ease, his movements fluid and almost imperceptible. Until a sudden outburst shattered the relative calm. A man, his face contorted in rage, unleashed a venomous curse, you fucking bitch. His eyes, blazing with fury, narrowed as he focused on his target. The target, a young man with fiery orange hair, remained impassive. But a flicker of anticipation crossed his features as he braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. With surprising speed, he launched a powerful strike. A blur of motion that connected with the enraged man's face with a resounding impact, sending him reeling backward. The young man, Ijin, stood defiant, his expression hardening with each passing moment. He clenched his fist, the knuckles white with tension. The man, dazed but still furious, lunged forward again, only to meet another devastating blow. The force of the impact sent the man sprawling to the ground, leaving him unconscious and bleeding. Ijin, breathing heavily, glared down at his fallen opponent, his anger barely contained. The man, regaining some awareness, managed a final, spiteful insult, you fucker. Ijin, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, unleashed a powerful blow, his fist a blur of motion. The force of the impact sending his opponent reeling backward. A second, equally devastating strike followed, connecting with a resounding impact. But Ijin grimaced, his breath ragged. Damn, I can't put any strength in my punches because I'm too tired, he admitted, the strain evident on his face. His eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. As his opponent seized his leg, preparing for a decisive blow, Ijin braced himself for the impact, his body tensing. His opponent smirked, anticipating victory. But Ijin, despite his exhaustion, reacted swiftly, countering with a swift kick that sent his attacker sprawling. The fight, however, was far from over. Ijin, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, found himself in a brutal confrontation. His opponent, Jae-hyung, lay bleeding on the ground, the result of a swift, brutal attack. The force of the blow sent Jae-hyung sprawling, his body a testament to Ijin's superior combat skills. A crimson stain blooming across his clothes. The fight was far from over, however. Another attacker, emboldened by the sight of his fallen comrade, charged at Ijin, bellowing Jae-hyung as he swung a weapon. Ijin, however, remained unfazed. With a blur of motion, he countered the attack, landing a devastating blow that sent the attacker reeling, a sickening crunch accompanying the impact. The sound of a stomp echoed as Ijin finished his opponent, leaving him a bloody mess on the ground. The scene was brutal, a stark reminder of Ijin's lethal efficiency. Ijin, his face contorted in a sneer, addressed his fallen foes with a chilling finality, know your place, bitch. Ijin, a seasoned mercenary returning to a normal life, found himself unexpectedly facing a group of thugs. He moved with practiced efficiency, his powerful kick connecting with brutal force, sending one of them sprawling to the ground, unconscious and bleeding. The scene was a testament to his honed combat skills, a stark contrast to the peaceful facade of his new life. Nearby, a man in a suit, identified as Tae-soo, oversaw the scene. He spoke to his underlings, his voice calm despite the violence unfolding before him. He instructed them to bring the fallen men to their base. Tae-soo's attention then turned to another matter. One of the thugs had escaped. He ordered his men to retrieve the runaway. His subordinates acknowledged the order, their faces grim. The city lights twinkled in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Later, a group of students discussed the recent attack. They had been playing games when the Gosuk High students ambushed them. One student speculated that the attack was retaliation for a previous incident. They were initially surprised by the attack, but Jae-hyung and Hyukjin managed to fight back until Guinchan arrived. The name Guinchan sparked recognition among the students. Another student noted that Jae-hyung and Hyukjin were well known enough to attract the attention of gangs. The ambush involved approximately 20 attackers. After witnessing the altercation between Jae-hyung and Hyukjin, Ijin was deemed a liability. They instructed him to leave the scene immediately, warning him to remain silent about what he had seen. Jin, overcome with guilt, silently blamed himself for the unfolding events. It was all his fault, he thought. His remorse stemmed from Jae-hyun's involvement. He had helped Jin during a previous conflict with students from Gosuk High. And now, because of that, Jae-hyun was in danger. Hyakjin, concerned for his friend's safety, approached Jin, demanding to know the last place he had seen Jae-hyun and the others. Jin, hesitant but ultimately compliant, revealed that he had last seen them near the subway station. With this information, Hyakjin and his group set off to find Jae-hyun and the others, leaving Jin behind. Jin watched them go, a mixture of worry and helplessness washing over him. Hyakjin's determination to find his friends was unwavering, even though the task seemed daunting. However, a doubt lingered in his mind. Even Jin, with his extensive combat experience, would struggle against 20 opponents. Jin, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, overheard a conversation. His classmates were discussing the high rate of gang recruitment among Gosuk High graduates and the casual violence within the school. One student, Jae-hyun, questioned another, Youngchan, about their excessive use of force during a recent incident. Youngchan's nonchalant response and the others' laughter highlighted the school's pervasive atmosphere of violence. The scene shifted to Youngchan and two other students eating instant ramen. The casual nature of their meal contrasted sharply with the earlier discussion of gang violence. Suddenly, a tense moment interrupted their meal. A sense of impending danger filled the air. A fist clenched, signifying an imminent confrontation. Two students, alerted to the danger, declared their intention to join the fray. Jin and another student walked away from the school, heading towards the city. Their pace was brisk, suggesting urgency. They were followed by a girl who seemed to be observing them from a distance. Jin's expression turned serious as he noticed her. The focus shifted to Jin's attire, emphasizing his school uniform. Jin, a young man with dark hair and a school uniform, stood beside a stern-looking man in a suit. The man's expression was one of quiet intensity, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The man's question hung in the air. Aren't you going with them? He responded with a pointed question of his own. They're your friends from class, aren't they? Jin's eyes narrowed, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a quiet calculation. The suited man's instructions were curt. Remember, go Suk-chu. His tone softened slightly as he added, no matter how long you've been with us, you're still a high schooler, same as them. Jin and another young man walked away, their backs to the viewer, heading down a city street. The suited man watched them go, his expression unreadable. A close-up on Jin's face showed a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He murmured to himself, I'll be back. A man with short, dark hair and a subtle smirk observed his surroundings from the side profile. His expression hinted at a calculated plan, a quiet confidence in his eyes. He wore a simple, light gray collared shirt, a dark backpack slung over his shoulder. The background suggested a bustling city street, the sounds of urban life muffled but present. He spoke to someone off-panel, his words of promise, I'll be back soon. A young woman with long brown hair and striking blue eyes responded with a single, questioning word, huh? Her gaze followed the man as he departed, a subtle shift in her expression noted by the narrator. His expression just now felt a little different than before. The woman, seemingly concerned, spoke again, her voice laced with worry, I'll also. But she was interrupted by a stern-faced man in a suit, who firmly stated, you can't. There's no need for you to get involved. The man's expression was one of authority, his words carrying weight, you can leave it to them. He spoke with a calm confidence, seemingly unfazed by the woman's concern. The man, clearly annoyed by her continued resistance, let out a dismissive tisk. A bead of sweat trickled down the man's temple as he nervously awaited the outcome. His expression was one of intense anxiety, his eyes darting around as if searching for an escape route. Meanwhile, Jin, a seasoned mercenary now navigating the treacherous waters of high school, was the subject of hushed whispers among his peers. The question hung heavy in the air, could his combat skills translate to the schoolyard? A young man with a worried expression observed the scene unfolding before him. His eyes wide with apprehension as he witnessed the potential conflict. Two students in crisp uniforms strode purposefully down the school hallway, one with dark hair, the other with silver. Their confident gait suggested a shared purpose. The silver-haired student's gaze sharp and calculating. The dark-haired student, in contrast, seemed more guarded, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. The dark-haired student's thoughts turned to the underlying reasons for their actions. The silver-haired student, however, maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The two students continued their walk, their silhouettes stark against the setting sun, their unspoken alliance a silent promise of action to come. A soft, ethereal glow emanated from the laptop screen, a faint luminescence painting the otherwise dark room in hues of blue and red. Night descends upon a quiet city street, the only sounds the gentle hum of distant traffic and the soft glow of lights filtering from apartment windows. In a shadowed alleyway, a disturbing scene unfolds, three figures lie sprawled on the ground, surrounded by broken wood and scattered debris. A crimson stain spreads across the concrete, a grim testament to a recent violent encounter. Three young men, dressed in school uniforms, stand before the gruesome sight. One of them, his face etched with worry, declares, they were definitely here. He is visibly shaken, a cold sweat beating on his brow as his breath hitches in his throat. His companions, though equally concerned, maintain a stoic composure. Another of the students, examining a shattered smartphone, offers a different assessment. No, I think they got dragged away. The scene shifts to show a fourth student, his expression serious as he holds two damaged phones. He explains, those are Jae-hyun and Hyakjin's phones. They're both in the same place, and seeing how they were both stepped on, I think it was intentional. A young man with short, gray hair stands silently amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed on the ground. He seems to be assessing the situation with a keen eye. His feet are positioned near the bloodstain, suggesting he was present during the incident. A close-up reveals the intensity in his eyes, hinting at a hidden depth and a calculated plan forming in his mind. A young man, his face etched with worry, questioned his companions, what should we do? His gaze fell upon a group of figures approaching, their faces obscured by shadows. A sudden realization dawned on him. Those were students from Shernan High. The young man's apprehension grew. Another of the young men recognized one of the approaching figures. Hey, that's the guy who ran off earlier. The first young man's eyes widened in alarm. His expression shifted from worry to sheer panic. One of the Shernan High students confronted the young man. You ran like hell and brought your friends? Moron. Another student smirked, how convenient. Now we can ask these guys where they went. The young man from earlier stood defiantly, facing the approaching students. The confrontation escalated quickly. One of the students challenged him aggressively, what the hell are you saying, you motherfucker? A swift, decisive blow landed, the sound of impact echoing through the air. The confrontation had turned violent. Ai Jinyu, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, found himself locked in a brutal confrontation. His opponent, a man in a lab coat, was clearly no match for Ai Jin's honed combat skills. Blood splattered across the man's face as Ai Jin's attack landed with brutal efficiency. The impact echoing the ferocity of his movements. Another man, also in a lab coat but wearing a mask, charged forward, fists raised. But Ai Jin was ready. He met the masked man's attack with a swift counter, sending him sprawling to the ground with a pained grunt. With his opponents momentarily incapacitated, Ai Jin moved with lethal precision. He delivered a swift, calculated blow to the first man, silencing him instantly. Then turned his attention to the second, his movements a blur of controlled violence. A sharp kick connected, sending the masked man flying, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Ai Jin stood over his fallen foes, his expression calm and collected despite the intensity of the fight. A final blow delivered with ruthless efficiency. The fight was over. He stood, seemingly unfazed, amidst the chaos he had created. Later, Ai Jin and a classmate watched from a distance as the aftermath of the fight unfolded. The scene was grim, bodies lay scattered across the ground. A stark reminder of the brutal efficiency of Ai Jin's actions. His classmate, clearly impressed, remarked on the speed and precision of Ai Jin's takedown of the four men. Ai Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood over a defeated foe. The man, his face contorted in pain, lay prostrate on the ground, blood staining the concrete. His body trembling with the aftermath of a brutal encounter. A voice, sharp and demanding, cut through the silence. Where did you take the two guys who were fighting? The man, his face hidden by his blood-stained hands, remained silent, his body racked with pain and fear. He was clearly unable to answer. Ai Jin's gaze, sharp and unwavering, held a chilling intensity. A faint scar marred his cheek, a testament to his past life. The scene shifted, focusing on the man's face, his expression a mixture of pain and defiance. A guttural curse escaping his lips. Fuck off, asshole. With a swift, brutal movement, Ai Jin delivered a devastating blow. A burst of energy erupted from his fist, sending the man flying backwards. His body impacting the ground with a sickening thud. The man lay still, his lifeblood staining the concrete. Elsewhere, a group of high school students witnessed the aftermath from a distance. One of them, visibly shaken, whispered, did he just smash his head into the ground? Another student, calm and collected, stepped forward. Let me do the talking from now on. Ai Jinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood silently, his expression unreadable. A single thought echoed in his mind. A sense of unease settled over him as he observed three men loitering outside a brightly lit establishment called Premium Z. The neon signs cast a vibrant glow on the scene. Inside, a bustling restaurant was filled with patrons, their conversations a low hum in the background. The atmosphere was tense, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A young man with reddish-brown hair lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. Two figures loomed over him, their actions obscured. He groaned, his face contorted in pain. Blood covered his body, staining his orange tracksuit. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce determination, a stark contrast to his battered state. As he unleashed a burst of energy, a vibrant red and blue aura surrounding him as he moved with impossible speed. The attack was swift and decisive, leaving his opponents incapacitated. A voice shouted, Ki Tae-su. Three men, led by a stern-looking individual, approached the scene. One of them reported, Tae-su, we brought them. Tae-su, his face partially obscured by blood, stood silently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The scene ended with a sense of impending conflict. The aftermath of a brutal fight was laid bare, a body, bloodied and broken, lay sprawled on the ground, a crimson stain spreading across the dark surface. A hand, crimson-stained and trembling, reached out, its owner requesting a cigarette. A man, his face contorted in a grimace of anger and humiliation, seethed with resentment. He recalled his recent defeat, the shame burning within him. The scene shifted, focusing on the lower half of a body, still bearing the marks of the recent conflict. The image dissolved into a chaotic blur of motion lines. In a dimly lit office, a tense conversation unfolded. A man, Tae-su, was questioned about a recent incident involving students from Shernan High. The man with the tattoos, surprised by the news, reacted with disbelief. He was clearly taken aback by the scale of the event. Tae-su explained that Gosok High students were often recruited into their company due to their fighting prowess. But the recent defeat at the hands of Shernan High students prompted a re-evaluation of their recruitment strategy. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Tae-su. He contemplated the implications of this unexpected turn of events. The tattooed man, still processing the information, muttered the name of a location, Incheon. A man's voice, laced with frustration and humiliation, echoed through the dimly lit room. He questioned his associates, emphasizing the indignity of their defeat. Two figures, bloodied and bruised, knelt on the floor, their heads bowed in defeat. They were surrounded by a group of menacing men, their expressions grim and unforgiving. A scene of utter subjugation. A man with tattoos sat casually on a chair, surveying the scene with a cold indifference. He simply responded with a curt affirmation. The defeated men remained on the ground, their bodies a testament to the violence they had endured. Blood stained the floor, a grim reminder of their failure. Another man, his face etched with worry and concern, spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of their failure. He explained the situation, revealing a critical detail. He reported that they had been unable to locate another individual, adding to their sense of defeat. The man being berated, Tae-su, was visibly agitated. His companion observed his heightened state, noting his unusual edginess and wondering about the potential consequences of provoking him further. Tae-su, still visibly upset, offered a mumbled apology. His demeanor remained tense. The tattooed man, unimpressed by the apology, lit a cigarette, his expression one of disdain. He then questioned the competence of the defeated men, highlighting their failure to subdue seemingly weaker opponents. Demanding information about the other two individuals involved in the incident. Jinyu, his face bloodied and bruised, glared defiantly at his attackers. A cold sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes burned with a fierce refusal to yield. He spat out a defiant, "Don't wanna." The next moment, a brutal blow sent him sprawling to the ground. His attackers, their faces obscured, continued their assault, their violence escalating. One of them sneered, "Tell us, motherfuckers." Despite the pain, Jin remained resolute. More men in suits arrived, their faces grim. One of them shouted, "Stop." Ignoring the command, one of the attackers moved to finish Jin off, drawing a knife. The attacker paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He stated his terms, "The first one to talk gets to walk away from here." Jin and his beaten companion looked at each other, assessing their situation. He finished with a chilling threat, "Your life will be fucked." The beaten man chuckled, a sound that was both defiant and resigned. He asked, "What the fuck are you saying?" The attacker scoffed, "You must have watched too many movies." Jin, still on the ground, cringed, muttering, "I'm cringing hard, man." LOL. Jinyu, a teenager with a hidden past as a child mercenary, stood amidst the chaos. Blood stained his face, a grim testament to the recent fight. His eyes, though partially obscured by shadow, burned with a fierce intensity. Three men watched him from a distance, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and apprehension. They seemed to be assessing the situation, unsure of how to proceed. Jin moved with surprising speed, his movements a blur of calculated violence. He launched himself forward, a whirlwind of motion. He unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike precise and brutal. "You pieces of shit," he roared, his voice filled with rage and contempt. A wave of energy erupted from Jin, a violent display of power that sent his opponents reeling. The force of the attack sent the three men sprawling, leaving them injured and disoriented. Jin continued his assault, his movements relentless and unforgiving. He moved like a predator, swiftly and efficiently eliminating his targets. Each strike was precise, each movement calculated. His skill was evident in the brutal efficiency of his actions. One of the men, visibly shaken, spoke to his companion. "Shouldn't we stop, Taesu? This is getting out of hand." Jin, ignoring their pleas, continued his attack. "You little fuckers. Know your place. You think I'm a normal high schooler like you?" he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. A loud crash echoed through the night, shattering the silence. A man, his face bloodied and bearing the marks of a recent struggle, stared in disbelief. He muttered to himself, wondering what had just happened. He stumbled out into the neon-lit streets, the city's vibrant glow a stark contrast to the violence he'd just witnessed. Three figures lay sprawled on the cold, hard floor, unconscious. The scene spoke volumes of a brutal confrontation. Inside a dimly lit bar, a group of men sat around a table, their faces etched with concern. The atmosphere was thick with tension. One of them, a man with dark hair, reacted with shock to a piece of news, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What?" he exclaimed. His companions, equally stunned, looked on in grim silence. The gravity of the situation was palpable. Meanwhile, the bloodied man from earlier stood alone, his expression a mask of grim determination. The events of the night had clearly left their mark. Elsewhere, three high school students in crisp uniforms walked purposefully through a brightly lit hallway, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the city's underbelly. A group of men followed them from a distance, their intentions unclear. Three young men in school uniforms stood silhouetted against a bright light, their faces partially obscured. They exuded an air of quiet intensity, their posture suggesting a shared purpose. As they walked down a dimly lit corridor, their shadows stretching long before them. Two men watched them from the shadows, their expressions unreadable. A man with a fierce expression and tattoos covering his chest stood amidst a group of similarly dressed men. Blood stained his face. He questioned his subordinates, his voice laced with suspicion. "Did they get in here?" A young man's eyes widened in alarm. A silent scream escaped him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Two figures lay on the ground, blood pooling around them. A desperate cry of Jae-hyun. Hyachin echoed through the scene. A young man, his face etched with fear, pointed towards a muscular man entering the bar. He exclaimed, "Hey, that's the fucker who ran before." The muscular man smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. He taunted the young man, "You ran like hell just to bring some friends?" The young man, terrified, stammered, "Whoa, I'm so scared that you brought your shitty friends." The muscular man and his associates laughed, a chilling sound that filled the bar. One of them simply uttered, "LOL." Jinyu, a young man with a haunted look in his eyes, stared out at the unseen threat. A question hung heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. Just how many of them were there? Inchan, a man with elaborate tattoos covering his arms, stood amidst the chaos. A bloody baseball bat lay discarded nearby. His expression was one of disbelief and simmering rage. "What the hell kind of situation is this?" he muttered, his voice laced with contempt. F***ers like that are just waltzing in here and talking sh**t. His anger intensified, a barely controlled fury radiating from him. Meanwhile, a man in a sharp suit observed the scene from a distance. His expression was one of cold calculation. Another man, similarly dressed, mirrored his colleague's stoic demeanor. Inchan, still seething, addressed someone off-panel. "Hey, Inchan. What are you waiting for?" The response came from a man with a fierce expression, surrounded by his crew. "Those F***ers down." The scene shifted to a dimly lit hallway. A group of men in suits emerged from a doorway, their movements purposeful and menacing. They advanced, a baseball bat held aloft by one of them, a clear signal of their intent. Back in the main area, a man, likely the leader of the group in suits, spoke with a sense of satisfaction. "I'm glad we were able to take care of it all today." Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, felt a shudder run down his spine. He didn't want to contemplate what would happen if the current situation continued into tomorrow. His eyes widened, a question mark forming in his mind. As he effortlessly dispatched two attackers with swift, precise movements. The impact of his strikes sent them sprawling. He continued his assault, his movements a blur of calculated efficiency, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies in his wake. Jin's expression hardened as he surveyed the scene, a grim determination etched on his face. He was clearly not finished. More figures emerged from the shadows, their presence menacing. They were armed with clubs, ready for a confrontation. Among them, a man with a distinctive tattoo and a cigarette dangling from his lips stood out. His gaze was cold and calculating. Two men in suits observed the unfolding scene from a distance, their expressions unreadable. One of them suddenly reached into his bag, suggesting a plan was forming. A man, his face contorted in a furious grimace, bellowed orders at a group of thugs. His voice, raw with barely contained rage, echoed through the dimly lit space. "What are you doing? Jump them!" The thugs, spurred on by their leader's outburst, surged forward, a wave of violence threatening to engulf their targets. A vicious shout cut through the air, "Fucking kill them!" The ensuing brawl was a chaotic ballet of swinging bats and desperate dodges. Two figures, however, stood out amidst the melee, a man with silver hair, moving with surprising agility, and a younger man with teal hair, poised to strike. The silver-haired man expertly deflected a blow, his movements precise and economical. He countered with a swift kick, sending his attacker sprawling. Meanwhile, the teal-haired youth launched himself into the fray, his foot connecting with the thug's jaw with bone-jarring force. A burst of blue energy surrounded him as he moved, a blur of motion that left his opponents reeling. He was clearly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. A young man with orange hair watched the fight unfold from a shadowed corner, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, held a glint of something sharp and calculating. On the floor, two thugs lay unconscious, victims of the teal-haired youth's swift and brutal efficiency. The silver-haired man continued his relentless assault, each strike precise and devastating. Blood splattered across the floor as he moved. He moved with the grace of a predator, effortlessly dispatching his opponents one by one. The fight was nearing its end. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood silently, his dark eyes narrowed in concentration. A dangerous glint reflected in their depths, betraying his calm exterior. A sudden, violent movement erupted as he launched himself forward, his fist connecting with his opponent's jaw with bone-jarring force. The impact sent the man sprawling to the ground. A young boy, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear, watched the unfolding scene. "Wow!" he whispered, his voice barely audible above the sounds of the fight. Meanwhile, another attacker lunged at Ijin, but he effortlessly sidestepped the blow, countering with a swift, powerful strike that sent a shockwave of energy rippling through the air. The force of the blow sent his opponent reeling backward. And Ijin seized the opportunity, grabbing the man by the throat with a vice-like grip. The scene shifted, showing another attacker charging towards Ijin, a glint of steel in his hand. Ijin met the attack head-on, deflecting the blow with a blur of motion, his movements too fast to follow. The attacker was sent flying backward. More attackers surrounded Ijin, but he moved with lethal precision, his strikes swift and brutal. He sent one sprawling with a powerful kick. Ijin faced his final opponent, his expression cold and calculating. The tension crackled in the air as they prepared for the final confrontation. A large, imposing man with a shaved head and a cruel expression grabbed Ijin in a tight bear hug, his grip like a vice. Ijin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something dangerous in their depths, as he braced himself for the inevitable. With a sudden, violent movement, Ijin countered, his body twisting and turning with surprising speed and agility, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground with a muffled grunt. Ijin, however, was not unscathed, a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He launched a swift counterattack, a blur of motion, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The attacker, his face bloodied and bruised, glared at Ijin with unconcealed fury. Ijin, despite his own injuries, met his gaze with a steely determination. The scene opens with a close-up on a young man's jacket, stained with blood. Ijinu, a teenager with a worried expression, stood amidst the chaos, his school bag clutched tightly in his hand, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He was clearly shaken by what he had just witnessed. Two figures, sharply dressed in suits, moved swiftly through the scene, their movements precise and efficient. One of them, with light brown hair, seemed to be leading the charge. A guttural sound, a pained kurgh, echoed through the room as one of the attackers crumpled to the ground. Another attacker clutched his arm, groaning in pain as he muttered, "Damn it, how do we beat fuckers like that?" The scene shifts, showing a flurry of motion as the two figures efficiently subdue their opponents. Several men lay sprawled on the floor, bleeding and unconscious. The two figures had swiftly and decisively neutralized the entire group. A close-up on one of the figures, his face etched with grim determination, as he utters, "What the hell?" The two figures stood amidst the carnage, surveying the scene with a mixture of awe and grim satisfaction. A final panel shows a wide shot of the scene, with over 30 men lying unconscious on the floor. A voiceover comments, "Over 30 guys got taken down by two people?" Ijinu, a young man with fiery red hair and piercing golden eyes, stood in a dimly lit room. His expression was serious, almost stoic, as if he were contemplating a difficult decision. He was dressed in a sharp, dark suit, a stark contrast to the vibrant blue and purple hues of the background. A close-up revealed the face of another man, his features obscured by shadow, but his eyes burned with intense anger. The red tones dominating the panel heightened the sense of fury. The man, his back to the viewer, stood over another individual seated on a couch. Blood stained the floor, hinting at a recent violent encounter. The scene shifted to show several bodies sprawled on the blood-soaked floor, their lifeless forms a testament to the brutality of the fight. Ijin stood over them, his posture suggesting a grim determination. A new confrontation unfolded. Two men faced each other, one clearly agitated, his face contorted in anger, the other maintaining a calm, almost bored expression. The angry man lunged forward, but before he could land a blow, he was swiftly countered. A brutal blow sent him sprawling, blood spraying from his face. The fight continued, a flurry of blows exchanged in a rapid succession. The attacker was clearly outmatched. Another man watched the scene unfold, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. He seemed pleased with the outcome. He then questioned, where the hell did guys like them come from? Ijinu, a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood amidst a chaotic scene. Two men in suits, their faces grim, flanked him, their presence radiating tension. A glint of steel, a katana, was visible in the foreground, suggesting a recent struggle. He smirked, a calculating glint in his eyes. His thoughts turned to the woman who had provoked this confrontation. That bitch has to be tired by now. With a confident swagger, Ijin addressed his opponents, "That's right, come a little closer." The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the silence. In a blur of motion, Ijin launched a swift attack, his fist connecting with the face of one of the suited men, sending him sprawling. The impact echoing with a resounding thud. The other man, however, lunged forward, attempting to counter. Ijin met his attack head-on, a fierce expression on his face. The force of the collision sent the second man reeling back. A sharp blow to the jaw sending him crashing to the ground. He coughed, clutching his jaw in pain. Ijin's swift and brutal efficiency left the remaining man reeling, blood spurting from his nose. The defeated man's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered to himself, by some random high school kid. If this gets out, my life in the organization is finished. Ijin, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, subtly adjusted his grip on a hidden knife. Readying himself for a confrontation. The air crackled with anticipation. The blade, gleaming ominously, was a testament to his years of experience in the shadows. Suddenly, a hulking figure, adorned with tribal tattoos, lunged at Ijin. But Ijin, anticipating the attack, deftly sidestepped, countering with a swift, precise kick that sent his attacker reeling. With a blur of motion, Ijin unleashed a series of strikes. Each blow perfectly calculated and executed, leaving his opponent groaning in pain on the ground. The fight concluded, Ijin stood victorious, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Ijin stood over a fallen foe, his expression unreadable. Blood splattered the floor around the injured man, who clutched his side, his face contorted in pain. The scene was stark, the crimson a stark contrast to the otherwise dark surroundings. The silence was heavy, broken only by the ragged breaths of the wounded man. Ijin's gaze was intense, his mind already assessing the situation, calculating the next move. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the doorway. One was a tall, imposing young man with a sharp gaze, the other, a smaller boy, looked on with wide, frightened eyes. The taller youth subtly adjusted his jacket, a hint of something concealed within. The smaller boy, his face pale, whispered a question, his voice barely audible, what just happened? The scene shifted, revealing two more figures further down the hallway. One called out, Jae-hyun. Hyuk-jin. Two young men, one with fiery red hair, lay injured on the floor, their clothes torn and stained with blood. One groaned in pain. The smaller boy from the doorway rushed to their side, his concern evident as he asked, are you okay? The red-haired youth winced, clutching his head. The other, still dazed, struggled to sit up. The red-haired youth, his face bruised and bloodied, let out a pained groan. His expression was one of exhaustion and disbelief. Ijin watched the unfolding scene with a detached expression, a question mark hanging in the air as he considered the implications of the events that had just transpired. Ijin, a seasoned mercenary since the age of 8, now a teenager navigating the complexities of Korean high school, smirked. Despite his bronze ranking in the online game League of Legends, he knew his true capabilities far surpassed his in-game persona. He pointed at himself, a glint in his eye, silently asserting his dominance in the real world. A stark contrast to the seemingly ordinary students surrounding him. Their casual demeanor belied the potential challenges that lay ahead for Ijin in this new battleground. A furious shout echoed through the room. You goddamn morons. The source of the outburst was a man with blonde hair, partially obscured by a bandage across his eyes, who was being violently thrown across the room, his body impacting the floor with a heavy thud. Another man, his face obscured by shadow, stood over him. The shadowed figure addressed the injured man, his voice dripping with contempt. We told you to make up for humiliating us, and you shit all over it? A third man, wearing a red shirt, stood silently observing the scene, his expression grim. The two injured men, now standing, looked downcast. One of them spoke, his voice barely a whisper, we apologize. The man in red scoffed, his anger flaring again. You think that fixes everything? Before the injured men could respond, the man in red unleashed a swift, brutal attack, sending one of them flying backward with a sickening crack. The scene ended with the man in red turning to another individual, asking, Hey, Tae-soo, do you have any idea what's going on right now? A furious voice boomed, echoing the speaker's rage. And you just shit on the face of our organization, you little bitch. Ijin, his face bloodied and bruised, staggered back from the impact. A sharp retort cutting through the air. That's enough. Two men emerged from the shadows, their expressions grim. One, a burly figure with a gold chain, stood prominently. The other, leaner and more intense, watched Ijin with cold calculation. The burly man's gaze hardened. He was clearly in charge. His voice, low and menacing, cut through the silence. We thought you might be useful. Ijin, battered and on his knees, was surrounded. His captors loomed over him. A pained groan escaped his lips. His companion confirmed, his tone nonchalant. Yes. We sent them a while ago, so they should have gotten to them by now. Three men stood in a dimly lit room, their faces etched with grim determination. One, a man in a suit, spoke, his voice laced with a hint of regret. It would have been different if they hadn't joined us yet. But since they're already a part of the family, we can't just ignore this. He continued, his tone hardening, when you get them, make sure to break at least one of their arms or legs. Even if they're kids, they have to pay the price for messing with one of our own. Another man, his face obscured by shadow, responded curtly, I'll let them know. A close-up of a man's face, bloodied and smiling cruelly. The image is punctuated by a series of sharp, white lines radiating outwards, suggesting a violent impact. Two men stood outside a club called Radio City, the neon sign glowing in the night. The scene is calm, a stark contrast to the previous panel. Inside, a man in a suit shouted, his voice filled with panic, Boss. The boss, a man with a stern expression, sat calmly in a dimly lit room, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. One of the men explained, his voice low and measured, we figured out why Kim Chuman's men were making a fuss. The boss responded with a single word, his expression unreadable, well. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured by shadow, observed the situation unfolding. He mused that some recently recruited men had tangled with a high school student. He pondered the situation, a cigarette dangling from his lips, questioning why they had chosen to involve themselves. The men were soundly defeated, and now their employers were sending reinforcements to track down the high schooler. This was deemed necessary to prevent the news of a high school student defeating their men from getting out. The man, his expression grim, let out a puff of smoke. He considered the implications, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He instructed his subordinate, Young-soo, to call for backup. Young-soo, however, informed his superior that he had already taken care of the matter. Young-soo explained that word had spread of the high schooler's involvement in Congressman Kim's downfall, and that the scattered men had regrouped to confront him. A wide, almost gleeful smile spread across Yunsu's face as he revealed this. Yunsu's superior chuckled at the news. A shadowy figure, clad in a dark suit, reclined on a plush bed in a dimly lit room. His thoughts drifted to a group of men, suspecting they were merely using excuses to avoid their responsibilities. Two men in sharp suits walked through a dimly lit club, their expressions serious and determined. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. One of the men reached for a door handle, a vibrant purple light emanating from it as he grasped it. The door swung open, revealing a scene of intense loyalty and respect. A voice boomed, "Welcome back, boss." A long corridor opened before them, lined with figures bowing deeply in a show of subservience. The scene was both impressive and slightly unsettling. The two men walked down the corridor, their backs to the viewer, their silhouettes stark against the vibrant purple lighting. One of the men, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked at his companion with a knowing smirk. He seemed to be silently communicating something. The other man remained impassive, his expression unreadable. His gaze was fixed on something unseen. A large group of men bowed deeply before the two, their heads lowered in submission. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken respect and fear. One of the bowing men spoke, his voice filled with apology. "I'm sorry to say this all of a sudden. I Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself enjoying a rare moment of normalcy with his friends. However, a shadow of his past lingered. As his boss, a man whose face held a chilling blend of amusement and menace, contacted him. The man's sharp eyes and cruel smile hinted at the dangerous task ahead. A simple, yet ominous, "Yes, boss," echoed the unspoken understanding between them, a job needed doing, before the promised drinks. The scene shifted to the bustling city streets of Korea, a stark contrast to the quiet anticipation of Ijin's earlier conversation. Ijin, moving with practiced efficiency, pursued his target through the city's neon-lit labyrinth. His movements a blur of calculated precision as he navigated the urban landscape. Closing in on his target, a young couple, seemingly oblivious to the danger lurking nearby. Ijin's team swiftly apprehended the couple, their movements precise and efficient. The leader of the team addressed the couple, his words a mixture of apology and threat. Their date was interrupted, but their cooperation was required. Ijinyu, a young man with a sharp gaze and dark hair, stood amidst a crowd of shadowy figures. His expression was one of quiet intensity, betraying a past far more complex than his current high school facade. Across the street, a young woman with long brown hair and a concerned expression watched him from afar. A question mark floated above her head, reflecting her uncertainty about the situation unfolding before her. Suddenly, two cars screeched to a halt, their headlights illuminating a tense confrontation. Several men in dark clothing emerged, their movements suggesting a planned ambush. The men surrounded a group of unsuspecting pedestrians. Before more men emerged from the vehicle, their faces grim and determined. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where a group of men in suits stood nervously. A large, imposing figure with red skin stood out among them. He looked around in confusion, muttering, "What are these guys? And it seems you went all out, huh?" A man with dark hair and a serious expression stood beside a young woman with long brown hair. Her eyes were downcast, and she seemed apprehensive. He remained silent, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond her. The focus shifted to the young woman's school uniform, a crisp gray blazer and a neatly tied bow tie. The scene implied a transition to a new setting. Suddenly, the scene changed dramatically. A man, his face grim, was engaged in a brutal fight, his fists flying against multiple opponents. He moved with lethal efficiency, dispatching his attackers with swift, brutal strikes. Several men lay defeated on the ground, their bodies scattered around him. The man stood amidst the carnage, his expression unchanged, a chilling testament to his skill and ruthlessness. He walked away from the scene, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in his wake. He was accompanied by several other men, all dressed in similar dark suits, their faces impassive. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and violence. In a different location, three men were talking. One, a burly figure with a gold chain, was shouting angrily, his face contorted in rage. The other two looked on, their expressions a mixture of fear and apprehension. One of the men, his face partially obscured by bandages, whispered the name Chadusik. The other two reacted with shock and disbelief. The man with the bandages explained that he thought Chadusik had abandoned his gang activities and found legitimate work. The burly man dismissed this as a misunderstanding, questioning why Chadusik would attack them if they hadn't done anything to provoke him. Shuman, a man with a stern expression and a cigarette dangling from his lips, addressed his associates. He warned them against interfering, stating that children's fights should be left to children. But his words were met with immediate defiance. One of the men questioned why adults were getting involved in what he considered a children's dispute, leading to a tense confrontation. Shuman, flanked by his men, demanded an explanation, his gaze sharp and unwavering. And the reason for their involvement was revealed, a high schooler. Shuman, puffing on his cigarette, calmly justified his actions. He argued that it was only fair for adults to deal with other adults. A perspective that highlights the escalating conflict and the potential dangers for the high schooler. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman, presumably a high school student, enjoys a simple meal of instant ramen, completely unaware of the unfolding events. She savors each bite with evident pleasure. A stark contrast to the tension brewing elsewhere. A young man with short, light brown hair appears, his expression hinting at a quiet observation of the scene. Ijinyu, a young man with a sharp gaze and a neatly tied tie, stood in a school hallway, his expression inscrutable. Beside him, a girl with dark hair peeked out from behind him, her face partially obscured. He finished his meal, a quiet satisfaction evident in his demeanor. It had been a while since he'd had such a simple pleasure. A girl with short brown hair happily sipped from a cup, a wide smile on her face. Ijin wondered if he had eaten too sloppily. The girl beside him hadn't commented, however. His phone buzzed, the ringtone cutting through the quiet atmosphere. The caller ID read, Chadusik. He answered the call, a slight frown creasing his brow. "What is it?" he asked, his tone impatient. Chadusik's voice boomed through the phone. "Hey, high schooler. What ya doing?" He replied, "I'm eating triangular kimbap at a convenience store." Chadusik responded with a mixture of concern and amusement. Triangular kimbap? Should a growing boy be eating that stuff? The call ended. On the other end of the line, Chadusik smirked, a glint in his eye. Ijinyu, a seasoned mercenary, now a high school student, was on the phone. He explained that a formal dinner was unnecessary, his preferences were far simpler. He suggested a more casual alternative. Convenience store noodles would suffice, he insisted, emphasizing his desire for nothing expensive. On the other end of the line, a voice expressed confusion. The person on the other end of the call, a man with a goatee, listened intently, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Finally agreeing to meet for noodles sometime. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where a man stood amidst a crowd of kneeling subordinates. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. The man surveyed his kneeling subordinates, his expression unreadable. The school day ended, the final bell ringing through the halls. And Ijinu, a recently returned child mercenary, found himself surrounded by his classmates. His friend, Youngchan, approached him, a playful grin on his face. Youngchan's enthusiasm was infectious, and Ijin's initial hesitation quickly faded. Another classmate expressed concern over Ijin's injured arm. But Ijin brushed off their worries, insisting he was fine. He wiggled his fingers, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Confidently stating that his fine motor skills were unaffected, and he could easily handle the mouse for their game. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student in Korea, sat nursing a sore arm. His classmate, a boy with blonde hair and a bandage across his face, chided him, "Don't be a troll just because your arm hurts." He retorted, "Then are you going to troll and use your arm as an excuse," offering a thumbs up with a playful smirk. The blonde boy responded, "You're a genius." Ijin, however, remained unconvinced, a scowl etched on his face. Then, turning to another student, he asked, "Sukju, wanna come?" Sukju, a tall, well-dressed young man, stood with a young woman with dark hair and a bow tie. Ijin approached them, backpack slung over his shoulder. The young woman looked concerned, while Sukju maintained a neutral expression. Ijin stated, "I'll pay for the food." He explained, "I'm indebted to you, so that's the least I can do." Sukju's face was shown in close-up, his expression was serious and thoughtful. Sukju simply replied, "Sure." The young woman looked surprised by Sukju's immediate agreement. Ijinu, a young man with fiery red hair, stood amidst a group of his classmates. His expression was one of mild bewilderment, his eyes wide as he looked at the scene unfolding before him. A young woman with long dark hair, her face a mask of surprised alarm, stood near him, her hands clasped together. The other students, their faces obscured by blank expressions, seemed to be reacting to something unseen, their postures tense and uncertain. A blonde-haired young man, his face partially obscured by a bandage, addressed a girl named Yuna. He casually invited her to join them at a PC bang. Yuna, a girl with long brown hair, responded enthusiastically, her eyes wide with excitement. She eagerly accepted the invitation. Two other students, one with dark hair and the other with blonde hair, exchanged a brief, meaningful glance. The dark-haired student's expression was serious, while the blonde-haired one seemed more apprehensive. A third student, with short, light brown hair, watched them with a questioning look on his face. The camera focused on the dark-haired student's attire, highlighting his school uniform. Another student, his face sharp and intense, approached the light brown-haired student. He inquired about the latter's current rank in the school's competitive gaming system. The light brown-haired student confirmed that he had recently achieved bronze rank. The other students reacted with a mixture of surprise and awe. The dark-haired student, seemingly impressed, walked away, leaving the others behind. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, felt a surge of irritation at the smile he had just witnessed. His teammate, a fiery redhead, urged him to engage their opponents immediately. Ijin's other teammate, however, vehemently disagreed, calling him an idiot and ordering him to retreat. The redhead continued to press, suggesting Ijin use his ultimate ability. But Ijin, remaining calm amidst the chaos, countered that using his ultimate move was unnecessary, escape was the better option. He urged them to retreat immediately. Their opponents, now visibly frustrated, questioned their sudden retreat and called Ijin an asshole. Despite their loss, Ijin's team was praised for their exceptional trolling skills, earning them the grand prize. After the match, the team celebrated their victory with snacks and drinks at a nearby convenience store. They enjoyed their spoils, laughing and relaxing after the intense gaming session. The scene ends with the team enjoying their post-game snacks and drinks, a sense of camaraderie filling the air. A young woman with long, dark hair and striking blue eyes enjoys a refreshing popsicle, a serene expression on her face. She seems lost in thought, a slight smile playing on her lips. A young man with blonde hair and headphones around his neck is seen from the side, seemingly deep in thought. He holds a soda can in his hand. The background suggests he is in a technologically advanced space. The scene shifts to an outdoor setting, where a group of high school students stand on a street corner, seemingly waiting for someone. A man in a suit approaches them. The man's arrival causes a stir among the students, they seem apprehensive. A phone rings. A young man in a school uniform walks down the street, his phone ringing. The caller ID shows Dayun. He answers the call. His expression is serious and focused. Dayun asks if he has eaten yet. He replies that he was on his way home and is almost there. An older man and a young woman with brown hair walk down the street, seemingly happy and relaxed. The young woman is holding a phone. Their peaceful stroll is interrupted by a voice asking where they are going. Ijinu, a young man with blonde hair, stood alongside his grandfather and younger sister. They were on their way to buy groceries, a mundane task in their otherwise peaceful lives. His grandfather, concerned about Ijin's well-being, questioned if he was tired. The recent transition back to a normal life after years as a child mercenary had been taxing. Ijin reassured him, claiming he was fine and that they were simply hanging out. His sister smiled, a picture of youthful innocence, oblivious to the turmoil hidden beneath her brother's calm exterior. The trio arrived at a brightly lit fruit and vegetable store, the promise of fresh produce a stark contrast to the harsh realities Ijin had faced for so long. Inside, Ijin helped his grandfather select some items, while his sister chose some pastries. The family's interaction was filled with warmth and affection, a scene of domestic tranquility. Ijin discreetly placed a small, rectangular object into his bag, a subtle hint of his past life still lingering. As they left the store, Ijin once again reassured his grandfather that he was fine, his words masking the ever-present tension beneath. Ijinu, a young man with short, light brown hair, walked with a pensive expression. His gaze was distant, his mind seemingly far removed from his immediate surroundings. Suddenly, a surge of intense emotion washed over him. A stark reminder of his past life as a child mercenary. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. He found himself outside a hair salon, the neon lights casting a pale glow on the street. A tall, imposing figure stood in the shadows across the street. Ijin, sensing a threat, instinctively turned his back to the figure, his senses heightened. The figure, a man with long, blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, stepped into the light. His expression was one of cold determination. His gaze was fixed on Ijin, a silent promise of confrontation hanging heavy in the air. Back to Ijin, his eyes widened, a sense of dread washing over him. As he recognized his adversary. A single word escaped his lips, "It's been a while." The blonde man smirked, a chilling response, 001. Ijinu, a young man with long, reddish blonde hair, stumbled through the rain, his body battered and bruised. He was clearly exhausted, his breath ragged as he fought to keep moving. The relentless downpour obscuring the details of his pursuers, only the muzzle flashes of their weapons momentarily piercing the gloom as they fired upon him. Leaving Ijin wounded and bleeding, but still defiant, his eyes burning with a fierce determination despite his injuries. Back in the present, a young woman's voice called out, "Appa?" The camera focuses on a young man with short, light brown hair, his expression unreadable, as he turns towards the sound. He stands amidst a crowd of people, his presence causing a ripple of surprise and curiosity among those around him. A young girl, seemingly his sister, whispers to her father, "Who's that?" "Someone you know?" The young man, Ijin, responds curtly, "He was a friend." His sister presses further, "Yeah? From where you used to live?" Ijin simply replies, "Yes." The scene shifts to show him walking away, leaving his family behind, a sense of mystery hanging in the air. Ijinu, a young man with dark hair and a serious expression, stood beside his grandfather and a young woman, his sister. His grandfather, a kind-faced elderly man, introduced himself to a tall, blonde man in a dark coat. The grandfather's words were a simple greeting, yet the atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension. The blonde man responded with a polite greeting, his smile seemingly genuine, yet his eyes held a depth of calculation that belied his amiable demeanor. Ijin, however, remained wary, his gaze fixed on the stranger. A subtle shift in his posture hinted at his readiness for any sudden threat. Ijin's sister watched the exchange with wide, apprehensive eyes, her concern for her brother palpable. A close-up on Ijin's eyes revealed the intensity of his focus, his amber irises, sharp and alert, missed nothing. The blonde man's smile lingered, a subtle shift in his expression suggesting a change in his approach. He extended an invitation to dinner, a seemingly innocuous gesture that held a hidden purpose. Ijin reacted with a questioning what, his suspicion evident. The blonde man's invitation was met with a guarded response. The blonde man, however, insisted he was merely passing by, deflecting the implied invitation to linger. The grandfather, understanding the unspoken tension, suggested they leave, allowing Ijin and the blonde man some private time. The family departed, leaving the two men alone. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, navigated the bustling hallways of his new school, his eyes scanning the crowd with practiced caution. Until a familiar face emerged from the crowd. A man with long, blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, he smirked, his gaze unwavering. "You look healthy for a dead man," he remarked. Ijin, his expression hardening, responded curtly, "How did you find me?" The blonde man explained, "The camp found out that you're alive. And they're looking for you right now." However, the blonde man reassured him, "No need to be so cautious. They haven't found you yet." He continued, lighting a cigarette, "I was nearby for a mission when I heard that the camp was looking for you, so I came to find you first. Although it was a pain finding you. But the camp will find you soon." His tone shifted, a cold edge replacing the casualness. "They're going to order me to eliminate you." The blonde man, however, remained unfazed. "Like I said, there's no need to be so cautious." He smirked, a glint in his eyes, clearly anticipating the coming conflict. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, stood silently, his thoughts hidden behind a stoic expression. He stated his intention simply, he had come to meet an old comrade. His gaze was intense, betraying a hint of the hardened soldier beneath the veneer of a teenager. He waited, his expression unreadable. A sudden, sharp growl echoed in the silence. Ijin's stomach rumbled loudly, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. His old comrade, seemingly oblivious to the tension, spoke, his voice casual despite the circumstances, he'd been too busy to look for Ijin. A young man with long, light blonde hair and piercing blue eyes sat hunched over, a serious expression etched onto his face. His gaze was intense, focused on something unseen. He lifted a container of instant ramen to his lips, slurping the noodles with surprising speed and intensity. A can of soda and a pair of discarded glasses sat on the table beside him. Across from him, a young man with short, gray hair and a sharp gaze ate a rice ball with similar efficiency. A thought bubble above his head contained only ellipses. The blonde-haired man commented on the quality of the food, his tone suggesting a casual observation. The gray-haired young man agreed, highlighting its convenience and caloric density. The gray-haired young man's internal monologue revealed a sense of unease, he wondered if his pursuers were still on his trail. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself face-to-face with someone from his past. His question hung heavy in the air. "How did you find me?" he demanded, his voice tight with suspicion. His interlocutor, a man with striking blue hair and piercing eyes, remained calm. His response was chillingly simple. "Because I already knew you were still alive," he stated, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The weight of this revelation settled upon Ijin. The scene shifted. Ijin sat across from his mysterious visitor in a brightly lit diner, chopsticks in hand, a half-eaten meal before him. The man's next question was direct. "Are your memories back?" he inquired, his gaze unwavering. Ijin nodded, a subtle shift in his expression betraying a hint of relief. His companion reacted with visible relief. "That's a relief," he breathed, a genuine smile gracing his features. The conversation continued, shifting to a more cautious tone. He revealed that others knew of Ijin's survival, specifically mentioning someone coded as 032. Concern clouded his features as he spoke of 032's past reaction to the news of Ijin's supposed death, emphasizing the need for secrecy, even from 032. His final words hung in the air, a clear indication of his own observational skills. "I figured you would notice that I was still watching." A man with light blonde hair and striking blue eyes reflected on his survival, revealing that while he was relieved to be alive, he hadn't anticipated the difficulty of keeping his past a secret from his superiors. He admitted to himself that he hadn't expected the situation to be so complicated either. The scene shifted to a fiery inferno, suggesting a recent explosion or intense conflict. The flames raged, embers flying through the air, indicating the scale of the destruction. A group of soldiers emerged from the chaos, their silhouettes stark against the fiery backdrop, weapons raised and ready for action. More soldiers appeared, their assault rifles trained on an unseen target, prepared to engage. A large explosion rocked the area, sending debris and smoke billowing into the sky. The aftermath of the explosion was shown, highlighting the devastation and destruction. A figure, possibly the man from the earlier panels, was shown hiding in the tall grass, his body covered in blood and dirt, suggesting he had been injured in the conflict. The scene ended with a close-up of the figure's face, his expression unreadable, leaving the reader to wonder about his fate. Jinyu, a seasoned child mercenary, found himself in a desperate situation. Blood stained his clothes as he took cover behind a low wall, the acrid smell of burning grass filling his nostrils. The fiery aftermath of an explosion painting the twilight sky. He gripped his rifle, his breath ragged, his gaze fixed on the chaos unfolding before him. A figure emerged from the smoke, a woman with fiery red hair, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be assessing the damage, her eyes scanning the battlefield. Jin, still hidden, watched her carefully. He noticed the scorch marks on her clothing, evidence of a close call. His own hand trembled slightly, a lingering burn marking his skin. The shared experience of the recent explosion created an unspoken connection between them. Another figure appeared, a man with striking blue eyes and a scar across his cheek. His gaze was intense, focused on something beyond the immediate carnage. Jin's eyes narrowed. He recognized the glint of malice in the man's eyes, a familiar enemy. The red-haired woman and the scarred man locked eyes, a silent exchange of understanding passing between them. A shared purpose, a common enemy. The red-haired woman turned, her gaze sweeping the area. She seemed to sense Jin's presence, but chose to ignore him for now. The battle, it seemed, was far from over. A fiery explosion ripped through the night sky, illuminating the tall grass below. As a young woman with blonde hair reflected on her recent actions, she pondered the reasons behind her choices. Meanwhile, a man with long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes watched from a distance, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The young man with gray hair, seemingly lost in thought, quietly concluded that he considered the other a friend. His expression was unreadable, a subtle hint of something unsaid lingering in the air. A pensive silence hung between them. Before the blonde man revealed that he knew the gray-haired man's identity as the mercenary known as Jin. The gray-haired young man's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He remained silent, absorbing the information. He crushed his can, a sharp, decisive movement. A stern-faced man, his features partially obscured by shadow, addressed Jin. He stated that, given the circumstances, Jin should have remained hidden from the camp. Jin, his expression somber, simply replied that he had no choice. The man, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity, observed that Jin's behavior had noticeably changed since the recovery of his memories. He mused that perhaps the change was due to Jin's current lifestyle. A sentiment he couldn't quite categorize as positive or negative. A shiver ran down Jin's spine as he stood in the chilly night air. The man, meanwhile, remained unfazed by the cold, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The man shivered again, a slight smile still on his face. The man pulled out his phone, seemingly to make a call, while Jin stood stiffly before him. They sat down at a small table outside a convenience store. The man began a phone conversation. The man continued his phone call, his expression turning serious. Jinyu, a young man with silver hair, stood silently, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. A pensive expression settled on his face, hinting at a troubled mind. He held a sleek, light blue smartphone, his thumb hovering over the screen. He seemed to be waiting for something or someone. A man with long, blonde hair and piercing blue eyes appeared, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He exuded an air of quiet confidence and danger. Suddenly, a blur of motion indicated a swift, violent attack. A container was sent flying across the room. Jin, his eyes narrowed, swiftly drew a small, sharp object, his movements precise and deadly. He was clearly prepared for a confrontation. With a burst of energy, he launched a powerful attack, a beam of light erupting from his hand. The force of the strike was undeniable. The blonde man's eyes widened in surprise as a sharp object hurtled towards his eye. A blinding flash of light followed the projectile's trajectory. And the impact sent a shockwave through the air. In a swift countermove, the blonde man retaliated, his own weapon piercing Jin's shoulder. A man's voice, laced with a hint of apology, cut through the air. He claimed to have only come to see a face, but the camp had anticipated his arrival, issuing orders sooner than expected. The scene shifted to reveal a tense confrontation. A towering figure, his face grim, held a younger man by the throat. The younger man's eyes, wide with apprehension, reflected the harsh blue light illuminating the scene. The taller man's words hung heavy in the air, he was the one sent to kill him. The weight of the threat was palpable. A close-up on the younger man's face revealed a mixture of fear and resignation. His eyes, filled with a desperate intensity, reflected the inevitability of his fate. He muttered that it couldn't be helped. The camera angle shifted again, focusing on his eye, now reflecting a steely determination. The previous fear seemed to have vanished, replaced by a cold resolve. The scene abruptly changed. A young woman stood in a brightly lit convenience store, seemingly oblivious to the danger that had just transpired. The sound of a bell dinged as the door opened. Her expression shifted from casual to surprised as she noticed something unexpected. A moment of confusion washed over her. She questioned the concept of recycling, her voice laced with disbelief. Nearby, two other individuals, seemingly unfazed by her confusion, continued their conversation. One of them, a man, explained the process, while the young woman, captivated by their interaction, commented on their attractiveness. The final panel showed two bins clearly labeled recycling and trash. Jinyu, a young man with long, light blonde hair, stood in a dimly lit hallway, his olive green jacket pulled tight around him. He appeared pensive, his gaze distant. Behind him, a sharply dressed student in a school uniform watched him with a curious expression. He turned and walked away, his shoulders slumped, leaving the observer behind. The city lights blurred in the background as he disappeared into the night. Jin's face, now visible in profile, showed a hint of weariness. He muttered to himself, believing his current situation to be an improvement over his past. Back in the hallway, the student from before, his gray hair neatly styled, stared thoughtfully at the spot where Jin had been standing moments before. A silent question hung in the air. Eugene continued walking through the city streets, his figure a solitary silhouette against the neon glow of the buildings. Elsewhere, Eugene, his dark hair neatly trimmed, was at the gym, diligently performing sit-ups. His breathing was heavy, showing his exertion. His phone rang, interrupting his workout. He paused, a question mark forming in his mind as he considered answering. The caller ID showed Eugene. He hesitated, then considered ignoring the call. A phone call interrupted Eugene's day. A voice, laced with concern, questioned his unusual silence. He was mid-workout, a towel draped around his neck, when he responded curtly that he needed a favor. The caller, surprised by the sudden call, asked what the matter was. Eugene's request was urgent. He needed access to surveillance footage from a specific location. And he needed someone to be tracked constantly. The caller, clearly taken aback by the unusual request, expressed his reservations. The process of obtaining the necessary permissions would be lengthy, and tracking someone would take even longer. But Eugene's expression hardened. The caller pressed for a deadline. Eugene's response was immediate and stark. He needed it right now. His tone revealed a sense of urgency, a hint of desperation. He explained the dire stakes. If a certain individual, 006, made a move, his grandfather and Dayun would be in immediate danger. This revelation shocked the caller. A man with a goatee, dressed in a dark suit, sat in a dimly lit room, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His expression was one of weary contemplation, a hint of suspicion clouding his eyes. He was speaking to another man, his subordinate, who listened attentively. He explained that a man had unexpectedly arrived and requested a motorcycle, which they readily provided. The subordinate questioned the wisdom of this decision, pointing out that the man should have notified them beforehand. But then he exclaimed that the only motorcycle around belonged to him. The first man pondered this revelation, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He questioned the necessity of their actions. He admitted that he rarely used the motorcycle anymore, explaining that their surprise stemmed from the late-night arrival of the mysterious man. A figure, clad in a dark jacket and helmet, sped through the city streets on a powerful motorcycle, the city lights blurring into streaks of color. The motorcyclist, having just sent an address, confirmed that the recipient hadn't moved, making it the correct location. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke on his cell phone, his voice low and serious. He reported that he'd been following the person he'd been told to watch, but the subject's movements were unusual. The man continued, noting that the subject seemed aware of the CCTV cameras and moved erratically. He mused that there could only be one reason for such behavior. He concluded that the subject was deliberately trying to conceal his whereabouts. The man remained on the phone, his expression grim. Elsewhere, a young man wearing a motorcycle helmet looked around, a question mark forming in his mind. What's going on? The man on the phone answered curtly, personal issues. Back to the first man, he observed that something was definitely amiss. He noted that the subject's request for his route indicated he was already in motion, trying to save time. He added that because the target was a foreigner, it was difficult to gather information independently. The man on the phone again asked, what's going on? The scene shifted to a nighttime coastal setting, where a motorcycle sped away from a lighthouse. The sound of a motorcycle engine could be heard. The scene opens on a dimly lit industrial area at night. Cargo containers and small buildings are scattered across the lot, casting long shadows in the faint moonlight. A man on a motorcycle, clad in a helmet and dark jacket, observes the area. He holds a phone, his expression thoughtful. He muses that the fact his target is hiding in a remote location nearby means their reunion is imminent. Elsewhere, an older man walks with a young woman, both appearing concerned. The woman worries that prolonging the situation puts her and those she cares for at a disadvantage. The motorcyclist's face, partially visible through his helmet's visor, is grim. He resolves to end the situation immediately. The motorcyclist, now inside, is loading a handgun. The action is swift and precise. He checks the weapons chamber and holsters it, his expression serious and determined. He meticulously loads a magazine with bullets. His phone rings, an unknown caller. The caller identifies himself, surprising the motorcyclist. 006, how are you already in Korea? A man with long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes held the phone to his ear, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He listened intently as his contact relayed information about a former comrade. The contact explained that he knew a great deal about this man, having trained together, and had recently completed a mission nearby. Hearing that his former comrade was alive, he had come to eliminate him. Since he was a traitor, his elimination was necessary, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, another man, this one with a striking eye patch and a scar across his face, spoke on his own phone. He expressed relief that the blonde man was the one handling the situation, as the target was someone who once held the rank of 001. The blonde man, back on the phone, noted that it had been a long time since then. And that his former comrade had been hiding quietly all this time, so he likely lacked recent field experience. He ended the call, expecting good news. A thoughtful expression settling on his face as he stared at his phone. The image of his former comrade filled the screen. Eugene, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, found himself in a precarious situation. He was engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat with a formidable opponent, a woman with striking green hair, within the confines of what appeared to be a dimly lit warehouse. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, reflected the intensity of the fight. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he braced himself for the next attack. His opponent, however, was not unarmed. With surprising speed, she drew a handgun and fired, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding Eugene as the bullet whizzed past his head. Eugene, narrowly avoiding the shot, found himself momentarily off balance. He stumbled, his body hitting the ground hard. He rolled to his feet, his eyes scanning his surroundings for any sign of his attacker. The warehouse was a chaotic mess, debris scattered everywhere. The woman's discarded pistol lay on the floor, a testament to the intensity of their brief exchange. A fierce determination hardened Eugene's gaze as he prepared for the next confrontation. A sudden, powerful impact shook the warehouse as the two combatants clashed once more. The woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, sneered. Was it the surveillance cameras? There were a lot of them. So it's come to this. Eugene, crouching low to the ground, met her gaze. I knew you would find me quickly, but isn't this going overboard? You found me this fast after following me. I Jinyu, a young man with striking silver hair, sat hunched over a computer, his expression unreadable. His gaze was fixed on the screen, his fingers moving with practiced precision. A voice broke the silence. Looks like you're still as quiet as before, a gruff voice observed, the speaker's face partially obscured but revealing piercing blue eyes. Suddenly, a confrontation erupted. Two figures clashed, their movements a blur of motion. One, a young man with blonde hair, lunged forward. The other, a woman with long blonde hair, met his attack with a swift counter. The air crackled with energy as their blows connected. Jin, observing the fight, reacted instantly. He moved with impossible speed. A flurry of blows impacting the blonde-haired man with explosive force, sending him reeling backward. Another combatant, a young man with purple hair, engaged the blonde-haired woman in a fierce grapple. The purple-haired youth landed a powerful blow. But the woman retaliated swiftly, her counterattack sending him flying. The fight continued, a whirlwind of strikes and counters, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a fierce confrontation. His opponent, a figure shrouded in mystery, launched a swift kick. The impact sending a shockwave through the air, a blur of motion and crimson. Leaving Jin on the ground, his leg bloodied and his opponent looming over him. The attacker, his face partially obscured, sneered, "Mercenary Jin, huh?" He brandished a wicked-looking curved blade, its edge gleaming menacingly. The attacker's face was now fully visible, revealing a cruel smile. "You're stronger than you were before," he observed, his eyes glinting with a predatory light. Jin, despite his injury, glared back defiantly, his own eyes burning with a fierce determination. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, their movements swift and lethal. A crimson energy crackled around them as they prepared to strike. Jin, sensing the shift in momentum, braced himself, a surge of blue energy enveloping him as he prepared to counterattack. The ensuing clash was a whirlwind of motion, a ballet of blades and energy. Jin, despite his injury, fought with surprising ferocity. His movements precise and deadly, deflecting blows and countering with devastating strikes. The fight was far from over. Jinyu's intense gaze, his golden eyes blazing with a fierce determination, filled the frame. A palpable tension hung in the air. A prelude to the swift, almost imperceptible movement of his foot. Dust erupted as he launched himself forward. A blur of motion leaving only a trail of light in its wake. The speed of Jin's attack was breathtaking, a blue energy pulsed around his fist as he connected with his opponent. The impact sending shockwaves through the air. His opponent, a figure shrouded in shadow, recoiled. A fierce struggle ensued, a clash of raw power and skill. Jin's blue energy intensified, pushing back against his opponent's dark magic. The fight continued with brutal efficiency. Jin's strikes were precise and relentless, each blow aimed to exploit a weakness, forcing his opponent to stumble back. A crimson-stained karambit arced through the air. A deadly weapon aimed at Jin's heart. But he anticipated the move. Dodging with practiced ease and countering with a devastating blow that sent his opponent sprawling to the ground, dropping their pistol. The barrel of a Glock 19 glinted ominously, the metallic gleam stark against the crimson backdrop. A sense of impending danger filled the air. The weapon held steady in a gloved hand, ready to fire. A single, piercing blue eye stared back, reflecting the deadly intent. A man with long, light hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, stood with a knife plunged into his shoulder. A grimace twisted his lips as he glared at his attacker. His blue eyes blazing with fury. The Glock 19 was pointed directly at him. A blur of motion, two shots rang out. The man with the knife stumbled back, his body thrown off balance by the impact. He crashed to the ground, the force of the bullet sending him sprawling. Smoke curled from the barrel of the Glock 19 as the shooter lowered the weapon. A look of frustrated anger contorting his features. Damn it! He turned, his movement swift and decisive, and disappeared into the shadows. A young woman, her blonde hair disheveled, stumbled through a dilapidated warehouse, blood staining her coat. She reached out a trembling hand, grasping at a rusty pipe overhead for support as she struggled to her feet. Meanwhile, Jinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, watched from the shadows, a look of concern etched on his face. He seemed surprised. A man in a dark coat, carrying a briefcase, hurried through the warehouse, his pace quickening as he neared the exit. The woman's desperate shout echoing in his ears, "I can't let him get away." He glanced back, noticing the blood splatter on his own pants. Jin, his expression hardening, launched himself into action, a determined glint in his eyes. A heavy object clattered to the ground as he moved with surprising speed. He burst out of the warehouse. Jin watched him go, his face a mask of grim determination. Jinyu, a teenager with short, gray hair, stood amidst the night, his expression grim. Blood stained his jacket, a stark reminder of the recent conflict. A close-up revealed a striking, intense golden eye, belonging to an unseen individual. The color was unnatural, almost glowing. A blur of motion indicated a sudden, violent event. The scene was too fast to discern details. Jin found himself in a high-speed chase, a blue motorcycle careening towards a car. The impact sending a shockwave of debris and energy outwards. He expertly dodged the collision, the motorcycle narrowly missing him. He landed hard, the impact jarring him. He pushed himself up, his body aching. Jin stood near a building, bruised but seemingly unharmed, surveying the scene. He was clearly shaken. A car door opened, revealing a man with dark hair who looked concerned. He questioned his involvement in the events that transpired. Jinyu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood before a house, his jacket stained with blood. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the violent scene he'd just survived. A subtle tremor in his hand betraying the lingering tension. He heard a voice, a sigh of relief, a quiet no, followed by "Oh, that's a relief." The words hung in the air, a fragile piece in the aftermath of chaos. A dark, blurry image of a city street at night flashes across the screen, followed by a close-up of a speeding car, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside the vehicle, a man gripped the steering wheel, his expression grim. There's definitely something going on. As the car screeches to a halt outside a dilapidated warehouse, two figures emerge from the vehicle. One, a man in a crisp white shirt, approaches a second man, clad in a worn leather jacket, who stands with his back to the viewer. He asks if the other is okay. The man in the leather jacket, I Ginyu, replies curtly that he is. Despite his words, bloodstains are visible on his jacket, leading the man in the white shirt to doubt his claim. The man in the white shirt's concern is justified. A body lies sprawled on the ground nearby, a grim testament to the violence that has transpired. A man, his face etched with concern, gripped the steering wheel. A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple as he muttered to himself, questioning the force of his recent actions. He urged himself to quickly check on the person he had just struck. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped him as he saw the injured man's condition. Another figure, a young man with short, gray hair, appeared in the next panel. The young man was bloodied, his jacket stained crimson. His expression was one of silent shock. Returning to the driver's seat, the first man's face hardened into a grim determination. He simply stated, "Got it." His thoughts drifted to the events that had just transpired. He realized that the man he had hit was just a normal tourist. This realization led him to question the validity of his initial assessment. Was his initial assumption incorrect? He wondered. His eyes narrowed in contemplation, a new wave of anxiety washing over him. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. How would he explain the damage to his car? The image of his damaged vehicle flashed before his eyes. The scene opens on a young man with long, silver hair, slumped over a wooden crate. Blood stains his hair and clothes, a grim testament to a recent struggle. He is soon joined by another young man, this one with short, gray hair, also bearing wounds. His expression is stern, his gaze fixed on the injured man. The second young man speaks, his voice a low command, "Get up. I know you're conscious." The injured man lets out a low, unsettling chuckle, "Kikik." He continues, a hint of malice in his tone, "I didn't think you would have backup. I should have figured that out when you found me so quickly." The camera focuses on the face of the short-haired young man, his expression unreadable. A single number, 001, appears in a thought bubble above his head. His thoughts continue, revealing a self-assessment, "It was my mistake thinking you wouldn't work with anyone." The short-haired young man remains silent, his expression inscrutable. The injured man presses his advantage, asking, "Want to know?" I Ginyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself cornered. Blood stained the floor around him, a grim testament to a recent struggle. His assailant, a man whose face remained obscured, pressed him with a chilling question, "Who else other than you got the order to eliminate me?" His attacker, seemingly unfazed by the carnage, continued, "I'm not sure, but I doubt there's anyone other than me right now. I was the closest to this location, and the timing was right." The mercenary offered a chilling explanation for the attack, plus, the camp doesn't want the news that you're alive to get out. They wouldn't want others to know that they made the mistake of thinking you were dead, so they'll try to eliminate you as quietly as possible. Jin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of grim determination crossing his features. His attacker, however, remained resolute, but they will never give up. A close-up revealed the attacker's face, scarred and intense, his one visible eye burning with cold fury. He explained, "Since the camp sustained a lot of damage because of you." The attacker continued, his voice laced with menace, "Especially that mad dog, who will be leading the charge to kill you." Back in the warehouse, Jin and his attacker stood facing each other, the tension palpable. Jin, weary but defiant, stated, "I have nothing more to tell you. I told you everything without stalling in consideration of our relationship." He challenged his attacker, "So go ahead and kill me." A bloodied woman, her face partially obscured, glared defiantly. She muttered, unconcerned, that dying at the hands of 001 wouldn't be so bad. The camera focused on her blood-soaked clothes. Her eyes, wide and filled with a chilling resolve. A close-up revealed the extent of her injuries, deep gashes marred her face and neck. The scene shifted to a young man with silver hair, kneeling beside her. He was meticulously removing tape from her wrists. His own hands were stained with blood. The woman lay on the ground, her breathing shallow. He finished cutting the tape. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice strained. He replied, "I'm cutting off the tape." She retorted, "That's not what I'm asking." He continued, "There's a reason for you to live, isn't there?" The reason why escape from the mercenary camp is impossible was revealed. A close-up on a man's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation, showed the toll of his experiences. Blood stained his face. Jinyu, the protagonist, stared intently, his expression unreadable, a hint of blood on his own face. Jin, still looking serious, stated that he had experienced the same hardships himself. The man with long, red hair, his face also marked by violence, stood alone, seemingly lost in thought, as other figures blurred in the background. He was advised to escape to a place where the camp wouldn't find him. The red-haired man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he considered the risks. If the camp discovered he was still alive, there would be severe consequences for someone named 032. He surmised that 032 likely felt the same way he did. He concluded that escaping was better than dying where he was. Surrounding them were stacks of crates, casting long shadows in the dim light. Jinyu, a young man with short, neatly styled brown hair, stood amidst a warehouse, his expression stoic. He was surrounded by crates, the air thick with tension. A woman, her clothes torn and dirty, stood nearby, her gaze fixed on Jin. While a taller, older man with long, light-colored hair, his clothes stained with blood, addressed him. The man's voice was low and grave, carrying a warning. At this rate, Jin's family would be in danger, targeted in an attempt to eliminate him. Jin, his neck bearing fresh wounds, simply replied, "I know." The older man continued, noting that things would have turned out differently had they targeted Jin's family first instead of him. Despite the threat, Jin remained resolute. Even so, he declared his intention to protect his current lifestyle, no matter the cost. The older man smirked, a hint of something akin to respect in his eyes, before stating that he would obscure information about Jin before disappearing. As the older man turned to leave, he paused and asked Jin for his real name. Jinyu, a young man with short, light brown hair, stood before a taller figure, his face partially obscured by his bangs. Blood stained his jacket, a stark contrast to the muted greens and yellows of the warehouse setting. His gaze was unwavering as the other man spoke, identifying him, "It's you, Jin." The taller man, Liam, a figure with long, light brown hair, responded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, "My name is Liam." A contemplative expression settled on Jin's face as he reflected on their reunion. "It's been 10 years, huh? Since we last exchanged names." The two men stood together, their figures silhouetted against the bright yellow glow of the warehouse's interior. Liam's jacket was also stained with blood. Meanwhile, inside a building, a young man with short, silver hair cautiously peeked out from behind a door. He moved silently down a hallway, his footsteps barely audible. A sudden creak echoed through the quiet space as he continued his cautious advance. Ai-Jin's grandfather peered from around the corner, his face etched with worry. Back, Ai-Jin? Ai-Jin, his face partially obscured, smiled faintly, his shoulders relaxed as he stood in the hallway. Ai-Jin entered the room, his grandfather still looking concerned. He explained, I couldn't sleep. It must have been the coffee I had during the day. His grandfather, his features softening, offered gentle advice, you must be tired. Wash up and get some rest. Ai-Jin nodded, a simple okay escaping his lips as he turned to leave. Only to be stopped by his older brother, who called out, Appa. Ai-Jin's sister appeared, her expression a mix of concern and affection. She said, don't feel too bad about Grandpa staying up this late waiting for you. He still worries about you a lot. Ai-Jin listened patiently, a small smile playing on his lips. As his sister continued, also, the food is still on the table, so you can eat if you want. She emphasized, homemade food, right? A young woman, her face partially obscured, peered from behind a door, a worried expression etched on her features. She whispered, indicating that they had left. A man with short, light green hair, dressed in a dark suit, walked away down a dimly lit hallway. He seemed tense, his shoulders slightly hunched. A table laden with a variety of dishes was shown, covered by a transparent dome. The food appeared delicious and plentiful, suggesting a comfortable home environment. Ai-Jin, his face partially visible, stood in shadow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Bloodstains were visible on his jacket. Ai-Jin sat at his laptop, a towel around his neck, looking at his phone. He appeared calm and collected. The phone screen displayed an incoming call from Ai-Jin with a phone number. A text message appeared on the screen, simply saying thank you. Ai-Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful expression replacing his previous calm demeanor. Ai-Jin, a young man with dark hair, sat at his desk, a towel draped around his neck. He cleared his throat, a slight cough escaping his lips, as he checked his phone. Ai-Jin, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, walked the school hallway with his classmate, Sukju. Their conversation was unspoken, yet a palpable tension hung in the air. A silent understanding passing between them. Ai-Jin's expression was guarded, his eyes scanning his surroundings with practiced vigilance. They rounded a corner, and Ai-Jin's keen senses picked up on something amiss. He subtly adjusted his posture, his body tensing. Immediately recognizing the familiar figures waiting for him. A subtle shift in the atmosphere signaled a change in the dynamics of the hallway. Sukju, noticing the change, spoke Ai-Jin's name, her voice laced with surprise. He explained that he needed to speak with Sukju. Sukju, slightly confused, questioned his intentions. Her curiosity was evident in her expression. Later, in the school's break room, Ai-Jin and Sukju met again. He initiated the conversation, wanting to discuss the events of the previous day. Ai-Jin, a recently returned child mercenary, now a high school student, felt compelled to share some information with a fellow student. He felt the need to explain the situation. A serious expression etched on his face as he spoke to the other student, a man in a suit, whose identity remained unknown for now. The man revealed that the individual Ai-Jin had a car accident with yesterday was someone he had previously worked with. And that this person had come to see him. Ai-Jin listened intently, his expression thoughtful and guarded. The man in the suit paused, considering his next words. Leaving Ai-Jin to question if that was all the information he was going to receive. The man confirmed that it was. He advised Ai-Jin that it would be best if he didn't know anymore. The man explained that there had been an investigation into the individual from yesterday, but that Ai-Jin should cease his own investigation. Ai-Jin, a young man with a serious expression, stood in a brightly lit hallway. His dark hair was neatly combed, and he wore a crisp school uniform, a stark contrast to his past life. He was speaking to another student, a young man with short, gray hair, also in uniform. The gray-haired student explained that he was only sharing information because Ai-Jin had previously helped him. Ai-Jin listened intently, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The gray-haired student continued, revealing that he suspected a connection between a certain individual and Ai-Jin's past. But he also sensed Ai-Jin's reluctance to delve too deeply into the matter. Ai-Jin remained thoughtful, his expression unreadable. The gray-haired student watched him, a hint of concern in his eyes. Meanwhile, a young woman with long, dark hair and striking blue eyes observed the scene from a distance. She appeared curious and slightly apprehensive. Later, the young woman approached Ai-Jin and the gray-haired student, her curiosity getting the better of her. She casually inquired about their conversation. Her questioning tone revealed her concern and frustration at their secrecy. A young man with dark hair and a subtle smirk contemplated something, a thoughtful expression etched on his face. He murmured, "That's unusual." Someone had been asking about how to improve their ranking in a video game league. A girl with dark hair, observing the scene, commented, Ai-Jin must really like video games." Another girl, with long brown hair, offered a contrasting opinion. She mused, "Even Hyukjin and Jaehyun are way better than you." Perhaps he sought advice from someone closer to his skill level? A close-up revealed a young man with dark hair and glasses, his face showing signs of internal injury. The word internal damage appeared above him. He silently processed this new information, a look of contemplation on his face. Later, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair checked her phone, seemingly making a grocery list. She muttered to herself, "I'd better buy some fruit from the store today. It's been a while since Grandpa ate fruit." A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing a Shernan High School uniform, walked home from school, a question mark floating above her head. Meanwhile, a young man with short brown hair, wearing a casual brown jacket over a teal hoodie, strolled down the street, a pleasant expression on his face. The young woman bowed her head, seemingly in response to something. The young man approached her, asking if she was a student at Shernan High. He then asked if he could get her contact information. The young woman looked surprised, a question mark appearing above her head. She responded with a surprised, "Huh? My contact info?" He explained that he just wanted to keep in touch, assuring her that there was no pressure. The young man looked dejected, rubbing his forehead. A voice chuckled, "Huh, you got rejected." A young man with vibrant red hair approached a woman, his words a curious blend of boldness and deference. He insisted he wasn't asking for a date, only her contact information. But his request was met with a palpable silence, the woman's expression unreadable. A tense moment hung in the air. Then, suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the stillness. A swift, decisive blow landed, sending the young man reeling. The attacker, a young woman with brown hair, delivered a sharp rebuke, her words laced with anger and disdain. She made it clear that the young man's advances had been rejected. And the scene shifted to reveal a trio of figures, their expressions grim and menacing. The red-haired young man, now visibly shaken, stood defiantly between two imposing figures. One of the imposing figures, a man with short, dark hair, let out a frustrated exclamation. His face was contorted in a grimace of anger and disbelief. As the red-haired young man, with surprising speed and precision, launched a counterattack, a blur of motion ending with a powerful blow. The red-haired young man's attack connected, leaving his opponent stunned. He then revealed his identity with a harsh, accusatory statement, leaving the other man speechless and visibly shaken. The tension remained thick in the air as two figures faced each other, a silent, intense standoff punctuated only by a palpable glare. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, walked away from a group of menacing figures. A simmering rage was evident in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, a promise of retribution hanging in the air. One of the figures, a young man with vibrant orange hair, watched Ijin go, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He seemed unconcerned, almost amused by the threat. Moments later, the orange-haired youth was approached by a girl, her concern evident in her expression. She asked if he was all right. The girl thanked him for his help, but he brushed it off, downplaying his actions as insignificant. Meanwhile, the group Ijin had left behind exchanged worried glances, their leader's face etched with apprehension. The scene shifted to a different location, where a muscular man with tattoos stood with his associates, their expressions grim and determined. The tattooed man's gaze was sharp, his demeanor radiating menace. He seemed to be plotting something. He asked his subordinate if Ijin was around here. His subordinate confirmed his presence, addressing him respectfully as Hyung. The tattooed man, clearly agitated, expressed his frustration at the disrespect shown to Go Sakai. His anger was palpable. Two figures, one with elaborate tattoos covering their arms, stood amidst a scene of chaos. They discussed the need to clean up the aftermath of a recent incident, deciding to start with the individual who had recently clashed with Taesung. A close-up revealed the face of one of the figures, a sinister smile playing on their lips. Their plan was to make an example of the individual, ensuring everyone understood the consequences of defying Go Sakai. They had located their target. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman gently chided a young man with blonde hair for not telling her he was going to the store. They could have gone together. The young man, carrying a shopping bag, simply replied that he was just back with the tattooed men. One of them noted that this was a different opponent than before, a more formidable foe. The other man's expression turned serious, his gaze intense. A sudden surge of intense emotion, anger and fury, was depicted on a man's face, his eyes blazing with rage. Two sharply dressed men stood in the background, observing a tense scene unfolding before them. In the foreground, a man with a worried expression was surrounded by several others, their faces pale with fear. One of the tattooed men questioned the other, implying that the current situation was a direct result of the other man's actions, specifically, his attempt to obtain the contact information of a girl standing near one of the sharply dressed men. Ijinu, a seasoned mercenary since the age of 8, found himself in a precarious situation. He braced himself, absorbing a brutal blow that sent him reeling. The force of the impact was immense. His attacker, a figure shrouded in shadow, sneered, accusing him of treachery. "You trying to fuck us over?" he spat, his voice dripping with venom. Ijin, clearly shaken, could only stammer, "What's wrong?" The attacker, unmoved by Ijin's confusion, unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. "Die, bitch! Die! Die!" he roared, his rage a palpable force. Leaving Ijin no choice but to defend himself. "Go die on your own," he retorted, his voice laced with defiance as he fought back. The aftermath of the violent confrontation left two figures silhouetted against the setting sun, their identities obscured by the shadows. The scene shifted. Inside, Ijin's younger sister complimented his fruit-cutting skills. "Appa, you're really good at cutting fruit," she said, her tone full of admiration. Ijin, slightly embarrassed by the praise, modestly replied, "Am I?" His sister continued, her enthusiasm undeterred. "For sure. I've done it a lot, but it never comes out like this." A sudden ringing interrupted their peaceful moment. The sound seemed to be coming from Ijin's room. Ijinu, a teenager with a hidden past as a child mercenary, stood in his apartment, the silence broken only by the sudden ring of his phone. The screen displayed an unknown caller. A sense of unease washed over him as he considered answering. He picked up the phone, his expression unreadable. A voice on the other end expressed surprise that he answered, but Ijin immediately recognized the caller. The caller revealed that they had planted evidence far away to create confusion for their pursuers, and intended to do the same in other countries as well, ensuring their escape. The caller also mentioned planting evidence related to Ijin, adding to the overall deception. The caller commented on the irony of their situations, Ijin, having returned from the dead, and the caller, facing a similar fate. A somber mood settled over the conversation as the caller stated they would not be meeting again. Ijin echoed the sentiment, ending the call. Ijin stared at his phone, the screen displaying a call-ended notification. The abrupt termination of the call left him with a sense of unease, a lingering question hanging in the air. The scene opens on Ijin, a young man with short, neatly styled gray hair, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He is dressed in a crisp school uniform, his gaze distant as he reflects on a recent event. He recounts the incident to his classmates, explaining that while nothing serious happened, he had to intervene in a fight. His tone suggests a certain weariness. Another student, Jae-hyung, a young man with dark hair, inquires about the individuals involved, his expression serious and inquisitive, prompting Ijin to briefly explain the situation. Ijin reveals a crucial detail: the aggressors were wearing Gosuk high uniforms. This revelation causes a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. Jae-hyung's expression darkens as he recognizes the significance of this information. He recalls a previous incident at Gosuk High. The final panel shows Jae-hyung and another student, their faces etched with concern, as they discuss the unsettling implications of this coincidence. A third student, with striking blue hair and glowing blue flames emanating from his shoulders, declares that this cannot be a coincidence. Two students, a girl with fiery red hair and a boy with blonde hair, stood side by side, both sporting expressions of bewildered discomfort. A light blue aura surrounded them, filled with playful bunny and handprint motifs, hinting at their internal confusion. The blonde-haired boy, addressing a dark-haired woman in a school uniform, questioned the situation. The woman, seemingly unfazed, retorted that there was nothing wrong with a simple street conversation. Meanwhile, a third student, this one with gray hair, observed the scene from a distance, a questioning escaping his lips. The dark-haired girl, identified as Dayun, was the subject of the conversation. One of the boys commented on her enduring popularity, noting her undeniable beauty. The gray-haired boy, seemingly unconvinced, responded with another questioning as he listened to his peers' discussion. The red-haired girl, Yuna, confirmed Dayun's past popularity, prompting the gray-haired boy to reflect on the change in his sister's social standing. His thoughts lingered on Dayun's past popularity. The other boy explained that Dayun's popularity waned after Kim Kisu, her brother, began to bully her, driving people away. He added that despite the decline, many still found her cute. The gray-haired boy, lost in thought, pondered the information he had just received. Jinyu, a recently returned child mercenary, stood amidst the bustling hallways of his new high school. His blonde hair and intense gaze hinted at a past far removed from the ordinary teenage experience. Beside him, a classmate, her face etched with worry, seemed to share his apprehension. A dark-haired young man, his expression serious and observant, watched them from across the hall. He seemed to be assessing the situation, a subtle tension in his posture suggesting a hidden agenda. Another student, this one with gray hair, observed the scene with a similar intensity, his eyes narrowed in thought. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Later that day, a group of students, including Jin, were making plans. One suggested meeting after school, since they didn't have training that day. But their conversation was interrupted. Another student, clearly frustrated, questioned if they were even listening. After school, the group found themselves outside a dimly lit establishment. The sign, partially visible, hinted at a place of questionable activities. Inside, a man with blonde hair, tattoos, and a cigarette sat brooding. His expression suggested a simmering anger. He explained that they'd had a minor altercation with some students from Sungsuk High, but the other students had completely ignored them. The man concluded that people's attitudes towards them had noticeably changed recently. A man's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense and filled with barely suppressed rage. His expression spoke volumes of simmering fury. A few days prior, a scene of brutal violence unfolded. A man, his face bloodied and contorted in a grimace, roared a furious curse at his unseen assailants. He spat out a defiant challenge, his voice dripping with menace. Two figures, one in a jacket and the other in a lab coat, stood before him, their expressions grim. The man in the lab coat's face was a mask of barely controlled fury. His teeth were gritted, and his eyes burned with a cold fire. His companion, the man in the jacket, let out a frustrated sigh. He muttered to himself, lamenting their failure to anticipate the unexpected connection between their target and a powerful figure known as Cha Dusik. The man's eyes, once blazing with rage, now held a cold calculation. His anger was being channeled into a plan. He turned his attention to the cleanup, his expression hardening further. The man in the jacket nodded in agreement. The man in the jacket suggested they begin cleaning up the scene as quickly as possible. The man with tattoos sat defeated on a couch, surrounded by his men. A cigarette is extinguished on the floor, leaving a small burn mark. The camera focuses on a foot, presumably belonging to one of the men, as he walks away. A man with blonde hair, intricate tattoos snaking across his arms, and a hardened expression stood in a dimly lit club. He declared, "Let's start right now." His hands clenched into fists, the man's posture radiating an air of controlled aggression. As he surveyed the scene, another man, this one with dark hair and a more relaxed demeanor, stood confidently among a group of men, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, a young man with silver hair, dressed in a sharp school uniform, stood poised under a spotlight. A shadow of another man, his face obscured, lurked behind him. His fist clenched, a silent tension hanging in the air. A close-up revealed the intense gaze of a man, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. The dark-haired man from earlier reacted with surprise and anger, his expression hardening as he addressed his companions. The silver-haired student calmly walked through the club, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere. A question bubbled up from one of the onlookers: "Why is he here?" The blonde, tattooed man turned, his back to the approaching student, a sense of unease settling over him. And the student's feet, clad in simple sneakers, landed softly on the floor, the silence amplifying the tension. Jinyu, a young man with short, dark hair, stood amidst a group of sharply dressed men, his gaze intense. He leveled an accusatory statement at them: they had messed with his sister. The men, clad in identical gray suits and ties, remained impassive, their expressions unreadable. One of the men, his face partially obscured by shadow, challenged Jin's accusation, questioning what he meant. Meanwhile, outside, Jin's younger sister walked away from the scene with a friend, seemingly unaware of the brewing confrontation. The man's expression shifted as he processed Jin's words, a dawning realization etched onto his features: he had unknowingly targeted Jin's sister. Jin's eyes narrowed, a silent storm brewing within him. Another man, dressed in a lighter suit, looked on with apprehension. His face, partially visible, showed a mixture of fear and uncertainty. The man in the darker suit quickly attempted to clarify the situation, stating that they had not approached her because she was Jin's sister. The man with tattoos on his arm explained that his brother had simply talked to a random girl, and they only later discovered she was Jin's sister. Jinyu's eyes, narrowed and intense, reflected a cold fire. His gaze held a depth that belied his youthful appearance, hinting at the years spent navigating the brutal realities of mercenary life. A man, his face flushed with a mixture of guilt and apprehension, stammered an apology. He explained that his earlier actions, directed towards Jin's sister, were unintentional and that they would ensure such incidents wouldn't be repeated. Jin, his expression unreadable, remained silent, his golden eyes unwavering. A subtle shift in his posture suggested a simmering tension beneath his calm exterior. A barely contained storm of suppressed fury. His gaze, sharp and piercing, once again focused intently. The intensity of his stare spoke volumes, a silent warning. The man opposite him visibly flinched under the weight of that gaze. A bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he braced himself for whatever might come next. Jin and his brother, walking through a dimly lit club, were surrounded by a group of menacing figures. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken threats. The man, still visibly shaken, glared at Ai-jin, his anger barely contained. The tension in the club was palpable as Ai-jin and his brother were confronted by a group of men. The air hung heavy with anticipation. They decided to postpone their confrontation for a more opportune moment. The neon lights of Zeta, a premium establishment, cast a vibrant glow on the bustling city street. A young woman, her dark hair neatly styled, questioned a group of people. They dismissed the recent events as a mere coincidence. But a man in a suit, his expression serious, revealed that the person who had spoken to Dayun was, in fact, Kitaisa's younger brother. The young woman, startled by this revelation, exclaimed in disbelief, her companions echoing her surprise. Sukju, another member of the group, was also taken aback, but he remained calm, stating his intention to continue observing the situation. A young man with short, gray hair, dressed in a school uniform, stood silently, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. He expressed his skepticism, unable to trust the information he had just received. Two other young men in similar uniforms stood beside him, sharing his apprehension. The scene shifts to another location, a building with the number HS25 displayed prominently. The young man with gray hair is seen again, his expression serious and contemplative. He sits at a table, seemingly lost in thought, while a cup of noodles sits untouched before him. A man's face, partially obscured, is shown. His eyes are narrowed, his expression unreadable, conveying a sense of suspicion or contemplation. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering, as if assessing a situation. The scene shifts to a table outside a convenience store. A cup of instant ramen and two triangular onigiri are neatly arranged. The man from the previous panels is now seen eating the ramen. He reflects, it's been a while since I've eaten like this in front of a convenience store. He continues eating, seemingly lost in thought. Another man, dressed in a sharp suit, speaks, I told you I'd buy you some barbecue instead. The two men are now shown in closer proximity. The suited man's expression is one of mild annoyance. The suited man speaks again, I heard you borrowed my motorcycle again. The ramen-eating man replies, oh, I'll bring it back today. But the other man insists, no. I'll return it to you. The focus shifts to the ramen-eating man's hands, neatly adjusting his tie. He is dressed in a school uniform. A man in a dark suit sat at a table, chopsticks in hand, delicately lifting strands of instant ramen to his mouth. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips as he ate. The close-up showed the noodles clinging to his chopsticks, a few stray drops splattering onto his shirt as he ate with focused intensity. Meanwhile, in another location, a young man with neatly styled gray hair munched on a rice ball, a serene expression on his face. The man in the suit observed the younger man from across the room. When I look at him now, he looks like a normal, good-looking high schooler, he mused. His thoughts drifted to past events. The whole Gongchan incident and the Kim incident, he's always helping me out, I can't get a grasp on him, he admitted to himself, a hint of frustration in his tone. He recalled another recent incident. And there was also the thing with the Kim Chuman clan recently. He addressed the younger man directly. Hey, high schooler. What do you do normally? He asked, his gaze intense. The young man replied calmly, I'm just living a normal high school life. The older man's lips curled into a knowing smile. He seemed unconvinced. The camera focuses on a towering skyscraper, its modern architecture gleaming under the night sky. The city around it bustles with activity, a vibrant display of urban life. A man, his back to the viewer, stands before this cityscape. His light blonde hair is visible, and he is dressed in a sharp, expensive-looking suit. He seems lost in thought, gazing out at the sprawling metropolis. Another man, dressed in a dark suit, approaches him. Sir, he says, his voice carrying a note of concern, people are saying that we're expanding our business too aggressively. The blonde man turns slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. People always complain when their food is about to be stolen, he remarks, his tone calm but firm. We're moving relatively carefully, but we can't avoid making enemies. The man in the dark suit nods slowly, his expression thoughtful. He seems to understand the implications of their actions. He continues, but it's also true that we're antagonizing some dangerous people with our aggressive business expansion. A lot of the businesses are definitely on edge at the moment. The blonde man remains silent for a moment, his gaze distant and thoughtful. The weight of his decision seems to press upon him. Ai-jin, a young man with short, gray hair, sat across a large mahogany table from two older men in an opulent office. One man was older, with white hair, and the other was younger, with dark hair, both dressed in sharp suits. The older man, his face etched with years of experience, gestured towards a tea set. He suggested Ai-jin have some tea. Ai-jin politely declined, stating that he was fine. The older man then inquired about Ai-jin's progress at the SW training center. Ai-jin confirmed that he was doing well, prompting the older man to ask about his school life and whether he was facing any difficulties. Ai-jin remained silent for a moment, considering his response. Before stating that if they had nothing else to say, he would leave for his training. The chapter opens with a close-up on an elderly man's face, his eyes closed in contemplation. A sense of quiet gravity hangs in the air. A scene unfolds in a modern, well-appointed office. Two men, one older and one younger, sit at a large table, while a third, younger man stands before them, his posture respectful but firm. A subtle tension permeates the room. The older man speaks, his words unspoken but clearly conveying concern. The younger man beside him seems equally worried. Meanwhile, Ai-jin, the young mercenary, walks away from the office building, his back to the viewer. His shoulders are slightly slumped, suggesting a weariness that belies his youthful appearance. The scene shifts to a bustling high school hallway. Ai-jin walks through a crowd of students, seemingly unnoticed. He carries a backpack, blending in with the other students. But the tranquility is deceptive. In a nearby training room, a group of students engages in a fierce sparring match. Ai-jin's keen eyes observe the fight from a distance, his expression unreadable. Back in the office, two individuals discuss Ai-jin's performance. One comments that he's not as noticeable as he once was. The other questions whether his previous success in taking down two team members was merely a fluke. The implication is that Ai-jin's skills are being tested, and his past actions are being scrutinized. Ai-jin, a young man with a stoic expression, vehemently refused a request. His eyes, narrowed in determination, revealed a hidden depth of experience. Observing him from a distance, a woman with dark hair and piercing blue eyes noted his restraint. It felt to her as if he was deliberately holding back, concealing his true capabilities to avoid attention. She questioned whether he was truly holding back, his current level of skill being less obvious than when he first started. A second man, observing Ijin in action, confirmed that while his current abilities were less noticeable, his athletic prowess and situational awareness far surpassed that of their other members. He seemed exceptionally experienced for his age. Another man, his face partially obscured by shadow, concluded that Ijin's exceptional athleticism and combat skills could only be explained by extensive professional training. The man's assertion was that Ijin had undoubtedly undergone rigorous, professional training. The woman from earlier, observing this exchange, reacted with a subtle expression of intrigue. The discussion continued, noting that Ijin quietly endured difficult training, and his youth made him stand out among the other members. The woman pondered this information, her expression thoughtful. The woman stood with her arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on her face, contemplating the implications of Ijin's hidden abilities. Concern etched itself onto the woman's face as she inquired about the man's well-being following a recent mission. She had heard he'd been injured. He responded with a reassuring smile, brushing off the concern with a casual wave of his hand. He downplayed the severity of his injuries, claiming it was nothing serious. His employer, however, urged caution, emphasizing the importance of his safety despite his dedication to his work. The woman's expression softened as she listened, a hint of concern still lingering in her eyes. He offered a respectful affirmation, assuring her he would heed her advice. The conversation shifted, a subtle change in the woman's demeanor suggested a shift in topic. A question hung in the air. A slight hesitation in her voice as she broached a new subject. She inquired about the ongoing investigation into a particular student, prompting a questioning response from the man. The woman revealed a crucial detail: the student's name was Yu Ijin. A look of surprise crossed her face as she processed a seemingly insignificant detail, the fact that he only saw him briefly, yet remembered his name. A man, beads of sweat clinging to his brow, sat rigidly at a table, forcing a smile as he tried to appear calm. His act, however, was unconvincing. Across from him, a woman watched with amusement, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. She seemed to find his charade rather entertaining. The man's forced composure finally cracked. "Not anymore," he muttered, a hint of desperation in his voice. His face began to glow with an unnatural light, a sudden, intense radiance that caught the woman's attention. "Oh. Is that so?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "His face is really glowing," she observed, a thoughtful expression crossing her features. "Something's up for sure." Her gaze softened, a hint of concern replacing her earlier amusement. "Yu Ijin," she whispered, the name a breath of recognition. The woman's question hung in the air, a subtle shift in the dynamic between them. "So you're also acquainted with my fiancé?" she asked, her tone curious but guarded. Elsewhere, a young man with short, gray hair stood amidst a group of friends, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Inside, a woman with short, dark hair watched the city lights blur past, her expression unreadable. A voice cuts through the silence. "Hey." Inside a sleek, modern vehicle, a woman with dark hair and a sharp business suit proposed a lucrative offer to her male companion. She suggested that he become a celebrity, assuring him that her company had the resources to support him. But he instantly rejected the idea. His disinterest was immediate and unwavering, leading the woman to suggest he at least consider it. She noted his lack of hesitation, highlighting his swift dismissal of the proposal. The woman then shifted the conversation, inquiring about his familiarity with Lieutenant Kang Hamchan. The man's expression turned serious, his eyes, sharp and intense, narrowed slightly as he processed her question. A subtle shift in his demeanor indicating a significant connection to the named lieutenant. The woman watched him, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she observed his reaction. A brief pause before the man revealed his own pressing engagement: he had to meet his fiancée. The woman, having gleaned the necessary information from his reaction, concluded that he definitely knew Lieutenant Kang Hamchan. She then subtly questioned his knowledge of the lieutenant, a hint of curiosity in her expression. The man, seemingly unfazed by her inquiry, maintained a composed posture, his expression giving little away. Inside a luxurious car, a woman with dark hair and a man with gray hair exchanged a look of concern. The man questioned the unexpected change in circumstances. A look of confusion etched on the man's face as he pondered the situation. Outside, two men in suits stood by a white car, their posture suggesting a sense of anticipation. The three figures approached a building, their destination marked by a sign reading staff only. Inside, one of the men loosened his tie, letting out a sigh of relief. His companion remained silent, observing. The silent man's thoughts turned to the woman from earlier, a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He realized she was the lieutenant's fiancée. The two men stood guard before a door, their presence suggesting a high level of security. Meanwhile, the woman applied lipstick in a restroom mirror, her actions betraying a composed demeanor. She finished applying her makeup, her reflection showing a calm, almost serene expression. Two women stood in a restroom, their backs to the viewer. One wore a brown dress, the other a black business suit. The atmosphere was tense. The woman in the brown dress subtly observed her companion as they stood before a row of mirrors in the restroom. A moment of quiet anticipation before the action unfolded. The woman in brown extended a small, folded piece of paper to the other woman. Suddenly, the woman in the black suit was grabbed from behind, a hand clamped over her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock. She was quickly subdued, her struggle futile against her attacker's strength. A narration box appeared, stating, in hindsight, they probably should have at least one female guard be in the bathroom LMAO. The woman in brown watched as her companion was dragged away, her expression unreadable. Two men in dark suits carried the unconscious woman out of the restroom. The woman in brown followed them. One of the men looked back at her, his face obscured by shadow. The woman in brown gave a curt nod. She then said, hurry up and move the target. A subordinate urgently reported to his superior, the director had vanished. The superior, a man in a suit, looked shocked as he listened, a cup of coffee halfway to his lips. Another subordinate then relayed that Jinsu and Kyunggu, the director's guards, were found unconscious on the ground. The superior, his face contorted in fury, barked orders into his phone, seal off all exits and check every security camera. He slammed the phone down, his eyes blazing with determination. A man in a suit, presumably the superior, sprinted through a corridor. Or they hid to assess the situation before escaping by car. The man raced down a flight of stairs. His eyes narrowed in concentration. He burst out of the building and headed towards gate B of the parking garage. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself sprinting through a dimly lit parking garage. His movements were sharp, precise, betraying his past life. He leaped over a low wall, his body a blur of motion, landing silently behind a parked car. He checked his surroundings, his senses heightened, a stark contrast to the casual demeanor he maintained at school. His eyes, usually calm, narrowed in focus. A sense of unease washed over him. He spotted a man in a car, his face etched with fear, staring directly at Ijin. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Ijin's veins, his instincts taking over as he prepared for action. He moved with the speed and grace of a predator, a silent shadow in the night, disappearing into the darkness of the parking garage. Meanwhile, inside a car, a woman and a man watched Ijin's escape, their expressions grim. Ijinu, a teenager with silver hair and piercing eyes, stood poised in a dimly lit hallway, his posture radiating an air of controlled aggression. His light teal suit, a stark contrast to the shadowy surroundings, seemed to amplify his intensity. His gaze narrowed, his focus unwavering as he prepared for action. The intensity in his eyes spoke volumes of his readiness for a confrontation. With a blur of motion, Ijin launched himself forward, his body a weapon. He collided with his target, sending the man sprawling onto the pavement, the impact echoing in the near-empty parking lot. The man's fall was swift and brutal, a testament to Ijin's honed fighting skills. Meanwhile, a figure with short, gray hair, presumably a member of Ijin's support network, reported, "I've located the perpetrator's vehicle." He continued, specifying, "Black minivan. License plate 0000000. Ijin, having swiftly dispatched his initial target, pursued the fleeing vehicle with surprising speed and agility, his movements a blur of calculated precision. He leaped across the top of several parked cars, his body seemingly defying gravity as he closed the distance to his target. Inside the black minivan, two figures sat tensely. A woman with dark hair and a stern expression sat beside a man wearing a cap, who gripped the steering wheel. Unseen, Ijin launched a powerful kick, aiming for the vehicle's rear, the force of his blow clearly visible in the motion lines. Ijinu, a seasoned mercenary since the age of 8, found himself in a precarious situation. He was perched precariously atop a speeding vehicle, his body a blur against the night as he maintained his balance amidst the chaotic motion. A grim determination etched on his face as he prepared for whatever lay ahead. A predatory glint shone in his eyes. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a precarious situation. He was sprinting across a dimly lit parking garage, the sounds of his pursuers echoing behind him. His face a mask of grim determination as he vaulted onto the roof of a vehicle. A desperate maneuver to escape the growing number of enemies closing in on him. He could see them. A sizable group of figures, their forms silhouetted against the neon lights of the garage, advancing with a menacing purpose. Their approach was swift, and Ijin knew he was running out of time. 3 figures in suits appeared, pushing a strange cage-like structure. He realized, with a surge of adrenaline, that they were too late to stop him. His eyes flashed with a cold resolve as he prepared for his escape. Ijin, from behind the wheel of a vehicle, gripped the steering wheel tightly, his foot pressing down hard on the accelerator, the car roaring to life as he sped away, leaving his pursuers in the dust. A group of men in suits, their faces contorted in anger, surrounded Ijin. One of them brandished a nightstick, their intent clear. Ijin, seated behind the wheel of a sleek, dark blue car, reacted instantly. With a blur of motion, he launched a counterattack, his movements precise and deadly, sending several of his attackers sprawling as the car sped away. Ijin's face, partially obscured by the shadows of his hood, was a mask of grim determination. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce intensity. He had escaped, but the damage to the parking garage ramp was significant, a testament to the ferocity of the encounter. Ijin sped through the city streets, his car a blur of motion. The night was his ally, cloaking his movements in darkness. But his pursuers were relentless, hot on his trail. One of the pursuers, thrown from his vehicle during the chase, coughed up blood, his face a mixture of pain and disbelief. A close-up on a hand gripping the edge of a seat, knuckles white, the tension palpable. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, sat at a table, lost in thought. He muttered to himself, "I've been thinking hard." His older brother, a man with short brown hair, looked at him expectantly, a cookie in his hand. "About what?" he asked. The older brother continued, explaining, "You asked what a family is the other day." Ijin paused, considering his brother's words. His brother sighed, "It's going to be different for other people." But added, "But I couldn't think of anything other than they're people who are precious to you." "People who are precious to you?" The older brother smiled slightly. "Yeah, I'm working for the good of the country and the citizens, but the reason I'm working so hard is because my family is there." Ijin, his expression thoughtful, quietly pondered, then, "Do people sacrifice their lives for their family?" Ijinu, a teenager with a haunted look in his eyes, stood before his older brother, who questioned him with a concerned, "What?" Ijin remained silent, his gaze distant as he reflected on his past. He thought, "If there came a time that I had to, then I think I would." Suddenly, a violent crash echoed through the house. The sound was followed by the sight of a bloody hand clutching at a nearby surface, revealing a sinister grin, stitched across the lips of a man with gray hair. The attacker lunged forward, his movements blurred by speed. A swift, brutal attack. The attack was met with a counterattack, a blur of motion as Ijin reacted instantly. Ijin, now behind the wheel of a car, gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white with tension. Sweat beaded on his brow. He sped away, leaving the attacker behind. The attacker's feet pounded the ground as he was left in the dust. Ijinu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected confrontation. He moved with the practiced grace of a seasoned fighter, his body a blur of motion as he deflected an unseen attack. A burst of blue energy erupting from his fist as he countered with a devastating blow, shattering the car's windshield with a resounding crack. The driver, a man in a cap and suit, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as the events unfolded before him. Ijin, having swiftly dispatched his opponent, didn't pause. He launched himself towards another target. A car speeding away, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake, sending him flying through the air with a powerful kick that sent him tumbling onto the pavement. The impact of the collision sent Ijin sprawling across the street. A force of the blow sending a shockwave through his body. He lay there, momentarily incapacitated, the city lights blurring around him as he struggled to regain his bearings. The scene ended with Ijin lying prone on the crosswalk, a passing car's headlights illuminating his prone form. A man in a suit, his face pale and bloodied, knelt on the cold asphalt. His body trembled as he struggled to catch his breath, the city lights reflecting in the pools of blood forming around him. His eyes, wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief, darted around wildly. The crimson stains on his face were stark against his ashen skin. He tried to rise, but his legs gave way, sending him sprawling onto the street as a car sped past, narrowly missing him. Inside the car, a woman with long, dark hair watched the scene unfold. Her expression was unreadable, her gaze fixed on the injured man. A subtle smirk played on her lips as she subtly winked, a glint of amusement in her eyes. From the car's rearview mirror, the woman saw the injured man attempting a desperate escape, his movements clumsy and pained. He stumbled across the street, his body weakened by blood loss, his resolve clearly faltering. The car accelerated, leaving the injured man behind in the cold night. The injured man, now alone and vulnerable, leaned against a car, his breathing ragged. A look of grim determination settled on his face. A man in a suit, his face contorted in a grimace of frustration, shouted from the backseat of a speeding car. He demanded to know the whereabouts of his targets. Ijin, his face marred by cuts and blood, sat silently in the front seat, his expression unreadable. He was nursing his wounds, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism. The man in the back seat, noticing Ijin's presence, barked an order for him to leave the vehicle immediately. Ijin, ignoring the outburst, simply urged the driver to hurry and go. The driver, following Ijin's instructions, relayed information about the kidnapper's escape route. He explained that they had turned right at the nearest corner. Using a map application on his phone, he confirmed that the kidnappers were traveling along the right side of the boulevard. The man in the back seat instructed the driver to cooperate with the police, figuring out the kidnappers' movement patterns and dispatching police cars to intercept them. He then told Ijin that he would drop him off along the way and that he should go home. The driver, as the car sped through the night, reminded Ijin that despite the sudden events, he was still a high school student and not a professional bodyguard. Ijin, his face marred by cuts and blood, sat in the passenger seat of a speeding car. His companion, a man in a sharp suit, seemed agitated. "Hey, even so," the man exclaimed, his voice tight with concern. Ijin, despite his injuries, remained stoic. He calmly explained, "Everything that's happening is being done of my own volition, so there's no need for you to worry." The driver, however, was unconvinced. He countered, "That's not the problem here. There was a man and a woman of Eastern ethnicity in the driver and passenger seats. I could not confirm any extra passengers." The driver's face was etched with worry and suspicion. Ijin's gaze drifted, his expression unreadable despite the blood staining his face. His hands, also covered in blood, rested on his lap, a stark contrast to his calm demeanor. The driver, concerned, asked, "Okay?" Ijin simply replied, "I'm fine." But the driver's suspicion lingered. He muttered to himself, "This kid," the report said he was hanging onto the car. The scene shifted to Ijin exiting the car, his movements quick and efficient. He had clung to the vehicle until the end, providing crucial information about the route. The driver, impressed, concluded, "Considering the time he rescued Lady Yuna and his performance up till now, there's no one more reliable than him right now." Suddenly, a new piece of information emerged. The driver received a report, "I was told Lady Jia was kidnapped just now." Inside a comfortable home, a woman sat on a couch, working on her laptop. A man stood behind her, his expression unreadable. "What?" she asked, her voice laced with surprise. The man explained the situation gravely. Everyone except a small group had been mobilized. Team 2's leader and Ijin were currently in pursuit. The woman's eyes widened in alarm at the mention of Ijin's name. "Ijin?" She confirmed, her voice barely a whisper, that Ijin happened to be moving with Team 2 at the time. A look of dawning understanding, mixed with worry, crossed her face. As the gravity of the situation settled upon them both. Inside, two men sat tensely. They had been informed that Ijin and Team 2 had been in this area. The driver's eyes narrowed, a sudden realization dawning on him. A beam of light illuminated a dilapidated warehouse. A family stood before it, silhouetted against the glow. A man pushed a wheelchair containing a young woman, while a woman stood guard nearby. The scene was tense, filled with unspoken worry. A man in a suit, his face etched with urgency, spoke to his companion. He insisted that they didn't have time to wait for reinforcements to arrive, and instructed the other man to wait there. The man in the suit, his expression hardening, stepped out of the vehicle, leaving his companion behind. Meanwhile, a group of shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, their movements swift and silent. One of them brandishing a knife, their intentions clearly hostile. The lead figure, masked and cloaked, advanced with a menacing air, the glint of the blade reflecting the city lights. Back with the man in the suit, his jaw clenched, a grim determination settled on his face. The man left behind in the car, now visibly wounded, was clearly agitated. He had been told to stay put. But he argued that they had no other choice. He reiterated that there was no time to wait for reinforcements, immediate action was required. Two figures, sharply dressed in suits, stood in what appeared to be a dimly lit room. One, with short, styled green hair, bore a few visible wounds. The other, with light brown hair, spoke, his words carrying a sense of urgency. It was just the two of them, and this situation was far different from any training exercise they had ever undertaken. The green-haired man's face was partially obscured by shadow, but the bloodstains on his cheek were stark against his pale skin. He seemed to be contemplating something. A grim determination hardened his expression as he quietly declared that this was better for him. The brown-haired man watched him, his eyes narrowed in a mixture of concern and suspicion. He remained silent, his expression unreadable. The scene shifted. A new conversation began, this time focusing on the details surrounding Lady Yuna's kidnapping. One of the men, presumably the brown-haired one from the previous scene, commented that the more they analyzed the situation, the stranger it became. He then posed a question to another individual, referred to as Team 3 leader, about whether the high schooler involved was a professional. Team 3 leader, a man with dark hair and a serious expression, considered the question carefully before responding. His answer was a simple, affirmative yes. The brown-haired man agreed, sharing the same assessment. The final panel shows a man with light-colored hair, his back turned to the viewer, walking away from a house at night. The overall atmosphere is one of mystery and impending action. A man in a suit, his face etched with grim determination, addressed someone unseen. He spoke with quiet resolve, entrusting them with a task of great importance. The weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. He urgently instructed his unseen companions to prevent a certain individual from escaping. A masked figure, swift and deadly, materialized from the shadows. With a blur of motion, he drew a pair of wickedly curved knives, launching a lightning-fast attack against the man in the suit. The impact of the attack sending a shockwave through the air. A burst of energy erupted from the point of contact, revealing the masked assailant's exceptional skill and speed. His knife moved in a blur, leaving trails of energy in its wake. But the man in the suit was not defenseless. He reacted with surprising agility, deflecting the attack with a swift countermove, sending the masked figure sprawling to the ground. The force of the blow was considerable, giving the man in the suit a brief window of opportunity. He quickly moved to secure his escape, leaving behind a trail of chaos and a single, bloodied knife. The man in the suit, his face bruised but his eyes burning with fierce determination, stood victorious. Blood stained the hands of a man dressed in a dark suit, his face obscured by shadow. Under the cloak of night, a tense standoff unfolded. Aijinyu, a young man with silver hair and sharp eyes, stood opposite a group of menacing figures. Their leader, a burly man in tactical gear, exuded an air of aggression. One of the henchmen scoffed, incredulous at their leader's apparent hesitation. He couldn't believe their knife-wielding leader had been momentarily deterred by a mere child. The leader, however, remained focused, his gaze unwavering. He was surprised, he hadn't realized the SW group employed children as bodyguards. He questioned Aijin's capabilities, sneering, "Hey, can you even use a knife?" Aijin's response was swift and brutal. Blood stained his suit as he held his knife, a chilling glint in his eyes. The leader, witnessing Aijin's deadly skill, muttered about kids these days watching too many movies. He ordered his men to pursue the one who had escaped earlier, instructing them to deal with him and return. One of the henchmen, eager to obey, responded with a simple "Yes, sir." Another henchman questioned the urgency, suggesting they should hurry. The leader, however, confidently assured them that Aijin would be dead before they even caught up, emphasizing that they only needed to maintain the appearance of a pursuit. Two masked figures, their faces obscured, stood over a fallen man. One of them grunted, a guttural sound of exertion, as the other muttered, "I guess so." The fallen man, a young man in a suit, clutched at his side, blood staining his shirt. A knife, glinting menacingly, was embedded in his flesh. He staggered back, his face a mask of pain, as another masked assailant lunged, blade flashing. The young man, despite his injuries, parried the attack with surprising agility, a blur of motion against the dark background. A fierce struggle ensued, a whirlwind of blows and desperate defenses. The masked assailant gained the upper hand, his grip tightening around the young man's throat. With a final, desperate heave, the young man broke free, his face contorted in pain and fury. He collapsed, gasping for breath, as the masked figures regrouped, their forms silhouetted against the dark. The young man's face, bloodied and bruised, was a testament to the brutal fight. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce determination. One of the masked figures spoke, his voice low and menacing, "So even a child bodyguard is still a bodyguard." The young man, despite his injuries, lunged forward, his movements surprisingly swift and precise, taking down one of his attackers. Two masked figures, one wielding a knife, cornered Aijin. The taller assailant hissed a chilling command, "Kill him." A blur of motion erupted as Aijin reacted instantaneously. His counterattack was swift and brutal, a precise strike that sent one attacker reeling. The other assailant lunged, knife flashing, but Aijin was ready. He deflected the blow with a practiced ease, his movements a deadly dance of precision and power, leaving the attacker bleeding profusely. Aijin, despite his injuries, moved with lethal efficiency, his body a weapon honed by years of brutal conflict. He disarmed and incapacitated both attackers with swift, calculated movements. The fight concluded with a final, decisive strike, leaving both attackers incapacitated on the ground. The remaining attacker, eyes wide with fear, tried a desperate last-ditch effort. But Aijin anticipated the move, his counterattack swift and merciless, leaving the attacker defeated and Aijin standing victorious, though battered and bruised. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he caught his breath. Aijinyu, a teenager with a past shrouded in the harsh realities of mercenary life, found himself in a tense confrontation. His opponent, a masked figure wielding two knives, lunged forward, a vicious glint in his eyes. Aijin, dressed in a sharp suit, met the attack with practiced ease, his own blades flashing in response. Their blades clashed in a flurry of motion, sparks flying as the two combatants traded blows with deadly precision. The masked assailant's attack was relentless, but Aijin's movements were even more fluid, a testament to years spent honing his skills on the battlefields of the world. A whirlwind of steel and shadow. The masked man's desperate attempts to overpower Aijin proved futile, each parry from Aijin was a counterattack, pushing the aggressor back, leaving the masked man reeling from the force of Aijin's superior skill. A pained cough escaped the assailant's lips, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief. Aijin seized the opportunity, his foot connecting with the masked man's knee with a sharp crack. The masked man cried out in pain as he crumpled to the ground. A swift, decisive blow that left his opponent vulnerable. Aijin moved in for the finishing blow, his fist connecting with the masked man's jaw with brutal efficiency, sending the masked man sprawling. The fight, however, was far from over. The masked man, despite his injuries, showed no signs of surrender, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. A brief pause in the action, a moment of tense anticipation before the next attack. The masked man clutched his knife, his knuckles white with the effort, his resolve unwavering. Aijin, his face streaked with blood, stared down at his opponent, his expression unreadable. A silent question hung in the air, would this relentless attacker ever give up? Aijin's hand, also bloodied, tightened around the hilt of his knife, a grim determination mirroring his opponent's. Aijinyu, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, moved with lethal precision. His movements were a blur of calculated strikes, each blow expertly aimed to incapacitate his opponents. A flurry of fists connected with the attackers, sending them sprawling, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies in his wake. He surveyed the scene, a faint sigh escaping his lips as he muttered, "Phew." The scene shifted to a dimly lit warehouse. A large garage door stood slightly ajar, revealing a tense scene within. A woman, bound and helpless in a wheelchair, was surrounded by two figures, one of whom held a cell phone. The atmosphere crackled with tension. One of the figures, a woman with dark hair, spoke, her expression grim. SW's response was quick, she stated, her voice laced with concern. They caught us faster than expected. The man beside her, wearing a cap, responded calmly. I've told Go Youngju that we kidnapped the target, he reported, his tone suggesting a plan was already in motion. Outside the warehouse, the woman and the man began to leave. It's a little early, but we're moving to the next area, the woman said. Adding, the SW guys are gonna get here soon. They exchanged a brief, knowing glance, their expressions betraying a shared sense of urgency. Meanwhile, back inside the warehouse, Ijinu, having disposed of his attackers, was catching his breath, his chest heaving. Huff. Huff, he panted, his body still tense from the adrenaline. A woman briefed a man on the mission, informing him that his objective was to eliminate the target's bodyguards. The scene shifted to show a woman bound to a wheelchair, being escorted by two figures in the shadows of a nighttime street. The woman in the wheelchair looked distressed, her head bowed low. Meanwhile, a man with a stern expression and an earpiece spoke into a device, a shadowy figure lurking behind him. The man in the suit, seemingly the one in charge, prepared for action. He swiftly moved, a red energy blade appearing in his hand as he launched a quick attack. The attack was met with resistance, a bodyguard lunged at him with a knife. The bodyguard's knife sliced through the man's suit. But the man in the suit countered, grabbing the knife with his bare hand. The man in the suit then turned to face two more approaching figures. A tense scene unfolded in a dimly lit room, a man in a suit stood defiantly amidst a group of shadowy figures, his fists clenched. The air crackled with unspoken threats. As one of the shadowy figures lunged forward, knife in hand, aiming for the suited man. The suited man reacted instantly, dodging the attack with practiced ease and countering with a swift, powerful blow, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground. The impact was brutal. And the suited man followed up with a precise strike, his movements a blur of controlled aggression. Disarming his opponent with a swift flick of the wrist. The knife clattered to the floor. And another attacker charged, only to be met with a devastating counterattack, leaving him incapacitated on the floor. The suited man moved with lethal efficiency, leaving a trail of defeated opponents in his wake. He turned to leave, his expression grim. As a voice, cold and sharp, cut through the silence, that's far enough. A woman in a white shirt is bound to a wheelchair, flanked by two figures, a man in a dark tracksuit holding a gun, and a woman with dark hair in a dark suit. The scene is tense, the background is stark red. The man in the tracksuit suggests that the bound woman should be killed if she becomes a problem. His words hang heavy in the air. A reaction of frustration and anger flashes across the face of another man, sharply dressed in a suit. The man in the tracksuit raises his gun, aiming it upwards. A grim determination sets upon his features. He issues a stark warning, if the bound woman moves, she will be killed. The suited man watches, a body lies lifeless at his feet. The question hangs in the air, what will the suited man do? His face is a mask of intense contemplation. A close-up on his face reveals a simmering rage. Suddenly, the suited man lunges forward, striking the man in the tracksuit with surprising speed and force. The impact sends the tracksuit-clad man sprawling, coughing up blood. The scene is filled with the raw energy of violence. A man in a suit, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, sweat beading on his brow, strained against an unseen force. His teeth were gritted, his eyes wide with effort. A figure emerged from the shadows, their face partially obscured, a smirk playing on their lips as they observed the man's struggle. Oh ho! They murmured, their voice laced with amusement. You really didn't move an inch, the figure stated, their tone dripping with a chilling confidence. Elsewhere, a tense scene unfolded. A woman in a wheelchair, bound and helpless, was surrounded by armed guards. A man in a suit, his face grim, stood over a small pool of blood on the ground. We're out of time, he muttered, his voice tight with urgency. Got it, he added, his gaze sharp and determined. The close-up on the sweating man's eye revealed the strain and exhaustion he was enduring. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a white top, calmly addressed someone unseen. Director, she said, her voice even and controlled. A gun was cocked, the metallic click echoing in the silence. The man in the suit, his back to the viewer, spoke in a low, apologetic tone. I'm sorry, he said, his voice heavy with regret. An image showed his blood-stained back, a stark testament to the violence he had endured. A sudden burst of blue energy erupted, signaling a dramatic shift in the situation. A blinding flash of blue energy erupted from Ijin's blade, slicing through the air with impossible speed. The energy wave impacting its target with brutal force, a mercenary, gun raised, was struck, blood splattering across his chest as he crumpled to the ground. Simultaneously, a woman with long black hair, clad in a dark coat, moved with lethal grace, her own blade a blur of motion. She deflected an incoming attack with a precise counter, the clash of steel echoing in the night. Her blade arcing in a deadly dance, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. A man with blonde hair, his clothes stained with blood, lunged forward, his eyes filled with a desperate fury. He grabbed the wheelchair of an unseen individual, using it as a shield against an incoming attack. A swift, precise strike from the woman in the coat sent the blonde man sprawling, his expression one of disbelief. The mercenary, still alive but wounded, watched in shock as he muttered, "What the?" Another mercenary, this one with brown hair and a suit, watched the scene unfold with wide, fearful eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. Ijinu, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, moved with lethal precision. His opponent, a hulking figure, crumpled to the ground, blood staining his dark clothing as Ijin's attack connected. The impact sending a shockwave through the air. Another man lunged at Ijin, but he was already anticipating the attack, easily countering the move with a swift takedown. The man hit the ground hard, his body sprawling across the floor. Ijin stood over his fallen foes, his breath ragged, blood splattered across his face. He was clearly injured, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. A desperate warning echoed in his mind, run and don't look back. A roar of fury erupted from Ijin's throat as he braced himself for whatever might come next. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, leaving his attackers in the dust. Ijin's escape was a desperate flight, his body screaming in protest from the pain and exertion. His face, streaked with blood, reflected the grim reality of his situation. But his resolve remained unbroken. He would survive. A woman with short, dark hair sat in a wheelchair, a subtle escaping her lips. Her expression was unreadable, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond the viewer. The close-up shifted to reveal a pair of striking blue eyes, belonging to the same woman, filled with a mixture of apprehension and something akin to resignation. The camera angle dropped, showing the woman's legs and the lower half of her body in the wheelchair. A sudden, sharp sound echoed, and a look of stark terror filled her eyes as a hand clamped over her mouth. Jinyu, his face smudged with dirt, appeared, a finger pressed to his lips in a gesture of silence. His eyes, however, held a cold intensity. He leaned in, his hand swiftly covering the woman's mouth, silencing her. The woman, eyes wide with fear, could only manage a slight nod as Jin's hand tightened. Jinyu awoke disoriented in an unfamiliar location. His last memory was of being in a bathroom. A sharp pain shot through his head as he registered his surroundings, a dimly lit room, a woman in a wheelchair, and a man standing over him. The man calmly explained that the throbbing pain was due to a sleeping drug. The woman in the wheelchair, startled, gasped, sleeping drug? A flashback revealed Jin's abduction. He realized, with dawning horror, that he had been kidnapped. The man reassured him that help was on the way, yes. Team 2's leader and I arrived first. The police and the rest of the SW team are coming right now. He considered their options, now that the woman was awake. Their range of actions had expanded. However, this was a precarious situation, their actions would soon be discovered. More concerning was the fact that their enemies possessed firearms. The woman wondered about the kidnappers' motives, questioning if it was related to the recent SW business acquisitions. She denied any connection to those businesses. Then, a chilling thought occurred to her, was this connected to what happened to Yuna? The man, noticing her distress, knelt beside her, his concern evident. He spoke softly, your body. Jinyu, a teenager recently returned to Korea after a decade as a child mercenary, found himself in a precarious situation. Blood stained his shirt, a stark contrast to the otherwise pristine school hallway. He glared, his eyes narrowed in defiance as he retorted to an unseen interlocutor, what do you mean, fine? The extent of his injuries became clearer. A bloody mess across his back and shoulder, a testament to a recent brutal encounter. Meanwhile, a woman with striking blue eyes, her expression a mixture of concern and disbelief, observed the scene from a distance. She voiced her confusion, he's not even an official bodyguard, so why? Another individual, a man with short, graying hair, watched Jin with a mixture of suspicion and disdain. His thoughts echoed his disbelief, a kid like this is a high schooler? The tension escalated. A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the silence, why don't you come on out? The threat was clear, leaving no room for escape, nowhere else to run. A woman in a wheelchair, her face etched with worry, watched as a man in a suit approached Jin, cornering him. Suddenly, the woman in the wheelchair drew a pistol, aiming it at Jin's hiding place. The sound of the weapon cocking echoed in the confined space. Her rationale was chillingly pragmatic, it's better for us to just kill the captive than to waste time here and get caught. It's just going to be a pain for both of us if we drag this out. A woman, her face etched with worry and a single tear tracing a path down her cheek, looked away from something unseen. She stood beside a young man, his face bloodied and bruised, and declared, I can't bring any more harm to this child. No matter how much he practices and how good his results are, he's still a student. The woman's gaze hardened, a grim determination settling on her features. She muttered to herself, I should go out there and... The young man, his face still marred by injury, brought a finger to his lips, a silent command. The woman's eyes, wide and apprehensive, reflected her inner turmoil. She watched as the young man, seemingly unfazed, moved towards an exit, a silent understanding passing between them. A silent tension filling the space between them as he disappeared from view. She followed the young man, her movements swift and silent. The young man found himself confronted by the woman, who aimed a gun at him. His bloodied shirt a stark contrast to his pale skin. A woman's face, partially obscured by shadow, registered a dawning suspicion. Her eyes, wide and dark, betrayed a growing unease. She leveled a pistol at the unseen subject, a smirk playing on her lips. You really are a kid, she remarked, her tone laced with amusement and a hint of menace. I had my suspicions when I saw you hanging on the car. Her words hung in the air, the glint of the gun's barrel reflecting the harsh light. A stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the face of a young man, his features marred by blood. The woman, her expression hardening, burst into the hallway, her voice echoing with a sharp command. Her eyes met those of the young man, a silent exchange of intensity passing between them. With surprising speed, the young man launched a swift counterattack, his movements a blur of motion. A bright flash erupted as his blade connected with the woman's weapon. The impact sent a shockwave through her body, a pained cry escaping her lips. As she staggered back, her eyes wide with disbelief and pain. He pressed his advantage, disarming her with a swift, decisive move. The fight was far from over. Jinyu, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, found himself in a precarious situation. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beating on his brow as he braced for the inevitable. He swiftly drew a combat knife, its polished blade gleaming ominously under the dim light. Readying himself to counter the imminent attack. The air crackled with anticipation. With a blur of motion, he deflected the blow, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through his arm. His body tensed as he prepared for the next move. The fight was far from over. The two combatants stood poised, a tense silence hanging in the air between them. The only sound was the ragged breathing of Jin. His opponent, a woman with sharp features and a ruthless expression, sneered. You little brat, she spat, launching a furious assault. Jin, despite being outnumbered, moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, dodging and weaving through the flurry of attacks. His movements precise and deadly. He countered each blow with calculated precision, leaving his opponents disoriented and vulnerable. With a final, swift strike, he disarmed one of his attackers, the knife clattering to the ground. The fight was nearing its end. Jinyu, a seasoned mercenary despite his youthful appearance, found himself in a tense confrontation. His opponent, a woman with long black hair, launched a swift attack. A blur of motion that left her opponent momentarily stunned. The speed of his movements was almost supernatural. But Jin reacted instantly, his training kicking in. He countered with a precise strike, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground with a pained grunt. The impact echoed in the otherwise silent hallway. Jin's eyes narrowed, his senses heightened. He sensed danger, a new threat emerging. A second attacker appeared, gun drawn, aiming for Hygiene. The mercenary reacted swiftly, dodging the bullet with practiced ease. But the woman, still on the ground, raised her own weapon, a sinister smile playing on her lips. A tense standoff ensued. Hygiene's opponent, her face contorted in a mask of malice, aimed her pistol. A desperate struggle for control of the firearm. The outcome remained uncertain. A tense standoff unfolded in a dimly lit corridor. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured by shadow, leveled a pistol at a woman, his hand stained with blood. The woman recoiled, fear etched on her face. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she processed the situation. What kind of, she thought, a mixture of shock and horror flooding her mind. The scene shifted to a woman with dark hair, her expression one of stunned concern. She seemed to be observing the unfolding events from a distance. The man in the suit, his face now clearly visible, held the gun steady, blood still marring his hands. His expression was one of cold determination. He sneered, "Ha, you really did watch too many movies." He continued, "I guess you can fight, but can you pull the trigger?" The woman's eyes narrowed. He added, "As a bodyguard, you've probably only shot at targets before. But shooting a person is." Without hesitation, the man fired his weapon. The impact was immediate and brutal. A crimson stain blooming on the woman's leg. She cried out in pain, "What the hell?" The woman watched in shock as the man pulled the trigger without hesitation. He pulled the trigger without any hesitation? And his eyes, he's not fazed at all after shooting a person, she thought. The man remained impassive, as if accustomed to such violence. This makes no sense. A kid living in a peaceful country like this, she thought, utterly bewildered. Hygiene, a teenager with a haunted past, stood amidst the shadows, his face partially obscured, blood staining his cheek. His eyes, however, burned with an intensity that belied his age. A woman watched him from the darkness, her single visible eye glowing with an eerie luminescence. Confusion and disbelief warred within her, she couldn't quite grasp what she was seeing. Her shock gave way to dawning recognition. "Don't tell me, you're Jean?" With a blur of motion, Hygiene reacted instantly, striking the woman with a swift, powerful blow that sent her reeling. Hygiene stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim. A woman, seemingly an associate, watched from a distance, her face etched with concern. The woman's eyes widened as she took in the scene before her, a silent question hanging in the air. The scene opens with a man in a suit sprawled on the ground, his body contorted in a painful position. A crimson stain blooming on the polished floor where he lies. The silence is heavy with the aftermath of violence. A man in a suit, his face contorted in pain, clutches his bleeding side. His breath hitches in ragged gasps. He is surrounded by several figures, their faces obscured by shadows, closing in menacingly. Their movements swift and lethal. Fear flickers in his eyes. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, a young man in a brown jacket and cap, his expression unreadable. Drawing a pistol with practiced ease. He aims it at the wounded man's attackers. Then another, his actions a blur of controlled violence. The attackers are taken down with brutal efficiency. A tense standoff unfolded in a dimly lit room. One man, dressed in a sharp suit, clutched his shoulder, blood staining his expensive attire. His assailant, a figure in a cap, stood over him, gun drawn, and declared, "That's enough." The man in the suit winced, his face contorted in pain as he registered the severity of his injury. The gunman, however, seemed unfazed. He calmly explained, "We underestimated you because we heard you were just a bodyguard, but you definitely have some skill. If we hadn't chosen the moment that the shifts were changing, we may have had a hard time with the kidnapping." The wounded man, his face etched with worry, silently contemplated the situation. A woman, somewhere else, anxiously questioned, "Is this it?" "I tried to stall as long as possible, but I'm not sure if they safely escaped." One person went after them. A man in a suit, his back to the viewer, walked away from the scene, his silhouette disappearing into the night. He paused, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he mused, "Why do I feel reassured?" Back in the dimly lit room, the gunman, startled, questioned, "You're laughing?" The wounded man, a smirk spreading across his face, stood defiantly amidst a group of menacing figures. The gunman, aiming his weapon, warned, "If you're feeling reassured because the one who went after them was a woman, then there's a big misunderstanding." A man, his suit stained with blood, grimly assessed the situation. He stated that even a combined assault wouldn't be enough to overcome their opponent. Further explaining that their actions had enraged her, and the boy they targeted was now suffering an agony beyond death itself. Another man, this one wearing a cap and wielding a gun, smirked. He revealed his plan to leisurely pursue his targets. As he confidently cocked his weapon. The first man, his eyes blazing with fury, warned his colleague to focus on his own survival. As a gunshot echoed through the room. The scene depicted the cap-wearing man collapsing, blood splattering across the floor as the bullet found its mark. His body slumped to the ground. The man in the suit watched, his expression unreadable, as the dying man coughed up blood. Suddenly, a fist connected with the dying man's face with brutal force, leaving the suited man shocked and questioning what just happened. Hygiene, a teenager with a haunted past as a child mercenary, stood poised, his finger tightening on the trigger of his pistol. His face, partially obscured by shadow, bore the marks of past battles, a grim testament to his brutal upbringing. He was ready. A man watched him from the shadows, his expression a mixture of apprehension and something akin to dawning horror. He seemed to recognize Hygiene, a flicker of fear crossing his features. Another man, his face contorted in a grimace, emerged from the darkness. His surprise was palpable, a sharp exclamation escaped his lips as he saw Hygiene. "Why is that brat here?" Hygiene, his eyes narrowed, fired his weapon. The question, "What happened to Chrysilla?" hung heavy in the air, a grim foreshadowing of the violence to come. The bullet found its mark. The man crumpled to the ground, clutching his wound as a crimson stain blossomed across his chest. The scene was brutal, swift, and efficient. A guttural cry of pain escaped the dying man's lips as he succumbed to his injuries. Hygiene's expression remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. A new figure emerged from the shadows, a man in a sharp suit, his face grim and determined. He was armed, and his eyes burned with cold fury. Hygiene raised his weapon once more. The newcomer's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. His surprise was evident. Hygiene fired again, the shot echoing through the night. The trajectory of the bullet was clear, aimed directly at the newcomer. The bullet struck its target, sending the man reeling backward. He clutched at his shoulder, his face contorted in agony as blood splattered across his suit. Lee, a seemingly ordinary high school student, moved with lethal precision. His movements were a blur of calculated violence as he effortlessly dispatched his attackers. Each blow a carefully aimed strike that left his opponents incapacitated. The scene was a testament to his honed skills, a stark contrast to his youthful appearance. His movements were so swift and precise that the only evidence of his actions was the lingering crimson stain on his hands, a grim reminder of the efficiency of his methods. The pistol, still smoking, lay in his grasp. A chilling testament to his deadly expertise. He stood amidst the fallen figures, his expression calm and composed, a stark contrast to the chaos he had just wrought. A nearby observer watched, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend the scene unfolding before him. He whispered to himself. He can shoot a gun without hesitating? And he used one shot to take down each of them. The sheer precision and lethality of Ijean's actions were shocking. Ijean, his face slightly bloodied, calmly aimed his weapon at another target. A woman, seemingly a bystander, watched in terror from a distance. Fear was etched onto the woman's face as she witnessed the cold efficiency of Ijean's actions. Her eyes reflected the horror of the situation. Ijean's expression remained unchanged, even as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He was clearly affected by the violence, but his resolve remained unshaken. A question lingered in the air. You think so too, Teen Free Leader? That the high schooler is a professional? Ijean, a young man with intense, golden eyes, stood amidst the chaos, his dark suit stained with blood. He held a pistol, his grip firm and unwavering, a stark contrast to the carnage around him. A silent affirmation of his grim assessment of the situation. Yes, I think so too, a voice echoed in his mind, confirming his suspicions. The sound of gunfire erupted as a squad of heavily armed soldiers stormed the scene, their movements precise and deadly. Their presence adding another layer of complexity to the already volatile situation. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. The soldiers moved with practiced efficiency, clearing the area with ruthless precision. Their actions were swift and decisive, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. The scene was a grim testament to their lethal capabilities. From above, the scene resembled a macabre game of chess, each fallen figure a pawn sacrificed in a larger conflict. The survivors huddled together, their fear palpable. The weight of the situation pressed down on them. The aftermath was a chilling tableau of death and destruction. A group of figures, including the man from earlier, surveyed the scene, their faces grim and determined. A silent acknowledgement of the brutal efficiency of the operation. A woman, her face etched with worry, was being consoled by a soldier. A woman with short, dark hair and striking blue eyes observed something with a thoughtful expression. Her hand rested gently against her cheek, a subtle gesture that hinted at her contemplation. Meanwhile, a young man in a suit, his face marred by cuts and bloodstains, spoke urgently to two armed guards. His demeanor suggested a recent struggle. The woman from the previous panel, now seen in a more formal setting, stood with two guards flanking her. A report was being relayed to her, mentioning Team 2's leader and that kid. Close up on the injured man's face, a medic tended to his wounds, cleaning the blood from his forehead. The man, still injured, received further medical attention. Another medic assisted, while a third person observed nearby. The woman approached him, concern etched on her face. She asked, "Are you okay?" He replied that he was fine, prompting a sharp retort from the woman. "How can you say that with those injuries?" He explained that his injuries did not hinder his movement. The woman listened intently as he continued, mentioning the successful recovery of a kidnapped VIP and the relatively minor damage sustained during the operation. More importantly, he emphasized a key detail, his expression hardening. Ijean, his face partially obscured by shadow, sat silently. Blood stained his shirt, a stark reminder of recent events. A woman with short, dark hair approached him, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. He had a favor to ask her. Ijean explained that his absence would cause worry among his associates, and requested that she inform them he would be training at a dorm during his recovery. Several men in suits stood nearby, observing the exchange. The woman, clearly hesitant, considered his request. A swirl of thought clouded her mind. She urged him to hurry and receive treatment, her tone sharp and impatient. The medical staff stood ready. As they moved towards the exit, the woman's intense gaze lingered on Ijean. He offered a curt thanks as they departed, leaving the medical personnel behind. Ijean's face, now in close-up, showed a grim determination. The wounds on his face were visible. His injured arm, wrapped in bandages, was a testament to the fight he had endured. He clenched his fist, his resolve unwavering. Two men stood in what appeared to be a dimly lit office, the atmosphere thick with tension. One, with brown hair and a bandage wrapped around his arm, looked weary but resolute. The other, with gray hair and a suit stained with blood, stood rigidly beside him, his expression unreadable. The brown-haired man's gaze sharpened, a subtle shift in his demeanor. As he let out a curt, almost dismissive, "Well." The gray-haired man remained silent, his face betraying no emotion. He turned and walked away, leaving the brown-haired man alone in the dimly lit office. Outside, the gray-haired man walked away, accompanied by a woman in a business suit. The night was dark, and the city lights cast long shadows. In a lavishly decorated room, a man with dark hair sat before another, sharply dressed in a suit. "I've been informed it was a failure," the seated man stated. The man in the suit responded, "That's fine." Successfully completing the kidnapping wasn't important. A sinister smile played on his lips. Seated before a large, abstract painting, a man in a dark suit considered the situation. It was more crucial to send a warning to SW than to pursue any other action. He mused, for if this continued, their competitors would become wary of acquiring more businesses. That alone would be sufficient. The scene opens in a dimly lit interrogation room. A young woman with dark hair and a koi fish tattoo on her arm sits across a table from a stern-looking man in a suit. A security guard stands silently in the background. The man in the suit speaks, revealing his surprise at the woman's involvement with a powerful entity. "I didn't realize SW was in control of that monster." The woman, seemingly unfazed, questions his terminology. "Monster?" She then identifies the man's target, revealing a key piece of information, Mercenary Gene. The man's expression hardens, his silence speaking volumes. His thoughts reveal a change in strategy. "He was here, we wouldn't have gone about it like this." The woman, still in handcuffs, expresses her confusion and lack of understanding. I have no idea what you're talking about. The man dismisses her denial, certain of her involvement. Don't act dumb. Mercenary Gene usually hides his face, but I figured it out after seeing his eyes. The woman counters, revealing a prior encounter. I've seen him face to face before, after all. Two individuals, a woman with dark hair and a man with slicked back hair, sat across from each other in a dimly lit room. The conversation revolved around a mercenary who had ceased taking assignments 6 months prior, prompting speculation about his demise or retirement. Even reaching the ears of the man, who expressed disbelief at the notion that such a highly skilled mercenary, accustomed to war zones, would now be engaged in bodyguard work. The woman, her expression unreadable, simply stared ahead, lost in thought. The scene shifts to the exterior of a hospital, the name SW Seoul Hospital visible on the building. Inside, a woman with shoulder-length dark hair is seen. The camera focuses on a woman lying in a hospital bed, her expression one of concern. The next panel shows a man in a suit, his arm in a sling, entering the room. He approaches the woman, his presence causing her to look up. He asks, "What are you doing here?" The woman responds with concern, "Didn't you get shot?" The man replies, "I can still do simple tasks." A woman, her expression etched with worry, murmured that one person taking a break wouldn't cause any problems. A man, his face grim, countered that a recent incident had occurred while he was taking a small break, making it impossible for him to take any more. The woman, her gaze distant and troubled, simply responded with a silent ellipsis. He explained that the people they had apprehended were foreign mercenaries, and their backgrounds were still unknown, suggesting a complex operation given the difficulty in identifying even their client. The woman, now visibly concerned, noted that with Yuna's recent incident and now this, she wondered if it was all a coincidence. The man, his expression serious, stated that he didn't think it was a coincidence. The woman's eyes widened slightly, a hint of dawning realization in her expression. As she murmured about that child, she reflected on the child's performance, noting that he had been even more impressive than during his training. She then questioned if he was a normal high schooler, her voice laced with disbelief. A man in a sharp suit, his expression grim, stood silently in a hallway. His posture spoke of tension and barely contained anger. His thoughts raced. He knew his grandfather needed to be informed of Ai-jin's true identity, especially considering the bodyguard team he'd assigned to protect him. The narrative shifted to a flashback, revealing Ai-jin's injuries sustained during the recent confrontation. He had cracked ribs, broken fingernails, and a gunshot graze on his shoulder. The man in the suit surmised that Ai-jin likely suffered the rib and fingernail injuries while clinging to the kidnapper's car, and sustained the shoulder wound in a subsequent fall. A woman, her face etched with disbelief, reacted to the news of Ai-jin's injuries. "You're telling me he was fighting in that condition?" She was further shocked to learn that he had also fought 5 armed men before she even woke up. The woman's disbelief was palpable. She questioned the very possibility of such a feat. Logically, it seemed impossible, yet Ai-jin had accomplished it. The man in the suit and the woman stood together, a silent understanding passing between them. A hospital identification card confirmed the name, Yu Ai-jin. Ai-jin Yu, a young man with a determined gaze, zipped up his jacket. Bandages covered minor wounds on his face and hand, a testament to recent events. His expression hardening as he carefully adjusted the bandages on his knuckles. He was clearly not fully recovered, but his resolve was unwavering. A woman with dark hair, her face etched with worry, stood beside a man in a suit, his arm in a sling. They watched Ai-jin's preparations with apprehension. "What are you doing? Why are you changing clothes?" the woman asked, her voice laced with concern. "I'm going home," Ai-jin replied. "I haven't been home in 2 days." "But you were seriously injured," the woman insisted, her worry deepening. She clearly felt he should remain under medical supervision. "I'll rest and recover at home instead of being admitted to the hospital," Ai-jin countered, his tone firm but not unkind. The woman's apprehension escalated. "No. Who would allow such a ridiculous idea?" she exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "The doctor," Ai-jin stated simply, his gaze unwavering. He had made his decision. The woman looked conflicted, torn between her concern for Ai-jin's health and his clear determination. The man beside her remained silent, observing the exchange with a stoic expression. "And what are you going to tell your family once you get home?" she finally asked, her tone a mixture of concern and resignation. Ai-jin, his face partially obscured by bandages, silently assessed his reflection. He formulated a plan to explain away his injuries. He would claim they were sustained during training. He had anticipated this questioning. His carefully constructed alibi was already in place. The scene shifted to reveal Ai-jin's parents, his mother looking concerned and his father with a bandaged arm. His father, identified as Team 2 leader, addressed his wife with a stern expression. Meanwhile, Ai-jin's mother's eyes narrowed, a look of suspicion clouding her features. The focus shifted back to Ai-jin, his expression unreadable behind the bandages. His father's voice, though unseen, carried a subtle command, "Come to me after you graduate." Ai-jin, his expression still guarded, gathered his belongings, preparing to leave. His mother watched him go, her gaze lingering on his back. His mother's voice, sharp and laced with disapproval, cut through the air. "No good will come of working under Yuna." A woman, her arms crossed, stood in a dimly lit room. Her expression was one of concern, and she quietly stated that the subject was still a child. Ai-jin Yu, a young man with a bandage on his cheek, stared intently ahead. His gaze held a quiet determination. The woman's face was partially visible, her sharp features illuminated by a warm light. She mused that he couldn't rely on his parents' wealth to shape his future, he needed to forge his own path. But Ai-jin silently countered, believing himself to be different. Ai-jin, standing before the woman, confidently declared that he could take responsibility for her future. His expression remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. The woman, her face partially visible, considered his words. Ai-jin, facing the woman, simply stated that he had a question. The woman, a subtle smile playing on her lips, observed that he was obviously curious about how he would be treated. She assured him not to worry, promising the best possible treatment and other things she could do for him. Ai-jin Yu, a young man with a bandage on his face, stood before a woman, her expression unreadable. He looked troubled, his gaze downcast. "What are you saying?" he asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. The woman, her face a mask of quiet contemplation, stared intently at Ai-jin. Her eyes, sharp and observant, held a hint of something unsaid. "Aren't you dating Yuna?" the woman finally asked, her voice calm but pointed. The question hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken implications. No, I'm not, Jean replied, his tone flat. He seemed to be hiding something, a secret that weighed heavily on him. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, she was clearly not convinced. She was looking at him during training, she thought. So she has an unrequited crush. Sucks for her, he mused. Anyway, come to me after you graduate. If you get a good job right after graduation, won't your family be happy as well? The woman's words hung in the air, a subtle suggestion of a future path. Jean remained silent, his expression unreadable. He considered her words, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. The weight of her suggestion pressed upon him. A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the quiet hum of the room. His thoughts were a whirlwind of uncertainty. The woman watched him, her expression unreadable, as he wrestled with his decision. Her gaze was intense, unwavering. Jean, a seasoned mercenary returning to a normal life, found himself contemplating his future. He had only just returned home after a decade of brutal survival, and the prospect of a peaceful life was still a new concept. The building outside his window stood as a silent testament to the normalcy he was trying to adapt to, a stark contrast to the war-torn landscapes he'd grown accustomed to. Inside, his sister, Yuna, and his grandfather expressed concern over a minor injury he sustained during training. Yuna's worried expression mirrored her concern for her brother's well-being. Jean, displaying a stoic demeanor despite a small bandage on his face, simply confirmed that he had indeed been injured. His grandfather pressed further, wanting to know the extent of his injuries. But Jean reassured them that it was only a minor finger injury requiring minimal treatment. Yuna, however, remained visibly anxious. The conversation shifted as his grandfather brought up the topic of Jean's bodyguard training. He inquired about Jean's interest in pursuing a career in this field. Jean's grandfather offered reassuring words, emphasizing that career choices are not set in stone and can always be changed if other interests arise. Jean listened intently, his expression unreadable, leaving the audience to wonder about his future plans. Jean's grandfather smiled warmly at him, offering unwavering support. I'll cheer you on, no matter what you decide to do, he said, his words carrying a quiet strength. Jean, a young man with short, gray hair and a bandage over his eye, returned the look with a subtle, knowing smile. The faint scars on his face hinted at a past far more brutal than his current peaceful surroundings. His expression shifted slightly, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. Later, at the dinner table, a self-doubt crept into Jean's mind. He wondered if he had been too forward in discussing his future plans with his family. Did I bring this up too suddenly, he mused, recalling the anxieties of typical high school students concerning their career paths. He questioned his own hastiness. His sister, however, dismissed his concerns with a playful retort. PFT. What are you saying, Grandpa, she teased, her words light and carefree. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a tense conversation unfolded. The question hung heavy in the air, 032 ran away? A man, his face partially obscured, responded grimly. Yes, I think the news that 006 got done in by 001 got out. The camera focuses on another man, his face partially obscured by blood and sunglasses, his expression one of grim determination. The scene shifts to show a body lying lifeless on the ground, a stark reminder of the violence that still lurks in the shadows. Losing it over your brother's death. A voice narrates, highlighting the devastating consequences of the recent events. Jean, a young man with a haunted look in his eyes, stood amidst the bustling crowd of an airport terminal. He clutched a backpack, his gaze distant and unfocused. The words, "This is why having a family is useless," echoed in his mind, a bitter testament to the harsh realities of his past. He walked away from the terminal, the weight of his thoughts heavy upon him. His face, partially obscured by the shadow of his hood, betrayed a profound sadness. The bright lights of the airport reflected in his eyes, highlighting the emptiness within. A close-up reveals a hand, knuckles white from clenching into a tight fist, wrapped in white bandages. The same hand now open, revealing the extent of the bandaging on each finger. Jean, a young man with short, light blonde hair, sits on the edge of his bed, his gaze downcast, his bandaged hand resting on his chest. A sense of unease hangs in the air. Suddenly, a woman's face fills the panel, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and anger. Don't tell me, Jean, she exclaims. Jean's thoughts are shown, who is she? He continues to ponder, since she called me by my mercenary codename, is she not involved with the camp? A ringing sound pierces the silence. The phone is ringing. Jean's face is shown, his expression unreadable as he looks at his phone. Jean, a young man with short brown hair and a serious expression, stood silently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His attire was simple, a gray long-sleeved shirt. The scene shifted to a young woman with long, dark hair, her eyes closed in a peaceful expression. A pile of gimbap, a popular Korean snack, filled the frame. Jean, along with two other students, sat at a table in a cafe. He explained that he hadn't had breakfast and really wanted some gimbap. One of his companions questioned the sheer quantity. The young woman, addressing Jean, noted that he hadn't eaten yet either and offered him to eat whatever he wanted. The woman delicately picked up a piece of gimbap and took a bite, commenting that it didn't hurt. Jean, holding two pieces of gimbap, simply replied, yeah. The young woman explained that she had tried to visit him in the hospital, but was prevented from even going near his room, suspecting that Jiyouni was responsible. Jean, while eating, mentioned that he heard about his discharge from the hospital and his return to school, piquing his curiosity. He also mentioned that his grandfather told him to rest. A young woman with long brown hair and striking blue eyes stood in what appeared to be a brightly lit convenience store, a slight smile playing on her lips. She seemed to be waiting for someone, her gaze drifting towards the entrance. Meanwhile, another young woman with long black hair and a checkered bow tie pondered silently. Her thoughts focused on a certain individual, he's really obedient to his grandpa. Her blue eyes, however, held a hint of something more complex than simple observation, a subtle intensity that suggested a deeper understanding of the situation. A young man with light brown hair entered the scene, addressing the first woman. He spoke of a recent event. I heard what happened, that you had a big part in saving Jiyouni. The woman with brown hair responded, her expression a mix of humility and pride. Team number 2's leader did more. She continued, detailing the young man's actions. He immediately chased after the kidnappers and informed the bodyguards and the police to find out their route right away. The young man listened intently, his expression serious. The woman's account continued, describing his bravery and selflessness. Even after catching up to them, he endured a bullet wound and kept the director and me from the direction, so that we could safely get away, and he kept holding on until the director's safety was guaranteed. Her voice was filled with gratitude as she concluded, emphasizing the young man's crucial role. If he didn't do what he did, I wouldn't have been able to do anything at all. The woman with brown hair looked slightly embarrassed, a blush rising on her cheeks. Beside her, a man with dark hair listened with a thoughtful expression. The man finally spoke, summarizing the situation. So that's what happened. After listening to you, it looks like Team 2's leader did have a big role. Two men in suits sat across from each other at a table. One nodded in agreement as the other spoke. That's right, the second man confirmed. But he wouldn't have been able to do what he did if you hadn't been here. The report said that you had a big part in the rescue. Protecting the VIP is what's important, not who had the bigger part in saving her. The man in the suit nodded twice, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, a young man with gray hair and another man with dark hair stood beside a young woman with long dark hair. She looked confused as the gray-haired man spoke. Why are these guys only passionate about stuff like this? A vending machine dinged as the gray-haired young man took out a snack. He examined the snack, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, the dark-haired young woman looked concerned. Did something happen? The gray-haired young man looked at his phone. It looks like I have to go to the PC cafe. What? The dark-haired young woman asked, surprised. But you're injured. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, stared intently at something off-panel, a thoughtful expression etched on his face. His gaze held a hint of suspicion, as if he were assessing a challenging situation. Dayun, a young woman with long, dark hair, sat with a worried expression. She was clearly troubled by some news she had just received. Her internal monologue revealed the source of her distress. A doctor had informed her that Ijin's injury was severe, both before and after the incident, and that he needed to recover quickly. Dayun walked along the sidewalk outside an establishment called Eat House, a brightly lit restaurant at night. The scene was peaceful, contrasting with her earlier anxiety. Dayun considered whether they should eat some meat today, given Ijin's injury. Back at school, Dayun was approached by someone who called her name. She responded with a questioning huh? Two other students discussed Ijin's absence from school for the past few days, wondering what had happened. One of the students explained that Ijin had hurt his hands during his vacation, but that the injury wasn't serious. The other student expressed relief that he wasn't seriously hurt, especially not his face. The students continued their conversation, expressing relief that Ijin's injuries were not severe and that his face was unharmed. They seemed genuinely concerned for his well-being. A young woman, her expression a mixture of amusement and curiosity, observed someone from afar. She mused to herself that he seemed to be growing increasingly popular. A sudden outburst shattered her quiet contemplation. A sharp, angry voice cut through the air. What the fuck are you saying? The young woman, seemingly startled by the outburst, turned and began to walk away. Her pace quickening as she noticed three men approaching her from the opposite direction. They appeared menacing, their silhouettes dark against the city's neon glow. Fear etched itself onto her features. She recognized the situation immediately. She was alone and surrounded by potential danger. That again? Huh? What should I do? There's no one nearby who can help. Before she could react, one of the men lunged forward, his voice a venomous hiss. You motherfucker. Say something, you piece of shit. The young woman's eyes widened, reflecting the harsh neon light. Her internal monologue screamed, that person is? Are you insane? One of the men, clearly shaken by the sudden confrontation, muttered to his companions, wow. Fuck. I can't believe us Go-Suck-High guys are being treated like this. Now all sorts of crazy bastards are picking fights with us and shit. The young woman, witnessing the unfolding chaos, offered a hesitant apology. While internally debating whether to attempt de-escalation. She thought, he didn't seem like that bad of a person, so maybe we can talk this out. A young man with short brown hair, his face flushed with anger, glared at two other men. His expression was one of intense irritation. His face turned purple, his eyes wide with disbelief as he sputtered in shock. Meanwhile, a young woman with shoulder-length dark hair bowed her head before a group of men, one of whom was hooded and obscured. One of the men said hello, another responded with a questioning huh? The young man from the previous scene explained that it was a misunderstanding. The hooded man had started the fight by asking them to buy food. The young woman, looking worried, asked them to simply let it go. The young man's face contorted in confusion as he questioned her request. The young woman walked away, muttering yeah, okay as the group of men followed her from behind. Her expression showing a mixture of fear and apprehension. The hooded man approached the young woman, asking if she was okay. The hooded man responded with a questioning huh? A young woman with short, dark hair, wearing a school uniform, walked down a street at night. A figure in a dark red hoodie, their face obscured by shadow, approached her from the opposite direction. A sound effect suggests a low growl. The young woman's eyes widened slightly, a look of surprise and perhaps apprehension crossing her face. She let out a small, startled sound. The hooded figure stopped before her, their red eyes visible in the dim light. A single word, barely audible, escaped their lips. The young woman's eyes darted around, her expression shifting to one of intense curiosity and perhaps a hint of fear. Her thoughts raced. The scene shifts to an outdoor cafe. The hooded figure and the young woman are seated at a table, sharing a meal. A pile of what appears to be takeout food sits on the table. Later, the young woman is seen alone at a bus stop. She looks thoughtful. The hooded figure is seen again, this time drinking from a cup. The young woman observes him from a distance. Her internal monologue reveals her thoughts. Ijinu, a recently returned child mercenary, sat at a table in a brightly lit convenience store, nursing a drink. He let out a contented sigh, ha, that hit the spot. His peaceful moment was interrupted by the curious stare of a young woman, who simply uttered, ah. Ijin, caught off guard, mumbled an apology, sorry. You must be confused. I was so hungry that I just... He explained his situation, you must have been really hungry. Yeah. I just landed in this country but immediately lost my wallet. I starved for a few days. The young woman's eyes widened in disbelief, a few days? She offered a suggestion, you should have gone to the embassy and asked for help. Ijin reflected on her words, huh? Embassy? So that's what I should have done. The young woman checked her phone, it's getting late. Appa's gonna be waiting. She stood up, a slight worry in her eyes as she prepared to leave. A hand gently placed a stack of 10,001 bills on a table. A young woman, her expression curious, looked at Ijinu, a teenage boy sitting at a table in a bus stop shelter, his face obscured by a dark hoodie. He seemed startled by her presence. The young woman smiled warmly, offering him the money. Buy something with this if you get hungry, she said. She walked away, leaving Ijin alone at the table. Ijin remained seated, his thoughts hidden behind his hood. A single ellipsis floated in a thought bubble above his head. His eyes, visible beneath the hood, held a sharp, intense gaze. He was clearly considering something. The scene opens with a shadowy figure wielding an assault rifle, their silhouette partially obscuring a young man on the ground. A young man with silver hair and a black mask fires back, his movements precise and deadly, kicking out with a powerful force. He stands poised, rifle held ready, his eyes scanning the surroundings with intense focus. Elsewhere, a young woman cowers in fear, clutching a man's arm. She is visibly terrified, her eyes wide with panic as she seeks refuge in his embrace. The woman's face is shown in close-up, her fear palpable. The young man with silver hair appears in the next panel, his expression unreadable. He stands silently, his rifle held at the ready, his posture tense. A mission briefing appears, 001. Quickly eliminate the target and rendezvous with us. A man with reddish-brown hair is shown, his face partially obscured by shadow, his expression grim. Ijinu, a young man with a haunted look in his eyes, protectively shielded a girl, his younger sister, Yu Isul, from view. His expression was one of fierce determination, a stark contrast to the vulnerability of the girl he held close. A tense silence hung in the air, broken only by the soft whimpers of Isul. A shadowy figure, armed and dangerous, stood silhouetted against the dim light of a window, their presence a palpable threat. The figure, their face obscured, raised their weapon. A question hung in the air, whispered more than spoken, 001? The weapon, an AK-47, was held with practiced ease, a testament to the figure's lethal expertise. The scene was charged with anticipation. Meanwhile, back in Ijin's room, he lay in bed, a look of stark terror etched on his face. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He thrashed violently, the sheets tangled around his legs as he struggled against an unseen force. A close-up revealed his hand, bandaged and bruised, a testament to the physical toll of his recent ordeal. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Tears welled up, reflecting the trauma he had endured. Beside him, another figure stirred, a young man with gray hair, his hand also bearing the marks of injury. He seemed equally disturbed by the events unfolding. A quiet rustle broke the silence, a subtle sound that hinted at a lurking presence, adding to the growing sense of unease. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, stood pensively, his gaze directed away from the viewer. A subtle hint of weariness shadowed his features. He quietly descended the stairs, his bare feet making barely a sound. Entering the kitchen where his adoptive father and sister awaited him. His father, a man with graying hair, looked up with a concerned expression. His daughter, Dayun, stood nearby, seemingly preoccupied with preparing breakfast. His father spoke, his voice laced with concern. Get up? You should get more sleep. Ijin replied, I should go to school now. His father and sister exchanged worried glances. Dayun interjected, you should rest a few more days. You can be a few days behind in studying and still catch up, but if you ruin your body once, it's hard to get better. You should agree with him. Ijin offered a small, weary smile. All right. He then explained, I'll be back a bit late today. Mr. Lee hasn't gotten better yet, so I said I would work a bit more in his stead. Dayun, already prepared to leave for school, responded, okay. Why are you going this early, Dayun? To which Dayun replied, I woke up early, so I figured I'd go to school and study. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair smiled gently, her eyes crinkling at the corners. It's breakfast, she said, so make sure to eat. Ijinu, a young man with short, gray hair, appeared, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A table laden with a variety of Korean dishes was shown, a feast of savory aromas and vibrant colors. Ijin's eyes, the windows to a soul that had seen too much, held a hint of weariness. A stark contrast to the abundance surrounding him. Outside, the city bustled with life, a vibrant tapestry of urban energy. A message from a friend, asking if he was coming to school today. Ijin walked down the street, his phone in hand, lost in thought. Further messages exchanged between Ijin and his friends revealed a playful banter about their gaming team, highlighting the importance of Ijin's presence for a full team. A young man with short, gray hair and a subtle smile is shown from the neck up. He appears relaxed, almost pensive, as if lost in thought. The young man, Ijinu, is now seen from a distance, checking his phone on a city street. A figure in a red hoodie stands behind him, their face obscured, creating an air of mystery and potential threat. Ijin turns, seemingly sensing something, his expression shifting from relaxed to alert. As the figure in the red hoodie remains motionless, their presence a silent question mark. The focus shifts to the figure in the red hoodie, their posture suggesting vigilance and a hint of aggression. The panel then cuts to white space before, revealing a close-up of intense, golden eyes, belonging to someone with dark blue hair. The eyes are sharp and focused, conveying a sense of heightened awareness and perhaps even malice. Ijin is seen running across the street, his movements quick and purposeful, as the figure in the red hoodie watches from the sidewalk. Following him at a distance, their intentions still unclear. Ijin's foot hits the ground with a sharp impact, suggesting speed and agility. The panel then cuts to a close-up of his foot. Ijin ducks into an alleyway, disappearing from sight, leaving the reader to wonder about the intentions of the person in the red hoodie and what will happen next. The scene opens on a narrow alleyway, the buildings looming tall and imposing. Construction cranes pierce the sky, their metallic structures stark against the azure backdrop. Ijinu's intense gaze fills the panel, his steely eyes reflecting a determination born from years of hardship. His short, blue-gray hair frames a face etched with the maturity of a seasoned warrior, despite his youthful appearance. A man with short, gray hair walks through the city, his back to the viewer. He seems lost in thought, his posture suggesting a weariness that belies his physical strength. He enters a dimly lit, industrial-looking building. The space echoing with the sounds of distant machinery. His steps measured and deliberate as he navigates the labyrinthine corridors. His face is partially obscured, but his expression remains serious and watchful. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, a hooded individual brandishing a handgun, their face hidden from view. The hooded figure's intense, red-rimmed eye is the only visible feature, reflecting a cold, calculating intent. Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student, found himself in a familiar situation, dodging bullets. Two energy blasts whizzed past him as he rolled away, his movements precise and practiced. The force of the blast sending nearby tires flying. He was clearly outmatched, but his years of experience kept him alive. Leaving him crouched, panting, in a dimly lit alleyway. A shadowy figure stood in the distance, watching him. He heard a faint sound, a whisper barely audible above the pounding of his own heart. It was a sound he knew well. A familiar click of a gun being cocked. A hooded figure emerged, his face obscured by shadow, but his voice was unmistakable. 001, it's been a while. He explained that he was startled by someone following him, and that he was certain it was 006. Jin, recognizing the voice, muttered 032. He knew 006 had a habit only he was aware of. The hooded figure, 032, revealed that he had followed Jin's trail, expecting to find him sooner. He questioned whether the camp had sent him on a mission that 006 had failed. 032's suspicion grew, his expression hardening. He asked, what? Jin countered that there was no way the camp would send someone on a mission that 006 had already failed. 032, his eyes blazing, leveled his gun at Jin. You still think you're our leader? Jinu's eyes, sharp and intense, narrowed. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he considered the implications. He continued, his voice low and measured, if the camp didn't send you, then you must have run out on your own. Either way, that's not something a traitor like you should be saying. His opponent, a figure shrouded in shadow, held a gun, their finger resting lightly on the trigger. Since we both have our own circumstances. Jin's gaze shifted, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. But 006 was. The scene shifted. Three figures huddled together in a dimly lit forest clearing. One, visibly injured, was being supported by the other two. My only family, and he took care of me during those hellish days. A metallic object, resembling a small, spiked cylinder, glowed ominously. Back in the city, a swift, brutal attack unfolded. One figure lunged forward, striking the other with a powerful blow that sent them reeling back. You! The attacker followed through, continuing their assault with relentless efficiency. Sending their opponent crashing to the ground with a pained yelp. Eek! A hand, gripping a silencer-equipped pistol, emerged from the shadows, the weapon aimed with deadly precision. But before the trigger could be pulled, a blur of motion intercepted the attack. Jinyu, his eyes narrowed in focus, deflected the bullet with a swift, calculated movement, sending the attacker sprawling to the ground. The pistol clattered away, its threat neutralized. Jin, a whirlwind of motion, moved with lethal efficiency. He was a ghost, a phantom, his movements a blur of calculated violence. His blade a silver streak, piercing the attacker's defenses with deadly accuracy. The attacker crumpled, defeated. The fight was far from over. Another attacker lunged, but Jin anticipated the move, countering with a devastating blow that sent the attacker reeling back. A sharp crack echoed as the attacker's weapon shattered against Jin's superior skill. Jin's opponent, his face partially obscured by a hood, felt a surge of fear as he realized he was outmatched. And Jin, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a final, swift strike, ending the confrontation. Jinu's lips curled into a grim smile, his scarred mouth a testament to a decade spent as a child mercenary. A chilling glint shone in his eyes, reflecting the harsh realities he had endured. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. His movements precise and deadly as he closed in on his pursuer, readying a swift, decisive strike. His opponent, a figure cloaked in red, attempted to evade the attack. He grabbed his opponent's arm, his grip like a vice. Jin sneered, looks like your body isn't in the best condition. The hooded figure responded with a chilling smirk, 001, since when did you think? I told you. You're not our leader anymore. You're just a target for elimination. A fierce struggle ensued, a whirlwind of blows and desperate maneuvers. Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in an unexpected confrontation. He deftly sidestepped an unseen attack, leaving behind only scattered scraps of paper as evidence of the near miss. His expression remained stoic, a pen held tightly in his hand, ready for whatever came next. His opponent, a young man with blonde hair, stood wounded, clutching his side. Blood stained his shirt, a grim testament to the ferocity of the unseen attack. The imposing structure of the high school loomed into view, a stark contrast to the battlefields Jinyu was accustomed to. Inside a brightly lit classroom, students sat attentively as their teacher lectured, the atmosphere a world away from the chaos Jin knew. A young woman, her gaze distant, sat quietly at her desk. She wondered if her older brother was eating properly. She worried about his well-being, a concern born from years of shared hardship. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a dark, gritty alleyway. Two figures clashed in a brutal, hand-to-hand fight. One, clad in a dark hoodie, moved with lethal precision, his movements a blur of calculated strikes. While his opponent, in a crimson jacket, fought back with desperate ferocity, their blows echoing through the narrow space. The fight was a whirlwind of motion, a deadly dance of skill and desperation. A powerful blow landed, sending the figure in red reeling. A young man in a red hoodie lunged forward, a knife glinting in his hand, aiming a swift blow at his opponent. His attack was met with a burst of energy, a pink streak deflecting the blade. The force of the impact sending him reeling back, a grunt escaping his lips as he struggled to regain his balance. He gasped for breath, his eyes narrowed in determination. His opponent, a taller man with blue hair, stood his ground, a throbbing pain evident in his side where the knife had grazed him. I'll ask you one more time, he stated, his voice low and menacing. The blue-haired man's gaze hardened as he posed a question, have you been reporting to the camp? The hooded figure scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. What's up with you? Since when did you talk so much? His expression turned cold, his eyes blazing with anger. You think I need to say anything to a traitor? The blue-haired man's face remained impassive, his eyes unwavering. The traitor who betrayed us and killed 006? The hooded figure's response was immediate and defiant. I don't plan on answering, no matter what you ask. With a burst of speed, he launched another attack, a pink energy wave surging towards his opponent. But the blue-haired man countered with a swift blow, sending the hooded figure sprawling to the ground, defeated. A masked assailant lunged forward, a burst of energy erupting from their fist. But Ai Jinyu, his eyes narrowed in focus, effortlessly dodged the attack, countering with a swift kick that sent the attacker sprawling. He followed up with a brutal strike, sending the assailant flying backward with a resounding thud. The assailant, their eyes blazing with fury, roared in defiance. Ai Jin, anticipating their next move, prepared for another attack, disarming them with a precise maneuver, leaving the attacker vulnerable and defeated. Ai Jin stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim but resolute. Ai Jinyu, a teenager with a hidden past as a child mercenary, found himself in a tense standoff. His opponent, a man with steely gray hair, stood poised, a dark aura surrounding him. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the gray-haired man, a blinding flash of light illuminating the scene. As he moved with impossible speed, his hand reaching out to disarm Ai Jin. With a swift, precise movement, the gray-haired man disarmed Ai Jin, his grip firm and unwavering. Ai Jin coughed, a pained expression twisting his face as he found himself restrained by the older man. The gray-haired man questioned Ai Jin's motives, his voice laced with suspicion. Was he pursuing him out of duty or revenge? Ai Jin, his eyes narrowed, remained silent for a moment, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. He considered his answer carefully, weighing the implications of each choice. With a sudden burst of speed, Ai Jin countered the gray-haired man's grip, launching a powerful attack. The force of the blow sent the gray-haired man reeling, leaving him momentarily stunned and vulnerable. A young man in a dark jacket, his back riddled with bullet wounds, stumbled forward, his body already failing him. From behind, a figure in a red hooded jacket aimed a handgun, the barrel pointed directly at his chest. Pulling the trigger. A bright flash erupted, followed by a sharp crack as the bullet found its mark. The shooter, still concealed within their dark red hoodie, stood calmly, their aim steady and precise. The scene was silent, save for the faint echo of the gunshot. The young man with blue hair leaned against a wall, breathing heavily, his chest heaving with exertion. He was clearly exhausted. His face contorted in frustration, he muttered to himself, his words barely audible. He needed to restock his supplies. The hooded figure, now revealed to be a young man with dark eyes and a determined expression, cursed under his breath. He knew he needed to replenish his ammunition. A sudden explosion rocked the area as another confrontation erupted. A man with gray hair, his arms augmented with metallic attachments, was engaged in a fierce struggle. He dodged a blow, narrowly avoiding a devastating attack. The fight was intense and fast-paced. The hooded figure fled, his movements quick and agile, as the gray-haired man pursued him relentlessly. The chase continued, the gray-haired man gaining ground. He finally caught up to the hooded figure, who collapsed, panting heavily, his body covered in sweat and blood. Ai Jinyu, a former child mercenary, now a high school student in Korea, crouched low, his gaze sharp and intense. His vibrant blue hair framed a face etched with a quiet determination, hinting at the battles he'd survived. His phone buzzed, displaying an incoming call from someone named Yu Aijin. In a brightly lit classroom, a young man in a school uniform sat alone, his expression pensive. Two other figures stood nearby, their backs to the viewer, their identities obscured. He answered the call, a casual "what's up," escaping his lips as he checked his phone. The young man's expression shifted, his casual demeanor replaced by a focused intensity as he listened intently. He was given a task, to track someone using CCTV footage, a job he clearly had experience with. The request was terse, leaving little room for negotiation. He nodded silently, his eyes betraying a hint of grim determination. He ended the call and stood, his movements purposeful as he prepared to carry out his assignment. Meanwhile, the woman standing behind the young man in the classroom looked concerned, muttering to herself about her inability to seek outside help. A man in a suit, phone pressed to his ear, walked down a brightly lit school hallway. He asked a question, his voice tight with barely contained impatience, right? He ended the call abruptly. Hold on, I'll call you back. He then issued a curt instruction into the phone, text me the location and description of the person I need to track. The message was received. A young man with vibrant blue hair, his expression grim, acknowledged the request with a single word, got it. The camera focused on the young man's hands, revealing bandaged fingers stained crimson with blood. He sat hunched over, clearly injured. Meanwhile, outside the school, a woman spoke urgently on her phone as a man with a backpack walked past, seemingly oblivious to her distress. The man stopped, his gaze fixed on someone ahead. A figure in a dark hooded cloak was visible in the distance. The man's internal monologue revealed his frustration and suspicion, damn it. If 001 didn't ask those stupid questions, I would have been dead many times over. I thought he'd been in hiding. Why does it seem like his skills have improved? He continued his internal questioning, suspicion growing, or to get revenge for 006. The man pondered the situation further. Why would he keep asking things like that? Instead of eliminating the assassin who came to kill him? Why? The scene shifted to a pair of figures, one in a dark blue hooded cloak and the other in a vibrant pink jacket, both armed and ready for action. Ai Jinyu, a young man with short, messy blonde hair and a worn-out expression, sat around a small campfire with two other young people. One, a girl with long blonde hair, smiled warmly at the flames, the other, a boy with similarly disheveled hair, looked on with a more somber countenance. The scene spoke of shared hardship and a fragile camaraderie forged in the crucible of shared experience. A stark contrast to the relative peace he now sought in his new life in Korea. A close-up on a clenched fist, the knuckles white with tension, hinted at the simmering rage and barely contained power within Ai Jin. The scene shifted abruptly. Ai Jin, now in a hooded sweatshirt, walked down a city street. Two men watched him from a distance, one muttering, "Huh? It's that fucker from before." The two men approached, their expressions turning hostile. One sneered, "Well met, asshole. You got lucky last time, but what now?" Ai Jin's eyes, visible beneath the hood, narrowed, a flicker of something dangerous in their depths. He responded calmly, "There's no need to make a fuss." The tension escalated. The three men's faces hardened, their eyes fixed on Ai Jin, who remained outwardly calm but clearly prepared for action. A close-up on Ai Jin's face showed a cold determination, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The next panel showed the aftermath. The three men lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. Ai Jin stood over them, his expression unchanged. He walked away, leaving the scene of his swift and brutal victory. Ai Jinyu, a young man with a hidden past as a child mercenary, walked down a city street, his face obscured by a hooded jacket. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the urban landscape in warm hues. His eyes, however, betrayed a sharp alertness, their crimson glow hinting at the years spent navigating dangerous situations. A faint scar marred his cheek, a silent testament to his past. Suddenly, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a backpack approached him. She looked at him with a questioning expression, a soft "huh" escaping her lips. Ijin, startled, reacted with a quiet "ah," his gaze fixed on the girl. He seemed unsure of how to respond to her sudden appearance. The girl, meanwhile, pointed at him, her expression a mixture of curiosity and perhaps a hint of recognition. Ijin shifted uncomfortably, his hands instinctively going to his pockets. He pulled out a wad of cash, offering it to the girl. Thank you for last time. You've been a huge help. I'll return the rest of the money next time. This is all I have right now, he mumbled. The girl looked surprised, her eyes widening slightly. You don't have to. Do you have any money left? She asked, concern evident in her tone. Ijin simply shrugged, a slight grimace on his face. Well then, he said, as the girl bowed her head in thanks. They entered a small cafe, the number S25 visible on the building's exterior. The girl expressed her concern over Ijin's financial situation, stating that he shouldn't have given her all his money. Ijin, a young man with a brooding expression, sat alone, eating a rice ball and drinking his soda. A cynical thought crossed his mind. What kind of person only repays a favor when it's convenient for them? He looked up as a girl with short brown hair and a school uniform approached, a cheerful laugh escaping her lips. The girl, her smile still present, politely inquired, how old are you? Ijin, slightly surprised by the question, responded curtly, me? 17. The girl's eyes widened slightly as she replied, you're the same age as me. Ijin, taken aback, questioned, we're the same age? She confirmed, yeah, I'm also 17. Let's speak comfortably. Ijin, still somewhat guarded, mumbled, oh, okay. Do what you want. The conversation continued, with the girl asking, you said you're from overseas, right? Ijin confirmed, Yeah. I'm on vacation. The girl's expression shifted to one of surprise as he added, by myself. Ijin, a young man with a hidden past as a child mercenary, sat across from a girl at an outdoor cafe. She commented on his extensive travels, prompting a thoughtful response from him. He explained that his travels weren't a choice, but rather a series of unfortunate events that led him to his current situation. He then stood up and left the cafe. Ijin walked away from the cafe, his shoulders slumped. He appeared lost in thought, his mind far away from the present moment. A close-up on Ijin's face revealed a troubled expression. His brow was furrowed, and his eyes held a deep sadness. Ijin, a young man with short, gray hair, stood in the shadow of a building, his expression unreadable. A faint scar was visible on his abdomen, hinting at a past filled with hardship. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the urban landscape in warm hues. His attire, a simple black t-shirt and jeans, belied the extraordinary life he had led. A young man with vibrant blue hair appeared, his gaze sharp and intense. His thoughts were a torrent of concern. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair approached Ijin, her demeanor friendly and curious. She casually asked him a question. He remained silent for a moment, his expression guarded. Ijin finally responded, his voice low and measured. He was clearly not interested in divulging personal information. The girl, seemingly undeterred, continued the conversation, her words laced with a hint of playful observation. Ijin's response was a mixture of self-awareness and a subtle hint of annoyance. He was clearly uncomfortable with the attention. Ijin, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, found himself in a tense situation. He reassured his companion, stating that his school was nearby, attempting to downplay the gravity of their circumstances. His calm demeanor was a facade, however. A fierce determination hardened his gaze as he sized up the threat. A sudden, swift attack sent his companion sprawling to the ground. Ijin reacted instantly, engaging in close-quarters combat with his attacker. The fight spilling out into the street. A young woman watched in alarm from a safe distance as the two men grappled violently. Ijin, despite his initial advantage, found himself on the defensive, taking a blow that left him momentarily stunned. His eyes narrowed, a cold fury replacing his momentary daze. He prepared to counterattack. With a burst of speed and precision, he unleashed a devastating counterattack, disabling his opponent with a swift, precise strike. The attacker fell, defeated. As he caught his breath, a chilling realization washed over him, his attacker had already found him. Ijin, a former child mercenary, now a seemingly ordinary high school student, coiled his arm, his knuckles glowing with an unnatural blue energy, readying himself for a strike. His expression was grim, focused, betraying years of honed combat instincts. The force of his blow sent his opponent sprawling, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Ijin moved with lethal precision, his movements a blur of calculated violence. Each strike perfectly placed to incapacitate his foe without killing them. He was a master of controlled force. His opponent, defeated, lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face contorted in agony. Another attacker, clad in red, launched a surprise attack, aiming a kick at Ijin. But Ijin effortlessly countered, his movements fluid and precise. He was clearly far more skilled. The attacker, frustrated by his failure, cursed under his breath, damn it. Ijin, noticing a young woman nearby, realized the situation was more complicated than he initially thought. He had to protect her. A young woman with short brown hair, wearing a school uniform, looked on with a mixture of fear and confusion. Her eyes were wide, her expression clearly showing her distress. A man in a red hooded jacket and cap, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke. He instructed someone to leave the area. The man continued, dismissively stating that the girl in question had nothing to do with him. A young man with short, gray hair observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. The hooded man's eyes, sharp and intense, narrowed slightly. He seemed to be considering something, asking why the actions were taking place. The young woman, still visibly upset, questioned the man's actions. He urged her to get away from the scene. The young woman, confused and frightened, questioned the man's identity. A young woman's eyes widened, reflecting a mixture of shock and concern. Her gaze was intense, fixed on something unseen but clearly disturbing. Ijin, his face bloodied and his breathing ragged, slumped against a wall. His sister's worried thoughts echoed in his mind, Appa's eyes? They looked just like they did back then, a chilling reminder of his past. His sister, Yuna, rushed to his side, her concern evident in her expression. Are you hurt? She exclaimed, noticing the fresh wound on his side. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing ominously. Their presence added another layer of tension to the already fraught scene. The hooded figure's question hung in the air. Know each other? Yuna looked at Ijin, her confusion evident. Huh, she responded, clearly bewildered by the situation. Yuna explained, sorry, my appa isn't usually like this. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. The hooded figure's eyes narrowed, their gaze intense and unwavering. A sense of foreboding filled the air. The panel focuses on the hooded figure's chest, revealing a glimpse of a scar beneath their clothing. Ijinyu, a teenager with a hidden past as a child mercenary, walked alongside his classmate, Dayun. A fresh wound marred his torso, a stark reminder of his recent ordeal. Dayun, oblivious to his true nature, seemed concerned. As she noticed the bloodstain. A sinister chuckle escaped from a hidden figure, unseen but clearly observing the pair. This is ridiculous, Ijin thought, his expression hardening. Dayun, sensing his discomfort, asked Ijin to step away for a moment. Ijin, startled by her request, questioned her with a simple huh? He turned away, his expression unreadable, as he contemplated the situation. Dayun, her brow furrowed with worry, watched him go. And simply replied, okay. Ijin found himself face to face with a hooded figure, the tension palpable between them. The setting was a quiet street, the only sound the distant hum of the city. The hooded figure spoke, revealing a piece of information. That girl seems to think you're actually her brother. Ijinyu, a teenager with striking blue hair and intense golden eyes, stood his ground. His expression was one of controlled annoyance as he responded to an unseen interlocutor's question about his unusual disguises. He countered with a question of his own, the unspoken challenge hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifted, revealing a tense confrontation. The interlocutor, a figure partially obscured, pressed Ijin for information, questioning his motives. Ijin, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury, retorted, clearly irritated by the persistent line of questioning. Ijin's expression hardened, his silence speaking volumes. A new voice entered the conversation, revealing a figure with short, gray hair. He explained his reasons for seeking out Ijin. He clarified that his pursuit wasn't out of loyalty to their former organization, but rather a quest for vengeance for a fallen comrade, 006. The gray-haired man's voice was laced with a complex mix of grief and determination as he revealed a surprising familial connection to Ijin. Despite this revelation, Ijin pointed out a significant detail about their past relationship, casting doubt on the strength of their familial bond. Two figures, their faces obscured, engaged in a somber conversation. One admitted that their reaction to the news of 006's death was unexpected, even to themselves. They confessed to having limited personal interaction beyond training and missions. The hooded figure, his face partially visible, expressed uncertainty about whether his actions constituted revenge. He claimed to have simply come to this place without any specific plan. A young man with vibrant blue hair stood before him, his expression mirroring the other's uncertainty. The tension between them hung heavy in the air. The blue-haired young man's face was shown in close-up, his expression unreadable. A sense of contemplation hung in the air. The close-up shifted to the hooded figure's eye, revealing a glint of determination, perhaps even malice, within its depths. Suddenly, a third individual appeared, his expression one of surprise. The scene shifted to a bustling street. The newcomer revealed that 006 had faked his death and hidden himself to evade pursuit. The hooded figure's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and understanding dawning on his face. The blue-haired young man listened intently, his expression shifting from surprise to a thoughtful frown. He simply responded with a curt yeah, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. A young woman, her face partially obscured, voiced her curiosity. She wanted to know why he had kept asking her that question. He explained that he needed to be certain of her loyalty before revealing the truth. If she were still loyal to the camp, she would have already informed them the moment he told her anything. A man with a red hoodie and a baseball cap, his eyes intense and red-rimmed, listened intently. The scene shifted to an outdoor cafe. The man in the red hoodie stood amidst overturned chairs and scattered trash, his posture tense. Another young man, with short, gray hair, watched him from a distance. The man in the red hoodie bent down, seemingly searching for something amongst the debris. A moment later, he looked thoughtful, a hand resting on his chin. The gray-haired young man approached, questioning the man's presence there. The man in the red hoodie simply replied that he had come home. The gray-haired young man reacted with surprise and disbelief, questioning if the man was actually the real brother of the young woman from earlier. The two young men stood face to face, the conversation clearly escalating. Ijinyu, a young man with intense, crimson-flecked eyes, glared, his mouth slightly agape. His expression was one of barely contained fury. Across from him, another young man, his hair a shade of gray, responded with a look of quiet contemplation. He said that it wasn't entirely true, but the reason he had betrayed the camp was because his memories had returned. The gray-haired youth listened intently, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He shook his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. That wasn't the whole story, he insisted. The true reason was that he couldn't follow the camp's orders. The scene shifted to show him kneeling in a dimly lit room, a shadowy figure looming behind him. The gray-haired youth's expression hardened, his gaze intense. He then asked how the other knew about Dayun, his tone sharp and demanding. The crimson-eyed youth reacted with a startled what, as a bloody wound was visible on the other's back. The gray-haired youth, his face now grim, demanded an explanation. Tell me. Ijinyu, a 15-year-old boy, stood frozen, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and surprise. His face, partially obscured by a dark purple hoodie and a baseball cap, betrayed his inner turmoil. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. A single, barely audible hic escaped his lips.